Introduction. The Supreme transcends emotions, while the lowest cannot grasp them. To gain love and forget emotions is to rise above the mundane. Severing good and evil from oneself, I attain the path and become a saint, transcending my own identity. With a heart full of great love yet devoid of attachment, if I were to become a saint, who would I be? In the world of deities, I am Nezha in the realm of the immortal sword. I am Longyang in the tale of the ghostly bride. I am Zhuge Liuyun within the journey to the west. I am the Six-Eared Macaque. In the splendid springtime, golden hues greet the season. The sequel to Journey to the West, the Black Lotus, Saint the Legend of the White Snake, the great might heavenly dragon, the eastern travels of the eight immortals, Lu Zhu Dongbin, the tale of Jing Wei, filling the sea, the invincible god of war, the grand era of Journey to the West, filled with demons and saints, the calamity of the deities, attaining the path to sainthood. Chapter 1. From Li to Huang. Father, mother, don't leave me all alone. The mournful cries echoed in his ears. Upon awakening, Nezha realized these lamentations emerged from his own lips. A gentle and affectionate feminine voice joyfully spoke beside him. Child, you have finally awakened. Are you hungry? Would you like some water? Turning his head, Nezha gazed at the caring woman beside him. He lay within the confines of a carriage, and the woman, a beautiful lady in her 30s, sat beside him, cradling his head upon her knees. Yet, she was not Nezha's mother. Nezha retained his past memories and would not mistake a stranger, even one radiating maternal warmth as if he were her own child, for his mother. Who are you? Instinctively voicing his inquiry, Nezha shifted his body away from her, retreating to a corner of the carriage. Are you afraid of strangers? Noticing Nezha's reaction, the woman offered a gentle smile. I am Su Ruyu, the wife of Huang Feihu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga. My husband and I discovered you alone, unconscious in the valley of poisonous snakes while returning to the Jipaiguan. We rescued you, and you are now on your way back with us. Huang Feihu. The name was not unfamiliar to Nezha. Upon awakening, he not only recalled his past, but also awakened memories not belonging to this world. This is a certain television adaptation of the investiture of the gods in my past life. I was the fire deity, guarding the sacred deer on Mount Tanshaoshan, Nezha Li Jing. As he pondered the name that stirred both love and resentment within him, Nezha instinctively clenched his fists. In his previous incarnation, he was the Ling Zhuzi, transformed into the path by the teachings of the primordial heavenly master, a spirit stone comparable to the stone monkey sun Wukong and the son of the primordial deity, Yang Jian. After transcending, he was conferred the title of fire deity by the celestial court, tasked with guarding the sacred deer on Mount Tanshaoshan. Later, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, Li Jing, came to Mount Tanshaoshan to hunt deer for medicinal purposes to heal King Di of the Shang dynasty. To protect the deer, the former fire deity transformed into a deer to lure Li Jing away, only to be tragically struck down by Li Jing's arrow. This is indeed a calamity brought forth by the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods, representing both a misfortune and an opportunity for Nezha. In his previous life, the fire deity, after meeting his demise, was reborn within the womb of Li Jing's wife, Yin Shenyang, nurturing for a span of 3 years and 6 months. This granted Nezha a corporeal form, compensating for the deficiencies of his spiritual stone body. Initially, upon his birth, Nezha was destined to possess boundless potential akin to the stone monkey, Sun Wukong, and the son of the primordial deity, Yang Jian. The prospect of transcending to the great Tao or even achieving extraordinary sanctity was within reach. Regrettably, in the world of the investiture of the gods, Nezha faced the grim fate of being subjected to the retribution of having his bones ground to return to his father and flesh return to his mother. Should this ethereal stone body be destroyed, despite the possibility of rebirth through the lotus form, he would forfeit the infinite potential to rival the likes of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. As Nezha pondered these thoughts with his head bowed, Madame Huang, Su Ruyu, expressed her concern. Child, what is your name? Were those who abandoned you in the valley of poisonous snakes truly your parents? If they indeed cast you aside, it is clear they no longer wished for you. Come back with us to the border of the realm and be the son of Feihu and me. We shall raise you as our own. Upon hearing her words, Nezha lifted his head, his gaze complex as he regarded Madame Huang. Had he not awakened memories that did not belong to this realm, Nezha would be engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend why his father, Li Jing, and mother, Yin Shenyang, would forsake him. However, Nezha was now aware that before King Zhou's demise, he dreamt of Nezha slaying him, thus becoming the harbinger of the Shang dynasty's downfall. Consequently, he commanded Li Jing to eliminate Nezha. Li Jing, fiercely loyal to King Zhou, was unwilling to defy the monarch's last wishes and thus sought to fulfill his duty by sacrificing his own kin. Yin Shinyang, deeply attached to her child, endeavored to thwart her husband, even resorting to binding him with the immortal binding rope. Ultimately, the couple reached a compromise, deciding to cast Nezha into Feihu Ravine, allowing fate to take its course. Her decision to abandon Nezha in Feihu Ravine was not born of a desire for him to be devoured by the tigers, but rather due to a prophecy by the Duke of the West, who foretold Nezha's fatal tribulation and that he would encounter a tiger and find salvation. After being cast into Feihu Ravine, Nezha pursued his departing parents and arrived at the Valley of Poisonous Snakes, where he was rescued by the couple, Huang Feihu and his wife, and has since survived the deadly tribulation. Clearly, the flying tiger spoken of in Duke of the West divination was not the desolate mountain of Feihu Ravine, but rather Huang Feihu, the celestial tiger capable of traversing heaven and earth. I'm Nezha. After revealing his name to Madame Huang, Nezha once again fell into silence. Observing his reaction, the astute Madame Huang immediately deduced that those who abandoned him must be his biological parents, as Nezha refrained from disclosing his surname or the identities of his progenitors. Madame Huang chose not to inquire further into Nezha's lineage. She gently placed her hand upon his head and said, "Good child, do you wish to be our son?" Nezha nodded in affirmation that if General Huang and Madame Huang do not mind. "From this moment forth, you shall be my adoptive parents. Nezha will undoubtedly exert every effort to repay your life-saving grace." Had Nezha not awakened memories alien to this world, according to the original trajectory of fate, though he was adopted by Huang Feihu and Madame Huang, he would still have longed for Li Jing and Yin Shinyang of Chaoge, ultimately fleeing the Huang residence in pursuit of a return to Chaoge. However, upon escaping the Huang residence, Nezha did not return to Chaoge instead. He was led by the young Lei Junzi to Mount Hua of the West, where he, along with Lei Junzi and Yang Jian, was ensnared by the mountain god of West Hua for a decade. After 10 years, the grown Nezha, Lei Junzi, and Yang Jian managed to defeat the mountain god and break free. Yet by that time, Nezha had forgotten his past memories and squandered precious time for cultivation, developing a rebellious disposition. Now, although Nezha's physical form resembled that of an 80-year-old child, within him resided the soul of a 20-year-old adult, fully aware of his obligation to repay the life-saving kindness of Huang Feihu and Madame Huang. Thus, he would not hesitate to accept the role of their adopted son, and even if it meant serving as a household servant in the Huang residence, he would not refuse. What a thoughtful child! Seeing Nezha express gratitude for their life-saving kindness and his willingness to become their son, Madame Huang affectionately patted Nezha's head before calling out towards the carriage. "Feihu, come here quickly, I have splendid news to share with you." The five-colored divine ox that Huang Feihu rode slowed its pace to match the carriage, and upon lifting the carriage curtain, he was momentarily taken aback to find Nezha awake. He then inquired of Madame Huang, "Madam, what splendid news do you have? Could it be?" Madame Huang nodded and replied, "This child is named Nezha, and he has agreed to be our son." Chapter 2. Seizing Opportunities Beyond Reach. At present, the Shang dynasty encompasses 800 feudal lords. Although Huang Feihu is not one of these 800 lords, his father, Huang Gun, serves as the general of the Jiepai Pass and is renowned alongside Ji provinces Suhu, Chuntang Pass Li Jing, and San Mountain Pass Kongxian as one of the four great generals, holding a status equivalent to the four lords. Li Jing, the general of Chuntang Pass, stands guard against the Dongbo Marquis to the east of Chaoge Kongxian. The general of San Mountain Pass defends against the Nambo Marquis to the south. Huang Gun, the general of Jiepai Pass, protects against the Shibo Marquis to the west, and Suhu of Ji province secures the north against the Beibo Marquis. It is due to the vigilance of these four great generals, safeguarding Chaoge from the encroaching power of the four lords, that peace prevails within the borders of the Shang dynasty. The Huang family boasts 7 generations of loyalty, regarded not only as the pillar of the Shang royal family, but also as kin to the imperial lineage. Huang Feihu himself is one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoge, and his sister is the favored Huang Fei in King Zhou's palace. Given Huang Fei his esteemed status, he would not casually adopt a foundling as a son. Had Huang Feihu and Madame Huang truly been benevolent souls without prejudice, they would not have obstinately obstructed the union between the three-eyed youth Yang Jian and their beloved daughter Huang Yin, ultimately leading Huang Yin to elope with Yang Jian, forsaking her ties to the Huang family. Huang Feihu and his wife, Lady Huang, were inclined to adopt Nezha not merely due to his pitiable background and charming appearance, but primarily because they recognized his true identity. Both Huang Feihu and Li Jing were among the four great kings of Chaoge, and thus it was inevitable that they would be aware that Li Jing's third son was named Nezha. Initially, the couple discovered Nezha in the vicinity of Poisonous Snake Valley, harboring suspicions that he might be Li Jing's son, lost near Feihu Gorge. Upon hearing the name Nezha from the boy himself, they were instantly assured of his identity. As one of the four great kings, it was entirely fitting for Li Jing's son to be adopted by the Huang family, marking a union of equal standing. Consequently, Huang Feihu and his wife genuinely desired to raise Nezha as their own. The distance between Poisonous Snake Valley and the Jiepai Pass was over 1,000 miles. By the time Nezha arrived at the Huang residence in Jiepai Pass, half a month had already elapsed. During this period, Nezha and the Huang couple had grown increasingly harmonious in their interactions. Lady Huang, Su Ryu, possessed the experience of nurturing her son Huang Tianhua and daughter Huang Yin, and she adeptly tended to Nezha, imparting a maternal love akin to that of the revered Yin Shenyang. Although Huang Feihu was not Nezha's biological father, the paternal affection Nezha felt from Li Jing could be likened to a single unit, while the love he received from Huang Feihu resonated at tenfold. Grateful for the couple's life-saving kindness, Nezha embraced his role as the third son of the Huang family with utmost dedication. Residing in the Huang household at Jiepai Pass, Nezha received affection from Huang Feihu's parents, General Huang Gun and Lady Huang, though their regard did not quite match that of their biological grandchildren, Huang Tianhua and Huang Yin. Nevertheless, their warmth surpassed that of Li Jing's mother, Lady Yao Tianxiang. Huang Feihu's sister, Huang Fei, a favored consort of King Zhou, also offered Nezha considerable care, far exceeding that of Li Jing's sister, Li Nishang. Huang Tianhua and Huang Yin treated Nezha not merely as a younger brother, but rather as a companion. Huang Tianhua often urged Nezha to showcase his fire-breathing talents. In the blink of an eye, Nezha had resided in the Huang household for an entire month. Had he not awakened memories that did not belong to this realm, he would have escaped the Huang residence, accompanied by the flying boy, Lei Jinzi, to the majestic Mount Huashan, eventually finding himself ensnared alongside Yang Jian, the three-eyed boy, and Lei Jinzi by the mountain deity of Huashan. In the grand calamity of the Fengshen era, Nezha was undeniably the fated child of destiny. While Yang Jian, the three-eyed boy, may not have boasted an extraordinary lineage akin to that of otherworldly progeny, he and Lei Jinzi were indeed endowed with exceptional talents, sharing a destiny similar to Nezha's. The deity of Mount Huashan imprisoned Nezha, Yang Jian, and Lei Jinzi at the behest of the goddess NWA, intending to hone their abilities through rigorous trial in this realm. Nezha awakens with memories that do not belong to this world, possessing a clear understanding of future events. Naturally, he would not disregard the young master of the Huang family, opting instead to dwell as a wild man on Mount Huashan with Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi, enduring hardships together. As for the West Mount God honing the skills of Nezha, Yang Jian, and Lei Jinzi, after a decade of rigorous training on Mount Huashan, although they could defeat the West Mount God, collectively they still fell short against even a single claw of Ao Bing, the Dragon King's third son. Subsequently, Nezha's ability to contend with Ao Bing was entirely reliant on the two innate treasures, the Universal Silk and the Universe Ring. Given that he was already aware of the 10 years squandered under the West Mount God's tutelage, Nezha wisely chose to remain in the Huang residence, cultivating martial arts alongside Huang Feihu. Though this world is a domain of divine appointment, it is also a grand era of martial prowess, wherein practitioners may ascend to immortality or divinity through their cultivation. Among the four great kings of Chaoge, aside from the esteemed Ji Chong, the others are true immortals of martial arts, capable of subduing divine beasts and vanquishing demons. In his past life, Nezha, as the fire deity, met his demise at the hands of one of the four great kings, Li Jing. Huang Feihu subdued one of the four divine beasts, the five-colored cattle, as a steed, while Su Hu tamed the fire phoenix, showcasing their formidable abilities. Regrettably, although Li Jing possessed the cultivation of a martial immortal, he lacked divine weapons or beastly mounts. His remarkable achievements rivaling those of Huang Feihu and Su Hu are attributed to the support of Yin Shenyang, his virtuous wife, who excels in both martial and Taoist practices. Huang Feihu's martial prowess stands unrivaled among the four great kings. Thus, Nezha's training under Huang Feihu far surpasses the feudal decade spent with the Westmount god. Although Nezha is the destined child, to the likes of NWA and other formidable beings, he remains merely a pawn. These powerful entities, utilizing pawns like the Westmount god to guide Nezha, harbor no intention of assisting him. Rather, they seek to undermine his foundational growth, preventing him from attaining their level of power. The so-called destined child, the protagonist of an era, must be meticulously dismantled upon discovery. Unless Nezha possesses an extraordinary protective aura, even a being as mighty as NWA would be rendered foolish by his destined child's halo. Otherwise, the great powers of this world would never allow Nezha to flourish. Considering Nezha's original fate, he first wasted 10 precious years under the command of the Westmount god, followed by entanglements with Yang Lianhua, leading to the slaying of the Dragon King's third son, thus incurring a karmic debt. Ultimately, he mutilated himself, returning flesh to his parents and destroying his innate divine body, forged from the fusion of spiritual stones and flesh. This illustrates that Nezha's status as the destined child did not render the powers of this world oblivious. After the karmic retribution, although Nezha was reborn in the form of a lotus root, his cultivation never surged forward again. Moreover, he has fallen from the esteemed commander of the three armies, equivalent to that of a princely lord, to a mere vanguard in the campaign against King Zhou, relegated to a status akin to that of Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, thus becoming indistinguishable from masses. Chapter 3. The Butterfly's Wings Alter Destiny. Although this realm is a world of deification, it remains but a small universe, with only two true powers residing within it. One of these formidable beings is the revered goddess Enhua, who manifests her divine presence, while the other is the enigmatic primordial supreme being, whose name is known but whose form remains unseen, bestowing the investiture of the gods upon Jiangxia. Due to its nature as a diminutive world, both Enhua and the primordial supreme being, despite being hailed as saints, possess only the cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal, granting them the ability to endure through the ages within this realm, transcending the currents of fate. Beneath the esteemed Enhua and the primordial supreme being, there exists the disciple of the latter, Yun Changzi, along with Shen Gongbao, who possess the cultivation of the immortal golden immortal. The remaining four divine beasts, the three celestial kings, Yin Shenyang, the nine-tailed fox spirit, Lu Pipa, and the formidable dog-like giants, while varying in strength, all reside within the realm of true immortals. Huang Feihu, who is trained under the guidance of Yun Changzi, stands as the unrivaled champion among the four celestial kings. Even with Su Hu's assistance from the Yin-Yang Mirror and the Fire Phoenix, he remains no match for Huang Feihu. Should Li Jing lack the support of his wife? In Shenyang, it is likely that even two Li Jings combined would not suffice to challenge Huang Feihu. On the first day of the second month at the Huang residence, after performing 3 fire-breathing displays for Huang Tianhua in the morning, Nezha managed to extricate himself from Huang Tianhua's clutches and ventured alone into Huang Feihu's study. Within the study, Huang Feihu reclined in a spacious armchair, engrossed in a bamboo scroll of military strategy. Upon hearing Nezha's footsteps, he did not lift his gaze and remarked, "Nezha, have you come to your father with intentions of returning to your home in Chaogou? Child pays respects to my adoptive father." Nezha bowed to Huang Feihu and then shook his head in response. "I am quite content residing in the Huang household. My grandfather, grandmother, adoptive father, adoptive mother, and my adoptive siblings treat me as if I were their own kin. I harbor no longing for my home in Chaogou. I have come to seek teachings from my adoptive father on the ways of martial cultivation." Huang Feihu turned his head, gazing at Nezha with a look of confusion. "Have your father and mother not imparted any cultivation methods to you?" In Huang Feihu's perspective, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, both of noble heritage and trained by esteemed masters, could easily have bestowed sufficient knowledge upon Nezha to serve him a lifetime, rendering his quest for tutelage unnecessary. Huang Feihu himself, despite his prowess as the foremost martial force among the four celestial kings, could not claim superiority over the teachings of Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, having achieved his standing solely through the guidance of Yun Changzi. Yet, Huang Feihu was unaware of the estrangement between Nezha and Li Jing, a relationship devoid of animosity. After Nezha's birth, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang had treated him as an orphan, leaving him in the nurturing care of the Enhua Palace. Although he had learned a section of the classic of filial piety under Yin Shenyang's tutelage, he had not acquired any of the skills possessed by Li Jing and Yin Shenyang. Reluctant to disclose that he had not been raised as a true son by them, Nezha chose silence as his response. Huang Feihu, being a perceptive individual, sensed the underlying currents in their exchange. If Li Jing and Yin Shenyang had truly embraced Nezha as their beloved child, they would never have cast him aside at Feihu Gorge. hoping for him to meet a tragic end at the jaws of the tigers dwelling there. Nezha, should you wish to pursue martial arts and the path of cultivation, you may do so, but you must follow your father and become a disciple under the esteemed Yusu Palace's master Yuan Shi Tianzun. I shall first impart to you the methods of martial cultivation, once you attain the status of a true immortal. I will lead you to Mount Zhongnan to pay homage to our revered master, Yin Zhongzi. With my master's permission, I shall further transmit to you the teachings of the Tao. Nezha's being, formed from the fusion of spiritual stones and flesh, harbors boundless potential to ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Huang Feihu harbored no doubt that under his guidance, Nezha would achieve the status of a true immortal in martial arts. Upon hearing Huang Feihu's willingness to teach him, Nezha immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, honorable father. Nezha will strive with all his might to repay your immense kindness. Huang Feihu rose and patted Nezha's shoulder, saying, Good child. From this day forth, you shall practice our sect's sacred technique, the 9 transformations of primordial energy. However, I possess only the methods for the 8 or 9 transformations. Should you reach the golden immortal realm, you may seek the complete 9 transformations from our master, Yin Zhongzi. The full 9 transformations allow one to attain the great Luo golden immortal realm, transcending the 3 realms and 6 paths. As Huang Feihu was imparting the 9 transformations to Nezha, the goddess Nuwa appeared above the boundary of the world, gazing down upon the Huang residence with an inscrutable expression. After a long pause, she sighed in resignation. The child of destiny is indeed difficult to extinguish. Whether raised in the Li Jing household or the Huang household, Nezha, under their influences, would inevitably refrain from reckless acts such as slaying the Dragon King's 3rd son, Ao Bing, and falling into calamity. Nuwa commanded the deity of Xia Mountain to confine Nezha, Yang Jian, and Lei Jinzi on Mount Hua for 10 years, not merely to prevent Nezha from cultivating, but primarily to instill in him a character of unruliness and capriciousness. Now that Nezha has not escaped from the Huang residence, Nuwa finds herself unable to intervene directly. Had she the power to alter Nezha's fate, she would have long since silenced this child of destiny, quashing him in his infancy to prevent his emergence as yet another great Luo golden immortal. However, as a child of destiny, Nezha possesses both human fortune and celestial decree. Should Nuwa attempt to act directly against him, the backlash from fate could threaten even her existence, despite her status as a great Luo golden immortal. Thus, while she dares to appear before the deity of Sam Mountain and use him as a pawn to guide Nezha, she refrains from approaching Nezha directly. Master Yuan Shi, will you permit Nezha to continue his ascent? A voice of great authority echoed beside Nuwa. Why persist in such fixation, my friend? The child of destiny can only be guided, not obstructed. Since Nezha has not departed from the Huang residence, it appears to be the will of heaven. The destiny of Nezha. Do you, my friend, wish to defy the heavens? Even the goddess Enwa would lack the courage to do so. Even if she were to neglect Nezha's growth, it would merely result in the emergence of a 3rd player in the grand game of existence. Moreover, Nezha's greatest calamity does not come from the Dragon King's 3rd son. Lady Yin, of the Western Mount Hua, received a decree from Enwa instructing the deity of the Western Mount to confine Nezha along with Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi after Nezha's arrival at Mount Hua. However, as fate would have it, Nezha did not arrive on time. After consuming all the provisions available, Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi departed from Mount Hua, unimpeded by the deity of the mountain. As Nezha's destiny shifted, so too did the fates of Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi. Upon leaving Mount Hua, Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi found refuge in the city of Shiqi, taken in by the noble Ji Chang. As Lei Jinzi was orphaned, Ji Chang adopted him as his 100th son. In contrast, Yang Jian still had a father and a sister living. Thus, Ji Chang, foreseeing the outcome, refrained from adopting him. Within Ji Chang's household, Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi experienced a life of luxury, training in martial arts alongside Ji Chang's sons, Bo Weikao and GFA. Regrettably, although Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi began their martial training concurrently with Nezha, they were not the children of destiny, and their potential for cultivation paled in comparison to Nezha's. According to the original fate, Nezha, Yang Jian, and Lei Jinzi were all similarly wasted a decade by the deity of the Western Mount. Upon acquiring the fire spear transformed from the righteous arrow among Xuanyuan's 3 arrows, Nezha immediately attained the pinnacle of true immortality. Even should the 4 great kings of Chaga, Huang Feihu, and Suhu join forces, they would find it arduous to harm Nezha, who is shielded by the protective fabric of the heavens. Conversely, Yang Jian could only reach the pinnacle of true immortality after consuming the 9 transformation spirit pill refined by Shingonbao. As for Lei Jinzi, his strength was negligible, easily bested by the 4 divine beasts. However, by the time Yang Jian caught up to Nezha in strength, Nezha had already sacrificed his own boundless potential 5 years prior, undergoing the ritual of bone and flesh repayment to his parents, and since then, his strength had seen no advancement. Had Nezha not forsaken his inherently powerful primordial body, it is likely that by the time Yang Jian achieved the pinnacle of true immortality through the 9-transformation spirit pill, Nezha would have already unveiled his intrinsic potential to become an immortal golden celestial. Chapter 4. The Foolish Holy Mother and the Huang family maiden possessing a primordial divine body. Forged from the fusion of spiritual stones and flesh, combined with the fortuitous blessings that befit a child of destiny, Nezha would progress rapidly in both martial and celestial cultivation. After beginning his training in the 9-transformation origin skill under Huang Feihu, Nezha, rather than becoming complacent due to his vast potential, devoted himself to relentless practice. Training 24 hours a day, even while asleep. As seasons changed and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Under the relentless pursuit of rigorous training year after year, Nezha, at the tender age of 14, successfully cultivated the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong to the 7th level. Ascending to the realm of true immortal and martial arts. The paths of martial and celestial arts ultimately converge. Upon entering the true immortal state, even a martial true immortal, having approached the Tao through martial means, can harness mystical powers and perform extraordinary spells. Over the past 6 years, Nezha dedicated himself solely to the cultivation of the Tao, neglecting the magical arts. Although he achieved the 7th level of 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, he had not mastered the transformative techniques associated with it nor the celestial transformations of the 36 changes of Tiangang. Upon attaining the true immortal status in martial arts, Nezha ceased his relentless training of 9 transformations of Yuan Gong and began to learn the transformative techniques from his adoptive father, Huang Feihu. As for the 36 changes of Tiangang, Huang Feihu, being a martial true immortal himself and focused solely on the Tao, had never practiced these techniques and thus was unable to teach them to Nezha. To learn the 36 changes of Tiangang, Nezha would have to journey to Zhongnan Mountain and seek guidance from Huang Feihu's master, Yin Zhongzi. After mastering the transformative techniques of 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, Nezha joined the Huang family's military forces at Jipaiguan, where he, alongside his adoptive brother Huang Tianhua, learned the art of military formation and troop management from Huang Gun and his father Huang Feihu. The Huang family, a lineage of loyal generals spanning 7 generations, saw Nezha and Huang Tianhua embody the roles of the family's 2 young masters, eager to accumulate military merit after achieving their studies. The 2 sons of General Li Jing from Chin'ang Pass, Li Jinjia and Li Muza, had already joined the Li family army 2 years prior to amass their own accolades, and were on the verge of becoming prominent commanders within it. However, their rapid rise was not solely due to their exceptional feats but rather because they were the biological sons of the Grand Marshal Li Jing. 2 years swiftly passed, and now Nezha was 16. Through 2 years of diligent training, he had mastered all the transformative techniques of 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of true immortal and martial arts. Over the past 8 years, Nezha's path of cultivation had been smooth, devoid of any bottlenecks. As long as his power accumulated sufficiently, he could effortlessly break through to higher realms. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of true immortal status, Nezha faced his first true bottleneck. Without overcoming this hurdle, no amount of time spent in training would elevate him to even higher realms, compelling Nezha to abandon his previous relentless pursuits. Within the tent of the right vanguard of the Huang family's military camp at Jipaiguan, Nezha opened his eyes after concluding his training, exhaling a resigned sigh. According to the original destiny, Nezha was destined to attain the pinnacle of true immortal status at 18, relying on his innate potential. After 8 years of tireless dedication, he had finally reached this esteemed height at the age of 16. Yet, if I cannot forge an immortal spirit and attain the golden immortal status within 2 years, I shall remain at the pinnacle of the true immortal realm in martial arts at the age of 18, which means that Nezha's fate remains unchanged. It seems I must seek to alter my destiny through other means. With this thought in mind, Nezha picked up his right vanguard token from the table before him. In a mere 2 years of service with the Huang family army, he had already accumulated enough merit alongside his sworn brother, Huang Tianhua, to become both the left and right vanguards of the army. As for the specifics of his achievements through relentless training, Nezha himself was quite oblivious. Regardless, he is now known as Huang Nezha, and even if all the soldiers in the Huang family army were aware that he had no military accomplishments to speak of, they would not oppose his elevation to the rank of Right Vanguard General. Deputy Commander, convey my orders. At dawn tomorrow, I want all 3,000 of my troops assembled at the camp gates, ready to march against the Chang tribes. Your command shall be executed. After the Deputy Commander, stationed outside the tent, departed upon receiving his orders, the tent flaps were suddenly drawn aside, and a delicate and beautiful young maiden entered Nezha's tent. "Third brother, I have come to bring you your meal." The young maiden, carrying a lunchbox, approached the table, squatted down, and arranged the food upon the low table before Nezha. While it is permissible for a female general to serve in the army, it is uncommon for an ordinary girl to don civilian attire amid the troops. However, this enchanting maiden was an exception, for she was Huang Yan, the beloved daughter of the esteemed Marshal Huang Feihu. Sister, you, the illustrious daughter of the Huang family. Degrading yourself to the role of a servant is truly unbecoming. Upon hearing Nezha's sharp tongue, Huang Yan felt no offense. She understood that Nezha's words were mere expressions of concern, aimed at discouraging her from engaging in menial tasks typically assigned to servants. Taking care of my brother is not a matter of dignity. Eldest brother does not admonish me, yet you, second brother, criticize me daily. When I was ill, weren't you the one who personally tended the fire to brew my medicine? Noticing Huang Yan daring to retort, Nezha furrowed his brow and replied, I truly tire of arguing with you. Huang Yan, the esteemed young lady of the Huang family, possessed beauty, grace, and a kind disposition. Her only flaw was a lack of intellect, coupled with an overly compassionate heart, rendering her somewhat naive. In her original destiny, upon encountering the three-eyed youth Yang Jian, she perceived him as a mountain spirit, lacking in wit and possessing a voracious appetite, and concluded that no girl would ever wish to marry him due to his impoverished background. Thus, in a fit of misguided benevolence, she resolved to marry Yang Jian herself, succoring her overflowing maternal instincts. Otherwise, considering the many diligent and capable servants within the Huang residence, why would Huang Yan not choose to wed another servant? Was it merely because Yang Jian possessed one extra eye? If Huang Yan's voluntary submission to such a fate was not driven by her excessive compassion, then it could be attributed to the shift in destiny after Nezha underwent a transformation, wherein Yang Jian supplanted Nezha as the fated child, thereby attracting fortune and inadvertently capturing Huang Yan's inexplicable affection. In the present day, Nezha, having received the nurturing grace of the Huang family and formed a fraternal bond with Huang Yan, could not bear to witness Huang Yan plunging into the perilous abyss represented by the three-eyed child, Yang Jian. In the trajectory of Huang Yan's original fate, her early life consisted of merely a few months as Yang Jian's wife, after which she was forsaken by him, leaving behind her grandparents, parents, elder brother, and other family members to endure the trials of raising their son alone. Had it not been for Lady Huang's discreet assistance, it is likely that Huang Yan would have perished alongside her child from starvation. Meanwhile, during Huang Yan's agonizing struggles, Yang Jian reveled in the company of the female general, Deng Chanyu, for over a decade, basking in mutual affection. Yang Jian neither explicitly rejected Deng Chanyu's affections, nor showed any concern for Huang Yan's well-being, nor did he ever contemplate visiting her, rather than allowing Yang Jian, who disregarded Huang Yan's fate, to shatter her fleeting happiness. It would be more prudent to alter Huang Yan's tragic destiny and facilitate a harmonious union for Yang Jian and Deng Chanyu akin to that of Li Jing and Yin Shenyang. Observing Nezha diligently consuming his meal in silence, Huang Yan propped her chin on her hands, her gaze fixed upon his earnest demeanor. She suddenly recalled the earlier events and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Third brother, ever since father appointed you as the right vanguard, you have never issued commands to the deputy commander. What order did you give just now? Nezha, without reservation, replied, I instructed the deputy commander to relay to my subordinates that we shall march against the Changrong at dawn tomorrow. Chapter 5. Preemptively engaging the Changrong 2 years ahead. The true external threat that the Great Shang must subdue is, of course, the four great feudal lords who, while ostensibly submissive to Chaoga, have long become formidable entities beyond control. The so-called Changrong and Guifang, two minor barbarian states, pose little more than a nuisance to the Great Shang dynasty. Following the ascension of the current emperor, King Zhou, the Guifang presented their princess, Lu Pipa, to him as a consort, and the Changrong showed no signs of unrest. Upon hearing Nezha express his intention to lead his troops against the Changrong, Huang Yan's eyes widened in alarm as she exclaimed, Nezha, have you lost your mind? The Changrong have maintained peace with the Great Shang for years. If you instigate a war with them, how many heads do you have for the king to sever? Moreover, you command only 3,000 troops, which is utterly insufficient to confront the Changrong. Although they do not rival the four great lords, they can muster 20 to 30,000 soldiers with their able-bodied men and women, coupled with their familiarity with the mountainous terrain. Your endeavor to assault the Changrong with merely 3,000 soldiers would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. Nezha was well aware that the Changrong leader, known as the Giant of Changrong, would not attain mastery over certain mystical abilities from the 36 transformations of Tiangang for another 2 years before inciting rebellion. Should Nezha initiate hostilities against the Changrong now, victory would certainly yield favorable outcomes, yet defeat would invoke the wrath of Emperor Zhou. Observing the worried expression on Huang Yan's delicate face, Nezha gently placed his right hand on her head, stroking it softly, and smiled, Second sister, Our aunt is indeed the favored concubine of the king. Even if I were to falter in battle against the Chang, the king would not take my life. You need not worry, Huang Yin exclaimed, rolling her eyes in frustration. I am not concerned about the king's wrath. Rather, I fear the Chang leader may take your head. Absolutely not. I must inform grandfather and father. You cannot act recklessly. With that, Huang Yin rose and made her way outside. Stay your ground. Nezha, unwilling to allow Huang Yin to thwart his plans, employed a spell to immobilize her. He formed his right hand into a sword with his index and middle fingers and directed his power toward her. Lacking both martial and celestial training, Huang Yin was unable to resist Nezha's spell and stood frozen, her body leaning toward the ground. Just before she fell, Nezha utilized his divine movement technique to appear beside her, lifting her in a princess carry and gently placing her on a bed of straw. Sister, you shall rest in my tent for the night. When I depart in the morning, I shall release you from this spell. Huang Yin could not speak. Her anxious gaze fixed upon Nezha, as if she had something of great importance to convey. However, Nezha paid her no mind and returned to his low table, contemplating his plans to alter his fate. As night fell, Huang Yan's maid, unable to await her return, hurried to report to Huang Tianhua. With the old General Huang Gun and the commander Huang Feihu absent from the camp, the authority naturally fell to the eldest son, Huang Tianhua. Upon learning that his sister had not returned to her tent, he immediately inquired about her whereabouts from several deputy generals. One deputy, responsible for patrolling the camp, leaned close to Huang Tianhua and whispered, "Report to the eldest son. The second miss entered the third young master's tent and has not emerged since." Realizing Huang Yin was with Nezha, Huang Tianhua first sighed in relief, then furrowed his brow. Though Huang Yin and Nezha were siblings in name, Nezha was of the Li family, not of the Huang lineage. The thought of Huang Yin spending the night in Nezha's tent raised concerns. After ensuring that the deputy generals and Huang Yan's maid had been dismissed, Huang Tianhua sighed. This matter must be reported to father and mother, to prevent Yin'er and Nezha from engaging in any scandalous union. Huang Tianhua would, of course, be pleased to see Huang Yin wed to Nezha. Though Nezha was a foster son of the Huang family, his true identity was that of the third son of Li Jing, one of the four great kings of Chaogu, making him a suitable match for Huang Yin. Huang Tianhua recognized that his sister was somewhat naive and overly compassionate. If he did not arrange for her marriage to Nezha, it would not be surprising if one day she encountered a young beggar on the street, feeling pity for him and deciding to marry him to satisfy her altruistic heart. Thus, even though Huang Yin and Nezha were currently cohabiting as unmarried individuals, Huang Tianhua had no intention of disrupting their budding relationship. Unfortunately, the reality diverged significantly from his expectations. Despite being immobilized by Nezha's spell, he had not taken any further action against Huang Yin. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Nezha untied the immobilization spell cast on Huang Yin. When Huang Yin rushed to Huang Tianhua's tent, imploring him to send word to Huang Gun and Huang Feihu, urging him to stop Nezha, Nezha had already departed the military camp with his contingent of 3,000 troops. The Huang family's army, a formidable force of 50,000 stationed at Jipaiguan, was not there to guard against the canines, but rather to suppress the western Qi governed by Ji Chang. Should Nezha have taken away tens of thousands of soldiers, it would have hindered the Huang army's ability to maintain order in the west, inevitably inciting the wrath of King Zhou Xian. However, with only 3,000 troops in tow, Nezha posed no threat to the Huang army's mission. Even if his campaign against the canines were to falter, King Zhou Xian would not truly punish Nezha, for the losses would not be borne by the troops of Chaoga, but rather by the Huang family's own soldiers. 2 years hence, when the canine chieftain would rise in rebellion, he would not only possess the cultivation of a true celestial being, but would also have mastered the divine arts of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, specifically the abilities to summon wind and rain, and to alter his size at will, thus enabling him to manipulate the weather of the canine territory and transform into a towering giant of several meters in height, augmenting his strength. At present, Nezha's premature assault on the canines found their giants still untrained in the divine arts, negating the necessity for Yang Lianhua to consent to wed the Dragon King's third prince, Ao Bing, to invoke the prince's powers to alleviate the drought wrought by the canine giants. Nezha, accompanied by his 3,000 soldiers, traversed 100 miles a day, swiftly arriving at the territory of the canine tribe. Historically, the Shang dynasty had primarily sought to pacify the canines and the ghosts, leaving them unprepared for Nezha's incursion. Within a mere 3 days, Nezha, with his 3,000 troops, eradicated and reclaimed over 100 tribes, ultimately reaching the royal city of the canine giants. The giants, engrossed in their cultivation of the divine arts within the city, were compelled to cease their practices upon Nezha's approach, filled with indignation as they emerged to confront him. As the canine chieftain led a force of over 10,000 bald-headed soldiers out of the city, Nezha commanded his 3,000 troops to retreat from the battle, choosing to face the canine chieftain alone. Although Nezha's soldiers were indeed elite, their numbers were insufficient, while they might prevail against an unprepared canine tribe. Engaging in combat with the chieftain's formidable warriors would only lead to unnecessary casualties. As the canine chieftain brandished his wolf-toothed club and charged towards Nezha, Nezha simultaneously summoned the Qianquan circle to strike at the chieftain's head while drawing forth the Hunyuan silk. This silk, a companion treasure of Nezha, had long manifested as a protective garment but was, in truth, a 7-foot-long red ribbon capable of autonomously binding foes. Furthermore, the Hunyuan silk could extend and retract at will. Capable of regeneration even when severed and harnessed with great magical power, it could envelop all creation and upheave the very seas. Upon retrieving the Hunyuan silk, Nezha immediately empowered it with his own magical might, causing it to stretch infinitely towards the canine chieftain. At this moment, as the chieftain was preoccupied with fending off the assault of the Qianquan circle, he had no time to evade the oncoming sweep of the Hunyuan silk. When the mixed heaven ribbon enveloped the leader of the Dogrong, he attempted to leverage his own strength to pry it open, only to discover its unparalleled tenacity and unimaginable power. Ensnaring the Dogrong leader with the ribbon, Nezha then affixed the universe ring around the leader's neck, gradually constricting it while approaching with a teasing smile. The combined might of these two treasures is such that even the third prince of the Dragon King would be subdued. Dogrong leader, I have spared your life not out of mercy, but in pursuit of the cultivation method for your 36 transformations of the Celestial Gang. If you wish to avoid suffering, you should relinquish the secrets of the 36 transformations. Chapter 6. The 36 Divine Powers of the Celestial Gang. The strength of the Dogrong leader was hardly formidable. In the original course of fate, even Li Jing, the weakest among the three great kings, could wound him with a single sword strike. 2 years later, the Dogrong leader would stir up chaos in his region, relying on his ability to manipulate the weather with summoning wind and rain, which plunged the land of Dogrong into drought, thereby straining the supply lines of the Shang army. Additionally, he utilized size and proportion to transform into a giant, augmenting his power to the peak level of a true immortal in martial arts. However, with Nezha's advance against the Dogrong 2 years early, the leader had yet to master the 36 transformations of the Celestial Gang. Even without relying on the powers of the universe ring and mixed heaven ribbon, Nezha, with his own peak true immortal martial prowess, could easily overpower and defeat the Dogrong leader. With all his magical energy, Nezha effortlessly unleashed the powers of the universe ring and mixed heaven ribbon, easily vanquishing the Dogrong leader and turning him into a captive. As Nezha interrogated the leader, compelling him to divulge the secrets of the 36 transformations, the sight of their leader in Nezha's grasp incited the surrounding Dogrong warriors to charge at him in a desperate attempt to rescue their chief. Although Nezha had not taken a life in this lifetime, he did not hesitate to defend himself against the oncoming Dogrong warriors, unleashing his Samadhi true fire upon them. The Samadhi true fire, a rather commonplace celestial technique, derives its potency from the practitioner's level of magical prowess. At present, Nezha, being at the pinnacle of martial arts as a true immortal, could incinerate even formidable beings like the 1,000-year-old demon Lupipa. The Dogrong warriors, mere mortals, stood no chance against the might of the Samadhi true fire. As hundreds of the Dogrong warriors were instantly reduced to ashes, their fear of Nezha, having subdued their leader, transformed him in their eyes into a fire-breathing demon, prompting them to flee in terror. After Nezha's triumph over the Dogrong leader, the remaining warriors dared not assault him again, for he had not yet taken a life. While the Dogrong warriors respected Nezha's overwhelming power, they had not yet cultivated a sense of fear towards him. At this moment, Nezha unleashed the Samadhi true fire, incinerating hundreds of the canine-headed warriors in an instant. In the eyes of the canine-headed soldiers, Nezha transformed into a terrifying entity, akin to a demon or specter, as if remaining before him would lead to their merciless immolation. Following the chaotic retreat of the canine-headed soldiers, their leader, with fearful eyes, addressed Nezha, saying, "General of the Great Shang, I am willing to surrender the method of the 36 transformations of the Celestial General to you. But you must swear to the heavens that you will not take my life." Had it been the original Nezha, he would have slain the canine-headed leader outright to achieve military glory. However, the Nezha of the present, awakened with memories from beyond this realm, found greater value in acquiring the cultivation method of the 36 transformations than in claiming the leader's head as a trophy. Thus, upon hearing the leader's plea, Nezha responded without hesitation, "Very well. Canine-headed leader, I now swear to the heavens that as long as you impart the 36 transformations to me, I guarantee your life will be spared." With that, Nezha promptly retracted the mystic ribbon, signaling his goodwill. As the Qianquan circle still restrained the canine-headed leader's neck, the leader, upon regaining his freedom, did not flee but instead bowed respectfully to Nezha and said, "General of the Great Shang, the cultivation method of the 36 transformations resides within my palace. Please follow me." Nezha nodded and followed the canine-headed leader into the royal city of the canine tribe. With confidence in his ability to overpower the leader, Nezha harbored no concerns about potential ambushes within the royal palace. Contrary to any treachery, the palace held no schemes against Nezha. Although the leader harbored intentions to incite rebellion after mastering the spells of calling the wind and rain, and size and proportion, he had yet to initiate any uprising. A fragile peace had been maintained between the Great Shang and the canine tribe for several years. Fully aware of his inability to confront Nezha, the canine leader's only desire was to expedite Nezha's departure, subsequently reporting him to King Zhou of the Shang for attacking an ally. Upon entering the palace, the canine leader presented 2 stone tablets inscribed with the methods for cultivating, calling the wind and rain, and size and proportion. After memorizing the cultivation methods for both spells, Nezha immediately shattered the tablets with his mystical power and confronted the leader, demanding, "Canine-headed leader, the 36 transformations consist of 36 spells. Yet you have only provided me with 2. Do you seek death?" Seeing Nezha's menacing demeanor, the canine leader hastily replied, "General, allow me to explain. The master who imparted these spells to me only taught me calling the wind and rain, and size and proportion. He did not bestow upon me any others. Even if you were to slay me, I possess no additional methods." In the original course of fate, 2 years hence, when Nezha would campaign against the canine tribe, the leader, until his demise, had never employed spells beyond calling the wind and rain, and size and proportion, clearly indicating that he genuinely lacked any other cultivation methods. Nezha gazed coldly at the leader of the Xiongnu for a moment, and suddenly with a flick of his right hand, he retracted the Qianquan circle. Just as the Xiongnu leader breathed a sigh of relief, Nezha, having grasped the Qianquan circle with his right hand, abruptly swung it, striking the leader's abdomen with a resounding thud. The impact shattered the leader's energy center, causing his martial essence and magical power to drain away like a torrent. Caught off guard by Nezha's sudden assault, the weakened Xiongnu leader widened his eyes in disbelief, his expression twisted with rage as he glared at Nezha. "What do you mean?" he stammered. Nezha, with an impassive demeanor, replied coldly, "I merely stated that I would not kill you. I never claimed I would spare your powers. Xiongnu leader, my decision not to end your life is not due to my previous vow, but rather because you still hold some value for me." After uttering these words, Nezha began to cultivate the size and proportion, divine ability before the Xiongnu leader, protected by the mysterious sky silk. Nezha felt no concern that the now powerless leader could harm him. His innate divine body, brimming with boundless potential and accompanied by celestial fortune, allowed Nezha to successfully master the size and proportion technique in just half an hour. Once he perfected the divine ability, Nezha immediately seized the Xiongnu leader and brought him outside the royal palace, where he unleashed the size and proportion technique, transforming into a towering giant of 100 feet tall. Although the Xiongnu leader also practiced the same technique, his magical prowess limited him to a height of merely several tens of meters. In contrast, Nezha's extraordinary talent and peak celestial power enabled him to achieve such a transformation effortlessly, as if he had brought the size and proportion technique to the realm of law of heaven and earth. Upon witnessing Nezha, a colossal figure of divine and demonic stature, the inhabitants of the Xiongnu city fell to their knees in sheer terror, worshipping him. Nezha cast his gaze across the royal city, and with a voice like thunder, proclaimed, "All Xiongnu, heed my words. Your leader has been vanquished by me. From this moment on, all of you are to obey my commands, follow my orders, and I shall ensure your sustenance and warmth. Should anyone dare to defy me, I will reduce them and their entire family to ashes." With that, Nezha unleashed a torrent of true flames. Chapter 7. Discussion of merits and demerits at the palace of Chaoga. Nezha pondered that he lacked the ability to persuade the Xiongnu people through mere rhetoric, compelling them to willingly submit to him. Thus, he resolved to instill in them a sense of reverence, treating him as a deity while simultaneously employing the threat of death to intimidate them. Under Nezha's judicious combination of grace and menace, the outcome proved remarkably effective. The Xiongnu inhabitants laid down their arms, surrendering willingly to his rule. After subduing the Xiongnu royal city, Nezha, accompanied by his 3,000 troops and the Xiongnu leader, commenced the conquest of the various tribes throughout the Xiongnu territories. The tribes of the Dog Rome, upon witnessing their chief rendered powerless by Nezha, a being capable of transforming into a towering demon belching divine flames, dared not defy him and readily chose to submit. In the present, the capital of Chaoga enjoys peace. Even in times of conflict, The foremost choice for King Zhou of Shang to dispatch troops is the couple Li Jing and Yin Shinyang. This has led many to speculate that King Zhou intends for Li Jing to accrue military achievements, potentially rising to the rank of the four great heavenly kings. Upon receiving an urgent message from his son Huang Tianhua via a carrier pigeon, Huang Feihu, foreseeing the gravity of the situation, did not inform King Zhou and promptly departed from Chaoga on his five-colored divine ox, racing back to the Jipaiguan Pass. After arriving at the Huang family's military camp and learning the intricate details from his son, Huang Feihu decided against mobilizing the army. Instead, he rode alone towards the territory of the Dogrong. Nezha had been waging war against the Dogrong for several days. Should Nezha's campaign proceed smoothly, there would be no need for reinforcements. However, if he faced adversity, even becoming encircled or captured by the Dogrong chief, Huang Feihu possessed the confidence to rescue Nezha single-handedly. Bringing an army would only serve as a hindrance in such an endeavor. As Huang Feihu delved deeper into the Dogrong territory, he was astonished to find every tribe he encountered flying the banner of the Shang. Upon reaching the Dogrong royal city, he observed both the Shang banner and one bearing yellow characters. It appeared that the land of the Dogrong had been assimilated into the Shang domain, with a general of the Huang surname stationed at the royal city. Could it be that Nezha, this rebellious son, had subdued the entirety of the Dogrong with merely 3,000 men? While this conjecture seemed implausible, it was not entirely outside the realm of possibility. Riding his five-colored divine ox to the gates of the royal city, Huang Feihu was greeted by soldiers of the Huang family army, who, upon recognizing their commander, bowed respectfully in welcome. Upon entering the city, Huang Feihu proceeded directly to the palace of the Dogrong chief. No soldier dared impede his path as he made his way through the palace. Upon entering the grand hall where Nezha practiced the divine art of summoning winds and rains, he sensed Huang Feihu's arrival. Ceasing his training, Nezha opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and saluted Huang Feihu, declaring, "This humble servant, Nezha, pays respects to the heavenly king." "You audacious rebel," Huang Feihu exclaimed, initially relieved to see Nezha unharmed, but quickly transformed his relief into ire. "Without the commander's orders, you dare to lead troops into battle. This is a breach of military law. Without the king's decree, you dare to invade the Dogrong. This is a violation of national law. Nezha, do you comprehend the gravity of your transgressions?" "I am unaware of any wrongdoing," Nezha replied, unperturbed. "If the heavenly king believes Nezha has erred, please report my actions to the king and let him decide my fate." "You ungrateful child," Huang Feihu fumed, his frustration evident. "You find yourself at the border of Jipaiguan, yet you claim to understand the nature of our sovereign. We're the great merchant king, not King Zhou of Shang, but rather Emperor Yi or another Shang monarch." Upon learning of Nezha's actions, he would undoubtedly perceive Nezha as harboring treasonous intentions and would seek to eliminate him without hesitation. Alas, our current sovereign is King Zhou of Shang. Though he may exhibit a certain laziness, he is far from foolish. The fact that, after 8 years of his reign, the Shang dynasty continues to triumph in all its endeavors speaks volumes of his capabilities. Should King Zhou become aware of Nezha's deeds, rather than punishing him, he would likely elevate Nezha just as he has favored Deng Jiogong. For Nezha does not merely pose questions to King Zhou, he actively resolves issues for him. Despite Huang Feihu's desire for Nezha not to become a second Deng Jiogong, as a loyal minister in general, he must report Nezha's actions to King Zhou. Contemplating King Zhou's potential reaction, Huang Feihu spoke earnestly. "Nezha, to serve the sovereign is akin to dancing with the tiger. You possess martial prowess that surpasses your father's. You could achieve glory on the battlefield by engaging the enemy openly. Do you wish to emulate Deng Jiogong, a minister reviled for seducing the sovereign?" Upon hearing Huang Feihu's words, Nezha could not help but chuckle. "Father, have you considered why you are the most formidable among the four heavenly kings, yet not their leader nor the king's preferred commander? A true loyal minister alleviates the sovereign's burdens rather than merely claiming to be one. The righteousness of my actions will become clear to you in due time. The Huang family has served as loyal guardians of Jipaiguan for 7 generations. Although they lack the title of feudal lords, in the eyes of King Zhou, they are likely viewed as one of the vassals he seeks to suppress. Much like the Marquis Suhu of Jizhou, the Huang family considers themselves loyal, but this may not align with King Zhou's perspective. 5 days later, in the council hall of the Wang Palace in Chaoga, King Zhou sat majestically upon his dragon throne, glancing at the urgent military report delivered by Huang Feihu. Unable to contain his delight, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Excellent! What a remarkable Huang Nezha! Truly, a tiger begets no dog. And the Huang family is indeed worthy of its 7 generations of loyalty." After praising him, King Zhou's gaze shifted to the civil and military officials in the assembly. And with a cold voice filled with dissatisfaction, he remarked, Even a mere 16-year-old understands the importance of alleviating the sovereign's concerns and conquering the Chang people, transforming their lands into territory for the Shang. Look at you all, grown men in your 30s and beyond, yet you are outdone by a mere child. At the king's reprimand, the civil and military officials exchanged glances, each taken aback. The ministers of the court each adhered to their duties, either complying with King Zhou's commands or contesting them, striving to prevent him from issuing arbitrary decrees. If all civil officials and military generals were to behave like mere echoes, blindly obeying the king's every command, whatever the king desires, they would dutifully execute. Encountering a truly foolish ruler would undoubtedly plunge the realm into chaos due to the capricious orders of such a sovereign. After a moment of silence, Huang Shibugan stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Huang Nezha, disregarding military orders and royal law, has audaciously launched an attack against the Chang. Though he has achieved great merit, this cannot outweigh his transgressions. I beseech your Majesty to demote Huang Nezha to commoner status. As a deterrent to those audacious civil officials and military generals, demote him." King Zhou, Dxin, scoffed derisively. "According to the laws of our kingdom, Huang Nezha has committed treason and should rightfully face the execution of his entire family. Huang Nezha's aunt is my consort, Huang Fei. Shall I execute her as well? Uncle Huang Shibugan? Since Huang Nezha is the right vanguard guarding the border at Jipaiguan, his expedition against the Chang must have been provoked by the Chang's initial assault on our Shang subjects. Given that Huang Nezha's actions were justified, he is therefore deserving of reward rather than punishment. I command that Huang Nezha be summoned to Chaoga post-haste. I intend to grant him grand honors. The Huang family has been a line of military leaders for 7 generations. While they are not officially lords, they effectively command an army of 50,000 at Jipaiguan. Currently, the head of the Huang family, Huang Feihu, possesses remarkable martial prowess, ranking as the foremost warrior among the 4 great kings. Even though it is clear that Huang Nezha has committed a grave offense by endangering his kin, Huang Shibugan only dares to suggest his demotion to commoner. At this moment, with King Zhou himself declaring the Chang's assault on the Shang subjects and validating Huang Nezha's justified actions, the civil officials and military generals had no grounds to oppose King Zhou's intention to reward him. Any further discussion would undoubtedly provoke the Huang family's ire. Chapter 8. A deep affection for his son, in Shenyang. When King Zhou's edict summoning Nezha to Chaoga reached the Chang King city, Nezha and Huang Feihu had already set the governance of the Chang territory on the right path. This was primarily due to Huang Feihu's adept leadership. Nezha, being young, benefited from Huang Feihu's seasoned experience managing the hundreds of thousands of troops and civilians at Jipaiguan, thus skillfully managing the tens of thousands of Chang people. Within the palace of the Chang King city, after handing Nezha the royal edict written on silken cloth, Huang Feihu spoke earnestly, "Nezha, since childhood, you have harbored your own thoughts, and as your father, I would prefer not to impose upon you. However, remember this, do not stray from the righteous path. I would not wish for a day to come when we face each other as enemies on the battlefield." Nezha accepted the silken edict, a confident smile gracing his face as he replied, "Please rest assured, my adoptive father, everything I do now is not driven by any unwarranted ambition. I merely seek to take charge of my own fate. Therefore, you and I shall never become adversaries on the battlefield. Adoptive father, the royal edict has summoned me. I must proceed to Chaoga." Having said this, Nezha respectfully bowed to Huang Feihu. After bidding farewell to Huang Feihu, Nezha departed from Chang King city, accompanied by 50 loyal soldiers, making his way towards the Shang capital, Chaoga. High above in the heavens, the goddess Nuwa gazed down upon Nezha with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Initially residing in the Huang residence, Nezha was bestowed with the teachings of the 9 turns primordial skill by Huang Feihu. Now, with the impending invasion of the Chang Rome 2 years ahead of schedule, it appears that fate has already revealed itself to Nezha, primordial supreme being. In his previous life, Nezha was indeed a spirit pearl from the Yushu Palace, and in this life, he remains your disciple. Should you not take action? The goddess Nuwa could only snort coldly upon hearing the response from the primordial supreme being. In this realm, the calamity of the Fengshen was so profound that even the immortal golden immortals like Yun Zhangzi had to disguise themselves in response to the tribulation, feigning death at the hands of the millennial Pipa spirit, Lu Pipa. The primordial supreme being remained elusive amidst this calamity, free from the worries of having to respond to the tribulation. Although the goddess Nuwa, like the primordial supreme being, was a great Luo golden immortal, if she were to become too deeply embroiled in this calamity, she too might find herself compelled to assume a guise in response. In both his past and present, Nezha is a disciple of the Yushu Palace. And even if he were to ascend to the status of an immortal golden immortal or even a great Luo golden immortal during this calamity, it would merely add another powerful figure to the ranks of the Yushu Palace. The primordial supreme being would undoubtedly welcome this outcome and would not obstruct or intervene as the goddess Nuwa would. After all, Nezha's innate nature is one of purity. Even if he were to become a great Luo golden immortal, he would not betray his master or forsake the primordial supreme being. However, Nezha's growth poses no advantage to the goddess Nuwa. Rather, it presents significant disadvantages. In the future, should Nezha ally with the primordial supreme being, the grand chessboard of this world would be at the mercy of the Yushu Palace. Although she possesses the skill to maneuver pieces, she may find herself cast out from the board. It is infuriating that Nezha remains emotionally detached, unaffected by others. In Nezha's original fate, it was his romantic involvement with Yang Lianhua that led him to slay the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, in a fit of rage, thereby plunging him into peril. Now, although Nezha has not journeyed to the Westqi nor encountered Yang Lianhua, he is accompanied by the beautiful and gentle Huang Yin, who rivals Yang Lianhua in grace. However, after 8 years of close companionship, Nezha has shown no inclination towards Huang Yin, even when she is immobilized by a spell, allowing him to wield control over her without reservation. Alas, fate has its predetermined bonds, and Nezha cannot escape them. Blessed with a heavenly mandate and protected by the fortunes of humanity, the goddess Nuwa cannot directly intervene in Nezha's destiny. Yet, in this world, she possesses an abundance of pawns at her disposal. To the east of Chaoga, at the Qintang Pass, resides the household of Li Jing, one of the 4 great kings of Chaoga and the commander of Qintang Pass. Originally, Li Jing's household comprised only himself, the couple Yin Shenyang and their 2 sons, Jin Jia and Mu Jia, along with Li Jing's elderly mother, Yao Tianxiang, and his sister, Li Nikang. However, several years ago, in recognition of Li Jing's meritorious service, King Zhou of the Shang dynasty bestowed upon him the princess of the ghost tribe, Lu Pipa, as a concubine. Thus, the Li residence now accommodates a family of 7. Huang Feihu is one of the 4 great kings of Chaoga. Huang Feihu's third son, Huang Nezha, achieved remarkable feats in the campaign against the Chang tribe, and the news of his summons to Chaoga by the king spread like wildfire throughout the city. Given the proximity of Qintang Pass to Chaoga, the Li family was certainly aware of this development. While the other members of the Li family showed little reaction upon hearing the news, Lady Yin Shenyang, the matriarch of the Li household, was profoundly unsettled. She couldn't shake the feeling that this Huang Nezha was none other than their own Nezha, whom she and Li Jing had abandoned 8 years ago at Feihu Gorge. Yin Shenyang's thoughts stemmed not only from the shared name, but also from the gossip she had overheard among the wives of the ministers and generals in Chaoga. They spoke of Huang Nezha as not being the biological son of Huang Feihu and his wife, but rather an adopted child discovered 8 years prior in the Valley of Venomous Snakes. The proximity of Feihu Gorge and the Valley of Venomous Snakes made it implausible that such coincidences could exist in this world. Upon learning of the existence of an adopted son named Huang Nezha, Yin Shenyang had considered traveling to Jipaiguan to ascertain whether this Huang Nezha was indeed her own son, Li Nezha. However, Li Jing had been reluctant to abandon his intent to eliminate Nezha, as commanded by the late King Di. Furthermore, with their eldest son, Jin Nezha, and second son, Mu Nezha, requiring care and nurturing, Yin Shenyang had suppressed her desire to search for Nezha. Now that Jin Nezha and Mu Nezha had reached adulthood, and with Lu Pipa, the second lady, treating them well, Yin Shenyang felt it was the right moment to reclaim her Nezha. Thus, she took her first step towards finding him, setting out for Chaoga. When Nezha, accompanied by 50 loyal soldiers, arrived 10 miles from the western gate of Chaoga, he was compelled to order his men to camp in place, abandoning their plans to enter the city that day. Through the innate connection of blood between mother and son, Nezha sensed that Yin Shenyang was within the city. Given her associations not only with the wives of the ministers and generals but also with the queen, Jiang, it was not surprising that she was in Chaoga. Nevertheless, Nezha was reluctant to take chances, fearing that her presence was specifically to seek him out, to avoid an encounter with her upon entering the city. He chose to delay his entry by a day. At the western gate of Chaoga, Yin Shenyang waited from day until dusk, but Nezha did not arrive. It was only when she inquired with a merchant caravan entering the city that she learned Nezha had reached the western gate by noon but had chosen to camp outside rather than enter. The thought that Nezha does not wish to see me emerged, leaving her heartbroken and teary-eyed. Yet, resolute in her determination, she decided she would not relent. Since Nezha was deliberately avoiding her, Yin Shenyang resolved to take the initiative to seek him out. Under the luminous glow of a full moon, Yin Shenyang made her way alone to the temporary military camp where Nezha and his 50 soldiers were stationed. 2 soldiers guarding the camp's entrance crossed their weapons to block her path, prompting Yin Shenyang to produce a command token and say, "Gentlemen, I am Yin Shenyang, the deputy commander of General Li Jing of Qintang Pass. I have a matter of great importance that necessitates an audience with your young General Nezha. Please allow me to enter." Chapter 9. The The size of the wish avoid Shenyang. The name In Shenyang was well known even to the 2 guards stationed at the camp entrance. She is not only the wife of Li Jing, one of the 4 great kings of Chaoga, but also a formidable warrior comparable to the 3 great generals of the Shang army, having aided her husband in achieving numerous military victories. Regardless of her status as Li Jing's deputy commander or as his wife, her reputation is unparalleled. Ordinarily, despite her profound mastery of the Tao, she would not travel without a retinue for protection, but rather with several maidservants to signify her esteemed position. However, it was indeed peculiar that In Shenyang had arrived alone at Nezha's temporary military camp under the cover of night. The order token in her possession was genuine. And although the guards found her actions strange, they did not question her identity. Generaline, one of the guards saluted her. Our young general has stated that without his permission, no one is allowed to enter his camp, not even the king or queen. If you must enter, we can relay your request to him. Should he agree, we will grant you immediate access. Upon hearing that the guards would not permit her entry, In Shenyang's expression shifted momentarily before she managed to force a smile. Then I must trouble you to inform him. Please be sure to tell Nezha that I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Within Nezha's tent, even from a distance of 10 miles, he could sense In Shenyang's presence. As she approached the temporary camp, Nezha was already aware of her arrival. When the deputy reported her message, Nezha, without a moment's hesitation, replied, I shall not meet her. Tell Lady Li that I am already asleep. Hearing Nezha's command, the deputy hesitated before responding. Young General, General Yin's status is indeed extraordinary. General Li Jing is a peer of the Flying Tiger King and has been a steadfast friend for many years. General Yin, as his wife, has maintained a close relationship with the Flying Tiger King's wife. Furthermore, she is a confidant of the Queen. We must show her due respect. In a fit of anger, Nezha laughed mockingly, seizing a bamboo slip from the table and hurling it at the deputy outside. You insolent fool! Do you not comprehend the weight of military orders? Should you dare to act on your own accord again, I can easily find another to take your place as deputy commander. The bamboo slip struck the curtain and hit the deputy, who immediately fell to his knees in fear. Having served Nezha for 2 years, he had never before witnessed such fury from him, as Nezha had always been kind in his reassurances, urging him to disregard any mistakes. This was the first time Nezha had expressed anger towards him. At this very moment, although the reasons eluded him, the vice commander comprehended just how deeply Nezha wished to avoid meeting Lady In Shenyang. Why are you kneeling? Upon hearing the sound of the vice commander on his knees, Nezha sighed helplessly and said, Hasten to persuade Lady Li to leave. Yes, I shall do so immediately, the vice commander replied hastily, rising to his feet and rushing to the camp entrance. Upon seeing Lady In Shenyang gazing at him with hopeful eyes, the vice commander took a deep breath and, with a stoic expression, said, General Yin, your timing is rather unfortunate. Our young general has already retired for the night. It is quite late, so I must ask you to return. Lady In Shenyang's immediate response was one of disbelief. The night was still young, and there was light emanating from Nezha's tent, indicating that he was certainly not asleep. However, the vice commander merely acted as Nezha's mouthpiece. His words clearly signaled Nezha's desire to avoid her. For a fleeting moment, Lady In contemplated using her martial prowess to force her way into the military camp to see Nezha. Yet, in the next instant, she dismissed this notion. She was not alone. While she could sacrifice her own dignity, she could not disregard the honor of Li Jing, Jinjia, Muzha, or the Li family's reputation. How could the esteemed lady of the Li family create a disturbance in the military camp? Nezha, do you truly wish to avoid meeting your mother? She whispered sorrowfully before turning away, retreating with heavy steps. When she had come to Chaoga, she had not informed Li Jing or the elderly Lady Yao Tianxiang. Now, as the hour grew late, if she did not return soon, the Li family would surely begin to worry about her well-being. Sensing the bond of blood growing more distant, Nezha initially sighed in relief, then began to contemplate how to evade Lady In Shenyang the following day. Early the next morning, after the soldiers had breakfast, Nezha summoned the vice commander into his tent and handed him a palm-sized box. The box, being open, left the vice commander perplexed as he asked, What is the meaning of this, young general? Nezha did not respond to the vice commander's inquiry. Instead, he invoked the spell of size and shape from the 36 transformations of Tiangang. This spell allowed Nezha to grow to a towering height or shrink to the size of an ant, rendering him nearly invisible. In the blink of an eye, Nezha diminished to a mere 2 inches in height and flew into the box. Vice Commander, I am now concealed within this box. Take me into Chaoga to meet the king. Do not open this box until we have seen the king, and do not let anyone else see me. Upon finishing his instructions, Nezha summoned a surge of magic to draw the lid over the box. As the lid closed, the vice commander complied with Nezha's orders while pondering the situation, although Nezha claimed not to wish to be seen by others. It was evident that he primarily sought to avoid the gaze of Yin Shenyang. In the Li residence of Chin'ang Pass, despite the proximity to Chaoga, General Li Jing, as the commander stationed at Chin'ang Pass, was not obligated to attend court unless summoned by the king. However, early this morning, his wife, Yin Shenyang, insisted on dressing him in formal robes and urged him to proceed to Chaoga for the morning assembly. As Li Jing allowed Yin Shenyang to secure his belt, he expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Alas, Shenyang, there is nothing of great significance happening in Chaoga today. It is merely that Huang Feihu's third son, Huang Nezha, is to meet the king. Why must I attend the assembly?" Observing that Li Jing had not considered the possibility that Huang Nezha could be their own son, Li Nezha, Yin Shenyang felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, but forced a smile as she replied, "Jinggo, you have been good friends with Huang Feihu for many years. Now that his son has come to Chaoga, it is only fitting that you, as an elder, show him some support. After the assembly, you can invite Nezha to our home as a guest." All right, Li Jing interjected, somewhat irritated that Yin Shenyang referred to him simply as Nezha, without the honorific. As he turned to leave, he remarked, "Shenyang, regarding what you said." He trailed off, well aware that as Yin Shenyang's confidant, he understood her lingering attachment to their son Nezha. It was clear to him that she harbored a hope that Huang Nezha might indeed be their long-lost child. Li Jing had always felt a sense of guilt for having abandoned Nezha in Feihu Gorge to fend for himself. Now, seeing Yin Shenyang's unwarranted aspirations regarding Huang Nezha, he found it difficult to chastise her and dissuade her from such thoughts. Chapter 10. Nezha's loyalty and capability after urging Li Jing to head to Chaoga. Yin Shenyang herself made her way there, eager to see Nezha, who had entered the city accompanied by his personal guards. Unfortunately, Nezha had utilized his magical abilities of size and immutability to conceal himself within a small box. Thus, upon arriving in Chaoga, Yin Shenyang only caught sight of Nezha's deputy leading 50 personal soldiers into the royal palace. While Huang Feihu was renowned as the mightiest among the 4 heavenly kings, he, like Li Jing, was only a novice in the arts of Taoism. Yin Shenyang was confident that Nezha would undoubtedly learn the martial arts technique 9 transformations of primordial energy from Huang Feihu. Yet she had not anticipated that Nezha would acquire the powerful spells size and immutability in summoning wind and rain from the leader of the Chang tribe. To her astonishment, the great hero who had vanquished the Chang willingly chose to shrink to a mere 2 inches in order to hide from his mother. The deputy brought Nezha before the gates of the royal palace, where they were soon summoned by King Zhou Xin to the grand hall of political deliberation. In the resplendent and brightly illuminated hall, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, King Zhou Xin sat majestically upon the dragon throne, flanked by civil and military officials arranged in 2 rows. After the vice-general of Nezha entered the grand hall of politics, he immediately knelt down in trepidation. King Zhou Xin gazed down at Nezha's vice-general and coldly remarked, "I summoned the illustrious Nezha to stand before me, yet only you, a mere vice-general, have arrived? Where is your general? Does Nezha dare to defy my royal command and refuse to appear before me? Your Majesty, the general is indeed present within the hall." Trembling under the oppressive aura of King Zhou, Nezha's vice-general produced a small box containing Nezha and, with quivering fingers, opened it. The general resides within this box. As the box opened, Nezha sprang forth, immediately employing the magical ability of size transformation to restore his form to its true stature. Despite being the emperor of humanity, even the formidable Niwa and the primordial Tianzuan could not directly harm King Zhou, yet his imperial status imposed restrictions that hindered his mastery of celestial arts. Witnessing Nezha emerging from the diminutive box like a performer in a grand illusion, King Zhou initially believed Nezha had concealed himself within the box to showcase his magical prowess to amuse the sovereign. "Excellent," King Zhou exclaimed with applause. "I am Nezha. I pay my respects to your majesty." Nezha, undeterred by King Zhou's reaction, knelt on one knee in the hall and bowed to him. "Bravo." Observing Nezha, a youthful lad of striking appearance, yet exhibiting impeccable manners, King Zhou praised him once more. "Rise, my dear nephew. We are family. There is no need for you to kneel before me." Huang Feihu's sister was a favored concubine in King Zhou's court, making the king Nezha's uncle, thus indeed they were kin. Though Nezha wished to avoid any semblance of disrespect towards King Zhou, he was not inclined to kneel before him. Given the king's insistence that he need not kneel, Nezha promptly stood. At that moment, the civil and military ministers in the grand hall, including Bai Gan, Mei Bo, Shang Ron, Deng Zhougong, and Li Jing, scrutinized Nezha. Upon seeing Nezha's visage, Li Jing's heart plummeted. Though Nezha's appearance had transformed significantly over the past 8 years, it bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous incarnation as the fire deity, who had been slain by Li Jing. Yin Shenyang's conjectures had proven true. Huang Feihu's third son, Huang Nezha, was indeed the third child of Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, Nezha. As thoughts swirled in Li Jing's mind, Nezha's gaze fell upon him. However, Nezha did not acknowledge Li Jing, treating him as a stranger encountered for the first time. Nezha, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Hearing King Zhou's stern inquiry, Nezha regained his composure and replied with a smile, Your Majesty, I deem myself innocent. However, should the heavens decree otherwise, I shall accept my fate. If your Majesty declares me guilty, then I am guilty, and I shall now acknowledge my crime. Haha. At Nezha's response, King Zhou could not restrain his laughter. In the present age of the great Shang dynasty, King Zhou of Shang, despite his ostensible supremacy as the sovereign ruler, is merely the overlord of 800 feudal lords. His royal decree bears no weight upon their interests, for each lord remains a loyal subject of the Shang. When King Zhou's edicts threaten the welfare of these lords, the example of the rebellious northern Marquis Cheng Ho-hu, who has aligned himself with 200 other lords, serves as a stark reminder. In this era, where the sentiment is that a ruler who regards his subjects as kin will be regarded by them as a confidant, conversely, a ruler who views his subjects as mere beasts will be seen by them as an enemy. Nezha's declaration of the thunder and rain are the benevolence of the sovereign exemplifies remarkable loyalty. Moreover, Nezha is not only a devout subject but also a capable one. He has not only vanquished the Xiongnu, but has also transformed their territory into a part of the Shang, thereby eliminating a long-standing external threat. His loyalty, capability, and familial ties to King Zhou, being his nephew, further endear him to the monarch. Nezha's words elicit hearty laughter from King Zhou. Yet the civil and military officials within the Grand Hall furrow their brows. Even the so-called treacherous Deng Jiogong finds Nezha's remarks to be lacking in decorum. While Deng Jiogong has long flattered King Zhou, he has steadfastly maintained his principles as a nobleman, allowing him to engage with the officials of Chaoga despite their private mockery of him. However, Nezha's proclamation of the thunder and rain are the benevolence of the sovereign drives a wedge between him and the 800 lords, as well as the officials of Chaoga, causing them to disdain any association with him. Nezha, my good nephew, you are indeed a loyal subject of the Shang. A truly devoted one, King Zhou exclaimed with delight. I must inform you that your unauthorized military campaign against the Xiongnu is both commendable and excusable. I shall reward you handsomely, bestowing upon you the title of Marquis of Xinxi, with the Xiongnu territory as your fief. The 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, namely Li Jing and Huang Feihu, have yet to be granted titles not due to a lack of military accomplishments, but rather because the Shang dynasty possesses no surplus land to bestow. Now that Nezha has conquered the Xiongnu's territory, King Zhou's decision to grant it to him serves as a gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing that the youthful Nezha, at just 16, was to be made Marquis of Xinxi, the officials instinctively sought to dissuade King Zhou from this errant decree. However, they soon recalled that Nezha is the 3rd son of Huang Feihu. Thus, his elevation could be perceived as a reward for the entire Huang family. Just as the ministers resigned themselves to silence, Li Jing stepped forward and implored, Your Majesty, I beseech you to retract your command. Although Huang Nezha has achieved great merit, his contributions pale in comparison to those of myself and Huang Feihu. If you wish to honor the Huang family, you may instead bestow the title of Marquis of Xinxi upon Huang Feihu or his son, Huang Tianhua. Li Jing, have you lost your senses? King Zhou retorted, taken aback that the only dissenting voice in the hall was that of the usually reticent Li Jing, irritation creeping into his tone. Since you believe that the ineffectual Huang Tianhua can be granted the title of a feudal lord by me, why then is the valiant Nezha unworthy of such an honor? Is it not true that Nezha is the son of Huang Feihu? Or do you harbor some animosity towards him? Li Jing paused for a moment before responding. Your Majesty, I bear no ill will towards Huang Nezha, but the truth remains that he is not the biological son of Huang Feihu. My opposition to your decision to bestow rewards upon Huang Nezha stems from the fact that he lacks the rightful claim to represent the Huang family, making him unfit to be conferred the title of a feudal lord by your Majesty. In Chapter 11, a good Nezha to alleviate the king's woes. King Zhou of Shan, Xin, intended to appoint the 16-year-old Nezha as a lord of a region, a motion met with silence from the other ministers in the court, save for Li Jing, who stood in opposition, citing that Nezha was not Huang Feihu's true son. Li Jing asserted that he bore no grudge against Nezha, a claim met with incredulity not only from the other ministers but even from King Zhou himself. The fact that Nezha was not Huang Feihu's biological son was hardly a secret, given that Huang Feihu and his wife were willing to raise Nezha as their own son. Others were equally inclined to regard him as a genuine member of the Huang family. Ultimately, should Nezha inherit the Huang family legacy in place of Huang Tianhua, the repercussions would fall solely upon the Huang family, rendering Li Jing's objections irrelevant. King Zhou, disinterested in further debate with Li Jing, rose and declared, My word is law. From this moment forth, Nezha shall be known as the Marquis of Jinshi in the Great Shang. Nezha, accompany me." He then commanded the other ministers to dismiss the court. After the court adjourned, Nezha cast a detached glance at Li Jing before hastily following King Zhou. Once Nezha caught up with King Zhou, the latter, beaming with delight, proposed, "Nezha, I wish to take you to indulge in the pleasures of life. Would you care to join me?" Undoubtedly, King Zhou was a hedonist. However, this world was one of myth, devoid of the technological comforts of modernity, offering few avenues for amusement. To satiate his desires, King Zhou constructed a lavish realm of wine and feasting within the palace. Apart from the infamous traitor, Deng Jiogong, the ministers of both civil and military ranks opposed King Zhou's indulgence in such excesses. At this juncture, King Zhou's invitation to Nezha to partake in his revelries served as a test of allegiance to discern whether Nezha was indeed one of his own. Despite being the sovereign ruler, Nezha did not perceive King Zhou's creation of this indulgent paradise as extravagance. In truth, when one scrutinizes the expenditures involved in such a venture, King Zhou's lavishness pales in comparison to that of many emperors in subsequent history. His legacy of indulgence is immortalized. While those emperors who surpassed him in opulence have escaped scorn, largely because King Zhou became known as the vanquished in the conflict between Shang and Zhou. In an attempt to tarnish the reputation of King Zhou, Dexine, Jiangxia even claimed that the magnificent Deer Terrace, constructed in a mere 2 years and 4 months, should have required 35 years to complete. This reduction in time reveals the significant waste of human, financial, and material resources under Dexine's reign. Such blatant defamation of Dexine's character demonstrates a complete lack of integrity. Upon regaining his senses, Nezha responded with a smile, expressing his eagerness to accompany the king to indulge in the pleasures of wine and feasting. Hearing Nezha's enthusiastic reply, Dexine erupted into hearty laughter. Once they arrived at the lavish banquet, Dexine set aside his royal demeanor, eager to introduce Nezha to exquisite wines and sumptuous delicacies. As they were enjoying their feast, Dexine suddenly placed his hand on Nezha's shoulder and inquired, "My dear nephew, are you aware of the true purpose behind my appointment of you as the Marquis of the West?" Nezha, without hesitation, affirmed his understanding. In this grand realm of the Shang, the external tribes such as the Chang and the Ghost Clan are but trifling nuisances. Our true adversaries lie within the formidable 4 vassal lords, particularly the openly rebellious Duke of Shibo, Ji Chang. The true intent behind my bestowal of the title of Marquis of the West is to enable you to restrain Shi Qi in the land of the Chang. Nezha elaborated, recalling the ambitions of Ji Chang's father, Ji Li, who had harbored grand aspirations during his reign, relentlessly annexing smaller vassals to expand Shi Qi's territory. In a bid to subdue Shi Qi, King Wending of Shang had deceitfully lured Ji Li to his demise in Chaoga. However, Ji Chang continued his father's legacy, devouring neighboring lords until Shi Qi had encompassed the territories of Yu, Rui, Li, and Yao, rivaling the vast realms ruled by Dxin. It was precisely because of this newfound strength that Ji Chang dared to approach Chaoga in his later years, earning himself the title of the foremost among the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga. Nezha, you are indeed a man of remarkable insight. Dxin remarked seriously upon hearing Nezha's analysis. My aim in appointing you as Marquis of the West is indeed to keep Shi Qi in check. Ji Chang, with his insatiable ambition, has 100 sons, both biological and adopted. I have learned that several of these sons have already reached the realm of true immortals in martial arts. Though your father, Huang Feihu, is the strongest among the 4 heavenly kings, he is but one man. Thus, I have entrusted you with the land of the Chang, hoping you and Huang Feihu will use this territory and the boundary pass to simultaneously suppress Shi Qi from the north and east. Nezha nodded in agreement and then added, Your Majesty, I have a request that, if granted, would undoubtedly assist in restraining Shi Qi. What is this matter of yours that could aid in suppressing Shi Qi? Speak quickly. Seeing Dxin's urgency, Nezha promptly continued, Your Majesty, I have heard that Duke Ji Chang intends to seek the hand of the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, for his eldest son, Boikao. Therefore, I wish to propose to the daughter of Marquis Su Hu first, to thwart any potential alliance between Duke Ji Chang and Marquis Su Hu. The eldest son of Ji Chang, Boikao, seeks to marry the eldest daughter of Su Hu. Upon hearing this revelation from Nezha, King Zhou, also known as Dxin, could not help but display a significant change in countenance. Currently, the Grand Preceptor Wenzhong leads his army to suppress the northern Marquis Chong Hohu in the North Sea. It seems unlikely that the conflict in the North Sea will conclude within the next decade. The Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, was originally intended to be a pawn against the northern Marquis Chong Hohu. However, with Grand Preceptor Wenzhong now containing him, Su Hu and his forces have become a formidable power within the Shang territory. Should the Western Marquis Jichang successfully ally through marriage with Su Hu, the Jizhou army may shift its allegiance to support the West Qi, thereby overturning the long-standing suppression that the Shang has exerted over the West Qi. This union must not be permitted. Contemplating the dire consequences of such an alliance, King Zhou's expression turned grave. Even if Su Hu were to offer all his daughters to the king's palace, the union between West Qi and Jizhou cannot be allowed. Nezha, you are to depart for Jizhou tomorrow to seek the hand of Su Hu's daughter. Should Su Hu dare to refuse, inform him that it is the royal decree of this sovereign. Nezha accepted the command. Unbeknownst to many, Nezha not only took the initiative to eliminate the external threat posed by the Chong, but he also willingly sought to restrain the West Qi, even contemplating shared revelry in the wine pools and meat forests, all while aiming to alleviate the king's concerns and prevent the union between West Qi and Jizhou. King Zhou continuously praised Nezha until he became inebriated and succumbed to slumber. As night descended, when Nezha and his deputy departed the palace, he noticed Li Jing standing steadfastly at the palace gates, evidently awaiting his return. Nezha strode forward, deliberately ignoring Li Jing's presence. Halt. Just as Nezha was about to pass by, Li Jing called out sharply, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached Nezha. Lord Li Tian, is there something you require? Upon hearing Nezha's address, Li Jing maintained a stoic demeanor. Do you not recognize me? Of course. I recognize you as one of the 4 great heavenly kings of Chaoga, Lord Li Tian. Are you suggesting I should be aware of your other identities? Nezha raised his right hand, touching his nose, then smiled. I, Huang Nezha, have come to Chaoga for the first time today, and it is indeed my first encounter with Lord Li Tian. If you possess other identities, I regret to say I truly do not know. Li Jing fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, not recognizing is for the best. Not recognizing is for the best. Now, our family of 7 lives in harmony, filled with joy and filial piety. In Chaoga, who does not envy our Li family? Those who should not have appeared have long perished at Feihu Gorge. Since this is our first meeting, you naturally would not be aware of my other identities. Chapter 12. The Loyalty of Nezha and the Filial Piety. Classic Nezha. Just as Nezha was about to pass by Li Jing, a voice filled with sorrow intertwined with joy suddenly called out. Nezha shifted his gaze from Li Jing towards the source of the voice and saw Yin Shenyang running towards him. Lord Li Tian, your wife has arrived. Li Jing turned around, casting a glance at Nezha before striding toward Yin Shenyang, stating, a newcomer to Chaoga, one who has never encountered me before, should not be aware that Shenyang is my wife. As he spoke, he approached Yin Shenyang, extending his left hand to bar her path. Brother Jing, he is Nezha. Please let me pass. Yin Shenyang grasped Li Jing's left arm with both hands, tears of joy streaming down her face as she looked at Nezha. A bond between mother and child is unbreakable. I cannot be mistaken. He must be our Nezha. You are mistaken. Li Jing furrowed his brow, speaking with a hint of exasperation. He is Huang Feihu's son, Huang Nezha, and he bears no relation to us. Our Nezha was abandoned at Feihu Gorge and has long since been devoured by the pack of tigers. I once entertained the notion that Huang Nezha could be our son. But I just inquired, and he is indeed visiting Chaoga for the first time and meeting me for the first time. He is not our child. He must have forgotten. Yin Shenyang implored, he was only 8 years old back then. He surely has forgotten. She then called out loudly to Nezha, 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 come here. I am your mother. Though 8 years had elapsed and Nezha had transformed from an 8-year-old child into a 16-year-old youth, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang remained unchanged in his memory. The body and skin are bestowed by one's parents. One must not harm them. This is the essence of filial piety. To establish oneself and walk the righteous path. To achieve renown in future generations is the culmination of filial duty. Upon seeing Yin Shenyang calling out and beckoning him, Nezha involuntarily recited the classic of filial piety, which she had taught him. After reciting the text, a self-deprecating smile emerged on Nezha's face. It is indeed laughable. Though Yin Shenyang is adept in both martial and celestial arts, she chose not to teach me the way of combat or the path of immortality, but instead instilled in me the principles of filial piety. Was this her intention, to bind me with the doctrine of filial duty in my youth? After his musings, Nezha departed with his vice commander and 50 loyal soldiers from another direction. Nezha, Nezha. As she witnessed Nezha leaving, Yin Shenyang's cries grew louder. She longed to pursue him. But Li Jing held her firmly, forcing her to watch as Nezha's figure gradually faded from view. Once Nezha and his entourage had disappeared, Li Jing could no longer restrain himself and reprimanded Yin Shenyang. Shenyang, enough. Did you not see that Huang Nezha ignored your pleas? He is not your son. No. Yin Shenyang sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she lamented, he must be angry with us. He must blame me, his mother, for abandoning him. Which is why he refuses to acknowledge us. Huang Feihu was one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, and naturally, there was a residence for him within the city. Nezha spent a night at the Huang residence in Chaoga, and the following morning, without even having breakfast, he departed the city with his vice commander and 50 loyal soldiers. Heading towards Jizhou. As Nezha traversed the vicinity of Chaoga and Chenang Pass, he suddenly recalled the 3 divine arrows of the Xinyuan clan, concealed within a cavern of Wudong Mountain, guarded by the celestial birds Qingwan and Huifeng. According to fate, these 2 divine birds would later transform into Nezha's pair of windfire wheels, and one of the arrows would become Nezha's fiery spear. Now, as I pass through Wudong Mountain, it would be prudent to procure the windfire wheels and the fiery spear in advance to enhance my strength. After making this decision, Nezha instructed his deputy and 50 elite soldiers to await him at the foot of the mountain, while he ascended alone to seek out Qingwan, Huifeng, and the 3 divine arrows. In this world, there exist 4 divine beasts, the celestial hound, the 5-colored divine ox, the qilin, and the fire phoenix. Each of these legendary creatures possesses the pinnacle strength of a martial true immortal. Although Qingwan is not among these 4 divine beasts, its power is not inferior to that of the fire phoenix. With the combined might of Qingwan and Huifeng, and bolstered by the protection of the mysterious heaven silk and his own peak martial prowess, Nezha felt little apprehension of injury. However, his deputy and the 50 soldiers were mere mortals. Their presence on the mountain would not only fail to aid Nezha against Qingwan and Huifeng, but could also lead to unnecessary casualties should they fall victim to the divine birds. Upon reaching the summit of Wudong Mountain, Nezha swiftly followed the calls of Qingwan and Huifeng to the cavern housing the 3 divine arrows. Though a fierce battle with the celestial birds awaited him within, Nezha, bold and skilled, felt no fear. Striding confidently into the depths of the cave, he discovered 3 stone tablets at its end, each inscribed with the characters for loyalty, righteousness, and filial piety. The arrows named Chasing Wind, Pursuing Moon, and Shooting Star were sealed within the stone tablets. Qingwan and Huifeng, perched before the tablets, harmonized their calls. Upon noticing the intruder, they immediately issued menacing cries, seemingly intent on scaring Nezha away. With his right hand gripping the universe ring and his left the mysterious heaven silk, Nezha prepared for battle. Addressing the celestial birds with conviction, Qingwan and Huifeng, I am Nezha, your future master. As divine beasts, you must recognize the bond we share. The celestial birds tilted their heads, scrutinizing Nezha for a moment, before simultaneously unleashing flames towards him. You wish to play with fire? I shall join you. Nezha responded by exhaling his own true fire, clashing with the flames emitted by Qingwan and Huifeng. The fire they conjured, though formidable, was matched by Nezha's own blazing might. As the 2 sides engaged in a fierce exchange of flames, Nezha suddenly flung the universe ring towards Qingwan's neck while ensnaring Huifeng's neck with the mysterious heaven silk. Despite their status as divine beasts with the strength of martial true immortals, they were, after all, still just divine creatures, incapable of wielding weapons or magical artifacts. In the original Destiny, after Li Jing and Yin Shenyang successfully drove away the Azure Luan and the Fire Phoenix, Su Hu, one of the 4 heavenly kings, was capable of injuring the Azure Luan and subduing the Fire Phoenix single-handedly. At this juncture, Nezha's cultivation level was comparable to Su Hu's, if not superior. And with the Qiankuan Circle and the Muntian Silk as his 2 innate treasures, subduing the Azure Luan and the Fire Phoenix was undeniably a simpler task for him. The Azure Luan and the Fire Phoenix, engaged in a fierce battle of flames with Nezha, were oblivious to his cunning strategy. As the Qiankuan Circle and the Muntian Silk struck, the Azure Luan was ensnared by the Qiankuan Circle around its neck, while the Fire Phoenix was similarly ensnared by the Muntian Silk. Knowing that the Azure Luan and the Fire Phoenix would one day serve as his windfire wheels, Nezha was careful not to inflict any harm upon them. After ensnaring the Azure Luan and the Fire Phoenix, he spoke once more. Azure Luan and Fire Phoenix, I harbor no desire to harm you. I have now demonstrated my strength. Will you not submit to me, your destined master? As divine beasts, the Azure Luan and the Fire Phoenix were not easily subdued, especially since they were bound by their own mission. Observing their refusal to yield, Nezha leaped towards the 3 stone tablets and clapped his hands together. With 2 resounding crashes, the tablets sealing the loyal arrow and the righteous arrow were shattered. Nezha grasped the arrows in his hands and immediately infused them with his magical power, proclaiming, Loyal arrow, righteous arrow, I, Nezha, seek to accomplish great loyalty and righteousness for the people of the world. Will you transform into firepoint spears to assist me? By utilizing the Samadhi true fire to forge the 3 divine arrows for 7 days and nights, they could be used to eliminate those who are disloyal, unfilial, and unjust. However, Nezha only wished for the loyal arrow and the righteous arrow to become firepoint spears and had no intention of using them to slay the unfaithful or unjust, thus negating the need for the lengthy forging process. The 13th chapter, Su Family Maiden Daji's Fragrance, reveals that the divine arrows possess spirit. Sensing Nezha's genuine intent to act on behalf of the people with great loyalty and righteousness, the loyal arrow and the righteous arrow transformed into two fire-point spears under the influence of Nezha's magic. Nezha exhaled in relief and lifted the two fire-point spears. Addressing the azure wand and the fire phoenix, now, the loyal arrow and the righteous arrow you were meant to protect have become my fire-point spears. Your mission is complete. Will you not submit to me? As Nezha was indeed the destined master of the azure wand and the fire phoenix, having acquired the loyal arrow and the righteous arrow meant they no longer had a reason to resist him. Consequently, the azure wand and the fire phoenix exchanged glances and approached Nezha, bowing their heads in submission. As Nezha focused his thoughts, he retracted the Qianquan circle and the Muntian silk from around the azure wand and the fire phoenix's necks and said, Azure wand and fire phoenix, you shall now transform into smaller birds and accompany me from this place. The four divine beasts not only possessed the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the earth but also wielded the mystical powers of size as one wishes. Upon hearing Nezha's command, the Qingwan fire phoenix instantly transformed to the size of a sparrow and flew to perch upon Nezha's shoulder. Just as Nezha was about to depart the cave, the stone tablet sealing the filial arrow began to tremble. Nezha paused, turning his gaze towards the stone tablet, sensing the filial arrow within was calling out to him. If Nezha sincerely wished to become a paragon of filial piety, the arrow would willingly transform into a weapon for his use. As Nezha, I can embody great loyalty and righteousness, but alas, I cannot fulfill the role of a devoted son. With that, Nezha resolutely turned and exited the cave. Upon returning to the base of Wudong Mountain, Nezha, accompanied by his deputy and 50 loyal soldiers, continued his journey towards Jizhou. 3 days later, they arrived at Jizhou City and met with the Jizhou Marquis, Su Hu. Within the Marquis's residence, Su Hu's demeanor grew serious as he addressed Nezha, You wish to marry my daughter? With only 2 daughters, Su Daji and Su Ningxiang. The Marquis's expression shifted gravely upon hearing Nezha's intent to wed his eldest daughter. Noble nephew, your father, Huang Feihu, serves alongside me as a minister, both of us being among the 4 great kings of Chaogou. Thus, I should not refuse you. However, I have already pledged my daughter Daji to the eldest son of the West Prince, Ji Chang. Should you insist on marrying a daughter of the Su family, I can only offer you my younger daughter, Ningxiang. Upon hearing Su Hu's words, even Nezha's typically good-natured temperament could not suppress a desire to retort. Has the West Prince Ji Chang moved so swiftly? Are Daji and the eldest son of the West Prince already betrothed? After taking a deep breath, Nezha's expression turned solemn as he declared, Lord Su, your daughter Daji is to marry me. This is not only my wish but also the decree of the king. Should you persist in your refusal, I fear the king shall dispatch a great army to bring Daji to the palace. You insolent brat, are you threatening me? Su Hu glared at Nezha, unperturbed by the mention of King Zhou's decree. Though Su Hu was one of the 4 great kings, he was akin to the lords of the realm, standing alongside Ji Chang, the foremost among them. As a lord, Su Hu was willing to comply with King Zhou's wishes. For Zhou was the ruler of Jizhou. If Su Hu refused to heed King Zhou's command, the people of Jizhou would know only Su Hu and remain oblivious to the name of Zhou. In the original course of fate, King Zhou commanded Su Hu to surrender his 2 daughters, leading Su Hu to choose rebellion. It was then that King Zhou sent Huang Feihu, one of the 4 great kings, to march against Jizhou, defeating Su Hu, who ultimately surrendered both daughters to King Zhou. Aware that King Zhou's decree would not intimidate Su Hu, Nezha smiled in response to Su Hu's fierce glare and proposed, since neither the king's command nor threats bear fruit, why not settle this matter in combat between us? If King Su were to triumph, you could marry your beloved daughter to anyone you wish. However, should Nezha emerge victorious, I implore King Su to accept Nezha as a humble son-in-law. Very well. Let the battle commence. Do you think I would be intimidated by a mere youth with golden hair? After declaring this, Su Hu rose and led Nezha towards the martial arena of the Marquis's residence. Upon their arrival, the 2 young ladies of the Marquis's household, Su Daji and Su Ningxiang, had already heard of the matter and hurriedly came to blend in with the maidservants, eager to witness the duel between Nezha and Su Hu. Ningxiang, I have heard that this golden-haired Nezha has come to seek our father's approval for a marriage proposal. It seems you are soon to be wed. Oh, sister, do not speak so carelessly. Perhaps he seeks to marry you instead. As Su Daji and Su Ningxiang teased one another, Nezha brandished the fiery spear crafted from the righteous arrow and engaged in combat with Su Hu, who wielded the sun and moon divine mirror. Among the 4 heavenly kings of Chaogou, Huang Feihu was the most formidable, with Su Hu standing as the second strongest, even surpassing Li Jing. Although Nezha was protected by the magic silk, he did not underestimate his opponent and fought with full vigor against Su Hu. His display of strength was not born from fear of defeat, but rather an apprehension of losing control and inadvertently harming Su Hu, his prospective father-in-law. Should Nezha injure Su Hu, it would be a disgrace, possibly provoking Su Hu to renege on his promise of marriage to Su Daji. After half an hour of intense combat in the arena, neither Nezha nor Su Hu had gained the upper hand. Just as Su Daji and Su Ningxiang began to believe that the seasoned warrior Su Hu would ultimately prevail, he suddenly leapt out of the arena, looking dejected, and declared, "I have lost. At such a young age, you possess remarkable abilities, making you worthy of marrying my daughter and becoming my son-in-law." Upon hearing Su Hu concede defeat and propose to marry his daughter to Nezha, Su Daji and Su Ningxiang immediately grew anxious and rushed to Su Hu's side. "Father, you have not truly lost. I can see that you have not exerted your full strength." "Indeed, father. If you continue, you are certain to win." Su Hu, weary of their protests, waved his hand dismissively, addressing his daughters. "What do you two understand? Golden-haired Nezha has been holding back. Otherwise, I would have lost to him within 10 moves. This child is wise beyond his years and possesses great skill. He is truly worthy of lifelong trust. Daji, henceforth, Nezha shall be your betrothed." "What?" Upon hearing that Su Hu genuinely intended to betroth her to Nezha, Su Daji's eyes widened in surprise, and she glanced at Nezha, uncertain. Nezha, in turn, regarded Daji, the reincarnated queen of the nine-tailed foxes, and after locking eyes with her, offered a radiant smile, unfazed by her enchanting beauty. Meanwhile, Su Ningxiang shifted her gaze between Su Daji and Nezha, feeling an inexplicable sensation welling up within her. Although Su Ningxiang had always envied her sister Daji for her superior beauty and intelligence, she had never imagined that they would one day be separated. Since their birth, the two sisters had always been together. However, now that their father had betrothed Daji to Nezha, it signified that their bond would soon be severed. Just as this thought emerged in Su Ningxiang's mind, Nezha turned to Su Hu and said, "Esteemed father-in-law, since you have already pledged Daji to me, I kindly ask for your permission to take her away. I wish to bring Daji to meet my adoptive parents at the Jipaiguan Pass, and also to familiarize her with the land of my fiefdom, the Qiangrong territory." Nezha's request was deemed reasonable, and after a moment of hesitation, Su Hu nodded in agreement. "Very well. I grant you permission to depart with Daji in 3 days." Chapter 14. The mystical arts delighting Daji. Su Daji is the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox, the sovereign of all fox spirits. When Su Hu's wife gave birth to Daji, a remarkable phenomenon occurred, drawing the attention of numerous fox spirits from all directions to pay homage to her. Subsequently, Su Hu invited the Western Duke Ji Chang to divine Daji's future destiny due to this extraordinary event. However, Ji Chang failed to foresee that Daji was the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox. Instead, he predicted that she would be a source of calamity, enchanting monarchs and causing chaos in the realm. The remedy proposed by Ji Chang was neither to instill noble virtues in Daji nor to impart the principles of conduct, but rather to forbid her from learning anything and to allow her to grow freely. Naturally, this was merely a superficial solution. To address the potential chaos Daji might bring more fundamentally, Ji Chang suggested that Daji be wed to his eldest son, Bo Yikao, so that she could not enter the royal palace and ensnare the king. However, as Daji and Bo Yikao grew up, Ji Chang never again mentioned the prospect of their marriage. Bound by his prior agreement with Ji Chang, Su Hu refrained from marrying Daji to anyone else, thus procrastinating her marital fate until King Zhou of Shang, upon witnessing Daji's beauty through a mirage, sought to make her his royal concubine. Now that Nezha sought to marry Daji and had earned Su Hu's recognition through his own prowess, Su Hu could no longer adhere to his prior commitment to Ji Chang. He resolved to grant Daji to Nezha, even if Ji Chang were to express his displeasure. Su Hu could justify his decision by claiming that Nezha had the royal decree from King Zhou, thus rendering Su Hu's reluctance irrelevant. In 3 days, Daji would accompany Nezha from Jizhou to Jipaiguan to meet her future in-laws. During this time, Nezha employed various methods to cultivate Daji's affection for him. In a picturesque valley, adorned with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Nezha invited Su Daji and Su Ningxiang. He transformed his loyal and righteous arrows into 2 fiery spearheads and showcased his skills with the spears. After Nezha showcased a fierce and swift spear technique, Su Daji and Su Ningxiang applauded, yet their expressions bore no trace of astonishment. Although neither had practiced martial arts nor the celestial path, their father, Su Hu, ranked second among the 4 kings of Chaogu in martial prowess. Consequently, Nezha's display was entirely within their expectations, lacking any element of surprise. Following his performance, Nezha shouted towards the heavens, "Qingwan Fire Phoenix." In response to his call, the magnificent birds descended with a resounding cry. Upon witnessing these enchanting divine creatures for the first time, Su Daji and Su Ningxiang widened their eyes in awe, admiring the exquisite forms of the Qingwan Fire Phoenix. Swiftly transform into the Windfire Wheels. After issuing the command, Nezha propelled himself into the sky. The Qingwan Fire Phoenix, upon receiving his command, swiftly diminished their over 10-meter-long bodies, transforming in an instant into a pair of fiery wheels that soared beneath Nezha's feet. With his feet upon the wind-fire wheels, Nezha ascended through the air, his left hand channeling his magical power to hurl the Qian Kuan ring towards the summit of a distant mountain. With a thunderous explosion, the Qian Kuan ring collided with the mountaintop, shattering it into fragments. Su Daji and Su Ningxiang gasped in shock, taken aback by Nezha's immense power. They could hardly fathom that he possessed such a formidable treasure. Had he engaged in combat with Su Hu while standing upon the wind-fire wheels, wielding 2 fiery spears, and casting the Qian Kuan ring, their father would have likely been defeated in less than 3 moves. As the Qian Kuan ring rebounded after shattering the mountain peak, Nezha transformed it back into a bracelet and adorned his wrist. He then summoned the Hunyuan silk, extending it into the sky, where it rapidly expanded into a vast expanse of crimson clouds, obscuring the heavens above Su Daji and Su Ningxiang. Just as they marveled at Nezha's extraordinary powers, he and the Hunyuan silk suddenly vanished from sight. Where has brother Nezha gone? Su Daji and Su Ningxiang exchanged glances, pondering the mystery. Surely, he has exhausted his power and fallen from the sky? Sister, we must hurry to find brother Nezha. If he has truly perished, you would become a widow before even entering the family. As they prepared to search for him, Nezha's voice unexpectedly resonated before them. Lady Daji, Lady Ningxiang, there is no need to search. I am right in front of you. Upon hearing his voice, expressions of fear crossed Su Daji and Su Ningxiang's faces. Despite hearing Nezha, they could not see him. Could it be that brother Nezha truly fell and has now become a ghost? As Su Ningxiang uttered these words, Su Daji suddenly pointed at a small dark spot before them. Ningxiang, do take a look. It appears that brother Nezha has shrunk to the size of a fly. Upon following Su Daji's, Su Ningxiang discovered that Nezha was indeed before them, quite lively and well. Noticing that Su Daji and Su Ningxiang had recognized him, Nezha immediately returned to his normal size, exclaiming with pride, Lady Daji, Lady Ningxiang, I, Nezha, possess not only formidable weapons and treasures, but have also mastered 2 miraculous abilities from the 36 transformations of Tiangang: size, at will and summoning wind and rain. I have just demonstrated size at will for you. And now I shall present summoning wind and rain. As Nezha raised his hand, intending to summon his powers, Su Daji promptly grasped his hand and said, Oh, enough, brother Nezha. We sisters are already aware of your immense prowess. If you summon wind and rain now, we shall be drenched like drowned rats. With that, Daji flashed a sweet smile. Though she lacked martial and scholarly pursuits, she possessed an innate cleverness. Nezha, determined to impress his fiancée, was clearly performing his magical feats for her benefit. Seeing that Nezha, her betrothed, was not only youthful and handsome, but also more capable than her father, Su Hu, Daji felt immense satisfaction. Importantly, Nezha treated her with greater care and attentiveness than her father ever did, readily acquiescing to her wishes. Even when Daji expressed a desire to learn to read, Nezha unhesitatingly offered to teach her. Unfortunately, Nezha also exhibited a blunt, straightforward nature. Upon hearing Daji's words, he commanded the magic silk to float above them, declaring, Daji, I shall use the magic silk to shelter you from the rain, so that when I summon the tempest, you sisters will remain unscathed. Noticing Daji roll her eyes, Nezha retracted the magic silk and chuckled, just a jest. Since you prefer I not demonstrate summoning wind and rain, I shall save it for another time. Consider yourself fortunate. Daji smiled in satisfaction, reveling in the feeling of having turned the tables, akin to a former serf now in command. Although Su Ningxiang laughed along, her heart was filled with a tangle of emotions. It seemed her sister had indeed found an exceptionally suitable husband, a fact that rekindled her envy. From childhood, her sister's beauty had incited jealousy. Her sister's wisdom had done the same, and now even the man her sister was to marry evoked similar feelings. Why was such a remarkable man as Nezha not seeking her, the well-educated second daughter of the Su family, but instead her illiterate sister? As a girl, Su Ningxiang could not comprehend that, for men, beauty and allure were paramount, rendering all else inconsequential. The notion that charm equates to righteousness and beauty embodies truth encapsulates this reality. Chapter 15. The 9-turn spirit pill enters my belly. 3 fleeting days passed, and at last, the day arrived for Nezha to depart Jizhou with Daji. On this day, Nezha, accompanied by his subordinates in a cart, left the city of Jizhou. Within the carriage, not only was Nezha's betrothed, Daji, present, but also his future sister-in-law, Su Ningxiang. Initially, Nezha intended to take Daji alone. Yet Su Ningxiang was reluctant to part with her sister, and Daji could not bear to separate from her younger sibling either. Thus, with the consent of Su Hu, Daji and Su Ningxiang resolved to accompany Nezha on his journey. As both daughters were taken by Nezha, The doting Suhu personally bid farewell to Nezha and his beloved daughters. The wheels creaked and the horses whinnied, as Nezha, accompanied by his subordinates and the carriage, traversed the foothills of a great mountain within Jizhou. He was suddenly startled by the furious cries of the Qinghuan and Hufeng. Glancing upward, he observed the majestic Qinghuan and Hufeng soaring in circles above the mountainside, seemingly deterred from landing by a formidable foe lurking below. Just as Nezha was engulfed in confusion, the deep, thunderous barks of a dog resonated from the mountainside. Was it a mere dog that frightened the Qinghuan and Hufeng? Could it be the Xiaotian dog? In the original Destiny, the Xiaotian dog, one of the 4 divine beasts, guarded the treasures concealed within a cavern on a mountain in Jizhou, watched over by the cunning Xingguangbao. Was this the very mountain harboring Xingguangbao's treasures? Though the Xingguangbao of this realm lacked the extraordinary powers of Taoist, please stay. He was indeed a genuine Taoist adept in bestowing treasures. Over the years, Xingguangbao had amassed an array of treasures and divine beasts, almost all of which he relinquished to his adversaries. The 9 transformations elixir, the twin-edged blade, and the Xiaotian dog fell into the hands of Yang Jian. The Qinghuan bird and the divine waters of the celestial sovereign were claimed by Nezha. The 4 uniques were acquired by Jiangxia, and the thunder god Eshdril by Lei Zhenzi. Oh, Xingguangbao, I should have received the Qinghuan bird and the divine waters of the celestial sovereign from your possession. Yet my fate has altered. I do not desire those 2 treasures. Today, I shall only take the 9 transformations elixir from you. After this soliloquy, Nezha instructed his subordinates to halt the carriage while he harnessed his powers to ascend towards the cavern where the Xiaotian dog resided. In terms of ferocity, the Xiaotian dog, destined to be claimed by Yang Jian, could well be regarded as the foremost among the 4 divine beasts. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither the Qinghuan nor Hufeng stood a chance against the Xiaotian dog. This was precisely why Xingguangbao entrusted the Xiaotian dog with guarding the cavern of treasures. However, in a 2-against-1 scenario, the Xiaotian dog had little hope for victory, which is why it remained within the cavern, growling in defiance. Should the Qinghuan and Hufeng dare to enter the cavern for battle, the confines would hinder them, granting the Xiaotian dog a fair chance to triumph even against 2 foes. Upon Nezha's arrival on the clouds, the Qinghuan and Hufeng immediately sought solace beside their master. Nezha extended his hands, gently patting the heads of the Qinghuan and Hufeng before commanding, Qinghuan and Hufeng, transform into the wind and fire wheel. With a resonant cry, the Qinghuan and Hufeng complied, morphing into a magnificent wind and fire wheel. Nezha, with his feet upon the wind-fire wheels, soared into the depths of the cave. Upon witnessing Nezha's ability to subdue the Azure Phoenix, the celestial hound hesitated. Though ferocious, it was not reckless nor foolish. A being capable of taming the Azure Phoenix was evidently a mightier foe. Although Xingguangbao had commanded it to guard the treasures within the cave, if those treasures were stolen, Xingguangbao would not resort to cooking it for a meal. Should Nezha prove to be unscrupulous, an attack on him could lead to its own demise. Thus, after letting out a timid growl, the more Nezha advanced into the cave, the further the celestial hound retreated, eventually finding itself at the innermost recesses of the cavern. With a smirk, Nezha approached a large cauldron within the cave and pushed aside its lid with his left hand. Inside lay a smaller cauldron, the Xiantian cauldron, one of the treasures collected by Xingguangbao. Crafted from exquisite dark iron, the Xiantian cauldron could expand or contract, serving not only as an alchemical vessel but also capable of hiding objects and trapping individuals. Once the lid was sealed, escape was impossible. Within the Xiantian cauldron resided a fist-sized orb, the 9 transformation spirit elixir, which Nezha sought. As the ethereal aura of the elixir wafted toward him, Nezha could not suppress a triumphant smile and remarked, "Yang Jin of the Three-Eyed Boy, I have seized your fortune. Rest assured, I shall compensate you when the opportunity arises." With that, Nezha promptly consumed the 9 transformation spirit elixir. One must emulate the great sage Sun Wukong, devouring such miraculous potions without delay. After all, who would wait for another to snatch it away? Once the elixir settled within him, its potency unfurled, and Nezha immediately sensed a hint of breakthrough in his 9 transformation Yuan Gong. Was the 9 transformation spirit elixir specifically concocted to aid practitioners of the 9 transformation Yuan Gong in transcending their limits? No sooner had Nezha uttered these thoughts than a furious voice echoed from behind him. "Who dares to pilfer my Xingguangbao's celestial elixir? How will you compensate me?" Turning around, Nezha beheld a middle-aged Taoist clad in a robe, poised at the cave's entrance with the Wujixing Huang flag in hand, sealing the exit. "Disciple of Yushu Palace, Nezha. I pay my respects to Master Xingguangbao." Nezha bowed respectfully, performing the customary gesture of a disciple. Upon hearing Nezha refer to himself as a disciple, Xingguangbao's ire somewhat abated, though he trembled as he pointed a finger at Nezha, declaring, "Whose disciple do you claim to be? Even if you are a disciple of this sect, You must compensate me for my 9 transformation spirit elixir. Disciple trains under my righteous father, Huang Feihu, in the 9 transformation Yuan Gong of Yushu Palace. With my ancestral master being Yun Changzi, Nezha calmly replied, Master Xingguangbao, why must you be so frantic? The elixir you crafted and the treasures you gathered were always meant for those destined to receive them. Today, the 9 transformations elixir has entered my mouth, signifying that I am indeed the destined one for this miraculous potion. How audacious of you! What did you just say? The anger that had slightly subsided in Xingguangbao flared up once more upon hearing Nezha's words. Are you suggesting that all the divine beasts and magical treasures I have gathered are meant for others? Is that not the case? Nezha replied with a playful smile. Uncle Xingguangbao, you have now attained the status of an immortal golden fairy. The crafting of the 9 transformations elixir holds no significance for you. After concocting the elixir, you did not bestow it upon your disciples, Deng Chanyu and Tu Xingxuan. So, for whom exactly did you refine this 9 transformations elixir? Nezha's inquiry left Xingguangbao momentarily speechless. After all, he neither consumed the elixir himself nor offered it to Deng Chanyu and Tu Xingxuan. Who, then, was it reserved for? Observing Xingguangbao's reaction, Nezha continued, Moreover, what about the twin-edged saber and the thunder goddess chisel? Uncle Xingguangbao, you undoubtedly will not utilize them in the future. Correct? That divine beast, the Xifang, you have captured but never ridden. As for the howling celestial hound, you have never kept it by your side to nurture a bond. Uncle Xingguangbao, shall we wager? Let us wager that the majority of your divine beasts and treasures will ultimately fall into the hands of your adversaries. If I am correct, you shall not hold me accountable for consuming your 9 transformations elixir. Should I lose, I will find a way to compensate you with another elixir. Witnessing Nezha's confident demeanor, Xingguangbao sheathed his Wuji apricot yellow banner and replied coldly, Very well. I shall wager with you, this little thief. I am eager to see how the treasures I have painstakingly gathered will end up in the hands of my foes. Chapter 16. The Huang family discusses marriage at the moment when Nezha, accompanied by his subordinates and the Su sisters, was en route to the boundary gate. An incident of moderate significance unfolded there. Huang Tianhua reported to his mother, Su Ruyu, about his sister Huang Yin spending the night in Nezha's camp, which instantly incited her wrath. Su Ruyu summoned her daughter Huang Yin back to the Huang residence from the military camp. At the Huang residence within the boundary gate, Madame Huang, Su Ruyu, wielded a wooden stick, brandishing it menacingly before her daughter Huang Yin. The stick sliced through the air with a sharp sound, yet did not strike Huang Yin. You wretched girl, you have no sense of propriety whatsoever. While intimidating her daughter with the stick, Madame Huang scolded, When you expressed your desire not to be separated from your elder brother and third brother, it was then that I consented to your stay in the military camp. Now that you are 17, a young lady of marriageable age, how dare you spend the night in Nezha's tent? Do you even wish to marry? Huang Yin turned her gaze elsewhere, unfazed, and replied, Mother, I have never expressed a desire to marry. I only wish to remain at home for life, serving you and father. Madame Huang would not believe such nonsense. She threw the wooden stick to the ground, sipped her hot tea, and continued, Tell me, Yinner, is it true that you have developed feelings for Nezha due to spending so much time together since childhood? Mother, what absurdity is this? Upon hearing Madame Huang's words, Huang Yin sprang to her feet as if struck by lightning, her face flushed with indignation. Nezha is my third brother. How could I ever entertain the thought of marrying him? There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Madame Huang smiled mischievously and replied, Though you and Nezha are siblings now, he is not of the Huang family. If you truly have feelings for him, I can arrange your marriage. Nezha has never engaged with other girls. If you marry him, it would indeed be a blessing he has earned over 3 lifetimes. I doubt he would object. Seeing that Madame Huang seemed earnest, Huang Yin found herself in a state of hesitation. As a budding young woman, she struggled to comprehend her feelings for Nezha, with whom she had grown up. If pressed to articulate it, she would admit that she did not despise the idea of marrying him. Noticing her indecision, Madame Huang continued, Yinner, if you genuinely do not wish to marry Nezha, I would never force you. However, our family is quite extraordinary. Your grandfather is the general of the Jepai Pass, and your father is one of the 4 great kings of Chaga. Your future husband should ideally be the son of the Dongbo Marquis, or perhaps the son of the West or South Marquis, or a prominent official of Chaga. It is essential that he matches our family status. Huang Yin couldn't help but roll her eyes and muttered softly, I would prefer to marry Nezha than some stranger I've never met. With a clap of her hands, Madame Huang laughed. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Yinner, when Nezha returns, I shall discuss your marriage with him. In an era where slavery had not yet vanished, a daughter's marriage was naturally determined by her parents. In her original fate, Huang Yin would have chosen to forsake her grandparents, parents, elder brother, aunt, and the entire Huang family to be with the impoverished and foolish Yang Jian. However, after Nezha's sacrifice and subsequent demise, Yang Jian's fortune surged, marking him as the new chosen one. Now, without having encountered Yang Jian, and with Nezha being the rightful chosen one, Huang Yin, who had no objections to marrying Nezha, would certainly not resist her mother's decision. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Nezha returned to Jiapai Pass with his subordinates and the Su sisters. After sending his deputy back to the Huang army camp with 50 loyal soldiers, Nezha personally drove a carriage to bring the Su sisters to the Huang residence. As Nezha entered the grand doors of the Huang mansion with Su Daji and Su Ningxiang, both Madame Huang and Huang Yin, who awaited him in the living room, immediately changed their expressions. Seeing both Madame Huang and Huang Yin waiting for him, Nezha rushed forward and knelt before Madame Huang, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to my honorary mother. It has been months since we last met, and you seem to have lost weight. Today, I bring back a daughter-in-law for you, who will care for you and help share your burdens." Indeed, upon hearing Nezha's words, Madame Huang and Huang Yin exchanged glances. At this moment, Su Daji pulled Su Ningxiang to Nezha's side and bowed to Lady Huang, saying, "I am Su Daji of the Su family. I pay my respects to Lady Huang. My father, Su Hu, has betrothed me to brother Nezha. In the future, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall serve you as if you were my own mother. I am Su Ningxiang of the Su family. I pay my respects to Lady Huang. May you be well." After the Su sisters paid their respects, Lady Huang forced a smile and said, "Ah, so these are the two daughters of Marquis Su Hu of Jizhou. My son Nezha has truly accrued immense fortune over 8 lifetimes to marry the daughter of the Marquis. My dear nieces, please do not stand on ceremony. Now that you are at the Huang residence, consider it your home. Yinner, please attend to the 2 sisters. I have matters to discuss with Nezha." With that, Lady Huang grasped Nezha's ear and led him toward Huang Feihu's study. Upon witnessing the mighty Nezha being treated like a child, dragged away by Lady Huang by the ear, Daji could not help but stifle a laugh. Under Daji's influence, Huang Yin and Su Ningxiang also broke into smiles. Nezha, unfazed by the embarrassment of being seen in such a manner by Huang Yin, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang, remained unconcerned. After all, filial piety is paramount, and Lady Huang was not only his adoptive mother, but had also saved his life. Once inside Huang Feihu's study, Lady Huang immediately released Nezha's ear, frowning as she spoke. "Nezha, the king merely commanded you to go to Chaoga to receive your rewards. How is it that you return with an unwed wife? Did Su Hu take a liking to you and offer his daughter in marriage?" "You misunderstand, my adoptive mother." Nezha shook his head. "It was I who, after receiving the king's rewards, traveled hundreds of miles to Jizhou to seek the hand of his daughter, Daji." "What? You sought to marry the daughter of Su Hu on your own accord?" Lady Huang's eyes widened in astonishment, soon replaced by an expression of anger. "You unfilial son. You allowed Yinner to spend the night in your tent. Did you not think of the responsibility you hold to marry her?" Though Nezha had been raised by Lady Huang for 8 years, he was still not her biological son. Once the matter involved her biological daughter, Nezha instantly became an outsider in Lady Huang's eyes. "Marry my second sister?" Nezha was momentarily dazed by her words. Only then did he realize that he and Huang Yin were no longer children. As children, it was innocent for Nezha and Huang Yin to share a bed, but now, Huang Yin had grown into a young lady of marrying age. Even if Nezha had not done anything with Huang Yin, the mere fact that she had spent a night in his tent was a matter of great concern for a young lady's reputation. After a moment of hesitation, Nezha furrowed his brow and said, "My adoptive mother, nothing happened between me and my second sister. There is no need to discuss marriage. Moreover, this incident occurred within the Huang army's camp, and no outsider will be aware." Nezha's words indeed hold merit, Lady Huang contemplated before speaking. "Nezha, if I were to arrange a marriage between you and Yinner, would you be willing to take her as your wife?" Without a moment's hesitation, Nezha replied, "Had this proposal arisen before my betrothal to Daji, I would gladly accept the hand of the second sister. However, as I am now bound by a marriage pact with Daji, to renege on that commitment would surely engender enmity between our Huang family and the Duke of Jizhou. Su Hu. Conversely, to remain steadfast in my engagement would imply the indignity of having the second sister as my concubine. Caught between these 2 dilemmas, I believe the most honorable choice would be to see her wed to a more suitable husband." What Nezha did not voice was his profound gratitude to Lady Huang for her nurturing and life-saving kindness. It is worth noting that even if Lady Huang wished to marry off a mere maid from the Huang household to him, Nezha would still express his willingness. "What a pity," Lady Huang sighed, her tone tinged with resignation. "You and Yinner share a mutual affection. She is willing to marry you, and you express a desire to wed her. Alas, you have missed the opportune moment. A lady of the esteemed Huang family cannot be reduced to a mere concubine. Chapter 17, The Justification for Supporting the Great Shang and the Tale of Achilles, son of the sea goddess Thetis. The goddess disguised the 9-year-old Achilles as a girl and presented him to King Lycomedes of Syros for upbringing, mistaking Achilles for a girl due to his attire. Lycomedes allowed him to live and play among his daughters. Ultimately, as Achilles matured, he secretly fathered a child with Lycomedes' daughter, Deidamia, unbeknownst to Lycomedes, who would unwittingly become a grandfather. Undoubtedly, Nezha is not one to be swayed by mere beauty. If he were so inclined, he could have emulated Achilles' heroic exploits, causing Huang Feihu and Lady Huang to become unsuspecting grandparents. Yet, Nezha refrained from such actions. Upon awakening to memories not of this world, his sole ambition became altering his destiny to avoid becoming a lotus root person. Romantic entanglements were far from his thoughts. After residing at the Huang estate for 3 days, Nezha left Su Daji and Su Ningxiang to keep company with Lady Huang and Yener, while he took a vice-general and 50 elite soldiers to the land of the Chang to succeed Huang Feihu. Upon his return to the Chang royal city, Nezha beheld a remarkable transformation. The Chang royal city, modeled after the Great Shang, boasted walls, gates, and streets. However, unlike the citizens of the Great Shang, the Chang people primarily resided in tents. Now, as Nezha entered the Chang royal city, he noticed the streets lined with numerous buildings, some still under construction. Upon reaching the Chang Palace, he saw the sign above the main gate had been replaced with that of the Duke of Jinshi. Though labeled a royal palace, the Chang Palace could scarcely compare to that of King Zhou, and thus, renaming it as Nezha's Duke of Jinshi estate was entirely fitting. Upon entering the royal palace of the Canines, now known as the Town West Marquis Mansion, Nezha beheld Huang Feihu diligently attending to state affairs in the remodeled council hall. After the land of the Canines had become the domain of Nezha, the Town West Marquis, the transformation of over 100,000 canine inhabitants into subjects of the Great Shang would undoubtedly require several months, alongside a considerable expenditure of human, material, and financial resources to reshape this territory. Upon hearing Nezha's footsteps as he entered the council hall, Huang Feihu, seated behind the desk, remarked without raising his head, "It seems our Town West Marquis has finally returned. Greetings, my adoptive father. I am truly grateful for your hard work during my absence," Nezha said, kneeling on one knee in respectful acknowledgement. His heartfelt gratitude for Huang Feihu, who had cared for the territory as if it were his own, was profound. Had it not been for Huang Feihu, the foremost warrior among the 4 great kings of Chaoga, maintaining order in the Canine land, chaos would certainly have arisen upon Nezha's departure. Huang Feihu lifted his gaze to the kneeling Nezha, a hint of a smile gracing his features. "You are now a lord in your own right. You should not kneel so easily. Rise, and tell me of the good deeds you have accomplished during this time." Once Nezha stood, he recounted all matters, save for those concerning Li Jing and Yin Shinyang. After listening to Nezha, Huang Feihu furrowed his brow and said, "Nezha, our Huang family has guarded the border pass for 7 generations. Though we lack the title of lord, we wield the authority of one. Now, you have been bestowed the title of Town West Marquis by the king, granted the land of the Canines. Do you understand that as lords? We are both allies and adversaries to the king. Should you resolutely choose to aid the king in his campaign against the West Qi, you would not only be opposing the Duke of Shibua, Jichang, but also the 800 lords of the realm." Nezha comprehended the gravity of his adoptive father's words. Nodding solemnly, he replied, "Father, I understand your counsel, but I possess compelling reasons to assist the king in suppressing the lords." Indeed, Nezha had justifiable grounds to support King Zhou of Shang. In this world, even the exalted goddess Niwa could not directly intervene against Nezha. Not merely because he was the child of destiny, but also due to the protection bestowed upon him by the fortunes of humanity. Although abandoned by the Li family in his youth, Li Jing had never publicly severed their father-son bond. Therefore, Nezha's identity encompassed not only that of the child of destiny, but also that of the 3rd son of Li Jing, the commander of Chenang Pass, shielded by the collective fortunes of the Great Shang dynasty. Later, when Nezha faced the calamity of returning flesh to his parents after slaying the Dragon King's 3rd son, Ao Bing, he lost the protective fortunes of the Great Shang. Now, with foreknowledge of the future, Nezha realized that to maintain the protection of the Great Shang's human fortunes, he must indeed assist King Zhou in quelling the rebellious ministers and traitors. After all, if the grand vessel of the Shang dynasty were to capsize, Nezha would lose the protection of the human fortune amassed by the dynasty, likely falling prey to the deadly schemes devised by formidable beings such as Niwa or Yuanshi Tianzun to prevent the sinking of this great ship. Nezha was even willing to sacrifice himself. His request to marry Su Daji from the Jizhou Marquis, Suhu, was not driven by an infatuation with her unparalleled beauty, but rather to prevent her from enchanting King Zhou of Shang, Dxin, in the capital of Chaoga. As for joining the Western Qi faction to gather human fortune for his own protection, Nezha never entertained such notions. The Shang dynasty was on a path towards centralization, its human fortune growing stronger each year, to the extent that not only the 800 feudal lords, but even the great powers who manipulated the world as if it were a chessboard could no longer tolerate the existence of the Shang. Conversely, the Zhizhou dynasty established by the Western Qi operated under a feudal system, which would inevitably lead to a gradual decline in its human fortune over time. If Nezha wished to distance himself from the protection of the Shang's human fortune, he would be better off cultivating his own land and developing his strength rather than seeking refuge with the Western Qi. In 10 years, he could potentially establish a formidable human dynasty of his own. At that time, the human fortune of the world would converge upon Nezha, allowing him to cultivate the 9 transformations of primordial energy to its utmost limit, transforming him into a great Luo golden immortal, akin to Nuwa and Yuan Shi Tianzun. However, Nezha had no current aspirations to overthrow the world, although he harbored intentions of agricultural development after conquering the land of the Dog Realm. His true purpose was to aid King Zhou in suppressing the other feudal lords. Seeing that Nezha was aware of his actions and their consequences, Huang Feihu nodded and remarked that given the current flourishing state of the Shang dynasty, assisting the king in suppressing the Western Qi and opposing the 800 lords may not be an erroneous choice. At this moment, Huang Feihu could not foresee that, should destiny remain unchanged, within a decade, King Zhou would face universal rebellion, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of his beloved concubine, Sudaji, who would conspire against him amidst indulgence. Presently, the Shang dynasty was supported by General Li Jing of Qintang Pass, General Kong Xian of Sanshan Pass, the Huang family's army at Jiepai Pass, and the Su family army led by Su Hu of Jizhou, while the eastern, southern, and western Marquis were too intimidated to act. Once Grand Master Wenzhong's forces subdued the northern Marquis and the 200 lords of the northern territories, the Shang dynasty could systematically conquer the eastern, southern, and western marquises, absorbing all the fiefdoms of the 800 lords into Shang territory, thereby establishing a centralized system in which the lords would hold nominal titles without real power. Nezha, foreseeing all that lay ahead, believed that with his assistance, even if King Zhou were indeed inept, he could still elevate him. Moreover, King Zhou was not a fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. However, he was excessively indulgent, preferring to delegate state affairs to his concubines rather than personally engage in the burdens of governance. Chapter 18. The Golden Immortal's Divine Abode. Due to Huang Feihu's frequent travels between the Jipai Guan and Chaoga, although he held the esteemed position of commander of the Huang family army, his father, Huang Gun, continued to serve as the general of Jipai Guan, managing the myriad affairs in his stead. However, Huang Gun, being advanced in age, could not shoulder these responsibilities indefinitely. Should Huang Feihu remain in the land of the Dog Realm to assist Nezha with administrative matters, it would inevitably lead to grave issues at Jipai Guan if his father were left to handle everything alone. Thus, upon Nezha's return to the Dog Realm royal city, he entrusted Huang Feihu with the administrative duties and persuaded him to return to Jipai Guan. If Huang Feihu did not depart, Nezha would find it difficult to cultivate his agricultural ambitions in the land of the Dog Realm. Once Huang Feihu had taken his leave, Nezha swiftly soared across vast distances on his wind-fire wheels, gathering an abundance of seeds for high-yield crops such as sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes in the new continent. Upon returning to the land of the Dog Realm, Nezha organized the large-scale cultivation of these crops while diligently practicing the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong. Additionally, he employed his divine ability to summon winds and rain, ensuring favorable weather conditions for the land. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Nezha, now 18, had transformed the Dog Realm people from a semi-nomadic society into a fully fledged agrarian community, akin to the citizens of the great merchant empire. Over these 2 years, the Dog Realm people discovered that cultivating sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes had elevated their standard of living tenfold. With the abundance of food, their population naturally increased. Currently, in Nezha's territory of Jinshi, the population had surged by 300,000, including natural births and incoming migrants. In addition to the flourishing development of his domain and the increase in population, Nezha himself, aided by the potency of the 9 transformations elixir, had advanced his cultivation of the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong to an impressive stage, mastering the art of 72 transformations and forging an immortal Yuanshin to attain the status of a golden immortal. Within the former Dog Realm royal palace, now the Jinshi Marquis, Nezha observed his divine abode within his mind, where an identical Yuanshin manifested. He opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of relief. Although Nezha had previously reached the pinnacle of martial arts as a true immortal, assisted by the Qianquan Circle, the mysterious Heaven Silk, the Windfire Wheels, and the Fiery Spear, he had always felt a lingering sense of insecurity. In his original fate, after vanquishing the Dragon King's third prince, Ao Bing, Nezha, despite his formidable prowess, was ultimately subdued by a mere Li Jing using the Linglong Pagoda. However, now that Nezha had forged an immortal Yuanshan, even 10 Li Jings combined could not hope to suppress him with the Linglong Pagoda. Though the Linglong Pagoda is an extraordinary treasure, its effectiveness is contingent upon the strength of its wielder. Only someone possessing the magical prowess of a true immortal could wield the Linglong Pagoda to subdue another true immortal. Nezha has now ascended to the status of an immortal golden sage. To subdue him with the Linglong Pagoda, it requires the prowess of another immortal golden sage to activate its powers. However, this realm is a minor world of the investiture of the gods, where the number of immortal golden sages is exceedingly scarce. Moreover, among these few sages, with the exception of Shen Gongbao, none are inclined to become embroiled in the grand calamity of the investiture of the gods. Thus, it can be said that upon attaining the status of an immortal golden sage, Nezha is virtually invincible in this realm until the conclusion of the investiture. After completing his meditative state, Nezha familiarized himself with the 9 transformations of the earthly fiends that he had recently mastered. I am now capable of inscribing talismans, performing water spells, and administering medicinal remedies to aid others. Furthermore, having perfected the art of abstaining from food, I can now absorb the essence of heaven and earth, rendering earthly sustenance unnecessary. Though Nezha rejoiced at acquiring these 9 transformations, he was acutely aware of the arduous journey ahead to cultivate the 9 transformations of the primordial to its ultimate perfection. In the short term, to rapidly enhance his power, the most effective course of action would be to train in the other divine abilities of the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. It seems prudent to seek an audience with my venerable ancestor, Yun Zhongzi, for I must acquire from him the final method of cultivating the 9 transformations of the primordial, as well as the divine abilities of the 36 transformations of the Heavenly Gang. Meanwhile, in the martial arena of the Western Duke's residence, Leizhenzi, the 100th son of Ji Chang, was soaring through the air with his wings unfurled, utilizing his aerial advantage to engage in combat with GFA, the second son of Ji Chang. Both GFA and Leizhenzi were exceptionally gifted, having reached the initial realm of true martial immortals at a young age. Despite their equal standing, Leizhenzi's ability to fly swiftly placed GFA at a distinct disadvantage after only a brief exchange of blows. On the opposite side of the arena, Yang Jian, the three-eyed lad, clad in general's armor, practiced martial arts in solitude. The reason no one dared to spar with Yang Jian was not due to disdain but rather because he had attained the pinnacle of true martial immortality, and none among Ji Chang's 100 sons could rival him. After practicing with his spear for a while, Yang Jian suddenly pressed his left index and middle fingers against his temple. With a swift motion, a divine light erupted from the third eye on his forehead, shooting toward a distant target. With a resounding impact, the divine light struck the bullseye and continued onward, piercing the wall behind the target. Although Nezha had consumed the 9 transformations elixir refined by Shen Gongbao, thereby seizing what was originally Yang Jian's opportunity, Yang Jian's relentless dedication to martial arts over the past decade had allowed him to reach the pinnacle of true martial immortality through his own efforts. Even without the 9 transformations elixir, his future achievements would surely rival those destined for him by fate. After concluding his training, Yang Jian threw the spear in his hand onto a distant weapon rack and proceeded towards the gates of the Shibua Marquis' residence. Noticing Yang Jian's actions, Leizhenzi swiftly soared above him, teasingly remarking, "Hey, three-eyed boy, are you off to see your father and sister again?" Having matured, Yang Jian had learned from Ji Chang, the Marquis of Shibua, that his father was a merchant named Yang, who managed several shops in Shichi City, and that his sister, Yang Lianhua, was studying at an academy. Although Yang Jian had yet to acknowledge his father and sister, he frequently checked on their well-being. Unbeknownst to him, both his father and sister had already recognized him, having discerned his identity due to his distinctly prominent third eye. Upon hearing Leizhenzi's inquiry, Yang Jian's expression turned serious as he replied, "Flying boy, I intend to see if the Dragon King's third son has been bullying my sister Lianhua." Although Nezha had altered his fate and did not arrive in Shichi, the resultant butterfly effect did not change Yang Lianhua's destiny. During a school trip organized by the academy she attended to the seaside, Yang Lianhua and her peers encountered the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, who became infatuated with her. In the absence of Nezha's protection, Yang Jian's, who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts as a true immortal, secretly watched over his sister. Though he lacked the accompanying treasures of Nezha, such as the Universal Silk and the Universe Ring, he could hold his own against Ao Bing, utilizing the power of his third eye to repeatedly force the prince back. Three-eyed boy, it seems you are not merely interested in visiting your sister, but rather in her close friend, Huang Wan. Lei Zhenzi exclaimed with a playful grin, causing Yang Jian's face to flush. Huang Wan, a classmate and close friend of Yang Lianhua, was the third daughter of the wealthiest family in Shiqi City. After witnessing Yang Jian's valor in battle against the Dragon King's son, Huang Wan appeared to have developed a crush on him, often approaching him with a silly grin whenever they crossed paths. Hey, three-eyed boy, I think you should consider it. Huang Wan is the third daughter of the richest family. Marrying her would grant you a share of immense wealth. If she had taken a liking to me, I would have already pledged myself to her. The typically reticent Yang Jian chose to remain silent, as if he had not heard Lei Zhenzi's words. Chapter 19. A debt to the Li family in the original course of destiny. A significant event unfolded when Nezha turned 18, the turmoil instigated by the canines. In response to the chaos, Emperor Zhou dispatched Li Jing, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, to lead an army against the insurgents. Having fought on the battlefield for over 2 decades, Li Jing had always collaborated with his wife, Yin Shenyang, to vanquish formidable foes. However, on this occasion, due to Yin Shenyang's quest to find Nezha in Shiqi, she had yet to return, leaving Li Jing to lead the forces solo. As a result of this battle, Li Jing not only suffered a significant defeat but also sustained grave injuries on the battlefield that rendered him unconscious. Upon his return with the remnants of his forces, he became the target of mockery and derision from all in Chaoga, from King Zhou to the common folk, who claimed that without the assistance of his wife, Yin Shenyang, Li Jing was incapable of securing victory. In a fit of rage, Li Jing dismissed Yin Shenyang, his lawful wife, and elevated his concubine, Lu Pipa, to the position of the esteemed matron of the Li household. Due to the insurrection of the Chang, King Zhou summoned talented individuals from across the realm to quell the uprising. Nezha, responding to the king's call from Shiqi, journeyed to Chaoga accompanied by the celestial child Lei Zhenzi and Yang Lianhua. Not only did he unveil his true identity, but at the tender age of 18, he was also appointed as a general by King Zhou, leading troops into battle and achieving great merit by subduing the Chang. However, upon arriving in Chaoga, a place rife with turmoil, Nezha, in a fit of rage, killed the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, committing a grave sin that plunged him into a cycle of violence. After awakening memories not belonging to this world, Nezha has been striving relentlessly to alter his destiny. 2 years prior, at the age of 16, he had already engaged the Chang, incapacitating their leader and transforming their territory into a domain of the Shangs, which became his fief as the Marquis of the West. Now, at the age of 18, it seemed improbable that another Chang uprising would occur. Yet, unexpectedly, the Guifang kingdom, which had once offered the princess Lu Pipa to King Zhou as a concubine, suddenly instigated rebellion. The rationale behind Guifang's insurrection appeared to stem from their humiliation at having Lu Pipa bestowed upon Li Jing. This act was not a recent occurrence. It was perplexing that Guifang chose this very year, instead of any other, to replace the Chang and instigate chaos. Nezha felt as though an invisible hand sought to realign the world with its destined path. Historically, the Guifang kingdom had always been subservient to the Shang, and even when Nezha fled Chaoga, they lent the Linglong Pagoda to Li Jing and Lu Pipa to suppress him. Upon hearing from his deputy about the insurrection in Guifang, Nezha's immediate response was to lead his army against them. He was uncertain whether Yin Shenyang had departed from Chintang Pass in search of him, but he was aware that King Zhou would undoubtedly dispatch the undefeated Li Jing to confront the Guifang. If Yin Shenyang had indeed left Chintang Pass, and Li Jing were to march alone against Guifang, he might suffer a defeat akin to that against the Chang. Returning to Chaoga gravely wounded and dismissing Yin Shenyang in his fury, Nezha felt that even if Yin Shenyang abandoned her husband and child, resulting in her repudiation by Li Jing, it bore no consequence for him. Yet Yin Shenyang would undoubtedly indulge in self-absorption, believing that her quest to find her beloved son Nezha has led to her being misunderstood by the entire Li family. Her husband, Li Jing, who has cherished her for over 2 decades, has even cast her aside. The sacrifices she has made for her son embody a profound maternal love that could surely move the heavens and earth. Although I do not perceive myself as indebted to Yin Shenyang, she feels that she has given so much for me. Hence I am burdened with a sense of obligation towards her that I find quite unpleasant. Having spoken these self-reflective thoughts, Nezha commanded his vice-general. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, it is time to deploy them. Relay my orders to assemble an army of 10,000 to accompany me in the campaign against the Ghost Nation. Upon hearing Nezha's words, the vice-general's eyes widened in astonishment. It was not that the territory of the Marquis of Jinshi could not muster such an army, but rather that King Zhou of Shang had not sanctioned Nezha, the Marquis of Jinshi, to lead an expedition against the Ghost Nation. Regaining his composure from the shock, the vice-general cautioned Nezha, young Marquis, consider carefully. You are no longer the 16-year-old youth, but a lord who commands a domain. 2 years ago, when you rashly led an expedition against the Chong, the king showed leniency due to your youth. Should you now act independently as the Marquis of Jinshi to deploy troops against the Ghost Nation, the king will undoubtedly be filled with wrath. And what of the king's wrath? Nezha retorted coldly as he rose, addressing the bowed vice-general. I, Nezha, would rather stand against the entire world. Even if it leads to my demise, then allow that woman to think she has sacrificed so much for me and that I owe her a great debt. If I do not lead this campaign, Li Jing will suffer grievous wounds in this conflict, and the entire Li family will be subjected to ridicule and shame. With her beloved husband casting her aside, I must alter this fate. I shall not be indebted to her, nor to the Li family. Instead, it will be they who owe me greatly. Yet, once I reshape destiny, none will know the extent of my sacrifices for the Li family. But the heavens, the earth, and I are aware, and my conscience is clear, this is sufficient. After Nezha's declaration, he noticed the vice-general still standing in place, and with some irritation, he exclaimed, Are you going to remain there in a daze? Do you wish for me to find someone else to replace you? Recognizing Nezha's resolute decision, the vice-general understood that persuasion was futile and promptly departed from the Marquis of Jinshi's residence to gather the troops outside. In the city of Chaoga, King Zhou of Shang learned of the unrest in the Ghost Nation, confirming Nezha's suspicions, and resolved to dispatch General Li Jing of Qintang Pass to lead the campaign. For years, King Zhou had entrusted opportunities for glory to Li Jing, not only due to his flawless military record spanning over 2 decades but also because, among the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, Li Jing was the only one not considered a true lord. Upon receiving the royal edict, Li Jing did not immediately lead the Li family army into battle, for his wife, In Shenyang, had already departed from Qintang Pass. Despite the urgency of the impending conflict, Li Jing wished to send a message to In Shenyang, intending to wait for her return before leading his forces into action. In truth, Li Jing possessed the capabilities to command an army, yet for the past 2 decades, he had the constant companionship of In Shenyang by his side. Now, suddenly thrust into the role of leading troops into battle alone, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, a persistent unease lingering within him. Li Jing was acutely aware that, in his current state, embarking on this campaign would already cost him 3 parts of his resolve before the first battle had even begun. However, the urgency of the situation loomed as King Zhou Dxin issued daily commands for Li Jing to mobilize his forces. His mother, Lady Yao Tianxiang, his sister, Li Nishang, and his concubine, Lu Pipa, all urged him to hasten his departure to avoid delaying the campaign and inciting the king's wrath. Just as Li Jing was harboring resentment towards In Shenyang and resolved to lead the Li family army into battle alone, a military report arrived in the hands of King Zhou. The Marquis of Jinshi, Nezha, had launched an unauthorized campaign against the Guifang kingdom, conquering 16 small cities and the royal city of Guifang within 3 days. With the turmoil in Guifang quelled, Li Jing no longer needed to venture forth alone, and thus his grievances towards In Shenyang dissipated. Within the palace of Chaoga, however, King Zhou was not pleased. Rather, he was incensed by Nezha's unilateral aggression. In all fairness, King Zhou was known for his remarkable tolerance towards his subjects. Yet, upon receiving the royal decree, Li Jing hesitated to march his troops due to In Shenyang's absence, which could be construed as defiance against the king's order. Nonetheless, King Zhou did not hold this against Li Jing, but merely urged him to mobilize swiftly. This time, however, Nezha had truly tested the limits of King Zhou's patience. Crash, crash, crash. Amidst the revelry, King Zhou, in his fury, smashed wine vessels and goblets upon the ground. What was this audacious Nezha attempting? He had once explicitly stated to the king that what was bestowed upon him was rightfully his, and what was not granted could not be seized. The king had not conferred the lands of Guifang to him. How dare he act on his own accord? Did he wish to emulate the house of Shibua, seeking to expand his dominion by waging war against other lords? King Zhou's comparison of Nezha to the house of Shibua underscored his wrath, for since the time of his grandfather, King Wen of Shang, the house of Shibua had, in name, remained loyal vassals, yet in reality had become sworn enemies of the Shang dynasty. Chapter 20. In Shenyang's 1,000-mile search for her son. While Nezha exerted every effort to alter his fate, the resultant butterfly effect transformed the destinies of many others. Yet some remained unchanged. Such was the case for young Lianhua, as well as for In Shenyang. Now, young Lianhua found herself ensnared by the 3rd prince of the Dragon King, Ao Bing, much like her predestined path. Meanwhile, in the year Nezha turned 18, In Shenyang resolved to leave the Li household in search of her son, determined to reunite him with his biological parents and bestow upon him the love and care he deserved. Although 2 years prior, when In Shenyang had encountered Nezha in Chaoga, he had uttered not a single word to her, She believed that by revealing the hardships that led her and Li Jing to abandon him, and by allowing Nezha to experience her genuine maternal love, he would ultimately choose to forgive his parents. A decade ago, when Nezha was merely 8 years old, the former king, Emperor Yi, passed away. Before his demise, he dreamt of Li Jing's third son, Nezha, entering the royal palace of Chaga and slaying the tyrant King Zhou. Believing this dream to be an omen of Nezha being the destined one to bring down the Shang dynasty, Emperor Yi commanded Li Jing and his sons to eliminate Nezha. That year, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang made the heart-wrenching decision to abandon Nezha in Feihu Gorge, leaving his fate to chance. Nezha was fully aware of the circumstances surrounding this choice, and thus harbored no resentment towards Li Jing and Yin Shenyang. He merely contemplated how King Zhou had been drowned by his beloved concubine, Daji, yet Emperor Yi dreamt of Nezha as the slayer, leading him to suspect the involvement of either Nuwa or the primordial supreme being, with Emperor Yi under the protection of human destiny. No one other than Nuwa or the primordial supreme being could infiltrate his dreams. As for the possibility of the nine-tailed fox meddling in Emperor Yi's dreams, despite being one of the few golden immortals in this realm, she had long since lost her physical form, her soul reborn as Sudaji, leaving only her immortal spirit behind. Thus, the nine-tailed fox, lacking a corporeal body, could only possess strength equivalent to the peak of true immortal status, and could neither enter the royal palace of the Shang nor manipulate Emperor Yi's dreams. Though Nezha understood the sacrifices made by Li Jing and Yin Shenyang in abandoning him and bore no ill will towards them, he never contemplated reconciling with them. In a previous life, he had been the fire deity, slain by Li Jing. Their relationship was one devoid of animosity, yet it was a genuine father-son bond. 2 years prior, in the city of Chaga, Li Jing had once expressed to Nezha, "Now, we are a harmonious family of 7, filled with joy, where father is kind and son is filial. In Chaga, who does not envy our Li family? The one who should not have appeared has long since perished in Feihu Gorge." Nezha wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, for he was indeed the one who ought not to have existed. Should Nezha return to the Li family, conflict would inevitably arise, disturbing the peaceful and harmonious existence of the family. As for why Nezha did not wish to reunite with Yin Shenyang, despite her genuine maternal love, it was a burden too heavy for him to bear. In the trajectory of Nezha's original fate, upon being reborn as a lotus root human, he appeared to have forgotten the past grievances, fostering a loving bond with Yin Shenyang and showcasing filial piety towards Li Jing. However, from Nezha's current perspective, the reborn Nezha as a lotus root human seemed to have become a mere puppet to Yin Shenyang's desires, embodying the image she had longed for. Yet, this was not the existence that the flesh and blood Nezha yearned for. With a strong and stubborn nature, he would rather repay his father with bone and his mother with flesh than live up to Yin Shenyang's expectations. Presently, Nezha even harbored grave doubts as to whether the lotus root human Nezha truly shared the same soul as he did now. The lotus root figure of Nezha resembles the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who has been imprisoned beneath Five-Finger Mountain for 5 centuries. If living as a mere puppet, fulfilling the expectations of Yin Shenyang as the lotus root Nezha equates to the price of enjoying a mother's love, Nezha would rather sever his bones for his father and flesh for his mother, allowing his soul to vanish entirely from this world, than be reborn as the lotus root Nezha, thereby becoming a true son to Yin Shenyang. These thoughts weighed heavily on Nezha's heart, unbeknownst to Yin Shenyang. The day after Nezha departed with his army to confront the ghost tribe, Yin Shenyang traveled a great distance to the Dog-Rome King City, only to be informed that Nezha had already left. Understanding that Nezha was no longer in the city, Yin Shenyang chose not to pursue him but resolved instead to visit the Jiepai Pass to express her gratitude to Huang Feihu and Madame Huang for their years of nurturing Nezha. Should Huang Feihu and Madame Huang be willing to assist Yin Shenyang in persuading Nezha, she believed the chances of reuniting with her son would significantly increase. Alone, Yin Shenyang arrived at the Huang residence at Jiepai Pass, and after presenting her husband Li Jing's token, she was easily granted an audience with Madame Huang, Su Ruyu. In the Huang household's parlor, Madame Huang personally came to the door, welcoming Yin Shenyang inside and joyfully grasping her hand. "Ah, Shenyang. Although Feihu frequently travels to Chaoga, we sisters have not seen each other for several years. You must stay with me for a while." Given her request, Yin Shenyang nodded in agreement while smiling. "Madame Huang, in truth, I have come today for a matter of great importance, specifically concerning Nezha." Before Yin Shenyang could finish her sentence, Madame Huang interjected with a smile. "When Feihu and I discovered Nezha in the Valley of Venomous Snakes, we thought your family, the Li clan, had abandoned him, as no one came to search for him. Now that you see Nezha has grown capable, do you wish to bring him back to the Li family? It is not as you think. It is not as you think." Yin Shenyang shook her head sorrowfully. "Madame Huang, The decision that led Jinggu and me to forsake Nezha was born of unavoidable circumstances. Now, I only wish to reclaim Nezha so that he may recognize his roots and understand that his biological parents love him as well. Observing the sorrow etched on Yin Shenyang's face, Madame Huang's heart softened. I know, Shenyang, that you have always possessed a deep maternal affection. In Chaoga City, which child does not envy Jin Jia and Mu Jia for having such a loving mother? You and Li Jing must have had your reasons for leaving Nezha behind. However, Nezha is a child of strong will. Whether he returns to the Li family must be a decision he makes for himself. As Madame Huang concluded her words, a maid entered the parlor, accompanied by Huang Yin, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang. Noticing Yin Shenyang's curious gaze upon the three girls, Madame Huang teased, Shenyang, among these three young ladies, one is Nezha's betrothed. Can you guess which one is our future daughter-in-law? After addressing Lady Yin Shenyang, Lady Huang turned to Huang Yin, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang, saying, hasten to pay your respects to Lady Li. She is the esteemed wife of Li Jing, one of the four great kings of Chaoga, and the biological mother of Nezha. The three maidens approached Lady Yin Shenyang, bowing in greeting. Lady Yin Shenyang regarded Su Daji and remarked, this girl possesses both wisdom and an almost ethereal charm. Her beauty is beguiling, yet Nezha may not be inclined to favor such a damsel. She then turned her gaze to Su Ningxiang, commenting, this girl has a fair appearance, though she appears somewhat naive. Finally, she looked at Huang Yin and observed, this girl shares Nezha's indomitable spirit. I am certain he will be drawn to her. I dare say she shall become my daughter-in-law. Upon witnessing Huang Yan's cheeks flush with embarrassment, Su Daji did not express anger at Lady Yin Shenyang's misjudgment. Instead, she stepped forward and bowed, proclaiming, I, Su Daji, have the honor of meeting Lady Li. I am indeed the intended bride of Brother Nezha. Lady Yin Shenyang was momentarily taken aback, her smile frozen upon her face. Though among the three maidens, Su Daji was the fairest, it was generally expected that Nezha would prefer a girl of Huang Yan's temperament. Unbeknownst to Lady Yin Shenyang, Nezha's heart was devoid of traditional romantic sentiments. His request to the Marquis of Jizhou, Suhu, to marry Daji was driven by ulterior motives. Chapter 21. A fated union awaits. In merely 3 days, Nezha launched a decisive assault, breaching the capital of the Ghost Tribe. This revelation led Nezha to understand that the Ghost Tribe possessed no treasure akin to the Linglong Pagoda. A moment's reflection would reveal that a barbaric tribe like the Ghost Nation, if in possession of such a treasure, would not lend it to Li Jing as if bestowing a gift. Furthermore, if the Ghost Tribe were capable of safeguarding a treasure like the Linglong Pagoda, their princess, Lu Pipa, would not have been possessed by a millennia-old Pipa spirit. In the original course of fate, Lu Pipa was said to have borrowed the Linglong Pagoda from the Ghost Tribe, but the truth was that she had borrowed it from the Nine-Tailed Fox. As for how the Nine-Tailed Fox acquired the Linglong Pagoda, although her physical form was destroyed, she was, after all, an immortal golden immortal. And it is not surprising for her to possess such a treasure. More likely, the Nine-Tailed Fox received the Linglong Pagoda from the goddess Nuwa. Nuwa's bestowal of the Linglong Pagoda to the Nine-Tailed Fox was intended to ensure that when Nezha escaped from Chaoga, Li Jing would use the pagoda to subdue him. It was precisely because Li Jing used the Linglong Pagoda to suppress Nezha that he lost all hope of escape, prompting him to choose to repay his parents by sacrificing his own flesh and bone, both to atone for his sins and to return what he owed to Li Jing and Lady Yin Shenyang. Within the palace of the Ghost Tribe's capital, Nezha sat upon the throne that originally belonged to the ruler of the Ghost Nation, while the ruler knelt before him in the Grand Hall, repeatedly bowing and pleading for forgiveness, claiming that he had been bewitched by demons, leading him to commit the folly of attacking the Shang dynasty. Nezha is aware that the ruler of the Ghost Tribe is likely innocent, having indeed been manipulated by malevolent forces. According to the original trajectory of fate, even during the tumultuous era of the Shangzhou conflict, the Ghost Tribe would not have launched an assault on the Shang. However, Nezha has no intention of exonerating the ruler of the Ghost Tribe, nor does he wish to return the lands of the Ghost Tribe to him. The fact remains that the Ghost Tribe's military aggression against the Shang is undeniable. To punish the audacity of the Ghost Tribe, Nezha aims to transform their territory into that of the Shang and to convert the inhabitants of the Ghost Tribe into denizens of the Shang. By unifying the territories and populations of the Canine Rong and the Ghost Tribe, Nezha, as the Marquis of the West, would wield power and influence comparable to that of the four great lords. Little General, my daughter, Lu Pipa, is to marry as a concubine to Li Jing, one of the four heavenly kings of Chaoga. We, the Ghost Tribe, are akin to family with the Shang. I beseech you, for the sake of Lord Li Jing, grant me an opportunity to explain myself to the king. Upon hearing the incessant pleas of the ruler of the Ghost Tribe, Nezha waved his hand in annoyance and commanded, take him away. Although Lu Pipa is, in truth, a millennium-old Pipa spirit, the ruler of the ghost tribe is nominally Li Jing's father-in-law, while Nezha is Li Jing's son. Thus, the ruler can be loosely considered Nezha's grandfather. Given this world's strong emphasis on filial piety, Nezha does not wish to force him to kneel before him. After the sub-general ordered 2 guards to escort the ruler away, Nezha instructed, "Now that the soldiers of the ghost tribe have surrendered, let our forces fully take control of their territory, and then, following the model of the canine Rhone lands, we shall implement reforms in the ghost tribe's domain." The sub-general could only manage a wry smile upon hearing this. Nezha lacks the mandate of King Zhou. And while King Zhou might be enraged by the unauthorized military action against the canine Rome, it is unlikely he would impose severe punishment on Nezha. However, should Nezha govern the territory of the ghost tribe without King Zhou's consent, he would be perceived as a rebellious minister, akin to the 4 great lords in King Zhou's eyes. Seeing that the sub-general hesitated to act on his orders, Nezha jestingly remarked, "Am I to let the king bestow upon another the territory of the ghost tribe that I have conquered myself? Do as I say, and tomorrow I shall go to Chowga to request that the king grant me the lands of the ghost tribe. I shall obey." The sub-general departed to fulfill his orders, and Nezha stepped out of the main hall, gazing at the night sky. Though Nezha currently disregards the royal command, appearing to outsiders as a rebellious figure, his intentions remain aligned with supporting the Shang dynasty. However, Nezha is no naive loyalist. While he wishes to assist the Shang dynasty, he does not aspire to be a mere loyal subject of King Zhou. His current ambition is to become a powerful minister who governs in place of King Zhou, remaining loyal to the Shang dynasty and the people, rather than to King Zhou alone. If Nezha truly harbored thoughts of disloyalty and injustice, the 2 divine arrows, the arrow of loyalty and the arrow of righteousness, would have long since departed from his side. On the following day, Nezha left his deputy and an army of 10,000 in the realm of the ghosts, embarking alone upon the wind and fire wheels towards Chowga. The wind and fire wheels carried Nezha swiftly, allowing him to traverse 1,000 miles, and by evening, he arrived in the city of Chowga. As Nezha wandered the bustling streets of Chowga, admiring the scenic views en route to the Huang residence, he encountered a procession of soldiers escorting a carriage that approached him. Despite his formidable prowess, Nezha bore no intention of overstepping his bounds. He voluntarily stepped aside to allow the entourage to pass. Upon the soldiers' approach, Nezha's expression shifted as he beheld 2 young generals at the forefront. One bore a pair of wings and possessed an oddly unattractive visage, while the other had a third eye upon his forehead. Within the carriage sat Ji Chong, the Marquis of Shibua. Though Nezha held little interest in Lei Zhenzi, his attention had been consistently drawn to Yang Jian, the destined successor. Yang Jian had now ascended to the pinnacle of martial immortality, making him a crucial general among the forces of Shiqi, the only individuals worthy of being protected by the likes of Lei Zhenzi, the adopted son of Ji Chong. And Yang Jian, the esteemed general of Shiqi, were none other than the Marquis of Shibua himself, and the foremost of the 4 heavenly kings of Chowga. Inside the carriage, alongside Ji Chong, sat Yang Jian's sister, Yang Lianhua. The decree of King Zhou had summoned Ji Chong to Chowga. Due to the butterfly effect triggered by Nezha's alteration of fate, Ji Chong could not divine the auspiciousness or misfortune of this journey, prompting him to bring Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi along. Moreover, Yang Jian, concerned for his sister Yang Lianhua, who was being pursued by the Dragon King's 3rd son, Ao Bing, requested Ji Chong to allow her to accompany them to Chowga, to which Ji Chong readily agreed. "My lord." Within the carriage, Yang Lianhua jestingly addressed Ji Chong. "You mentioned that upon our arrival in Chowga, I would encounter my fated soulmate. Now that we tread upon the streets of Chowga, where is this destined union you spoke of?" Seated with unwavering confidence, Ji Chong calculated briefly and replied with a smile, "Lady Lianhua, if you draw back the curtains of the carriage and gaze outside, you shall behold your fated soulmate." "Is that truly so?" Yang Lianhua, though skeptical of Ji Chang's words, nonetheless pulled back the curtains to peer outside. In that instant, Nezha, standing at the edge of the street, witnessed the curtains of Ji Chong's carriage parting to reveal a maiden of beauty rivaling that of Daji, exuding an air of innocence and grace as she curiously gazed outward. Despite it being their first encounter, Nezha instinctively recognized her as Yang Jian's sister, Yang Lianhua, the very person destined to be his soulmate in this world. At the same moment, as Nezha beheld Yang Lianhua, her gaze naturally fell upon him, clad in resplendent general's armor. As Nezha stood tall with his striking features, Yang Lianhua felt her heart race inexplicably, imprinting his image deeply in her mind. When she finally turned from the window, her guardian, Ji Chong, the Duke of Shibua, jestingly inquired, "So, Lianhua, have you encountered your destined soulmate?" In Chapter 22, titled Mutual Peril, the encounter on the streets of Chowga City with Ji Chong was of little concern to Nezha. despite recognizing the beauty of young Lianhua, whose allure rivaled that of Daji, and knowing they were fated to be together, Nezha, having awakened memories not belonging to this realm, was solely focused on altering his destiny, leaving no room for romantic thoughts. Even if Yang Lianhua's beauty surpassed that of Nuwa, Nezha would regard her merely as a companion on his journey. Upon returning to the Huang residence in Chaoga City, Nezha discovered the five-colored divine bull roaming the courtyard, while Huang Feihu sat alone in the living room, sipping tea. Surprised, Nezha entered and exclaimed, "Father, I just saw Ji Chong on the street. I did not expect you to be in Chaoga as well. Is it the time when the four heavenly kings gather to pay their respects to the king?" In the original trajectory of Nezha's fate, the year he turned 18 and slayed the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, coincided with the four heavenly kings visiting Chaoga to pay homage to the king. It was during this critical juncture that Queen Jiang ordered Nezha's capture, prompting Li Jing, Su Hu, and Huang Feihu to confront him. Had it not been for this significant occasion, the various lords would have been occupied with their respective duties. Su Hu would remain in Jizhou. Huang Feihu would be traversing between Chaoga and Jipaiguan, and Li Jing would oversee Qintang Pass, while Ji Chong would be strategizing against the Shang dynasty. Huang Feihu set down his teacup and fixed a cold gaze upon Nezha, stating, "You ungrateful child, your audacity grows bolder by the day. Without the king's command, how dare you launch an offensive against the ghost tribe? Do you understand the extent of the king's wrath?" Faced with Huang Feihu's stern demeanor, Nezha couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "Father, even if the king is enraged, what of it? Can he truly order my death? King Zhou of Shang would certainly not issue a decree to kill Nezha. If he wished to eliminate anyone, he could do so at will." Yet, the reality remained that not only were the other three lords among the four great lords alive, but even the northern lord, who had battled for years against the Grand Tutor Wenzhong in the Northern Sea, was thriving. While King Zhou could easily decree the execution of commoners or strip anyone of their titles, his commands held no weight beyond the territories directly under the Shang dynasty's control, rendering them mere empty words in the realms of the lords. Observing Nezha's brazen demeanor, Huang Feihu sighed and said, "Nezha, now, the father struggles to comprehend whether you aspire to be a loyal minister to the king or a true feudal lord. If Nezha seeks to be a faithful servant of King Zhou, he disregards the royal edicts, showing no semblance of loyalty. Conversely, if Nezha does not wish to be a loyal minister, he has nonetheless taken the initiative to quell the turmoil at the borders of the Shang dynasty by eliminating the threats from the ghost tribe, thus rendering a service to the state amid Li Jing's persistent hesitance to mobilize the troops." As for Huang Feihu, although the Huang family does not hold the title of a feudal lord at the Jipaiguan Pass, they possess the essence of one, having served the Shang dynasty loyally for 7 generations. If it were possible, Huang Feihu truly hopes that Nezha, in the capacity of a feudal lord, would stand alongside the Huang family as loyal subjects of the Shang dynasty. In the original trajectory of fate, even if the three formidable kings, towering King Li Jing, Jizhou Marquis Su Hu, and Shibuo Marquis Ji Chang became adversaries of the Shang dynasty, Huang Feihu would still defend it fervently, even relocating his entire family to Chaoga, choosing to share in the dynasty's fate. Nezha, aware of Huang Feihu's unwavering loyalty to the Shang dynasty, couldn't help but smile and said, "Father, you need not worry. As long as the king remains clear-headed and does not commit acts of self-sabotage, I shall remain wholeheartedly devoted to the Shang dynasty." Nezha's loyalty is pledged to the Shang dynasty, not specifically to King Zhou. Huang Feihu, evidently unaware of the profound implications behind Nezha's words, nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, Nezha. With your assurance, I shall swallow my pride and seek aid from Shibuo Marquis and Jizhou Marquis, as well as Lord Li Jing, to speak in your favor before the king, persuading him to refrain from punishing you for your unilateral assault on the ghost tribe. Father intends to plead with Lord Li Jing on my behalf before the king?" Nezha furrowed his brow and shook his head. "That is entirely unnecessary. I can owe a favor to Marquis Su Hu and Marquis Ji Chong, but I cannot owe anything to Lord Li Jing. Furthermore, your appeal to Lord Li Jing may yield the opposite effect." How could that be? Huang Feihu was clearly skeptical of Nezha's assertion. Although Nezha had yet to acknowledge Li Jing, the latter would undoubtedly recognize Nezha as his own flesh and blood. In Huang Feihu's perspective, even if he did not actively seek assistance from Li Jing, the latter would certainly advocate for Nezha before the king. Yet, Nezha's claim that seeking Li Jing's help would backfire suggested a deep-seated resentment towards Li Jing for abandoning him in the past. Huang Feihu, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that, in the original course of fate, when King Zhou judged Nezha for slaying the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, the four great kings Su Hu, Ji Chong, and Huang Feihu had all heeded Yin Shenyang's pleas, agreeing to spare Nezha's life. Only Li Jing, When approached by Enlightenment in the pouring rain, as Nezha's biological father, insisted that Nezha must pay for his crime with blood. The enmity between Nezha and Li Jing could be described as a profound vendetta spanning 2 lifetimes. This deep-seated grudge is indelible, and Nezha cannot simply cast it aside. Even though he bears no malice towards Li Jing, nor does he harbor any resentment. However, he would never acknowledge the relationship with Li Jing and his son, thus failing to fulfill Enlightenment's aspirations for a filial bond. Huang Feihu sought assistance from Li Jing, and not only was Nezha aware that the outcome would be counterproductive, but even if Li Jing were genuinely inclined to plead on Nezha's behalf before King Zhou of Shang, Nezha would not wish to owe him even the slightest favor. Adoptive father. In any case, if you must plead for me before the king, seek out Marquis Su Hu of Jizhou or Marquis Ji Chong of Shibua. But absolutely do not approach Lord Li Jing. I take my leave. With those words, Nezha departed the parlor and stepped into the courtyard outside. Suddenly, standing in the courtyard, Nezha observed a dense black cloud drifting towards Chaoge City from the western sky. While ordinary eyes might not perceive it, Nezha's divine gaze could clearly discern that within the black clouds resided a colossal dragon, 100 feet long, stirring the tempest. In a few days, the festival celebrating the birth of the Dragon Mother would occur, with the Dragon King of the East Sea personally arriving at Chaoge City to partake in the ceremony. This implied that the dragon should have traversed from the East Sea, yet it was approaching from the west. Could it be the third Prince Ao Bing of the Dragon King, following Yang Lianhua from the West Qi to Chaogu? Upon realizing the identity of the dragon amidst the clouds, Nezha couldn't help but gaze longer. In the original trajectory of fate, it was the death of Ao Bing that had plunged Nezha into a calamitous fate. In Nezha's current perspective, although Ao Bing was arrogant and domineering, he was not inherently malevolent. If Ao Bing were truly wicked, he would have had ample opportunities to forcibly abduct Yang Lianhua and compel her to become his wife. However, Ao Bing did not resort to coercion but instead sought to win Yang Lianhua's heart sincerely. Regrettably, while Nezha believed Ao Bing was not deserving of death, he still felt justified in slaying Ao Bing in a fit of rage. The harsh truth of the world remains that the strong prey upon the weak. In a furious clash of life and death, Nezha vanquished Ao Bing, which could only be attributed to Ao Bing's inferior skill. After Ao Bing's demise, Nezha found himself ensnared in a life-threatening predicament, yet he bore no resentment towards anyone. For Nezha understood that his peril stemmed from his own lack of strength. Had he been sufficiently powerful, the 3 great heavenly kings would not have been able to challenge him, nor would the Linglong Pagoda have contained him, thus averting the so-called calamity. Returning to his senses, Nezha smiled and called out to the roaring Ao Bing amidst the clouds, "Third Prince of the Dragon King. I have striven to alter my fate, and I hope that fortune favors you as well, sparing you from a calamity that would provoke me." Ao Bing represented Nezha's impending peril, and was Nezha not also a harbinger of doom for Ao Bing? Chapter 23. Deliberations in the Hall of Governance. The 4 heavenly kings arrived at Chaoge to meet with King Zhou of Shang, their foremost topic of discussion being Nezha's unilateral military actions against the Ghostly Kingdom, although Li Jing was reluctant to send troops. Nezha's decisive victory over the Ghost Tribe had effectively resolved a considerable crisis for the Shang dynasty. Logically, this should have balanced his merits and faults. However, King Zhou DXIN evidently sought to seize this opportunity to punish Nezha, whom he deemed a rebellious subject. On the day when the 4 heavenly kings gathered at the palace to pay their respects to King Zhou, Nezha, as the focal point of the discussions, entered the palace in his capacity as the Marquis of the West. Within the council hall of the palace, King Zhou sat upon his dragon throne. Upon seeing not only the 4 heavenly kings and the esteemed ministers of Chaoge but also Nezha, the so-called rebel, standing behind Huang Feihu, King Zhou felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly rising from his throne. Previously, he regarded Nezha as a child he could easily control, believing that even the gravest of mischiefs committed by Nezha were merely the caprices of youth, and thus deemed punishment unnecessary. However, he now perceived Nezha as a defiant subject who openly disregarded royal authority. Nezha's unauthorized attack on the Ghost Tribe had already incited King Zhou's fury to the point of contemplating execution. Today, witnessing Nezha's audacity in arriving at Chaoge without a royal summons intensified his ire. "Nezha, you possess an audacious spirit." Before the ministers could fully pay their respects to King Zhou, he raised his hand, pointing at Nezha in reproach. "In the past, when you took it upon yourself to attack the Chong, I showed leniency due to your youth and ignorance, absolving you of guilt. Yet, you have now escalated your transgressions, first by launching an unprovoked attack on the Ghost Tribe, and then by coming to Chaoge without my summons. Nezha, do you acknowledge your crime?" Realizing he was indeed the center of attention in today's council, Nezha stepped forward and, bowing his fists in respect, addressed King Zhou. "I acknowledge my guilt. I implore your majesty to administer justice according to the law." Surprised by Nezha's forthright admission of guilt, King Zhou hesitated, then turned to the four heavenly kings. For heavenly kings, since Nezha has confessed, what do you suggest regarding his punishment? As the foremost of the four heavenly kings, Ji Chang, the Marquis of Shibua, stepped forward first. Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, although Nezha has committed transgressions, he has also rendered great service. I beseech you to weigh his contributions against his misdeeds, granting him neither reward nor punishment. Following him, Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, echoed, Your Majesty, I share the same sentiment as the Marquis of Shibua. Nezha has indeed accomplished great deeds by subduing the ghost tribe. I urge you to show him mercy. Then Huang Feihu stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, Nezha is like a son to me. I shall refrain from further comment. I urge you to heed the advice of the other three heavenly kings in your decision. Seeing that none of the three heavenly kings advocated for Nezha's punishment, King Zhou turned to the last of the heavenly kings, Li Jing, the general of Chin'eng Pass. Li Jing, what is your counsel on how I should deal with Nezha? After stepping forward, Li Jing hesitated, torn between asserting Nezha's guilt and advocating for his innocence. Due to Yin Shenyang's departure from Chin'eng Pass in search of Nezha, Li Jing hesitated to launch an offensive against the Ghost Kingdom. Nezha's campaign to vanquish the Ghost Kingdom undoubtedly alleviated a significant burden for Li Jing. He was acutely aware that, without Yin Shenyang's presence, a hasty assault could lead to his own defeat. Given that Nezha had effectively resolved a pressing issue for him, it would logically follow that Li Jing should advocate for Nezha's innocence, much like the other three great kings. However, Li Jing believed that, as Nezha was his biological son, it was prudent to avoid any semblance of partiality and to demonstrate his selflessness by requesting that King Zhou, Dxin, adjudicate Nezha according to the law. Moreover, before the passing of the late king, he had dreamt that Nezha was destined to eradicate the Shang dynasty. Now, with Nezha repeatedly defying royal commands, even King Zhou could no longer tolerate his audacity. Perhaps Nezha truly was the fated harbinger of the Shang's downfall. Thus, for the sake of the Shang dynasty and the enduring loyalty of the Li family from Chin'eng Pass, Li Jing felt compelled to act against his own kin, fulfilling an obligation left unaccomplished a decade prior. Having resolved his inner conflict, Li Jing approached King Zhou, offering his counsel. My lord, distinctions between merit and fault must be upheld. If everyone were allowed to offset their misdeeds with their achievements, those who have rendered service to the Shang would surely emulate Nezha's reckless behavior, creating chaos across the realm. I beseech your majesty to impose strict punishment upon Nezha, serving as a cautionary example to others. Excellent. King Zhou replied with a hearty laugh, clearly pleased with Li Jing's counsel. You are indeed unwavering in your loyalty, Li Jing. Nezha, did you hear that? The heavenly king has commanded your punishment according to the law. Nezha was not only the adopted son of Huang Feihu but also the biological son of Li Jing, a fact well known to King Zhou. Even if King Zhou had been previously unaware, Deng Zhougong would certainly have relished sharing this tidbit with him for a good laugh. In conveying these words to Nezha, King Zhou subtly implied that even your own father, Li Jing, supports my decision to punish you, reflecting your profound failures as a person. Nezha paid little heed to King Zhou's mockery, for he had anticipated that Li Jing would request punishment on his behalf. Were Li Jing to advocate against punishment, that would indeed be a true anomaly. Upon awakening to memories from a past life, Nezha recognized the enmity he shared with Li Jing. He had never harbored any illusions of paternal affection from him. From the outset, Nezha had declared, let the king impose strict punishment upon me. Now that Li Jing had already advised the king to penalize him, he implored, my lord, please render your judgment. King Zhou scoffed at Nezha's request for punishment. Currently, as the Duke of the West, Nezha commanded a formidable force of 50,000 troops from the lands of the Chang barbarians. Coupled with the 50,000 troops from the Huang family at the border, should Nezha's punishment incite rebellion among him and Huang Feihu, the resulting chaos could surpass that posed by Ji Chang, the foremost among the four great lords. Despite your insistence on my punishment, you are clearly aware that I am too timid to impose it upon you. After voicing his inner thoughts, King Zhou, Dxin, spoke coldly. Although Li Tianwang urged me to administer justice according to the law, I consider you still a child and, moreover, my nephew. This time, I shall show leniency. Upon hearing Dxin's words, the officials in the hall collectively exhaled in relief. Despite Dxin's usual capriciousness, he had never erred in matters of significant consequence for the fate of the Shang dynasty. To punish Nezha and thus provoke the loyalty of the 7 generations of Huang Feihu and the young hero Nezha would indeed be counterproductive. Upon hearing the king's decision, Li Jing felt momentarily dazed. If Dxin did not intend to punish Nezha, why should he present himself as the villain, claiming to punish Nezha as his own father? Once the issue of Nezha was resolved, the court session concluded successfully. As the chief eunuch announced the adjournment, the civil and military officials dispersed. Dxian summoned Nezha privately to the lavish banquet hall. Upon Nezha's entrance, Dxian, already indulging in revelry, hurled a wine cup at Nezha's head. With a resounding thud, Nezha did not flinch, allowing the cup to strike his forehead. As the shattered pieces fell to the ground, Nezha approached Dxian with a radiant smile and said, "Nephew Nezha pays his respects to uncle. Have you calmed down? If not, feel free to smash more cups upon me." After speaking, Nezha summoned his powers, conjuring 2 rows of 10 wine cups upon the low table before Dxian. Nezha willingly allowed himself to be struck by the very cups he had summoned. Entirely beyond Dxian's expectations, seeing Nezha conjure 10 cups, Dxian hesitated before responding. "Nezha, I was indeed furious, but after striking you once, my anger has subsided. You acted rashly by attacking the Ghost Kingdom and then coming here to Chowga. Do you have an explanation for me?" Nezha knelt on one knee, his expression solemn as he replied, "My lord, the situation is dire, and the urgency of war is palpable. You commanded Li Tianwang to lead an expedition against the Ghost Kingdom, yet he has been reluctant to mobilize, resulting in the slaughter of our Shang citizens by the enemy. I acted independently to rescue our people, which compelled me to advance into the Ghost Kingdom. After subduing them, I hastened to Chowga to seek your forgiveness." After hearing Nezha's explanation, Dxian's expression turned peculiar. "Nezha, according to your reasoning, should I not be punishing Li Jing for his delay in sending troops?" Chapter 24. The birth of the Dragon Mother and the catastrophe unfolds. Upon exiting the palace and standing on the bustling streets of Chowga, Nezha let out a long sigh. As a golden immortal destined for an everlasting spirit, Nezha, inherently proud, truly despised the act of bowing and scraping before others. Before the tyrant King Zhou, Nezha found himself compelled to bow in submission, for he wished to avoid being branded as a traitor or a rebel. The true adversaries of King Zhou should be the 4 great lords led by the Duke of Shibua, Ji Chang, rather than his own loyal self to the Shang dynasty. Were it not for the familial bond with King Zhou, Nezha would rather overthrow the world than bend the knee before him. Having uttered these audacious words in a hushed tone, Nezha departed from the palace, making his way towards the Huang residence in Chowga. Upon returning to the Huang residence, Nezha entered the sitting room and beheld Huang Feihu inspecting gifts presented by the household servants. "Father, your son has returned. Are you preparing to bestow gifts upon another?" Upon hearing Nezha's inquiry, Huang Feihu turned to respond, "Nezha, tomorrow marks the festival of the Dragon Mother's birthday, and the Dragon King of the East Sea will personally visit the Dragon Mother Temple in Chowga to preside over the rituals. The Dragon King of the East Sea is the leader of the 4 sea dragons, governing the art of rain and cloud. I am an old acquaintance of the Dragon King, and I intend to meet him tomorrow to exchange gifts and seek his blessings for favorable weather across our Shang realm. In this world, while the Dragon Kings are revered deities presiding over rain and clouds, they willingly associate with the powerful among the human race. As the mightiest of the 4 heavenly kings of Chowga, Huang Feihu's connection with the Dragon King of the East Sea is particularly significant. Among the 4 heavenly kings, Li Jing has even shared a bond of fellowship with the Dragon King. In the original trajectory of Nezha's fate, the Dragon King's 3rd son, Ao Bing, had framed Nezha for the fire at the West Qi Dragon Mother Temple. The Dragon King initially intended to seek retribution against Nezha, but upon receiving a token from Li Jing, he promptly decided to spare Nezha, illustrating the depth of Li Jing's influence. Huang Feihu's intention to exchange gifts with the Dragon King was not to forge a genuine friendship akin to that of Li Jing, but rather to acquire treasures from the Dragon Palace in return for ordinary mortal gifts, which would assuredly yield a priceless reward. When Huang Feihu invited Nezha to accompany him for the Dragon Mother's festival, Nezha immediately shook his head, stating, "Father, your son has already mastered the art of summoning wind and rain. Even without befriending the Dragon King, I can ensure that my territory enjoys favorable weather. Therefore, I shall not attend the Dragon Mother's festival tomorrow." Although he spoke thus, the underlying reason was that Nezha and the Dragon King's 3rd son, Ao Bing, were fated to clash. Should they meet, even in the absence of prior enmity, animosity would surely arise. As Nezha asserted, having learned the art of summoning wind and rain, there was indeed no necessity to befriend the Dragon King. Huang Feihu nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then you shall stroll through Chowga tomorrow, purchasing some local specialties to bring back as gifts for your mother and elder brother and sister." The following morning, Huang Feihu set off for the Dragon Mother Temple in Chowga with his servants, while Nezha, accompanied by 2 household attendants, wandered the streets of Chowga in search of suitable local specialties to present as gifts. After strolling through the marketplace and purchasing gifts for my esteemed foster mother, Madame Huang, my elder brother, Huang Tianhua, and my younger sister, Huang Yin, I was about to return to the Huang residence with my 2 servants when one of them could no longer restrain himself. Third young master. The Dragon King of the East Sea has personally come to the Longmu Temple in Chaoga to preside over the sacrificial rites. The 4 heavenly kings will all be present to meet the Dragon King. Surely the temple will be bustling with activity today. Are you truly not inclined to partake in the festivities? It was not just the 4 heavenly kings, aside from King Zhou, Xin, and his concubines. It seemed that every dignitary in Chaoga would attend the Longmu Temple to catch a glimpse of the esteemed visage of the Dragon King, the divine sovereign of the aquatic realm. Though Xin was a ruler of mortals, he held a rank that, in name, equated him with the Jade Emperor of the Celestial Court, placing him above the Dragon King. Given Xion's stature, it would be unbecoming for him to lower himself to meet the Dragon King. Thus, on the day of the Dragon Mother's birthday, while others flocked to Chaoga for the festivities, Xion chose instead to leave the city with Duke Deng to hunt in the nearby mountains. Casting a glance at the speaking servant, I smiled and said, "If you too wish to go to the Longmu Temple, relinquish the gifts I just purchased into my care, and you may go enjoy the revelry without me. Regardless of who may grace the temple with their presence, I shall not be inclined to attend." When I spoke these words, I harbored no ulterior motives. However, the servant who had just spoken imagined far more than was intended. Turning pale and trembling in fear as he hastily replied, "Third young master, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to serve you by your side. I have no desire to witness the Dragon Mother's birthday." As we exited the marketplace, I observed a throng of people gathered ahead. Among the crowd, a young girl's voice rang out in distress. "I beg you, please let go of me. If you do not release me, I shall scream for help." As I approached the crowd with my 2 servants, I beheld a wealthy young gentleman, clad in splendid attire, grasping the left wrist of Yang Lianhua with his right hand. Her delicate face, nearly in tears, displayed an expression of urgency as she implored him, "Third prince, I beg you, please let me go." "Lianhua, what is the meaning of this?" The young gentleman, encircled by a multitude of ignorant onlookers, exclaimed with irritation. "You summoned me here, professing your willingness to marry me. Why? Then, do you seek to retract your words?" The citizens of Chaoga merely observed, none daring to intervene in the young gentleman's actions. And I felt no disapproval of their inaction. If Yang Lianhua were indeed ensnared by a villain, she ought to have cried out for help, prompting the onlookers to come to her aid. Yet, she neither called for assistance nor exhibited fear, but rather engaged in soft pleas, indicating her familiarity with the young gentleman and her belief that he posed no threat to her well-being. In light of this, the gathered citizens of Chaoga were wise enough not to meddle in affairs that did not concern them. The nobleman entangled with Yang Lianhua is evidently the 3rd Prince Ao Bing of the East Sea Dragon King, transformed into human form. Nezha cast a fleeting glance at Yang Lianhua and Ao Bing before continuing his stride forward. At that moment, Yang Lianhua, ensnared by Ao Bing, caught sight of Nezha making his way through the crowd. "Nezha! Nezha!" she cried out, as if a drowning soul grasping at a straw, desperately calling his name. Observing Nezha's unyielding pace, a servant behind him remarked, "Third young master, that young lady is calling for you." To the servant, the beautiful Yang Lianhua, ensnared by Ao Bing, was like a celestial being. Even if Nezha did not know her, he should rush to her aid, seizing the opportunity to win a maiden's affection. Since Yang Lianhua had uttered Nezha's name, it was even more imperative for him to rescue her. Without looking back, Nezha replied, "I do not know that young lady. Moreover, she is acquainted with the man who is entangling her, while I am merely a stranger." As Nezha's figure grew more distant, seemingly oblivious to her pleas, a profound shadow of despair enveloped Yang Lianhua, prompting her to cry out in desperation, "Nezha! Nezha! Please come and save me." By the time Yang Lianhua had called out for help, Nezha had already walked 200 meters away, and given that her voice was not loud, it was entirely reasonable that he could not hear her cries. After uttering her desperate plea, despair filled Yang Lianhua's heart. Although she had heard of Nezha's heroic feats against the canine barbarians and his victories over the spirits, she wondered if he could stand against the 3rd Prince Ao Bing like her brother Yang Jian could. If Nezha were not a match for Ao Bing, calling for him might only bring him harm. Perhaps it was better if Nezha did not hear her cry for help. Just as these thoughts coursed through Yang Lianhua's mind, Nezha, having traversed 200 meters, abruptly halted and addressed the 2 servants. "Did you hear that young lady calling for help just now?" The servants stared at him in confusion. Being mere ordinary folk, it was quite natural for them not to hear Yang Lianhua's faint cries from 200 meters away. Noticing their silence, Nezha continued, "I heard it. That young lady was in distress. As a duke of the western region of the Great Shang, I shall confront the canine barbarians who harm my people. I shall eradicate the spirits who threaten my homeland. The East Sea Dragon clan may oppress our women, But even if he is the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, I, Nezha, shall not let him go unpunished. Having declared this resolute sentiment, Nezha raised his left hand, summoning the Qiankuan circle from his wrist with his magical powers. With a swift motion, the Qiankuan circle soared from his wrist, expanding as it flew toward Ao Bing with a resounding whoosh. In an unexpected turn of events, Ao Bing, entangled with Yang Lianhua, was taken by surprise. Upon hearing the whistling sound of the Qiankuan circle and raising his head, he found the circle descending upon him, ensnaring his body and binding his hands at his waist. Despite channeling all his magical energy, he could not free himself from the constraints of the Qiankuan circle, and he immediately bellowed in anger. Who dares to ambush this prince? My father is the Dragon King of the East Sea. Release me at once. In this realm, the East Sea Dragon King's cultivation level was merely at the pinnacle of true immortal, not significantly superior to the three great kings of Chaogu, Huang Feihu, Su Hu, and Li Jing. However, the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas held dominion over the clouds and rain, and the East Sea Dragon King was the foremost among them. Even the Emperor of the Shang Dynasty, Dxin, would prefer to avoid offending the East Sea Dragon King unless absolutely necessary. It was precisely this powerful backing that emboldened Ao Bing to act recklessly, treating the mortal realm as his own domain. Now, bound by Nezha with the Qiankuan circle, Ao Bing recognized that Nezha was undoubtedly a more formidable opponent. Hence, he brandished the name of the East Sea Dragon King as a shield. What does it matter if you were the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King? Even if you were the third prince of the Jade Emperor, it would bear no consequence. Nezha stepped forward, addressing Ao Bing as one would a misbehaving child. East Sea Dragon King's third prince, are you aware that according to the customs of our human race regarding propriety, your earlier act of grasping this young lady's hand constitutes a violation of our laws? On the lands of the Shang, breaching our laws means that regardless of your status as the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, you shall face punishment. Even if you were the Jade Emperor himself. What nonsense about Shang law? Ao Bing retorted impatiently upon hearing Nezha's incessant prattle. I am the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Not even your king can punish me. I care not who you are. Release me at once. My feelings for Lianhua are mutual. Your claims of my entanglement with her are utterly absurd. Nezha, unfazed by Ao Bing's words, turned to Yang Lianhua and said, My lady, this third prince of the Dragon King claims that you share a mutual affection. I am not acquainted with either of you. If what he says is true, then I am indeed meddling. Now, I ask you, do you share such feelings with him? Under Nezha's penetrating gaze, Yang Lianhua's cheeks flushed red, and she hurriedly replied, Do not misunderstand. I do not like him at all. It is he who has been pursuing me relentlessly. I have hinted to the third prince many times that I do not harbor feelings for him, but it seems he cannot comprehend my words. Nezha shook his head in mild exasperation. My lady, that is where you are mistaken. This third prince is a dragon, not a human. If you do not clearly express your disinterest, he will not grasp your hints and may mistakenly believe they indicate affection. Then, Nezha turned to the stunned and disheartened Ao Bing and remarked, Third prince of the Dragon King, did you hear that? The young lady has expressed her sentiments with utmost clarity. She does not harbor any affection for you, and has indicated that you have persistently pursued her. In light of her failure to articulate her feelings more clearly, I shall extend a measure of leniency towards you today. However, should you continue to exhibit rudeness and harass me, a noble daughter of the merchant class, I will ensure that you face the full weight of the law. Upon concluding his remarks, Nezha retracted the universe ring. Though his body regained its freedom, Ao Bing remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the silhouette of Yang Lianhua. Undoubtedly, Yang Lianhua represented Ao Bing's first love. First loves are often enchanting, particularly when Ao Bing mistakenly believed that Yang Lianhua reciprocated his affections, thereby rendering this initial romance even more delightful. Yet, the unyielding reality delivered Ao Bing a harsh awakening. Yang Lianhua did not harbor any feelings for him and viewed him merely as a relentless suitor. What has become of this world? Ao Bing found himself increasingly bewildered by it. As the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Bing was also a deity of water, bestowed by the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court. He was young and handsome, immortal, and governed vast oceanic realms, far surpassing the wealth and power of earthly nobility. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, countless dragon maidens and water spirits would willingly become his concubines at a mere glance. Yet, this mortal woman, Yang Lianhua, whose lifespan barely spans a few decades and whose beauty would only last for a fleeting 20 years, did not favor him. As Ao Bing descended into contemplation about life and the world, Nezha paid him no further heed and turned to approach the two household servants of the Huang family. Nezha. Upon seeing him leave, Yang Lianhua called out and hurried after him. After Nezha and Yang Lianhua had departed, an ordinary-looking individual approached Ao Bing and whispered, Your Highness, Do you still fail to comprehend why Yang Lianhua does not favor you? It is because she has already developed feelings for Nezha. Look at yourself. Nezha has not even laid a hand on you, merely using the universe ring to subdue you. In the face of Nezha, you appear utterly ineffectual. Any girl would naturally prefer Nezha over you. Although you are the third prince of the East Sea, the Dragon Palace ultimately belongs to your father. Nothing in the East Sea truly belongs to you. In every regard, you are significantly overshadowed by Nezha. Lianhua does not favor me because she has already fallen for Nezha? Ao Bing snapped back to reality, only to realize that the person who had spoken to him had vanished. However, he paid no mind to this individual, his eyes burning with anger as he watched Nezha and young Lianhua depart. Lianhua does not favor me. It is all Nezha's fault for stealing Lianhua's heart. Without Nezha, she would surely have liked me. Chapter 26. Fate's union is not a blessing. The two household servants of the Huang family, though merely commoners, were robust young men. And Nezha possessed the divine ability to ride the wind, even if the three individuals were merely walking in the most ordinary manner. The frail and delicate young Lianhua had to run briskly just to keep pace with Nezha. As they approached the Huang residence, young Lianhua remained steadfastly by his side. Nezha halted, furrowing his brow as he spoke. My lady, I do not know you, nor do you know me. Although you are as beautiful as a celestial fairy, my intention in assisting you with the troubles posed by the Dragon King's third son is not driven by any ulterior motive towards you, but rather a duty to protect a fellow citizen of the Great Shang. Therefore, your gratitude is unnecessary. I implore you to cease following me. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Yang Lianhua pouted in distress and could not help but retort, You are deceiving me. If you do not know me, how is it that you are aware of my name? Nezha widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Yang Lianhua with confusion. How do you know that I know your name? You even had someone convey this to me, and yet you question how I know. As she spoke, Yang Lianhua produced a piece of silk and placed it in Nezha's hand. Upon unfolding the silk, Nezha read several prominent lines inscribed upon it. A graceful lady. A gentleman's pursuit. At the Chaga marketplace, a meeting tomorrow. Nezha. After Nezha perused the inscription, Yang Lianhua continued, I have been waiting for you at the marketplace since dawn. Yet you did not arrive. Instead, I encountered the Dragon King's third son, who claimed that I had summoned him. Were you angered upon seeing me with him, thus insisting that you do not know me? Nezha regarded Yang Lianhua with an expression of peculiar bewilderment. My dear Lianhua, the words on this silk are not of my doing. Do you recall who delivered this silk to you? Yang Lianhua gazed at Nezha with wide eyes, tears of grievance welling within them. This silk was given to me by the servant you had with you when we met on the street yesterday. Have you truly forgotten after just one night? Nezha's confusion deepened. Not only had he not encountered Yang Lianhua yesterday, but even if he had, he would not have had a servant to deliver the silk to her. Lianhua, regarding your earlier statement about the Dragon King's third son claiming you summoned him, I believe I have discerned the truth. Look, Nezha said, using his finger as a pin to inscribe the name Nezha upon the silk. This is my writing. The words on this silk are not mine. I surmise that yesterday, someone disguised themselves as me, encountered you in the street, and had a servant deliver this silk to you. Subsequently, that individual transformed into your likeness to meet the Dragon King's third son at the marketplace. In other words, the encounter today between myself, you, and the Dragon King's third prince was no mere coincidence, but rather a scenario meticulously orchestrated by someone. As I articulated this suspicion, Nezha had already pinpointed a potential culprit, the nine-tailed fox. In the original trajectory of Nezha's fate, the nine-tailed fox had once assumed the guise of Yin Shenyang, aiding Lu Pipa in rescuing the gravely injured and unconsciously Jing, and had also transformed into Nezha's likeness to injure the Fire Phoenix. If today's events were indeed the machinations of the nine-tailed fox, everything would fall into place. Although other demons and spirits possess the ability to deceive through transformation, such ordinary entities could at most fool a mortal girl like Yang Lianhua. They would never evade the discerning gaze of the Dragon King's third prince, Ao Bing. Only the nine-tailed fox, endowed with the immortal essence of a golden immortal and devoid of any telltale signs of her demonic nature, could execute transformations so flawlessly that even Ao Bing would find no flaw. Other golden immortals, while capable of disguises that could evade Ao Bing's scrutiny, either wished to remain uninvolved in the calamity of the canonization or deemed it beneath them to masquerade as a little girl to ensnare the foolish dragon. Was that person truly not you yesterday? Yang Lianhua asked, reclaiming the brocade from Nezha, her expression a tapestry of complexities. She understood Nezha's identity was not derived from merely seeing his name on the brocade. From the very first day she arrived in Chaoga, upon seeing Nezha in the carriage, she had begun to inquire about this fated individual. Upon receiving the brocade yesterday and reading the words inscribed upon it, Yang Lianhua had believed that, like her desire to understand Nezha, he too sought to know her. However, She now realized that everything she had pondered yesterday was an illusion. Perceiving that Yang Lianhua now believed the person who had given her the brocade was not Nezha, he prepared to depart with his 2 servants and addressed her, Lady Lianhua. The city of Chaoga is far more perilous than you imagine. It would be unwise for you to wander the streets alone. Even if there are no other nefarious individuals pursuing you, the Dragon King's 3rd prince may continue to pursue you. In all your future endeavors, do your utmost to remain close to your brother. Wait. Just as Nezha took a step forward, Yang Lianhua reached out to halt him, her gaze earnest as she spoke. Nezha, you claim not to know me, so how do you know I have a brother? How do you know he can protect me? Do you also know that his name is Yang Jian? Upon meeting the hopeful glimmer in Yang Lianhua's eyes, Nezha nodded. He had no penchant for deceit, nor did he regard it with disdain. He indeed knew that Yang Jian was Yang Lianhua's brother. This was no clandestine revelation. As Nezha's response reached her ears, Yang Lianhua's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Evidently, her thoughts had not led her astray. Just as she yearned to uncover the mysteries of Nezha, so too did he aspire to delve into hers. If this were not the case, how could Nezha, having met her and Yang Jian only once, harbor such curiosity about her? Yang Lianhua was unaware that Nezha had not inquired about her relationship with Yang Jian. Nezha's profound understanding of her circumstances stemmed from his awakening of memories that did not belong to this realm, granting him foresight of all that was to transpire in this world. What are you smiling about? Nezha coldly remarked, his expression unyielding as he observed Yang Lianhua's sweet smile. I am already betrothed. My fiancée is Su Daji, the eldest daughter of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga. Her beauty rivals yours, and her intellect far surpasses yours. No matter how charming your smile may be, I shall never harbor affection for you. With that, Nezha departed, accompanied by 2 servants, leaving Yang Lianhua standing in a daze. As she watched Nezha's retreating figure, a wave of injustice washed over Yang Lianhua. She was not foolish. She discerned that Nezha was deliberately maintaining his distance from her. Confusion gripped her heart as she pondered what wrong she had committed to be treated as an outcast by him. The Lord clearly stated that we are destined for each other. Although Nezha was already a considerable distance away, he still caught the faint murmur of Yang Lianhua's words. Sighing, he could not help but respond. Destined unions do not inherently signify a harmonious bond. In the original course of fate, you have sacrificed so much for me. And before I could repay your kindness, you transformed into a butterfly and departed from me. I shall never let you suffer again in this lifetime. Chapter 27. The Dragon King of the East Sea seeks a marriage proposal in Nezha's original fate. He had been driven to slay the Dragon King's 3rd son in a fit of rage, igniting a calamity that would lead to his own demise, all in pursuit of his romantic entanglement with Yang Lianhua. Yet, Yang Lianhua too had devoted herself immensely for Nezha. After Nezha underwent the trials of returning his flesh to his parents, Yang Lianhua, alongside Yin Shenyang, tended to him in the Nezha temple for 3 years to help him regain his humanity. Subsequently, when Lu Pipa led a group to vandalize the temple, it was Yang Lianhua who, in a moment of desperation, knelt before Yan Zongzi, offering to transform into a butterfly to care for the lotus root person for 3 years in exchange for Nezha's chance at rebirth. When Nezha led the army against the tyrant Zhou and battled the nine-tailed fox, the fox assumed Nezha's likeness and wounded the fire phoenix, causing the Qinghuan to side with the nine-tailed fox. In a bid to save Nezha's fire phoenix, Yang Lianhua once again transformed into a butterfly, procuring the 9-section calamus to heal the fire phoenix. However, as one of the 4 sacred beasts, the fire phoenix's protective flames claimed the life of the butterfly form Yang Lianhua had taken. It was only after the conclusion of the Fengshen War that Yang Lianhua ascended as the butterfly fairy, regaining her human form. Nezha had always believed that his act of slaying the Dragon King's son was a consequence of his own immaturity and recklessness, and that his subsequent tribulations were due to his lack of strength, thus attributing no blame to anyone else. Therefore, Yang Lianhua owed him nothing. Yang Lianhua selflessly devoted herself to him, ultimately sacrificing her life. He owes her an immeasurable debt, one so profound that he cannot bear to see this beautiful and kind girl endure further suffering. Thus, Nezha resolved firmly in his heart that, despite the fated bond between him and Yang Lianhua that might lead her to inexplicably fall in love with him, he would maintain a distance from her. The allure of beauty is captivating, yet he remained steadfast, his heart as immovable as rock and as resolute as iron. Upon Nezha's return to the Huang residence with 2 servants, Huang Feihu had also come back from the Dragon Mother Temple. After Nezha recounted the events of the day in detail, Huang Feihu stroked his beard and remarked, Nezha, although your actions today have embarrassed the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon King, you have not harmed his life. While the East Sea Dragon King is a deity of the heavenly court, he is not unreasonable. I trust he will not escalate this matter into a grand conflict. Besides, Today's incident arose from the third prince's inappropriate pursuit of a maiden from our Shang dynasty. Nevertheless, while we do not fear the East Sea Dragon King, our relationship with him will surely dwindle after today. My acquaintance with the East Sea Dragon King has always been superficial. After you have caused the third prince such humiliation, he may not make a fuss, but he will certainly distance himself from our family, and our ties will be severed. This is the price you must pay for becoming adversaries with the third prince. A look of guilt crossed Nezha's face as he replied. This was merely a matter between the third prince and myself, yet it has cost my adoptive father his rapport with the East Sea Dragon King. Before Nezha could finish his sentence, Huang Feihu raised his hand to interrupt him, saying, "What need is there for us to speak of such things, my son? I have never held the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang in high regard. Even without today's conflict, I would have sought an opportunity to sever ties with him." Hearing Huang Feihu's words filled Nezha's heart with gratitude as he gazed at him. If Nezha were not Huang Feihu's son but the son of Li Jing, the commander of Chintang Pass, and if he had offended the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King, Li Jing would undoubtedly have compelled Nezha to seek forgiveness from the East Sea Dragon King. After all, Li Jing was not merely an acquaintance of the East Sea Dragon King but a sworn brother. Although Nezha was Li Jing's biological son, Li Jing harbored a desire to kill him to prove his loyalty to the late King Di. Nezha's significance in Li Jing's eyes could never compare to that of the East Sea Dragon King. At the Dragon Mother Temple in Chaoga, when the third Prince Ao Bing returned, dazed, the East Sea Dragon King, who was admiring various gifts, called out to him, saying, "My son, come quickly and see the gifts presented to me by the four great kings of Chaoga." Li Jing, the commander of Chintang Pass, is becoming increasingly adept at pleasing others. I now wish to elevate our relationship from mere acquaintances to sworn brothers. Ao Bing approached the East Sea Dragon King and casually addressed him as father. Is it once again for that Yang Lianhua? The East Sea Dragon King could not help but furrow his brow upon noticing Ao Bing's distracted demeanor. My son, today marks the birthday of the Dragon Mother. On such a significant ritual day, you choose to meet with Yang Lianhua instead. I am at a loss for words regarding your choices. Feeling a wave of shame, Ao Bing lowered his head and replied, Father, this is the first time I have felt such affection for a girl. I must have Lianhua, no matter the cost. Father, I beseech you to assist me. If I can be with Lianhua, I promise to heed your every command in the future. Do you speak with sincerity, my son? The East Sea Dragon King observed Ao Bing nodding vigorously. He stroked his dragon whiskers and continued, It is indeed the first time you have earnestly requested something from me. Very well, I shall grant your wish. I will personally negotiate for your hand in marriage. Minister Turtle, prepare the betrothal gifts tomorrow. I shall take my son to meet Lord Ji Chong of the Western Bowl. At this juncture, Yang Lianhua's father had already passed away. In this world, aside from Yang Lianhua's mother, those who could decide her marriage were none other than Lord Ji Chong and her elder brother, Yang Jian. As the elder brother, Yang Jian naturally held the authority to determine matters concerning Yang Lianhua's marriage. Moreover, as the Lord of Western Qi, Ji Chong held the power to decide whom Yang Lianhua would wed. Early the next morning, the East Sea Dragon King, accompanied by Ao Bing, Minister Turtle, and a group of waterfolk and human guys, arrived at the residence of Lord Ji Chong in Chaoga. Lord Ji Chong, along with Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, came out to greet the East Sea Dragon King. Without preamble, the Dragon King stated, Lord Ji, I have come to discuss a great joy. My son, Ao Bing, harbors affection for the commoner Yang Lianhua under your governance. I hope you can facilitate this union and grant her hand to my son. Upon hearing this, Lord Ji Chong did not immediately acquiesce to the East Sea Dragon King, although he had the authority over Yang Lianhua's marriage. Forcibly betrothing her to the Dragon King's third son would undoubtedly alienate her brother, Yang Jian. Such a rift could be detrimental to their future endeavors against the tyrant Zhou. In Lord Ji Chang's divinations regarding future fates, Nezha, Lei Zhenzi, and Yang Jian were all destined to become great generals of Western Qi. However, a twist of fate had left Nezha behind at the Huang residence a decade ago, preventing him from going to Mount Hua or to Western Qi. Now, with Nezha, the destined child, lost to them, they could not afford to lose Yang Jian, the alternate destined child. After contemplating these thoughts, Lord Ji Chong, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, Old Dragon King, while Yang Lianhua is indeed a commoner of Western Qi, she still has her mother and elder brother living. I cannot decide her marriage. If you truly wish for your son to seek her hand, I suggest you consult with her brother, Yang Jian, for his consent. Old Fox, the East Sea Dragon King silently cursed as his gaze shifted to Yang Jian, who bore 3 eyes behind Ji Chong. With a cheerful demeanor, he addressed Yang Jian. Young brother Yang Jian, I, Long Heir, hold a deep affection for your sister, Yang Lianhua, as you are well aware. If you consent to bestow your sister upon me, our family shall become one. and the treasures of my dragon palace in the East Sea shall be at your disposal. Chapter 28. The martial arts competition and the marriage proposal. Since the passing of my father, the sole relative I have in this world, the only one I care for, is my sister, Yang Lianhua. Witnessing the East Sea Dragon King personally seeking my sister's hand for his third son, I spoke without hesitation. East Sea Dragon King, I shall not give my sister in marriage to your third son. This is not due to any animosity between us, but because my sister does not harbor affection for your son. Yang Jiao, as I am now known, has only my sister as kin, and I am determined to ensure her happiness and to see her wed to the man she loves. Upon hearing my declaration, Ao Bing, the third son of the Dragon King, stepped forward and addressed me. Yang Jiao, your sister has an affection for Huang Nezha. Do you possess the means to see her wed to him? I have learned that Huang Nezha is already betrothed to the eldest daughter of Su Hu, one of the 4 great heavenly kings of Chaoge. If you wish to marry Lianhua to Huang Nezha, I fear he may not reciprocate her feelings. Should we deny Lianhua the chance to marry the man she loves, will you condemn her to a life without love? In my view, you ought to allow Lianhua to be with a man who truly cherishes her, such as myself. My sister favors Huang Nezha? As a general within the Westchi army, I am no stranger to the name of Nezha. The words of the Dragon King's son caused my brow to furrow with concern. Indeed, as he stated, Lianhua cannot marry Huang Nezha, not solely because he is already promised to another, but because Nezha is an enemy of Westchi. Now, as a general, I am acutely aware that Westchi stands in opposition to the Shang dynasty, and Nezha, along with the Huang family, poses a significant threat to our cause. After a moment's hesitation, I replied, Dragon King's son, my sister cannot wed Huang Nezha, but she may yet develop an affection for another man in the future. If you truly wish to marry my sister, then you must first win her heart. The anger of Ao Bing was palpable, his dragon whiskers twitching in frustration. If he were capable of winning Lianhua's affection, he would have already taken her to wed without needing his father's intercession. The East Sea Dragon King stroked his whiskers thoughtfully and turned his gaze to Duke Jichang of West Boduchi. It is evident that young Yang Jiao is still naive and inexperienced. As his elder, you should offer him guidance. As my son has indicated, the one Lianhua loves does not return her feelings and will not marry her. In light of this, why not grant my son an opportunity? Should you facilitate this union, I shall reward you handsomely. With the Dragon King making such a compelling case, further refusal might lead to enmity with him. Shibo Ho Jichang pondered for a moment and said, let me consult the tortoise shell for divination. With that, Jichang took out the tortoise shell used for his divinations and cast it upon the ground, observing the hexagram revealed. After examining the hexagram, Jichang turned to the Dragon King of the East Sea and proclaimed, Old Dragon King, I have discerned the will of heaven. It indicates that your third son may have the opportunity to wed the Lotus Maiden, but he must first vanquish all challengers in a martial contest. Is the Lord planning a martial contest to seek the hand of the Lotus Maiden? The Dragon King of the East Sea chuckled heartily. No problem. My son is willing to defeat all challengers to win the Lotus Maiden's hand. Jichang nodded in agreement. Excellent. Since the Dragon King does not oppose, we shall prepare a platform for the contest. Starting tomorrow, the Dragon King's third son must triumph over all challengers. If, after 3 days, he remains undefeated, I shall take it upon myself to grant the Lotus Maiden's hand to him. After the Dragon King of the East Sea departed with Ao Bing, Minister Turtle, and the aquatic kin, Yang Jian immediately expressed his concern. My lord, how can you orchestrate a martial contest for the Lotus Maiden? Though the Dragon King's third son is insufferable, he possesses formidable skills. Even with my heavenly sight, I lack the confidence to defeat him. Yang Jian, please remain calm. Jichang soothed. Arranging a martial contest for the Lotus Maiden to provide the Dragon King's third son with an opportunity to seek her hand is the decree of fate. If the destined partner for the Lotus Maiden cherishes this connection, she need not marry the Dragon King's son. However, if he is resolute in forsaking this bond, then the Dragon King's third son may indeed be a suitable match for her. My lord, who is the Lotus Maiden's destined partner? Yang Jian inquired. To which Jichang shook his head. It cannot be revealed. If it is spoken, the will of heaven will change. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Dragon Mother Temple, Ao Bing expressed his concerns to his father. Father, the Shiboho is arranging a martial contest for the Lotus Maiden, while I am not afraid of others. Yang Jian is extraordinarily gifted, and his heavenly sight is formidable. If he were to challenge me, I have no confidence in overcoming him. The Dragon King has already devised a strategy to help you defeat Yang Jian. The Dragon King of the East Sea produced a golden dragon scale from his sleeve and handed it to Ao Bing. My son, this is a shield forged from my reverse scale. When you compete against Yang Jian, you may use the shield to deflect the divine light emitted by his heavenly sight. Without this advantage, he is merely an ordinary opponent, lacking divine weaponry. A dragon possesses a reverse scale, To touch it is to invoke wrath. The Dragon King had transformed his reverse scale into a magical shield, which was akin to his own spirit treasure, meant solely for his use. Yet now, he was willing to lend this powerful shield to Ao Bing. The affection of the Eastern Sea Dragon King for Ao Bing is as heavy as a mountain. Father, Ao Bing said, kneeling on the ground, expressing his gratitude to the Eastern Sea Dragon King. I am eternally grateful for your immense kindness. Once I marry Lianhua, I shall heed all your commands. The Eastern Sea Dragon King nodded with satisfaction, pleased that his son was so sensible, validating his efforts. At the Western Beau Marquis, upon learning that the Marquis intended to host a martial arts competition for suitors, Yang Lianhua immediately sought confirmation from her brother, Yang Jian. Is it true? Seeing his sister's brows furrowed with concern, Yang Jian replied, Indeed. Lianhua, the Eastern Sea Dragon King arrives with great force. If the Marquis directly refuses, it may incite the wrath of those from the Dragon Palace. However, do not fear. I shall, even at the cost of my life, defeat the Dragon King's third son on the arena and ensure you do not marry him. Brother, do not speak such ominous words. Yang Lianhua forced a smile. Even if I were to marry the Dragon King's third son, I cannot allow you to meet your demise at his hands on the arena. After all, our Yang family relies on you to continue our lineage. I may not necessarily lose, Yang Jian declared, though deep down, he felt uncertain. Previously, he could match the Dragon King's third son due to the assistance of divine perception, as the prince had only relied on his physical strength without utilizing divine weapons or magical treasures. Should the Dragon King's third son wield such weapons? Yang Jian had yet to acquire the divine weapon, the three-edged double-headed blade, from Shun Gongbao. 3 days swiftly passed. The Marquis Ji Chong and the Eastern Sea Dragon King erected a martial arts arena in the heart of Chaoga City to host a competition for the hand of Yang Lianhua, sister of the great General Yang Jian. This event stirred much excitement throughout the city, and naturally, Nezha was aware of it. Although Nezha had long decided not to entangle himself in any romantic affairs with Yang Lianhua in this lifetime, he still made his way to the city center on the first day of the competition. On the 10-meter square arena, the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, stood proudly in human form, disdainfully gazing down at the crowd below. While many were put off by the prince's arrogance, none dared to challenge him on the arena. After all, the disparity between gods and mortals is vast. Without the cultivation of a true immortal, stepping onto the arena would only lead to humiliation. As the crowd speculated who would be foolish enough to challenge the Dragon King's third son, Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi approached from another street. Dressed in general's armor and exuding an air of command, Lei Jinzi, with his grotesque appearance and wings, and Yang Jian, marked by the divine eye on his forehead, clearly demonstrated their exceptional talents. The crowd surrounding the arena parted, allowing Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi to pass. The Dragon King's third son, unperturbed, provocatively addressed them, Yang Jian. Lei Jinzi, are you two going to challenge His Highness one by one, or shall you confront him together? Even if you choose to team up, you will never be a match for His Highness. Naturally, Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi would not ascend the martial stage together. Lei Jinzi, exchanging glances with Yang Jian, declared, Three-eyed boy, allow me to go first and test the prowess of the Dragon King's third prince. With that, Lei Jinzi unfurled his wings and soared onto the martial arena. Although Lei Jinzi had attained the realm of true immortal in martial arts, his strength was still far from rivaling that of Ao Bing, the Dragon King's third prince. Seeing Lei Jinzi daring to challenge him and thwart his marriage to Yang Lianhua, Ao Bing was consumed by fury. Without reservation, he unleashed his full might, swiftly appearing before Lei Jinzi and executing the divine dragon's tail, delivering a kick aimed directly at him. Lei Jinzi hastily raised his arms in an attempt to block Ao Bing's right leg. With a resounding thud, Ao Bing's kick struck Lei Jinzi's arms, sending his body hurtling uncontrollably backward. Flying boy, Yang Jian exclaimed, raising his hands to catch Lei Jinzi as he flew off the martial stage. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Lei Jinzi, still somewhat dazed from being kicked off the stage by Ao Bing, responded, Three-eyed boy, I'm fine. I didn't expect to be so useless, unable to withstand even a single move from the Dragon King's third prince. Yang Jian was at a loss for how to console Lei Jinzi, for the disparity between individuals could be so vast. The water yasha of the East Sea Dragon Palace could exchange dozens of blows with Lei Jinzi without a clear victor, yet before Yang Jian, the water yasha would be unable to withstand even a single punch. Although Lei Jinzi possessed remarkable talents, his wings served little purpose beyond flight, unlike Yang Jian's heavenly eye, whose divine light even Ao Bing dared not confront with his true dragon form. Flying boy, leave the ensuing matters to me. After patting Lei Jinzi's shoulder, Yang Jian strode toward the martial stage. Observing Yang Jian ascend the arena, Li Jinjia and Li Muza whispered among themselves in the crowd. Second brother, look. That is the foremost general of Shiqi, Yang Jian. It is said that his skills are on par with the three great kings. Brother, such rumors may not be credible. Lei Jinzi was also regarded as the second general of Shiqi, yet he was kicked off the stage by the Dragon King's third prince. Noting his younger brother's disdain for Lei Jinzi, Li Jinjia shook his head. Indeed, Lei Jinzi's performance had been quite dismal. However, one must remember that Lei Jinzi's opponent was the Dragon King's third prince. Had the challengers been the two brothers, the outcome might have been no better than that of Lei Jinzi. On the rooftop of a nearby tavern, King Zhou of Shang, Dxin, munched on nuts while commenting. That Lei Jinzi was truly a silver lining with a wooden spear, bringing shame to our human race. Yang Jian is reputed to be the foremost general of Shiqi. Yet his true prowess remains uncertain. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent to summon Nezha to teach the Dragon King's third son a lesson, instilling a sense of reverence for the might of our great Shang dynasty within the East Sea Dragon Palace. At this juncture, Lord Deng, standing nearby, interjected with a sycophantic grin, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? This is a contest for marriage. Should Nezha ascend the platform and defeat the Dragon King's third son, he would then be entitled to wed the Lotus Maiden. However, Nezha is already betrothed to the eldest daughter of Duke Su of Jizhou. Presently, Lord Su is still in Chaoga, and should Nezha dare partake in this contest, Lord Su, his future father-in-law, would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Indeed, let us observe Yang Jian's abilities first. If he proves inadequate, I shall personally enter the fray and vanquish the Dragon King's third son. It is said that the Lotus Maiden possesses beauty akin to that of celestial beings. To take her as my consort would not be a disgrace to me." King Zhou, Dxin, spoke nonchalantly, yet Lord Deng broke into a cold sweat. His concern did not stem from the fear that Dxin would falter against the Dragon King's third son. After all, Dxin was the emperor of mankind, and in his presence, the Dragon King's third son could not wield his magical powers. Furthermore, Dxin was born with innate valor, and defeating the Dragon King's third son would be a trivial matter. However, it was already preposterous for the illustrious sovereign of the Shang dynasty to don common attire and witness the contest, should he choose to personally participate. Lord Deng feared he would be unable to withstand the public outcry from both civil and military officials. Upon ascending the contest platform, Yang Jian felt the gravity of the situation, as Ao Bing regarded him with utmost seriousness. "Yang Jian, as the brother of the Lotus Maiden, we are destined to become family, and it is with great reluctance that I must confront you. Yet, to win the hand of Lotus, I must unleash my full strength. So do be cautious." With that, Ao Bing raised his right hand, and a Fang Dianyu halberd sword from his sleeve. Gripping the weapon with both hands, Ao Bing swung it, sending a crescent-shaped golden light slicing toward Yang Jian's form. Yang Jian, caught off guard, leapt to evade the golden light's assault, but barely touched down when Ao Bing's halberd came crashing down once more, as Yang Jian deftly dodged and weaved under Ao Bing's relentless onslaught. Nezha furrowed his brow in concern. The treasures of the Dragon Palace were indeed no mere exaggeration. The Fang Dianyu halberd wielded by Ao Bing was on par with my own fire spike lance. Now, without the three-edged double blade, Yang Jian could only rely on his divine sight to prevail against Ao Bing. Just as Nezha voiced his thoughts, Yang Jian launched a counterattack. After evading the halberd strike, he pressed the index and middle fingers of his left hand against his temple, directing a beam of divine light from his forehead toward Ao Bing. All present assumed Ao Bing would evade the divine light, as Yang Jian had turned the tide of battle. However, Ao Bing remained steadfast, not flinching or dodging, as he withdrew a golden shield from his left sleeve and raised it before him. With a resounding crash, the divine light shot forth from Yang Jian's gaze, colliding with the golden shield held in Ao Bing's left hand. Yet, the divine light, which could shatter mountains and split stones, failed to break even the slightest fragment from the shield, leaving no mark upon its surface. Witnessing Yang Jian's astonished gaze, as if he could scarcely believe the scene before him, Ao Bing triumphantly proclaimed, "Yang Jian, this golden shield is forged from my father's reverse scale. Your divine light emitted from the eye of heaven poses no threat to me. I shall see how you intend to defend against my Fang Tian Huaji." After exultantly declaring this, Ao Bing leaped into the air, wielding the Fang Tian Huaji as he lunged towards Yang Jian. Chapter 30. The fated union is inescapable. As Ao Bing thrust the Fang Tian Huaji towards him, Yang Jian immediately raised his spear to parry. However, the spear in Yang Jian's grasp was merely a product of a mortal blacksmith, crafted from tempered steel. Among mortals, it was considered a superior weapon. In contrast, the Fang Tian Huaji in Ao Bing's hands was a genuine divine weapon. Upon collision, the resounding crack was heard as the Fang Tian Huaji effortlessly severed the spear, continuing its trajectory towards Yang Jian's heart. "Stop!" Yang Lianhua, who stood amid the crowd, cried out in alarm. Upon hearing his sister's desperate call, Yang Jian, who had intended to unleash the divine light upon Ao Bing, hesitated momentarily before hurriedly evading the oncoming Fang Tian Huaji. Ao Bing, also mindful of the situation, withdrew just in time to avoid inflicting harm upon Yang Jian. After they separated, Ao Bing, brimming with confidence, proclaimed, "Yang Jian, you are no match for me. If not for Lianhua urging me to halt, you would have already met your demise." Yang Jian remained silent, yet his eyes reflected a resolute defiance as he regarded Ao Bing in direct combat. It was true that Yang Jian could not contend with Ao Bing, yet he harbored thoughts of mutual destruction in the throes of battle. While Ao Bing struck at Yang Jian, he intended to retaliate with the divine light from his eye of heaven, with their distance barely a meter apart. Ao Bing would have no time to shield himself with the dragon scale shield, though the outcome would likely result in their mutual annihilation. Yang Jian was willing to sacrifice his life for the lifelong happiness of his sister, Yang Lianhua. "Brother, no!" Yang Lianhua shouted once more from below the arena. When Yang Jian turned his gaze towards her, she fervently shook her head, signaling him to reconsider. Ao Bing, with a smile, addressed Yang Lianhua, "Lianhua, you need not worry. I shall not harm your brother." After speaking, Ao Bing swung the Fang Tian Huaji once again towards Yang Jian. However, this time he did not close the distance. Instead, he used the blade's edge to compel Yang Jian to retreat continuously, as Ao Bing refrained from approaching. Yang Jian found himself unable to launch a surprise attack with the divine light when the battle reached the 50th exchange. While Ao Bing had not succeeded in injuring Yang Jian, he had nonetheless forced Yang Jian off the arena with the relentless edge of the Fang Tian Huaji. Observing Yang Jian's ultimate defeat at the hands of Ao Bing, Nezha shook his head in disappointment. The destined child was ultimately but a mere substitute. In the original trajectory of my destiny, when I clashed with Ao Bing, I was shielded by the protective garment of the mysterious sky, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm upon me. Additionally, I wielded the Qiankuan circle, which allowed me to mount an offensive against Ao Bing. Eventually, I acquired the divine weapon, the fiery spear. Throughout our fierce battles, Ao Bing relied solely on his dragon form and never resorted to magical artifacts or divine weapons, even until the moment I extracted his dragon tendons and he perished. However, when it came to Yang Jian, the faithful substitute, facing Ao Bing, he was devoid of protective treasures and divine weaponry. Conversely, Ao Bing possessed the dragon scale shield to counter Yang Jian's heavenly divine light and wielded the formidable Feng Dianyue halberd from the rooftop of the tavern nearby. Upon witnessing Yang Jian's inevitable defeat at the hands of the Dragon King's third son, King Zhou of Shang rose with a grave expression. "It appears that I must intervene personally. Is that young girl Yang Lianhua? Indeed, she is as beautiful as a celestial maiden, deserving of my efforts in battle." Hearing this, Deng Zhougong hurriedly restrained King Zhou. "My lord, please remain calm. There is no need for your personal involvement in this matter. Observe, Nezha is advancing to the arena." Amidst the crowd, Nezha strode step by step toward the dueling platform. Since even the perceptive Yang Jian succumbed to Ao Bing, who wielded the Feng Dianyue halberd and the dragon scale shield, it stands to reason that not even the three great heavenly kings could best Ao Bing. Nezha must take action now. After all, although Nezha harbored no intention of developing romantic entanglements with Yang Lianhua, he could not bear to witness her being forced into a marriage with Ao Bing. Nezha. Upon seeing Nezha ascend the dueling platform, Ao Bing's expression shifted, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Are you not already betrothed to the daughter of Suhu, the Marquis of Jizhou? Now you come to vie for Lianhua's affection. Do you also harbor feelings for her, wishing to take her as your concubine?" Yang Lianhua, standing beside Yang Jian, felt a surge of joy at the sight of Nezha on the platform. Indeed, Nezha also had feelings for her. As for the prospect of marrying Nezha as a concubine should he triumph over Ao Bing, she paid it little mind. In this world, it is not uncommon for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Yang Lianhua hailed from Shiqi, where the tales of King Zhou's infatuation with beauty were widely propagated. The Duke of Shibua, Ji Chang, had one legitimate wife and 24 concubines, which accounted for his 100 sons. Even Li Jing, the heavenly king, who cherished his wife Yin Shenyang for 30 years, took the princess of the Ghost Kingdom, Lu Pipa, as a concubine. Nezha, currently holding the title of Marquis of Jinshi, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is entirely acceptable. As for Yang Lianhua, she did not perceive any indignity in becoming Nezha's concubine, for her status was merely that of an ordinary merchant's daughter in Shiqi, Dragon King's third son, standing upon the dueling platform. Nezha regarded Ao Bing with a calm demeanor and declared, "Had anyone else defeated you, I would not have ascended this platform. Alas, even Yang Jian was vanquished by you through your magical artifacts and divine weaponry. Should I not ascend and vanquish you?" I fear that the dragon clan across the seas would come to believe that we, the human race, cannot triumph over your kind. They would then, like you, brazenly descend to the mortal realm and oppress my people of the Shang dynasty. What purpose does it serve to utter such nonsense? If we are to fight, let us do so. I shall not cower before you. After speaking coldly, Ao Bing immediately brandished the Fong Tianhua halberd, sweeping it towards Nezha. Earlier, he had faced Yang Jian and had only exerted 70% of his strength. Now, confronted by Nezha, he unleashed his full might, executing fierce moves that targeted Nezha's vital points. Nezha stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading. Just as the blade of the halberd was about to pierce his body, the Huiyuan Ling unexpectedly soared from Nezha, entangling the halberd's edge and preventing its advance by even a fraction. Observing Ao Bing's astonishment, Nezha mockingly declared, "You possess magical artifacts and divine weapons. Do you suppose I lack such things? Not only do I possess them, but my treasures surpass yours in both quantity and quality." Upon finishing his words, Nezha raised his left hand, channeling his power into the Qianquan circle. As the Qianquan circle expanded and hovered above his head, Ao Bing, in a state of alarm, retreated while exclaiming, "Nezha, if you have the ability, do not use artifacts. Fight me fairly. If you can defeat me, I vow to cease my pursuit of Lianhua." "Very well. Dragon King's third prince, you have spoken these words yourself." Nezha waved his left hand, returning the Qianquan circle to his wrist. He then opened his right hand, revealing a concealed arrow the size of a needle, which transformed into a fiery spear. With the fiery spear in hand, Nezha twirled it, creating a dazzling display before addressing Ao Bing. "Come. This time, I shall ensure your defeat is one that you shall accept wholeheartedly." In the distance, on the street, Duke Jichang of the West sat in a palanquin borne by 4 servants, his gaze fixed upon the scene unfolding at the martial arts arena. A smile gracing his face. Destined unions are the will of heaven. Can one truly evade such fate? Nezha, though their time together has been brief, has indeed developed feelings for young Lianhua. Chapter 31. It is challenging not to vanquish Ao Bing. The so-called will of heaven and fate can certainly be altered. As long as Nezha is willing to witness young Lianhua wed the Dragon King's third prince Ao Bing, their fated union can be undone. Yet, Nezha ultimately ascended the martial arts arena. Perhaps to others, it appears that Nezha climbed the platform out of admiration for young Lianhua's beauty, competing with Ao Bing for her affections. However, Nezha knows full well that his ascent is not due to love for young Lianhua or reluctance to let her marry Ao Bing, but rather out of necessity. Someone must stand forth to represent the human race and defeat the Dragon King's third prince. Just then, as Ao Bing gripped the Fong Tianhua halberd, poised to engage Nezha in battle, a resounding shout from the rooftop of a nearby tavern interrupted them. Everyone, including Nezha and Ao Bing, turned their gaze towards the top of the tavern. From the upper floor of the tavern, Emperor Zhou Dixin leaned out of the window, a broad smile adorning his face as he proclaimed, "Nezha, Ao Bing, one of you is the third prince of the Flying Tiger Heavenly King, and the other is the third prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Your clash shall undoubtedly be spectacular. Today, I shall offer you an incentive. Should you, Nezha, emerge victorious over the Dragon King's third prince, I shall bestow upon you the title of Third Prince Nezha, elevating your status to that of Ao Bing. Conversely, if you, Ao Bing, defeat Nezha, I will personally decree the marriage of my esteemed subject, Yang Lianhua, to you. I, the third prince of the Dragon King, need not the emperor's permission to wed," Ao Bing murmured, a hint of discontent in his voice. Despite Dixin's exalted position as the human emperor, comparable to the Jade Emperor of the Celestial Realm, the gravitas of the Celestial Sovereign was beyond what Dixin could hope to rival. The longevity of the Jade Emperor, who had presided over the heavenly court since before the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, was unmatched. In contrast, the human emperors had changed repeatedly, none possessing the eternal life and indomitable spirit of the Jade Emperor. Indeed, even the Dragon King, a being of divine lineage, surpassed the human emperor in terms of lifespan. As for the 3 Prince Nezha, upon hearing Dixin's intention to grant him the title, he was momentarily taken aback, then smiled ruefully, saying, "Though this may be fate, I harbor no aversion to the title of Third Prince Nezha. Ao Bing, today, as the Third Prince Nezha, I shall impart upon you the virtues of humanity." With that, Nezha brandished his fiery spear, soaring towards Ao Bing. Witnessing Nezha declare himself as the third prince despite not yet having secured victory, Ao Bing swung his halberd at Nezha, retorting coldly, "Do you believe your triumph is assured? For Lianhua, I shall not concede to you." With a resounding clang, Nezha's fiery spear clashed against Ao Bing's halberd, unleashing a tremendous surge of power that reverberated through the surrounding space. Fearing that he might inadvertently cause Ao Bing serious harm, Nezha restrained his power to the peak of the true immortal realm rather than unleashing his full strength as a golden immortal. Consequently, in their initial confrontation, neither participant gained the upper hand. Seeing that he held his ground against Nezha, Ao Bing's face lit up with exhilaration. Despite having exerted a significant portion of his strength, he was prepared to summon even greater power for the sake of marrying Lianhua. If Nezha had indeed revealed his full capability, Ao Bing was confident that he would triumph and bring Lianhua back to the East Sea Dragon Palace. As the fierce battle between Nezha and Ao Bing raged on, atop a distant high tower, a stunning nine-tailed fox adorned in purple attire sat gracefully, swinging her legs. With a delicate touch, she caressed the filial arrow among the 3 arrows of Xianyuan, contemplating, how splendid it would be if I could directly obliterate Nezha's corporeal form with you. Alas, even though Nezha has not forged his primordial spirit into a golden immortal, it remains a daunting task for me to vanquish him, especially now. Transform into the fire-tipped spear and slay the Dragon King's 3rd son. Upon uttering these words, the nine-tailed fox summoned her mystical powers, infusing them into the shaft of the filial arrow. With a resonant hum, the arrow trembled and descended from her grasp, morphing into a fire-tipped spear indistinguishable from the one wielded by Nezha. In the tapestry of fate, the nine-tailed fox had previously employed another arrow from the Xianyuan trio, disguising it as the righteous arrow to injure the fire phoenix, leading the Qingluan bird to believe that Nezha had aimed to kill the fire phoenix. Should the fire-tipped spear, now transformed from the filial arrow, succeed in slaying Ao Bing, Nezha would find no refuge, even if he plunged into the Yellow River. For the Xianyuan arrows are unparalleled. If the fire-tipped spear forged from the righteous arrow rests in Nezha's hands, then the one responsible for slaying the Dragon King's 3rd son must be none other than him. Could it be that when Nezha sought the Xianyuan arrows, he took only the righteous arrow, leaving behind the loyal and filial arrows? While it is true that Nezha did not claim the filial arrow, voicing this fact would not garner belief. Moreover, should Nezha assert that he possessed the loyal and righteous arrows but left the filial arrow behind, disbelief would only deepen. On the martial arena, Ao Bing initially believed himself evenly matched against Nezha. However, as the skirmish prolonged, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. It was not merely Nezha's golden immortal level powers that pressed him down, but rather the escalating sophistication of Nezha's techniques. Ao Bing, the 3rd son of the Dragon King of the East Sea, had always relied on his dragon form to overpower opponents effortlessly. Now, fighting in human form against Nezha, he realized the vast chasm between his skills and Nezha's, akin to the difference between a child and an adult. Continuously outmaneuvered by Nezha, Ao Bing felt increasingly stifled. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Ao Bing let out a thunderous roar, casting aside his Fangtian Huaji and transforming into a colossal true dragon, soaring into the sky. Nezha had always sought to prevent Ao Bing from assuming his dragon form, fearing the loss of his dragon tendons. Yet he never anticipated that Ao Bing would willingly transform before him. Was it not more enjoyable to engage in combat as humans? Did Ao Bing truly desire such reckless folly? Witnessing Ao Bing's transformation into a true dragon, roaring fiercely as he descended toward him, Nezha sighed and leapt into the air with a powerful push from his legs. If Nezha were to remain on the arena, unless he exerted his utmost strength against Ao Bing, he would undoubtedly be overpowered and thrust off the stage by Ao Bing's true dragon form. However, should Nezha unleash his full power, he genuinely feared that he might inadvertently cause Ao Bing's demise. With a resounding crash, Nezha soared into the sky, and Ao Bing, descending with ferocity, struck the arena with his dragon tail, creating a circular crater at its center. Subsequently, Ao Bing dispelled the thick clouds and descended towards Nezha in the heavens, observing Ao Bing's intent to crush him with brute force. Nezha couldn't help but wonder if transforming into a dragon had dulled Ao Bing's intellect. Although, in his dragon form, Ao Bing was protected by impenetrable dragon scales, rendering him invulnerable to mortal weapons. This invulnerability only applied to the blades and spears of ordinary men. Nezha's fire-tipped spear, a divine weapon propelled by his peak celestial power, could easily slice through Ao Bing's true dragon form as if it were mere tofu. Should Nezha desire to kill him, perhaps Ao Bing believed that Nezha would hesitate to slay him, the 3rd prince of the Dragon King? Chapter 32. Transforming Ao Bing into a loach. It is said that there exists a distinction between mortals and deities. The Dragon Clan, inherently sacred, holds dominion over the clouds and reign as celestial beings. Should Nezha truly take Ao Bing's life, he would plunge into an unfathomable calamity. Even the mere disturbance of Ao Bing's dragon soul could unleash torrential rains, causing floods that would wreak havoc upon the common folk. Moreover, behind Ao Bing stood the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Guang and the entire dragon lineage. Yet, Nezha, who dared to defy fate itself, would not fear the repercussions of slaying Ao Bing. His reluctance to kill Ao Bing stemmed solely from the belief that Ao Bing's transgressions did not warrant death. In his original trajectory of fate, Nezha would have slain Ao Bing in a fit of rage, mistakenly thinking Ao Bing had wronged Yang Lianhua. Now, however, Nezha found no justification for such an act. High above the city of Chaoga, after transforming into his true dragon form, Ao Bing approached Nezha and suddenly opened his dragon maw, unleashing a torrent of samadhi, true fire towards him. It is said that all aquatic dragons harbor a fear of fire. The Eastern Sea Dragon Clan commands respect across the seas, for their lineage possesses the power to wield samadhi, true fire, thus earning veneration from the Southern, Western, and Northern Sea Dragon clans. It was precisely because the Eastern Sea Dragon King's lineage could manipulate samadhi, true fire that, in the original course of fate, Ao Bing was able to ignite the Western Chi Dragon Mother Temple and frame Nezha for it. Samadhi, true fire? I can breathe that too. Witnessing Ao Bing's true dragon form exhale samadhi, true fire, Nezha opened his mouth and countered with a jet of samadhi, true fire of his own. With a thunderous boom, the two streams of fire collided. Though the true dragon form of Ao Bing was considerably larger, the samadhi, true fire emitted by Nezha was even more ferocious. Not only did it withstand Ao Bing's flames, but it also gradually advanced towards his dragon body. Just as Nezha's samadhi, true fire was about to engulf Ao Bing, the latter let out an enraged roar, abandoning the contest of flames and soaring above Nezha. Subsequently, Ao Bing lashed his dragon tail towards Nezha. Foolish dragon, do you not fear my fire spear piercing your tail? Nezha muttered, raising his fire spear to block Ao Bing's tail. A thunderous impact resonated as Ao Bing's tail struck the spear, sending Nezha's body hurtling away. In that instant, as Nezha was propelled backward, a silver streak suddenly shot up from below, aiming for the nape of Ao Bing's true dragon form. In the blink of an eye, Nezha recognized that the silver light was, in fact, another fire spear. This new spear mirrored the one conjured from the righteous arrow in Nezha's grasp. If this spear were to penetrate the nape of Ao Bing's true dragon form, it would likely extract his entire dragon sinew upon withdrawal. Who could possibly wish to slay Ao Bing? Nezha had no time to ponder this query. He swiftly retrieved the loyal arrow concealed within his hair, now the size of a needle, and hurled it toward Ao Bing's nape. With a whoosh, the loyal arrow, now resembling a fire spear, flew toward Ao Bing. A resounding clash echoed as the spear crafted from the loyal arrow collided with the other fire spear just as they reached Ao Bing's nape, successfully thwarting the lethal strike aimed at him. As the two projectiles soared toward Ao Bing's nape, he began to sense the impending danger. However, having just swung his tail to strike Nezha, his body was momentarily incapacitated, leaving him unable to evade. Upon turning, Ao Bing was horrified to see two fire spears poised at the back of his neck. These spears, identical to the one in Nezha's possession, were indeed formidable weapons. A sudden realization struck Ao Bing as he gazed at Nezha. Nezha, you possess 3 identical fire spears. Did you intend to kill me with the 2 that just flew behind me? You foolish dragon, displaying unwarranted cleverness. Nezha replied with a hint of exasperation. Ao Bing, I only possess 2 fire spears. Of the 2 behind you, one is mine. Someone attempted to use the other spear to assassinate you, and I intervened with my spear to save your life. You ought to be grateful for my timely intervention and concede at once. As soon as Nezha's words fell, the spear of filial piety, transformed from the filial arrow, swiftly turned its tip and flew to his side. The spear of loyalty, forged from the loyal arrow, also soared back to join Nezha. Witnessing Nezha wielding the spear of righteousness, encircled by the spears of loyalty and filial piety, Ao Bing, who had initially begun to trust Nezha's words, could no longer contain his fury and bellowed, You bastard! Do you think I'm as easily deceived as a 3-year-old child? All 3 of these spears belong to you. You intended to kill me just now. Yet, you ultimately lacked the courage to carry it out, and thus you faltered. Nezha paid no heed to Ao Bing's outburst. He extended his left hand to grasp the spear of filial piety, his expression grave as he spoke. Indeed, this is the spear of filial piety. Who exactly wishes to eliminate Ao Bing and frame me for it? If it were the 9-tailed fox, a formidable demon like her, how could she wield the Xianyuan divine arrow? As Nezha pondered in confusion, Ao Bing let out a furious roar and charged at him. Just as Ao Bing seemed poised to swallow Nezha whole, Nezha unexpectedly discarded the spear of filial piety, clenched his left fist, and struck Ao Bing's forehead with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, Nezha unleashed the might of his golden immortal realm. Consequently, when his fist collided with Ao Bing's forehead, Ao Bing's immense dragon form was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its strings. After sending Ao Bing flying, Nezha glided through the wind, approaching the dazed Ao Bing with a smile. Ao Bing, just now, I heard you claim that I do not dare to kill you. It seems you harbor a significant misunderstanding about me. I spare you not out of mercy, but because your crimes do not warrant death. Should you continue to provoke me? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? I previously mentioned my intention to teach you the ways of humanity, and now the time has come. With that, Nezha extended his left hand toward Ao Being's true dragon form, declaring, size transformation. Change. An overwhelming force surged from Nezha's left hand. And as it neared Ao Being's true dragon form, the latter began to shrink at a visible rate. By the time Nezha's hand grasped Ao Being's true dragon form, it had diminished to the size of a loach. Upon regaining his senses, Ao Being found himself in the palm of Nezha's hand and, in a flurry of panic, exclaimed, Nezha, what have you done to me? Are you truly going to kill me? Release me. Release me. Otherwise, my father will not spare you. Observing Ao Being struggling and roaring within the confines of his palm, Nezha replied with a hint of mockery, a dragon can be both large and small. Can ascend or conceal itself. When large, it stirs clouds and breathes mist. When small, it hides its form. When it ascends, it soars through the cosmos. When it conceals, it lurks within the waves. Ao Being, although you are a true dragon, you only know how to grow large and ascend, yet cannot shrink and hide. You can stir clouds and breathe mist, yet cannot conceal your form. You can soar between heaven and earth, yet cannot lurk within the waves. Today, I shall employ the divine power of size transformation to reduce you to a mere loach, teaching you how to truly embody a dragon. May you devote yourself to profound cultivation, steering clear of the calamities that plague you. After uttering these words, Nezha, grasping Ao Being, descended towards the arena below. Chapter 33. The rules of courtship need not be observed in the heart of Chaoga City, as Nezha descended from the heavens and landed on the martial arena, which Ao Being had struck with his dragon tail. The common folk gathered around regarded him with awe befitting a celestial deity. Even King Zhou Dxin had not anticipated that Nezha could indeed triumph over the Dragon King's third son. King Zhou's confidence in defeating the third prince stemmed from his status as the emperor of humanity, believing that the third prince could not wield his magical powers before him. Yet, Nezha's victory over the third prince was solely attributed to his extraordinary celestial prowess and genuine abilities. Truly, Nezha's strength was not to be underestimated. At that moment, a furious roar erupted. Nezha, what have you done to our third prince? The water yiksha from the East Sea Dragon Palace leaped from the crowd and landed on the arena, addressing Nezha. If you have harmed our third prince, you will surely incur the wrath of heaven. In that case, a torrential downpour will ensue, afflicting innocent citizens. Our Dragon King will also summon the Four Seas Dragon clans to flood Shen'ang Pass, correct? Before the water yiksha could finish his threat, Nezha interrupted him, displaying evident impatience. I harbor no grievances against Ao Being. Why would I wish him harm? Rest assured, your third prince is quite well. I merely utilized my powers to transform him into a little loach, teaching him the virtue of adaptability that a true gentleman must embody. Since you care so much for Ao Being's well-being, I shall entrust him to your care. With that, Nezha waved his left hand, casting Ao Being towards the water yiksha. Upon seeing Ao Being's true dragon form indeed reduced to that of a loach, the water yiksha's eyes widened in terror as he hurriedly extended his hands to catch Ao Being. Then spoke with great trepidation. Third prince, are you injured? I shall seek the Dragon King at once to restore your original form. As the water yiksha spoke, he leaped off the martial arena, cradling Ao Being as he rushed towards the Dragon Mother Temple. Meanwhile, Ao Being, lying in the water yiksha's grasp, seethed with indignation, shouting, Nezha, Nezha, this disgrace will not go unpunished. I will seek revenge, so await your fate. Hearing Ao Being's words, Nezha remained unfazed. He had no reason to slay Ao Being, thus, he spared him. Should Ao Being dare to persistently provoke him, providing Nezha with ample justification for retribution, Nezha would not hesitate to extract Ao Being's dragon tendons, fashioning a dragon tendon belt for Huang Feihu. After the water yiksha departed with Ao Being, Nezha too did not linger on the arena but leapt down from it. As he was about to weave through the crowd and depart, Lei Zinci confronted him, blocking his path. Brother Nezha, you have vanquished the Dragon King's third prince. According to the rules of martial courtship, you must remain to wed Lady Lianhua, hence you cannot leave. Yang Jian also approached, pulling along young Lianhua, and concurred, indeed, the flying heavenly child speaks true. Nezha, I can see that my sister harbors a deep affection for you, as she consistently lowers her gaze shyly whenever she gazes upon you. Since you are willing to ascend the arena to defeat the Dragon King's third prince for Lianhua, why not take my sister's hand in marriage? Young Lianhua remained silent, quickly averting her eyes after exchanging a glance with Nezha. Following their brief exchange, Nezha turned his attention to Yang Jian, saying, Brother Yang Jian, it is merely a contest for marriage. There is no need to take it so seriously. After all, The contest spans 3 days, and today is just the first. You might as well allow the victor on the final day to become your brother-in-law. I already have a fiancée, and I have sworn to marry but one wife for life, so I will not wed your sister. With that, Nezha attempted to circumvent Lei Jinzi and Yang Jian. Do not leave. Yang Jian interjected, blocking Nezha's path with a serious expression. How can you be so callous? If you do not wish to marry my sister, then why step into the arena? Winning the contest entails a responsibility to marry her. Should the victor over Ao Bing be someone unworthy of Yang Lianhua's affections, Nezha's departure would not be obstructed. However, Yang Jian discerned that Yang Lianhua genuinely cherished Nezha. Thus, even if it might seem unreasonable, Yang Jian felt compelled to retain Nezha, urging him to wed his sister. Winning the contest means I must take responsibility for marrying your sister? Nezha regarded Yang Jian with an incredulous expression, a smile gracing his lips. Brother Yang Jian. Others may utter such words, but when they come from you, it strikes me as rather ludicrous. In the original course of fate, the daughter of Lord Deng, Deng Chanyu, will cast a brocade ball in a bid for marriage, tossing a hefty iron ball weighing 500 pounds into the street. Yet, none of the suitors aspiring to wed Deng Chanyu could lift that immense burden. Ultimately, it was Yang Jian, passing by, who managed to raise the 500-pound iron ball. According to the customs surrounding the brocade ball marriage proposal, Yang Jian should then bear the responsibility of marrying Deng Chanyu. However, he did not fulfill that duty. If Yang Jian can disregard the customs of the brocade ball proposal, why must Nezha adhere to the rules of the martial contest for marriage? Is this not akin to allowing officials to ignite a fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting a lamp? Seeing that Nezha was genuinely disinclined to marry her, Yang Lianhua, with a pale countenance, grasped Yang Jian's arm and implored, Brother, let him go. I have no desire to marry. I do not wish to wed in this lifetime. Although Yang Jian often appeared somewhat dull-witted, at this moment, he suddenly gained clarity. Earlier, when Nezha triumphed over the Dragon King's third prince, Yang Lianhua did not express her reluctance to marry Nezha. Now that Nezha was unwilling to take Yang Lianhua as his bride, she declared her intent never to marry. Her sentiments were clear. She wished to marry only Nezha in this lifetime. If that were not possible, she would rather remain unmarried forever. Yang Jian clenched his fists, intent on forcibly taking Nezha back to arrange a marriage between him and his sister. Yet, even the Dragon King's third son was easily subdued by Nezha, who then transformed him into a mere little loach. It was likely that even if Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi combined their strengths, they would still fall short against Nezha alone. Brother Yang Jian. Nezha extended his left hand and gently patted Yang Jian's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I have no desire to marry your sister, for I am not a suitable match for her. If you truly care for her happiness, then assist her in finding a husband who can genuinely bring her joy. With that, Nezha circumvented Yang Jian and Lei Jinzi, departing from the scene. This time, Yang Jian did not attempt to impede Nezha's departure. Perhaps Nezha was indeed correct. Nezha was already betrothed to the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, and should Yang Jian's sister marry him, she would only become a concubine subject to mistreatment. Even if she harbored feelings for Nezha, marrying him might not guarantee her happiness. As Nezha left, the two sons of Li Jing, Li Jinjia and Li Muza, quietly slipped away from the crowd. Upon exiting the center of Chaoga City and entering the western district, a voice suddenly called out Nezha's name from behind. Nezha. Hearing the voice, Nezha turned around to find Li Jinjia and Li Muza standing behind him, their expressions filled with excitement. Nezha gazed calmly at Li Jinjia and Li Muza, remaining silent. Nezha, do you still remember us? Li Jinjia and Li Muza hastily approached Nezha, speaking in turn. We are your elder brother and second brother. Though a decade has passed, our mother has always spoken of you, so we have not forgotten you. Chapter 34. A meeting unrecognized. The prospect of encountering Li Jinjia and Li Muza, only to be recognized by them, had not entirely escaped Nezha's anticipation, considering that his name had remained unchanged. It would indeed be a true absurdity if Li Jinjia and Li Muza had not lost their memories from 10 years ago and yet failed to recognize their third brother upon hearing his name. Masterly, second masterly. Nezha greeted them with a respectful clasp of his fists, as though meeting strangers for the first time. The Huang and Li families have long been allies. Perhaps I should refer to you as Brotherly and Brothermu? Nezha, you cannot have truly forgotten the events of 10 years past. Li Jinjia replied solemnly. You are merely the adopted son of the Tiger King, Huang Feihu. Your true identity is that of the third son of the Li family, our younger brother. Li Muza nodded in agreement. Nezha, do you truly not remember us? Or do you simply wish to avoid acknowledging us? Since you went missing in Feihu Gorge, our mother has never ceased to think of you, preserving your childhood garments and toys in a cabinet. Not long ago, my mother departed from Chintang Pass in search of you, causing my father to defy the king's decree and delay the expedition against the Ghost Kingdom. Upon hearing Li Muza's words, Nezha instinctively lowered his gaze to the ground. However, he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile as he spoke. I cannot comprehend what you two are discussing. Are you suggesting that I, a foster son of the Huang family, am actually the third son of the Li family, the biological child of Li Jing, the Heavenly King, and Lady Yin? How peculiar. If what you are saying is true, then why did Li Jing not acknowledge our relationship when I met him previously? He even told me that his third son, Li Nezha, had long been devoured by a pack of tigers at Flying Tiger Gorge. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between you, Brother Li and second brother Li. As for the matter of your third brother, Li Nezha, I suggest you consult your father, Li Jing, the Heavenly King. Farewell. With that, Nezha turned without hesitation and departed, leaving Li Jinjia and Li Muza with his retreating figure. Observing Nezha's departure, Li Muza hesitated and said, Elder brother, could it be that we have truly erred? Second brother, are you truly so dim-witted? Li Jinjia reproached his younger brother with exasperation. Not only has Nezha retained his name, but he also possesses the magical garments of the universe and the chaos circle. Who else could he possibly be if not our brother? However, we are entirely ignorant of the intricacies surrounding our parents and brother. We ought to discuss our acknowledgement of him with father. Upon returning to the Huang residence, Nezha entered the parlor to find Huang Feihu leisurely savoring tea, jesting with him. Our Nezha, the conqueror of the Dragon King's third son, has finally returned. How fares the lady you won in the martial contest? Taking a seat opposite Huang Feihu across a low table, Nezha poured himself a cup of tea before responding with a smile. It seems my adoptive father has dispatched servants to keep an eye on the martial contest in the heart of Chaoga City. While I did indeed defeat the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, I have no desire to wed the lady from the contest. You know, adoptive father, I am already betrothed to Sudaji. Ah, young man, you were burdened with such thoughts at a tender age. Huang Feihu shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a carrier pigeon flapped its wings and entered the parlor, landing directly on the low table between Nezha and Huang Feihu. Nezha removed the silk scroll from the pigeon's leg and handed it to Huang Feihu. Please, adoptive father, take a look. Huang Feihu accepted the scroll, glancing at it with a playful smile directed at Nezha. Nezha, a message delivered by a carrier pigeon revealed that your adoptive mother and Yin'er shall arrive in Chaoga alongside Sudaji, Su Ningxiang, and Lady Yin Shenyang, the wife of Li Jing, in 3 days. An exclamation escaped as the name Yin Shenyang reached Nezha's ears, causing his right hand to tremble. Spilling half the tea from his cup, at the Dragon Mother Temple in Chaoga, the water Yasha returned, cradling Ao Bing, now diminished to the size of a loach. Before the East Sea Dragon King, upon seeing his beloved son in such a pitiful state, the Dragon King was initially consumed by fury, only to be overtaken by a wave of apprehension. Thankfully, the mighty being who had reduced Ao Bing to such a size had shown restraint. Otherwise, this old dragon would have faced the tragic fate of burying his own son. Who was responsible for this? The East Sea Dragon King, though grateful for Nezha's intervention, was determined to uncover the perpetrator's identity. The water Yasha, hands cradling the diminutive Ao Bing, bowed and reported, Your Majesty, it was Huang Nezha, the third son of the Flying Tiger King, Huang Feihu, who defeated the third prince and transformed him into this state. So it is he. While the East Sea Dragon King ruled the waters, he maintained extensive connections on land. Li Jing, the general of Chin'ang Pass and one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, was a sworn brother to the Dragon King. The other 3 heavenly kings also enjoyed a cordial rapport with him. Although the Dragon King did not concern himself with the affairs of the human realm, he kept himself informed about the 4 heavenly kings and Emperor Xian of Zhou. Thus, he was no stranger to Nezha. Knowing him to be the adopted son of Huang Feihu and the biological son of his sworn brother, Li Jing, being both the foster child of Huang Feihu and the biological offspring of Li Jing, coupled with his formidable powers, left the old dragon at a loss for how to confront Nezha. Considering that his son had not sustained any real injury, he resolved to let this matter slide. Yet, the Dragon King was acutely aware that refraining from conflict with Nezha stemmed from the realization that even at the cost of his own life, he would likely be no match for him. Father, father, Ao Bing cried out from the water Yasha's grasp, his voice filled with desperation. Please, father, restore me to my true form. I am a being of unparalleled nobility, yet Nezha has dared to reduce me to a loach. This is a profound humiliation, and you must avenge me. You ungrateful wretch. Your plight is of your own making. What is so commendable about that Yang Lianhua? She seems to be your harbinger of misfortune. Ever since you encountered her, calamity has followed you. Losing to Nezha in the arena is, in fact, a blessing in disguise. From now on, you shall sever all thoughts of Yang Lianhua and focus on your cultivation within the Dragon Palace. With that, the East Sea Dragon King waved his hand. Minister Turtle, dispatch instructions. I shall take the third prince back to the palace. Yes, your majesty. The esteemed Prime Minister Turtle acknowledged with a nod and then began to instruct the aquatic denizens of the Dragon Mother Temple to prepare for their return to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. The day of worship for the Dragon Mother had long since concluded, and it was high time for the multitude of water spirits lingering at the temple to return to their home. While the East Sea Dragon King and the amphibious third prince of the Dragon Palace were well equipped to endure prolonged stays on land, the Prime Minister Turtle and the ordinary aquatic creatures would inevitably face dehydration and demise. Chapter 35. The four heavenly kings gather at the West Gate. The Duke of Shibua, Ji Chong, in alliance with the East Sea Dragon King, organized a martial contest for the hand of Yang Lianhua, with the ultimate victor being none other than Nezha. Following the fierce clash between Nezha and the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, no other suitors dared to ascend the contest platform until 3 days after the tournament's conclusion. Despite Yang Lianhua's ethereal beauty, the fierce competition between the likes of Nezha, the third prince of the Dragon Palace, indicated that she was no ordinary beauty, but rather a harbinger of calamity. Naturally, those who felt their strength paled in comparison to the formidable entities of the East Sea Dragon Palace and the Huang family of Jiepai would refrain from pursuing the enchanting yet perilous Yang Lianhua. After Nezha emerged as the champion of the martial contest, Yang Lianhua no longer proclaimed her vow of eternal celibacy. However, when Yang Jian insisted on seeking Nezha to hold him accountable for marrying Yang Lianhua, she intervened, preventing him from approaching Nezha. The somewhat dull-witted Yang Jian found himself perplexed by his sister's sentiments and could only consult with Lei Zhenzi in secret to devise a solution for her lifelong predicament. On the morning following the contest, Nezha, alongside Huang Feihu, arrived at the west gate of Chaoga City to welcome Madame Huang, Su Ruyu, and Miss Huang Yan. To Nezha's surprise, Li Jing, along with Li Jinjia and Li Muza, had arrived even earlier to greet Shenyang. Brotherly, what a coincidence! Exclaimed Huang Feihu who, alongside Li Jing, was one of the four heavenly kings of Chaoga, not only serving in the same court, but also having been friends for many years. You were here waiting for someone too? Upon seeing Nezha and Huang Feihu together at the west gate of Chaoga, Li Jing initially contemplated evading recognition, wishing to ignore their presence. However, with Huang Feihu greeting him, he could no longer feign ignorance and forced a smile. Brother Huang, what a coincidence! I'm here to await my wife, Shenyang. Brotherly, I too await my wife, Ruyu, Huang Feihu replied, noticing Li Jing's awkward demeanor. He continued with a smile. My wife arrives alongside Shenyang, so it is only natural for us to meet here. Brotherly, although you and Nezha have met before, allow me to formally introduce you. Nezha, come here. Upon hearing Huang Feihu's call, Nezha approached his side. Father, what is it? Huang Feihu glanced at Nezha before returning his gaze to Li Jing. Brotherly, do you not think that Nezha bears a certain resemblance to you? Years ago, I discovered Nezha in the Valley of Venomous Snakes. Now, a decade has swiftly passed. My wife and I have nurtured Nezha for 10 years, yet he still refers to us merely as adoptive father and mother. I am acutely aware that Nezha harbors a lingering affection for his biological parents, though I remain ignorant of their identities and the reasons they forsook their dutiful and caring child. When Huang Feihu articulated these sentiments before Li Jing, it felt akin to berating a monk for his baldness. Li Jing, feigning composure, maintained an impassive countenance, as if Nezha's true parents were not his own kin. At that moment, Li Jinjia gently nudged Li Jing from behind, his tone imbued with earnest pleading. Li Jing turned to glance at his two sons before shifting his gaze back to Nezha. Indeed, as Huang Feihu had asserted, Nezha bore a striking resemblance to him, unmistakably revealing their father-son connection. With a heavy sigh, Li Jing's mind wandered back to a decade ago, when Nezha traversed mountains and braved torrential rains in hail to present him with a longevity peach from the Nuwa Palace on his birthday. He had once nurtured paternal affection for Nezha, yearning to embrace him as his own son and embody the filial piety that Shenyang longed to witness. Within the confines of the Li family military camp, while training his three sons, Li Jing and Nezha had vowed to serve the great Shang with unwavering loyalty in their lifetimes. Alas, the enmity between Li Jing and Nezha, stemming from their past lives as the fire deity and his nemesis, loomed ominously over their bond. Nezha was also prophesied to be the harbinger of doom for the Shang dynasty in King Diyi's dreams, compelling Li Jing to steel his heart and resolve to slay Nezha once more, extinguishing both incarnations of his existence. It was only through the forceful intervention of Shenyang that Nezha was spared from death. Now, witnessing Nezha's maturation, having first vanquished external threats to the Shang and subsequently subdued the rebellious Ghost Kingdom, while also maintaining order in the land of Xiongrongs, Li Jing could not help but contemplate that the king's ominous dream was perhaps merely a figment of imagination rather than a divine warning of impending doom. Perhaps Nezha could indeed fulfill the oath he had sworn a decade ago in the Li family camp, dedicating his life to the great Shang. Regaining his composure, Li Jing regarded Nezha with a complex expression and spoke, "Brother Huang, is it conceivable that any parent would not love their own child?" Perhaps Nezha's parents had their own compelling reasons for abandoning him. Huang Feihu nodded in agreement. That may very well be the case. Over the years, the bond between Li Jing and his sons, Li Jinjia and Li Muza, had become widely known in Chaoga City, characterized by mutual affection and respect. Yet, Huang Feihu remained oblivious to the true anguish that had compelled Li Jing and Yin Shenyang to abandon Nezha at the perilous Feihu Gorge. It was either that or face the dire consequence of Li Jing himself slaying Nezha. A wry smile danced upon Nezha's lips as he refrained from disclosing the truth behind his abandonment. As the atmosphere fell into silence, a horse-drawn carriage, pulled by 4 steeds, arrived at the western city gate of Chaoga. The occupant of the carriage was Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, one of the 4 great kings of Chaoga. "Brother Huang, Brother Li, what a coincidence to find you both here." Su Hu greeted them warmly. Huang Feihu and Li Jing immediately returned the greeting. "Brother Su, I am here to fetch my wife and my daughter, Huang Yan." "Lord Su, I have come to bring my wife, Lady Shi." Upon hearing their words, Su Hu could not help but chuckle. What a fortunate coincidence. "I, too, am here to welcome my 2 daughters, Daji and Ningxiang." "Brother Huang, now that Nezha and Daji have grown into adulthood, it is surely time for us as parents to consider their futures and marriages." A hint of hesitation crossed Huang Feihu's face as he glanced towards Nezha and Li Jing. If Nezha were his biological son, he could unilaterally decide his marriage. However, Nezha was not only his adopted son, but also the biological son of Li Jing. Huang Feihu was aware that Lady Shi had recently departed from Chin'ang Pass to seek Nezha. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind Li Jing and Lady Shi's past abandonment of Nezha, it was evident that Lady Shi held a deep affection for her son and yearned to reclaim him. It would not be long before Nezha's true lineage was revealed to the world. Huang Feihu did not mind Nezha becoming a son to both the Huang and Li families. Yet out of respect for the Li family, he felt that discussions regarding Nezha's marriage should involve Li Jing and Lady Shi. Just as Huang Feihu was engulfed in his contemplation, the Western Marquis Ji Chang arrived at the western city gate of Chaoga, carried in a sedan chair by 4 bearers. Accompanied by his 100th adopted son, Lei Zhenzi, and the great general of Shiqi, Yang Jian. Seeing the other 3 of the 4 great kings of Chaoga present, Ji Chang, seated in his sedan chair, let out a hearty laugh. "Ha! Today, this western city gate is truly bustling. All 4 of us, the 4 great kings of Chaoga, have gathered here." Such a gathering of the 4 great kings of Chaoga was a rare spectacle, usually only seen when they together presented themselves before King Zhou of Shang. In the original trajectory of fate, the only instance of all 4 kings assembling occurred during the assembly hosted by Queen Jiang when Nezha was reviewed. Now, observing Ji Chang's arrival at the western city gate of Chaoga, Su Hu smiled and remarked, "Marquis of the West, the 3 of us have gathered here to either greet our wives or our daughters. Have you come to fetch your wife or son?" Although Ji Chang had a primary wife and 24 concubines, with nearly 100 sons to his name, none had borne him a daughter. Thus, it was improbable that Ji Chang had come to retrieve a daughter. He stroked his beard, a smile illuminating his face as he looked at Su Hu. "Lord Su, my wife and sons are not in Chaoga. I am here to welcome my daughter-in-law. Surely, you have not forgotten? When your eldest daughter, Daji, was born, we made a pact to unite her in marriage with my eldest son, Boikeo." Upon hearing Ji Chang's words, the Duke of Shibua, Su Hu, glanced at Nezha and, with a troubled expression, replied, "Since Daji has grown up, you have not mentioned her union with Boikeo again. I had thought you had forgotten our agreement from years past. Consequently, 2 years ago, I betrothed Daji to another. It is said that a single woman cannot marry 2 husbands. It appears my daughter Daji is not destined to wed the eldest son of the Duke of Shibua. Let us consider our previous agreement null and void." As one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, Duke Su Hu is a man of responsibility. He did not cast Nezha into the fray to face the wrath of Ji Chang, the foremost among the 4 lords. Naturally, Nezha could not allow his father-in-law to confront the Duke of Shibua alone. He stepped forward to Su Hu's carriage and addressed Ji Chang, Duke of Shibua. 2 years ago, I sought your daughter's hand in marriage in Jizhou. Gratefully, Lord Su Hu did not disdain me and has already pledged his beloved daughter Daji to me. If you harbor any grievances, direct them at me." Upon hearing Nezha's words, Ji Chang maintained a subtle smile, uttering no response. His silence stemmed from a lack of retort. Despite Ji Chang's position as the foremost among the 4 lords and the formidable strength of Shiqi, which instilled trepidation in the 3 generations of the Shang dynasty's rulers, this world is ultimately governed by individual might over all else. In this realm, Nezha alone could rival an army of 100,000, posing a significant threat to Shichi. Moreover, Nezha was not alone. He commanded an army of 50,000 from the Changrong territory, was allied with Huang Feihu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, and had the support of the Huang family army stationed at the Jipaiguan. Should Jichang truly wish to oppose Nezha, he would require assistance from either Nuwa or the primordial supreme being. Otherwise, Shichi would surely face annihilation at Nezha's hands. Though destiny foretold the rise of Zhou and the fall of Shang, Jichang dared not gamble on the certainty of divine assistance. After all, Nezha was not the tyrant King Zhou, destined for destruction, but rather a fated child of destiny during the calamity of the gods. To oppose Nezha before the end of the divine calamity was tantamount to opposing destiny itself. After a moment of contemplation, Jichang suddenly spoke. There is a saying, heroes deserve beautiful companions. Nezha, you are a true youthful hero, and the union of the Duke of Jizhou's beloved daughter Daji with you could be seen as a splendid match. However, having triumphed in the martial arts competition and secured the hand of the Dragon King's 3rd son, you are now the fiancé of Miss Yang Lianhua. As the ruler of Shichi, I am eager to know when you intend to marry Miss Lianhua. Old fool. Jichang intentionally brought up the matter of Nezha's betrothal to Yang Lianhua in front of his father-in-law, Su Hu, causing Nezha to silently curse. Feeling Su Hu's gaze upon him, Nezha turned to him with a smile and said, My esteemed father-in-law, I ascended the martial arena and vanquished the Dragon King's 3rd prince. Not wishing to be mocked by the aquatic dragon clan for the perceived weakness of our human youth, I had no intention of marrying that lotus maiden. Upon hearing Nezha's explanation, Su Hu nodded in satisfaction. He was willing to offend the Western Duke Jichang by betrothing his beloved daughter Daji to Nezha, which proved to be a judicious choice. However, upon hearing Nezha's words, Yang Jian approached him with displeasure etched upon his face. Nezha, what do you mean by that? Is there something lacking in my sister Lotus that she is unworthy of you? Is it because she is not a daughter of a lord, making her incompatible with someone of your esteemed lineage? Yang Jian, you are merely a general of the West Qi. Do you truly think you have the right to speak here? Nezha feigned anger, glaring at Yang Jian before sighing. I cannot marry your sister. Not because Miss Lotus is unworthy of me, but rather because I am unworthy of her. You may not comprehend this now, but in time, you shall. Li Zinzi hurried to Yang Jian's side, pulling him away while advising, Three-eyed brat, let it go. The 4 great kings of Chaoga are present. If you wish to quarrel with Nezha, choose another time and place. After Li Zinzi led Yang Jian away, Li Muza, who had been gazing down the western road, suddenly exclaimed, Father, brother, mother, and the others are coming. At this declaration, all eyes, including Nezha's, turned towards the western road. A contingent of the Huang family soldiers was escorting a carriage that advanced swiftly towards the west gate of Chaoga City. As the carriage curtains were lifted, Yin Shenyang peeked out, joyfully waving at her husband Li Jing and their 2 sons, Li Jinjia and Li Muza, who had come to greet her. However, midway through her jubilant gesture, her gaze fell upon Nezha standing between Huang Feihu and Su Hu, causing her hand to freeze and her smile to falter. At that moment, it felt as though a melancholic score filled the air, and Yin Shenyang was overwhelmed with the urge to weep. After 2 years, seeing Nezha again. Her beloved son had grown taller, resembling a true adult man, now at the age to establish his own family. It was wonderful to finally reunite as a family. Regrettably, while the 5 members of the family were gathered, Nezha was no longer a member of the Li family but had become part of the Huang clan. Nevertheless, Yin Shenyang remained confident that she would be able to reconcile with Nezha and bring him back to the Li family to reclaim his heritage, hoping to restore the father-son bond between him and Li Jing as it had been a decade ago. With a rumbling sound, the carriage came to a halt at the western gate of Chaoga, and Yin Shenyang was the first to leap from the carriage, reuniting with her husband Li Jing and her 2 beloved sons Li Jinjia and Li Muza. Following them, Su Daji and Su Ningxiang descended from the carriage, returning like weary birds to the side of Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou. Lastly, Madame Huang Su Ruyu and Huang Yin emerged from the carriage. My lord, my lady. Huang Feihu and Madame Huang stood together, their hands clasped in a warm embrace. Despite the mutual respect they shared, the affection displayed by this elderly couple was no less than that of the equally seasoned pair, Li Jing and Yin Shenyang. Nezha, Huang Yin stood beside her parents, her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at Nezha. Sister, Nezha exclaimed, a radiant smile gracing his face, his demeanor towards Huang Yin unchanged from the past decade. Chapter 37. The origins of Nezha. Just as Nezha and Yang Lianhua were fated to be together, so too were Huang Yin and Yang Jian bound by destiny. Upon descending from the carriage, Yang Jian found his gaze irresistibly drawn to Huang Yan's graceful figure. Seeing Nezha standing alongside Huang Yin stirred a pang of jealousy within Yang Jian, as if Nezha had taken something of utmost importance from him. Huang Yin seemed to sense Yang Jian's lingering gaze. She turned her head in his direction. At that moment, Nezha raised his right arm, playfully blocking Huang Yan's line of sight. Sister, you are not permitted to look at other men in my presence. Huang Yin couldn't help but chuckle, replying, Is that an implication that I may only gaze upon you? Nezha, you truly are domineering. Though she jested about Nezha's possessiveness, Huang Yin felt a flicker of joy rather than annoyance. She turned her attention fully to Nezha, her gaze unwavering. In front of her parents, the strong-willed Huang Yin occasionally transformed into a rebellious daughter. Yet, before Nezha, she shed her authoritative sisterly demeanor, appearing instead as a dutiful and compliant younger sibling. After preventing Huang Yin from making eye contact with Yang Jian, Nezha took hold of her right hand, leading her towards Huang Feihu and his wife. Adoptive father, adoptive mother, my sister and I have journeyed far. Let us hasten home so they may rest adequately. Upon hearing Nezha's intention to depart, Madame Huang's gaze shifted to Yin Shenyang, who turned to meet her eyes. After a moment of silent acknowledgement, Yin Shenyang approached Nezha, her expression tinged with apprehension. Nezha, my son, she began. I understand that you harbor deep resentment towards your father and me for abandoning you all those years ago. However, there were circumstances that compelled us to act as we did. I wish to make amends now. Will you not grant me the opportunity to atone? Madamly, I do not grasp your words, Nezha replied, his tone firm. Li Jing, the heavenly king, has informed me that your third son, Li Nezha, perished 10 years ago at Feihu Gorge, devoured by wild beasts. I comprehend your longing for your deceased son, yet I have other matters to attend to. If you have no further requests, I shall take my leave. Upon concluding his remarks, Nezha was approached by Madame Huang, Su Ruyu, who playfully grasped his ear and remarked, Nezha, you little rascal, your stubborn temperament is remarkably akin to Yenneres. I find myself questioning if you two might be blood siblings. While Tianhua is merely the adopted son of Feihu and me, though you may not voice it, dear son, your foster mother is well aware that you have never forgotten your true parents over these past 10 years. Now, Madame sure wishes to reclaim her beloved child. Why do you feign ignorance and refuse to acknowledge your mother? If you deny it, allow me to clarify. You are indeed Li Nezha, the third son of Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, who was lost in Feihu Gorge. The onlookers, including Huang Feihu, were taken aback by Su Ruyu's public revelation of Nezha's true lineage. Huang Feihu, while not opposed to the reunion between Nezha and his biological parents, felt it was a matter of significance that should have been discussed with him as the head of the family, as well as seeking Nezha's own opinion. It was perplexing to consider what enchantment Yin Shenyang had cast upon Huang Ruyu that prompted her to support the reunion so fervently. After her candid declaration, Huang Ruyu felt a twinge of regret. Yet, she was profoundly moved by Yin Shenyang's deep maternal affection, which fueled her desire to facilitate the reconnection between mother and son. Noticing her husband's displeased expression and Nezha's impassive demeanor, Huang Ruyu expressed her feelings of grievance, saying, Nezha, my revealing your origins does not imply that Feihu and I no longer wish to have you as our son. Yin Shenyang and I have discussed this. The debt of birth and the debt of nurture are both the responsibilities of parents. Henceforth, you may embrace your identity as a son of both the Li and Huang families, and Feihu and I shall continue to care for you, as we have always done. Yin Shenyang nodded vigorously, her hopeful gaze fixed upon Nezha. Mother, Nezha beamed, teasingly poking Huang Ruyu on the nose with his index finger, saying, have you lost your wits? The son of Li Jing, the heavenly king, Li Nezha, perished in Feihu Gorge, devoured by a pack of tigers. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Li Jing himself. Isn't that so, my lord? As Nezha turned to face Li Jing, all eyes fell upon him. Sensing the anticipation of the crowd, Li Jing instinctively wanted to assert that Nezha was not his son, for his son Li Nezha had tragically died 10 years prior in Feihu Gorge. However, upon witnessing the tears welling in Yin Shenyang's eyes, memories of their shared love over the past 2 decades flooded his mind. After a moment of hesitation, he steeled himself and declared, indeed, Nezha, you are the son of Yin Shenyang and me. You should not be called Huang Nezha. Your true name is Li Nezha. As Li Jing acknowledged Nezha as his son, an emotional symphony seemed to rise in the air, prompting tears of joy to cascade from Yin Shenyang's eyes, her face radiant with happiness. Jingge, she called out with deep affection and gratitude, turning to Nezha, did you hear that? You are the son of Li Jing and me. Once, your parents abandoned you, truly out of unavoidable circumstances. Had we not taken this course of action, there exists a saying, even the fiercest of tigers does not eat its young. Nezha interrupted Yin Shenyang, speaking with a cold tone. Lady Li, I am aware of the reasons behind your and King Li's decision to forsake me. Had you not left me at Feihu Gorge, allowing me to be devoured by the pack of tigers, King Li would have been compelled to uphold familial duty and personally execute me. King Li, am I not correct? Indeed, Li Jing acknowledged with a generous nod. 10 years ago, I had intended to end your life myself, but even a tiger does not consume its offspring. Hence, I abandoned you at Feihu Gorge to fend for yourself. Upon hearing Li Jing's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. In Shenyang, is this truly the rationale behind your and Li Jing's abandonment of Nezha? It turns out that had you not forsaken Nezha, Li Jing would have been compelled to slay him himself. Lady Huang, in a furious rage, confronted Yin Shenyang. Why did you not disclose these matters to me earlier? Had I known that this was the justification for your and Li Jing's abandonment of Nezha, I would never have permitted you to reunite with him. With that, Lady Huang grasped Nezha's hand, pulling him away as she declared, My dear son, we are leaving. You are a son of the Huang family, and have no connection to the Li family. With a beast like Li Jing, who could even harm his own offspring, we shall never relinquish you to the Li family. This is not the case. This is not the case. Yin Shenyang hurriedly obstructed Lady Huang, tears streaming down her face as she implored, Lady Huang, Li Jing and I truly had no other choice. When we left Nezha at Feihu Gorge, it was not our intention for him to fend for himself. Rather, it was because Feihu Gorge was Nezha's only path to survival. 10 years ago, the Duke of the West, Ji Chong, foretold Nezha's impending peril, and the oracle revealed that his salvation lay in encountering the tiger. Indeed, what Lady Li speaks is the truth. At that moment, Duke Ji Chong descended from his carriage and approached Lady Huang and Nezha, stating, Nezha, perhaps you have forgotten, but I had the pleasure of meeting you a decade ago. Back then, I discerned that you were in grave danger, and the means of your escape was encapsulated in the 6 words, encountering the tiger. Subsequently, when Li Jing and Yin Shenyang abandoned you at Feihu Gorge, it was not an act of malice but rather an attempt to save you. Chapter 38. The Dilemma of Li Jing and his wife. Although a decade has passed, Nezha still recalls the encounter with Duke Ji Chong from 10 years prior. At that time, Duke Ji Chang perceived Nezha's impending doom, and Yin Shenyang sought his counsel on how to avert this calamity, to which he provided the 6 words, encountering the tiger. After Yin Shenyang returned home with her 3 children, the matter of Li Jing's intent to kill Nezha arose. In a moment of desperation, she connected the term tiger from encountering the tiger to Feihu Gorge, thus proposing that Nezha be abandoned there. Feihu Canyon derives its name from the presence of a group of tigers residing there. Li Jing believed that if he abandoned Nezha in Feihu Canyon, the tigers would surely devour him, thus absolving himself of the guilt of filicide. He acquiesced to Yin Shenyang's suggestion. Reflecting on these past events, Nezha felt no gratitude towards the Western prince, Ji Chong. Nezha, the destined child amidst the calamity of the investiture of the gods, was safeguarded by the innate spiritual treasures, the Mengtian Ling and the Qiankuan Circle. Even if Ji Chong had not foretold Nezha's fate, Yin Shenyang would have devised a means to ensure Nezha's survival, preventing Li Jing from killing him. Ji Chang's 6 characters, encountering tigers and surviving, were intended both to repay a debt to the Li family and to hope that Nezha, as the destined child, would find refuge in Shiqi, emerging as a general to oppose the Shang. Alas, fate took a turn. After Huang Feihu and his wife brought Nezha to the boundary gate, he failed to escape the Huang residence and was instead taken by Lei Zhenzi to Mount Huashan, thwarting Ji Chang's calculations. Observing the stern countenance of Ji Chong, Nezha scoffed mockingly, saying, Western Prince Ji Chong, do you truly believe that the abandonment by Li Tianwang and Lady Li was not meant to harm me but to save me? Do you think I am as easily deceived as a 3-year-old child? The presence of tigers in Feihu Canyon ensured my survival, not due to your prophecy, but because I am destined, possessing the Mingtian Ling and Qiankuan Circle for protection, and the ability to unleash the true flame of Samadhi to ward off the tigers. Most crucially, I chased after Li Tianwang and his wife, never lingering in Feihu Canyon for a moment. Upon hearing Nezha's words, Ji Chang's expression shifted. As a feudal lord of the slave era, Ji Chang was never a benevolent man. His prophecies were always motivated by self-interest. Sudaji, influenced by Ji Chang's predictions, failed to receive the proper upbringing befitting the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, ultimately becoming a femme fatale who sowed chaos in the world through conspiracies. It was also due to Su Daji's turmoil that Shiqi gained the opportunity to rise against the Shang dynasty. Nezha likewise found himself in Shiqi as a result of Ji Chang's prophecies, becoming the vanguard in the rebellion against the Shang. Thus, it is evident that Ji Chang's prophecies consistently yielded favorable outcomes for the anti-Shang cause in Shiqi. Moreover, aside from self-serving matters, Ji Chang had never granted prophecies to anyone else. Nezha's ability to voice such sentiments towards Ji Chang indicated that he had discerned the latter's true nature. Convincing Nezha to willingly join Shiqi as a champion against the Shang seemed a daunting endeavor. Observing Ji Chang at a loss for words, Nezha turned to Yin Shenyang and said, Lady Li, You claim that you and Li Tianlong have your unavoidable grievances. Why do you not express these woes so that all may understand your plight? Yin Shenyang hesitated momentarily before shaking her head, replying, "This grievance cannot be spoken of." Nezha continued, "If Lady Li is unwilling to speak, allow me to articulate it on your behalf." As all eyes converged upon Nezha, he spoke with a smile. "Lord Li and Lady Li abandoned me at Feihu Gorge because, before his demise, the former King Di dreamt of me invading the palace and slaying the king, believing I was destined to obliterate the Shang dynasty. Thus, the former king compelled Lord Li to commit the ultimate act of filial piety by personally executing his own son." Upon hearing Nezha's revelation, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. After the death of the former king and his loyal eunuch, this matter had become a closely guarded secret known only to Li Jing and Yin Shenyang. Now that Nezha had divulged this secret, those present were taken aback. Should this secret reach the ears of King Zhou, what would he think upon learning that his father Di had dreamed of Nezha as his executioner? How could you possibly know this secret? How dare you utter it? Once Yin Shenyang regained her composure from the shock, she rushed to Nezha, gripping his arms tightly. "Are you not afraid that the king will have you killed? He is, after all, the most suspicious of men." Whether that dream was a divine warning or a mere figment of Di Yi's imagination, for the sake of his grand Shang dynasty, he would undoubtedly seek your life. "Nezha, you must leave, flee from Chaoga and never return." As Yin Shenyang urged him, pushing him towards the outskirts of the city, Li Jing turned away and coldly remarked, "Such folly is inexcusable." He had refrained from revealing this secret, demonstrating considerable mercy towards Nezha, yet he had not anticipated that Nezha would disclose it himself today. Sensing Yin Shenyang's heartfelt concern for him, Nezha raised his hands, gently pushing her away while speaking in a frigid tone. "There is no need for Lady Li to fret over my affairs. Rather than concern yourself with me, it would be prudent to focus on your husband of over 20 years and on Jinjia and Muzha, who have accompanied you for 2 decades. During your absence from Qintang Pass, the king ordered Lord Li to embark upon a campaign against the Ghost Kingdom, and he delayed his departure, nearly facing punishment for defying the king's command. Jinjia and Muzha consequently missed their opportunity for glory. Lady Li, do not forsake those who truly matter for a Nezha who perished long ago at Feihu Gorge." With that, Nezha turned and swiftly departed, entering the Huang family's carriage. After Madame Huang and Huang Yin followed suit, the coachman asked no questions and drove directly towards the Huang residence in Chaoga. Left alone, Huang Feihu hesitated momentarily before approaching Yin Shenyang, offering his counsel. "Lady Li, why cling so desperately to this? Your desire to reunite with Nezha will only bring you pain and suffering to the Li family. I believe it would be wise for you to release yourself, Nezha, and the Li family from this burden. Consider that Li Nezha perished 10 years ago at Feihu Gorge. The Nezha before you now is Huang Nezha. I, Huang Feihu, promised to care for him as my own son." Having spoken, Huang Feihu turned and departed. As she gazed at the Huang family's carriage and the direction in which Huang Feihu vanished, Yin Shenyang's sorrowful tears cascaded down her cheeks. "My Nezha is clearly still alive. Yet you compel me to accept that he is no more. Do you have any inkling of the agony I, as a mother, endure? Nezha, will you ultimately not forgive your mother? What have I done to deserve such a fate from the heavens?" Thunder rumbled in response. As if even the heavens were moved by Yin Shenyang's profound maternal love. Following a deep rumble, a torrential rain began to pour. Su Daji grasped her sister Su Ningxiang's hand and ascended into the Su family's carriage. Turning to Su Hu, she implored, "Father, the rain falls so heavily. Let us hasten our departure." Su Hu, stroking his beard in contemplation, hesitated momentarily, then bid farewell to Li Jing and Ji Chong with a respectful gesture. Before boarding the carriage with his 2 daughters, returning to the Su residence in Chaoga City, had Nezha successfully reconciled with the Li family. Su Hu would not have minded enduring the rain alongside Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, considering that they would become the in-laws of his daughter Daji. Yet, it was evident that Nezha had no intention of returning to the Li family, and thus Su Hu saw no necessity to regard Li Jing and Yin Shenyang as his daughter's future in-laws. After the Huang and Su families departed, Lei Zhenzi presented an umbrella to Ji Chang. Ji Chang opened the umbrella to shield Yin Shenyang from the downpour and then handed it to her, saying, "Madam Li, your profound love for your son could even move a stone. Nezha is not heartless. He certainly would not remain indifferent. Nezha's reluctance to acknowledge you stems from his concern for your well-being, as he does not wish for you to be burdened by him." Upon hearing these words, Yin Shenyang's eyes widened as hope rekindled within them. Chapter 39. The death of the Dragon King's 3rd prince. At the moment Nezha revealed the painful truth of being abandoned by Li Jing and Yin Shenyang at Feihu Gorge, the scene shifted to the East Sea. The East Sea Dragon King, accompanied by his 3rd prince Ao Bing, the Turtle Prime Minister, and a host of aquatic beings, had journeyed long and far, finally arriving at their destination. Soon, they would enter the sea and return to the East Sea Dragon King's crystal palace. Father, father, implored Ao Bing, the dragon prince no larger than an eel, nestled in the palm of the East Sea Dragon King's hand. We are on the verge of returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace. I beseech you, please restore me to my original form. Should my siblings see me transformed into a mere little eel, I would be utterly mortified. The East Sea Dragon King, being a loving father, could not bear the thought of Ao Bing being ridiculed by the aquatic folk. With a heavy sigh, he replied, "My son, I can indeed restore you to your true form, but you must remember this lesson and refrain from provoking the human race in the future. Fortuitously, your adversary was Nezha. Had you encountered a more unreasonable and overbearing foe, they might have flayed your dragon skin, extracted your dragon tendons, and seized your dragon pearl to concoct elixirs. Father, I shall remember. I will remain in the East Sea Dragon Palace henceforth and will no longer provoke the human race." Having spoken earnestly, Ao Bing observed the East Sea Dragon King nod in satisfaction. The Dragon King then directed his left palm toward Ao Bing's body, summoning his magical powers. Having lived for several millennia, the East Sea Dragon King, though not yet having attained the golden immortal realm, possessed strength that surpassed that of an ordinary true immortal. He had mastered several forms of the celestial art known as the 36 transformations of Tiangang, making it effortless for him to unravel the great and small Rui spell cast by Nezha. As the Dragon King's powers intensified, Ao Bing's diminutive form began to expand. In the blink of an eye, he soared from the palm of the East Sea Dragon King, transforming into a magnificent dragon of 100 zhang in size. With joyous, resounding roars echoing through the skies, Ao Bing expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, father. I shall surely abide by your teachings henceforth." At that moment, a sudden flash of silver light hurtled toward Ao Bing's dragon form. "My son." The East Sea Dragon King sensed impending danger but was unable to intervene in time. In an instant, the silver light struck Ao Bing, piercing through the nape of his neck. "Ah!" Ao Bing cried out in agony. As the silver light came to a halt, the Dragon King discerned that it was a remarkably fine fire-point spear that had struck his son. In the next moment, the spear withdrew from Ao Bing's body, but as it did, it also extracted his dragon tendons from his neck. With the loss of his dragon tendons, Ao Bing's majestic form collapsed into a formless mass, plummeting from the sky. The fire-point spear, having drawn out the tendons, transformed back into a silver streak, carrying them away. "Binger, Binger!" The East Sea Dragon King cried out in alarm as he rushed to the place where Ao Bing had fallen, only to find his son transformed from a dragon back into human form, curled up on the ground like a large shrimp. "Father, father!" Upon seeing the Dragon King, Ao Bing ceased his struggles, lying weakly on the ground. "My dragon tendons are gone. I recognize that it was Nezha's fire-point spear. Father, you must avenge me. I am unwilling. I am unwilling." With desperate cries of "I am unwilling," Ao Bing's eyes widened in despair, his breath fading, leaving him in a state of eternal unrest. "My son," the East Sea Dragon King lamented in deep sorrow. "How could you bear to let me send a white-haired man to his grave for a black-haired one? Nezha, Nezha, I shall seek vengeance for my son." The heavens trembled with the Dragon King's wrath, and in an instant, torrential rain began to pour, drenching even the city of Chaoge. Though consumed by grief and fury, the East Sea Dragon King did not immediately seek out Nezha for retribution. Instead, he cradled Ao Bing's lifeless body, preparing to attend to his son's final rites. The Tortoise Prime Minister and the other water denizens followed silently behind the Dragon King, none daring to utter a word during this somber moment. As the Dragon King of the East Sea entered with the Prime Minister Turtle and a throng of aquatic beings, the once tranquil waters of the East Sea became tumultuous, rising visibly at an alarming rate. The coastal fishermen, witnessing this unusual phenomenon, hastily fled inland with their families. In the depths of Xuanyuan's tomb, the nine-tailed fox reclined upon a tiger's skin, surrounded by her offspring. Lu Pipa stood before the nine-tailed fox, her discontent evident as she stomped her foot and exclaimed, "My dear sister, that Yin Shenyang is returning to Chaoge. You must devise a way for me to retain Jing Ji's affection." "Ah, Pipa, it appears you have genuinely fallen for Li Jing," the nine-tailed fox teased, her gaze playful. "You have lived for a millennium yet cannot contend with a mere mortal in his 40s. Yin Shenyang is not only Li Jing's lawful wife but has borne him 3 children, making her an invaluable asset to the Li family. It is utterly impossible for you to usurp her place unless you too bear Li Jing a son. But alas, you are a spirit, and he is human. Children cannot emerge from such a union. My dear sister." Lu Pipa approached the nine-tailed fox, gently pushing her in a playful manner. "I know your powers are vast. Please assist me in conceiving a child with Jing Ge." After a moment's hesitation, the nine-tailed fox sighed. "As we are sisters, I shall share a method with you. If you can procure the immortal herb, the 9-section calamus, you may bear Li Jing a child." However, this child will neither be human nor spirit but rather a hybrid. A hybrid is still my child with Jinggu. It will suffice to replace In Shenyang, Lu Pipa replied, unfazed by the nature of the offspring. In this era, hybrids merely denoted the progeny of humans and spirits, devoid of any further implications. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, a fiery spear, adorned with a dragon sinew, soared into the fox den and halted before the nine-tailed fox, astonished that the sacred arrow of Xianyuan could be wielded by the nine-tailed fox. Lu Pipa gazed in wonder and inquired, Sister, this Xianyuan divine arrow, by rights, should not be able to be controlled by us spirits, let alone be utilized. How did you manage to command it? Naturally, it is due to the protection of our revered Nuwa, the nine-tailed fox replied with a playful smile. Pipa, did you think you could have infiltrated King Zhou's palace as the princess of the ghost Fong without Nuwa's blessing? Our current ease of movement within the palace of King Zhou was once unimaginable. Had spirits like us been allowed free entry, the monarchs of the Shang dynasty would have long been ensnared by various female spirits, leaving no room for us to carry out Nuwa's will and bring calamity to the Shang dynasty. Lu Pipa nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on the dragon sinew of the fiery spear. Is this the dragon sinew of the third prince of the Dragon King? Without the dragon sinew, the third prince is undoubtedly destined for demise. The fire-tipped spear is an unparalleled divine weapon in the hands of Nezha, and the Dragon King of the East Sea will surely believe that his son has been slain by Nezha. Truly, sister, you are remarkable for devising such a clever scheme of using another's blade to strike. Chapter 40. The unceasing downpour from the day the third prince was murdered. A torrential rain has persisted for days on end. In Chaoga City, within the Huang residence, Nezha stood in his chamber, gazing out the window at the relentless downpour, a foreboding feeling gnawing at his heart. This unyielding rain, which has continued for days, marks an anomaly in the trajectory of my original fate. Appearing only after I purportedly ended Ao Bing's life. Is it possible that I did not slay Ao Bing, and that he has perished at the hands of another? Yet, if Ao Bing is indeed dead, why has his dragon soul not caused any disturbances? After all, Ao Bing is a naturally sacred dragon. His soul would be far more potent than that of a mere human upon his death. As long as Ao Bing's spirit harbors resentment towards his demise, his dragon soul could wreak havoc in the mortal realm, even evading the grasp of the underworld soul collectors. In the realm of Journey to the West, after the Dragon King of the Jing River was slain, his dragon soul caused unrest, even intruding into the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty to drag the living soul of Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, into the netherworld. However, Nezha employed his celestial gaze to survey the vast sky and found no trace of Ao Bing's dragon soul amidst the ominous clouds. Although the rain continues to fall incessantly, it is clear that it is not the work of Ao Bing's dragon soul, but rather a manifestation of the Dragon Clan's divine powers. Nezha had once attempted to summon winds and rain to disperse the thick clouds, yet he failed. In the original flow of destiny, when the barbaric Chang tribes stirred chaos, it was Ao Bing who, at the behest of Yang Lianhua, utilized the divine powers of the Dragon Clan to counteract the Chang's own summoning of rain, bestowing rain upon Nezha's army to quench their thirst. Now, as Nezha finds himself unable to summon winds and rain to dispel the looming clouds, it is evident that these clouds are not a natural phenomenon, but rather a convergence of the Dragon Clan's powers. If Ao Bing has truly met his end, the current downpour is merely the precursor to an impending deluge that will threaten Qintang Pass, compelling me, the Dragon Slayer, to pay the ultimate price. Nezha instinctively realizes that regardless of who has slain Ao Bing, they will surely craft an illusion implicating Nezha in the act. If the intent were not to frame Nezha, there would be no reason to eliminate Ao Bing at all. After all, while Ao Bing may have been somewhat overbearing, his transgressions were limited to bullying an ordinary maiden like Yang Lianhua. He has not committed any heinous acts nor antagonized any formidable figures. With a sudden creak, Nezha's door swung open. Huang Yin, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang, three young women, placed their umbrellas outside and entered Nezha's room together. Brother Nezha, we have come to see you. Nezha turned around, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke. Daji, Ningxiang, despite the heavy rain these past few days, you both ventured to the Huang residence to see me. Are you so weary from your time at the Su estate? Indeed. It is the monotony of being confined within the estate that prompted our visit. Daji responded with candor, stepping forward to lock eyes with Nezha. Brother Nezha, it has been 2 years since we last met. Do you not miss Daji? You have not made an effort to visit me. And it is Daji who has come with her sister to see you. Although Daji did not directly reproach Nezha, her words betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Nezha found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. His intention to seek the hand of Daji from the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, was not born from affection or any special feelings for her. but rather from a desire to prevent her from marrying the tyrant King Zhou of the Shang dynasty. Thus, after becoming Daji's betrothed, he had never considered visiting her, for he preferred to devote his precious time to cultivation and enhancing his strength. Now, aware of Daji's discontent, Nezha felt both awkward and somewhat guilty. At that moment, Su Ningxiang intervened to alleviate the tension. Sister, Brother Nezha is a man of honor. He must prioritize his accomplishments over romantic entanglements. During these 2 years at Jipaiguan, Brother Nezha has neither come to see us nor visited Lady Huang or Sister Huang Yan. Since Brother Nezha treats us and Sister Huang Yan equally, we should not harbor any grievances. That is the mark of a virtuous lady. You. Daji turned to her sister, shaking her head with a smile. Sister, I understand your desire to be a model wife, but your kindness is only witnessed by Brother Nezha. Are you perhaps wishing to marry Brother Nezha alongside me, to become his second wife? Sister, Ningxiang exclaimed, blushing, but refrained from countering. If Nezha's primary wife were to be another girl, Marquis Su would undoubtedly not consider marrying his second daughter, Ningxiang, to him as a second wife. However, if Daji were Nezha's principal wife, the bond between the sisters might allow for a harmonious arrangement where both sisters could find happiness together. Nezha realized that should he seek to marry Su Ningxiang, Su Hu, his prospective father-in-law, would likely not oppose. For Su Hu understood that his second daughter, Ningxiang, possessed a gentle disposition that could lead to her being bullied by her husband or a rival wife, should she marry another man. Listening to the playful banter between Daji and Ningxiang, Huang Yin managed a forced smile. Daji and Ningxiang did not oppose the notion of marrying Nezha together. As long as Marquis Su Hu consented, their marital prospects would be secured. Yet, Huang Yin pondered her own future. Would it be with the son of the Dongbo Marquis, the Nanbo Marquis, or the Shibo Marquis? Noticing that Huang Yin's mood was somewhat off, Nezha approached her side and inquired with concern, Sister, your complexion appears rather unwell. Have you caught a chill in the rain? After speaking, Nezha extended his right hand and placed it gently upon Huang Yan's forehead. Her temperature felt perfectly normal. Huang Yan, blushing with embarrassment, hastily stepped back and replied, I am fine. The Su sisters have already brought you here. I must return to my room. With that, she departed as if fleeing. Once Huang Yan had distanced herself, Su Daji approached Nezha, hesitatingly saying, Brother Nezha, are you contemplating bringing Sister Huang Yan into the inner chambers as well? Daji, what nonsense are you speaking? Nezha retorted with a glare at Su Daji, visibly displeased. Although I am not a true member of the Huang family, I have always regarded Huang Yan as a genuine sister. Su Daji sighed, Brother Nezha, you and Sister Huang Yan are not truly siblings. Do you not grasp the principle of propriety between men and women? Just now, I observed you casually placing your hand on Sister Huang Yan's forehead, which suggests that you two have had quite a bit of physical contact in the past. While you may have no ulterior motives, Sister Huang Yan is a refined young lady raised by Madame Huang. She likely has no thoughts of marrying another man. Su Daji's words struck Nezha's mind like a thunderclap. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Daji, surely you cannot be serious? If the boundaries between men and women were indeed so rigid, why did my adoptive parents not prevent my interactions with Sister Huang Yan in the past? With a wry smile, Su Daji responded, perhaps King Fei Hu and Madame Huang once considered you as a potential son-in-law, intending for you and Sister Huang Yan to wed once you both matured. However, they did not anticipate that you, Brother Nezha, would seek to marry me at the tender age of 16. If you desire to take Sister Huang Yan as well, I shall not oppose. But your rightful wife can only be me. Chapter 41, The Royal Command to Present Daji in the Shoshan Palace. Prior to the construction of the wine pools and meat forests, this was the place where King Zhou of Shang indulged in his hedonistic pleasures. In days gone by, he either reveled in wine and merriment or summoned concubines to his side within the Shoshan Palace. Yet today, amidst a raging storm, King Zhou was not in the palace entertaining his favored concubines. Rather, he was engaged in a game of chess with the Duke of Shibo, Ji Chong. As the emperor, King Zhou understood the need to wield military power to control the realm, yet he had only a cursory knowledge of the art of chess. Nevertheless, as a sovereign, he could not allow himself to be bested by Duke Ji Chong, which led him to adopt a serious demeanor. Contemplating strategies to outmaneuver his opponent on the chessboard, time passed gradually in the midst of their strategic battle, second by second. Suddenly, a series of hearty laughs erupted from King Zhou, who, brimming with pride, declared, Duke Shibo, the king's great dragon has ensnared you, and in this game, you possess no chance of turning the tide. Thus, I have emerged victorious. Upon hearing the words of King Zhou, Ji Chong, the Marquis of Shibo, set down the piece he held. In terms of skill, Ji Chong surpassed King Zhou 100-fold, and he also possessed the art of divination. That King Zhou could triumph in chess over Ji Chong was, without a doubt, a result of Ji Chang's deliberate orchestration of the current situation. Indeed, the old minister has lost. Yet, my lord, have you not realized that your great dragon has reached a point where it is becoming unwieldy? What do you mean by that? Hearing Ji Chang's insinuation, King Zhou furrowed his brow and replied, "Speak plainly, Marquis of Shibua." Ji Chang stroked his long beard, a faint smile gracing his face as he said, "The world is akin to a chessboard. On this grand board, my lord, like the sovereigns of your, has remained fixated on Shiqi, perceiving the four great lords led by Shiqi as a formidable threat to the Shang dynasty. However, my lord, have you not noticed that there exists a threat far greater than Shiqi? This threat resides within your grasp, embodied by your great dragon. Are you suggesting that the four great generals suppressing the four lords will ultimately pose a threat to the Shang? Though renowned for his martial prowess, King Zhou was no fool. Presently, the four great generals of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest have successfully turned the General Su Hu of Jizhou, once a protector of the Shang, into an ally of the 800 lords. The Huang family, guarding the border for generations, has also transformed into a nominal lord. Only Li Jing, the general of Qin'ang Pass, and Kong Xian, the general of Sanzangwan, have not transitioned into the realm of lords due to insufficient foundation. While Ji Chang could discern the internal crises of the Shang dynasty, King Zhou was equally perceptive. A sardonic smile played on his lips as he remarked, "The Marquis of Shibua is overly concerned. Su Hu of Jizhou has but 2 daughters. Once he passes, I shall reclaim the power of Jizhou and appoint a new general." The Huang family, loyal for 7 generations and related to the royal family, would never harbor treasonous thoughts against me. As for Li Jing and Kong Xian, their loyalty remains unwavering. My lord, you have not considered Nezha. Ji Chang interjected gravely. Nezha, a young hero, has flourished in the land of the Chang after being conferred the title of Lord of the West in merely 2 years. He has prospered the region and is now poised to conquer the territory of the Gui. I believe that within 5 to 10 years, Nezha will establish himself as the 5th great lord of the realm, occupying both the territories of the Chang and the Gui. This would not be alarming, as Nezha is not the biological son of Huang Feihu. Even if Nezha excels, the Huang family army at the border is inherited by Huang Tianhua, the true son of Huang Feihu. However, my lord, you must understand that Nezha is not only the adopted son of the Huang family, but he is also the 3rd son of Li Jing. It is said that recently, Huang Feihu has been discussing marriage arrangements between Nezha and Su Hu's eldest daughter, Daji. As it stands, 3 of the 4 great generals of the Shang have significant ties to Nezha. Moreover, these 3 generals are formidable warriors, each capable of matching an army of 100,000, known as the 3 great kings of Chaoga. When Ji Chang articulated this, even if King Zhou, DXIN, were truly a fool, he would grasp Ji Chang's implication. Furthermore, King Zhou was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Noticing the grave expression on DXIN's face and the rigidity of his movements, Ji Chang continued, Your Majesty, in 5 or 10 years, Nezha, the Duke of the West, will rise to become one of the 5 greatest dukes in the realm. Given Nezha's unparalleled valor, he will surpass the old minister, the Duke of Shibua, in power. Should Nezha harbor any ulterior motives, the 3 great generals of the Shang, namely Huang Feihu, Li Jing, and Su Hu, would readily support him, and in an instant, they could amass 200,000 troops, altering the very fabric of our world with ease. With a resounding crash, King Zhou suddenly swept his hands, sending the chessboard tumbling to the ground. Enough. No more. The black and white pieces scattered across the floor. DXIN's eyes darted, his expression somewhat menacing as he spoke. In a moment of oversight, I have inadvertently nurtured such a colossal threat. I should not have fixated solely on Shiqi. Reputation and capability cannot be entrusted to others. Even if I believe in the loyalty of Huang Feihu and Li Jing, and trust that Nezha harbors no rebellious intentions, I cannot allow their power to grow unchecked. Duke of Shibua, you have thrust Nezha before me, hoping I would temporarily forego suppressing Shiqi. Have you devised a strategy to restrain Nezha? The key to resolving this predicament lies with Su Hu's daughter, Daji. Ji Chang bowed his head in deference to King Zhou and advised, Your Majesty, there is discord between Li Jing and Nezha. If Nezha were to rely solely on Huang Feihu's support, without Su Hu's backing, Li Jing would naturally refrain from aiding Nezha, perceiving no possibility of success for him. To sever Nezha's connection to Su Hu, one need only disrupt the proposed union between Nezha and Su Hu's daughter, Daji. Daji. It is always this Daji. King Zhou rose, his agitation palpable as he coldly remarked, 2 years ago, Nezha advised me that Daji's marriage to my eldest son, Boikao, might empower Su Hu to become an ally against the Shang. Today, Duke of Shibua, you inform me that Daji's union with Nezha would similarly bolster Su Hu's opposition to the Shang. Since Daji cannot wed the son of the Duke of Shibua, nor can she marry Nezha, I shall bring Daji into my palace, ensuring Su Hu's unwavering loyalty to her great Shang. Upon hearing King Zhou's decree, a faint smile graced Ji Chang's face as he responded, Your Majesty is indeed wise. Although King Zhou could not discern the scheming mind of Ji Chang, he understood the necessity of marrying Daji into the royal household. He knew that forcing Daji into marriage might provoke Nezha's discontent. However, as a sovereign, King Zhou would never entrust the centuries-old foundation of the Shang dynasty to Nezha's loyalty alone. Therefore, even if Nezha were genuinely devoted, he would still seek to suppress him, curtailing his growth and power. If Nezha were to rebel due to his forceful marriage to Daji, it would not signify that King Zhou, also known as DXN, was in the wrong. Rather, it would merely illustrate that Nezha is indeed a treacherous and rebellious figure. Lord Zhuang, convey my royal mandate to Su Hu. I have heard that you possess a daughter named Daji, whose virtues are profound and demeanor poised. I wish to select her as a consort for the imperial harem. As a national relative, you partake in the heavenly blessings, enjoy a prominent position, and maintain peace in Jizhou, garnering admiration throughout the realm. After articulating his royal command, King Zhou, DXIN, approached the gates of Shoshian Palace and gazed at the torrential rain pouring outside, expressing, Lord Shibua, your divination skills are unfathomable. Can you discern when this incessant rain will cease? To which, Ji Chang replied, My lord, I am only able to interpret the natural order. This relentless downpour is the result of supernatural forces at play. Once the spirits retract their powers, the rain shall surely stop. However, I cannot foresee when they will choose to do so. Chapter 42. Dare I ask, who is stronger? The unyielding rain had long led Nezha to suspect that it was the result of someone having slain the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing. Furthermore, the perpetrator would undoubtedly frame Nezha, leading the Dragon King of the East Sea to believe that Nezha was the culprit. Yet, what Nezha did not anticipate was that before the East Sea Dragon King could exact revenge, King Zhou, DXIN, would issue a royal decree demanding that Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, present his daughter, Daji, to the palace. Although Nezha harbored no feelings for Daji, her current status as his betrothed could not be overlooked. By requesting Daji from Marquis Su, King Zhou effectively established an enmity with Nezha over the issue of his fiancée Yi. Upon learning this news, even before Nezha could visit the Su residence, the sisters Su Daji and Su Ningxiang braved the rain to arrive at the Huang residence. In the living room of the Huang estate, the rain-soaked Su Daji appeared like a pear blossom adorned with raindrops, akin to a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, and boldly addressed Nezha, Brother Nezha, my father has declared that a daughter cannot marry two husbands. If the king acts unjustly and forcefully claims me, my father is willing to revolt alongside you against the Shang. It must be noted that Marquis Su is indeed a man of rebellious spirit. If Su Hu were truly a loyal minister to the Shang, he should have willingly offered his beloved daughter to the king to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty. It is worth mentioning that the Huang family, known for 7 generations of loyalty, had long ago presented Huang Feihu's sister to King Zhou as a consort. Furthermore, Li Jing of Chenang Pass did not offer his sister Li Nishang to King Zhou, not due to a lack of loyalty, but because the king did not find her suitable. While Nezha secretly considered Su Hu to be a treacherous figure, he assured Daji, rest assured, I, Nezha, am a man of integrity. Since you have become my betrothed, I shall not allow anyone to take you from me. The king's sudden demand for you to be presented to the palace must be the result of malicious whispers. I shall first seek an audience with the king. If I cannot dissuade him, I will stand with Marquis Su against King Zhou. Huang Feihu, seated at the head, let out a dissatisfied hum. At such a tender age, what prowess do you possess to dare speak of rebelling against the great king? My family, the Huang clan, has been loyal for 7 generations. Do you wish to pit father against son upon the battlefield? Huang Feihu was indeed somewhat displeased by Nezha's words. The Huang family's unwavering loyalty to the Shang dynasty was exemplified by the fact that even Huang Feihu's sister was offered to King Zhou of Shang as a concubine. In Huang Feihu's eyes, a true man should not be troubled by the absence of a wife. Nezha had no reason to become a traitor alongside Su Hu for the sake of a mere Su Daji. Of course, Nezha was not a true member of the Huang family, and thus Huang Feihu would not hold him to the same standards. Moreover, the absurd actions of King Zhou had even the loyal subjects of Shang harboring discontent. Nezha, I shall accompany you to meet the king and persuade him to abandon this notion. The king's actions are indeed misguided. He has even taken his own nephew's betrothed, which is utterly preposterous. Queen Jiang would never stand idly by. Observing Nezha's resolute defiance against King Zhou's authority, offering himself to the king rather than submitting, Daji's face broke into a smile of delight. Nezha, the youthful hero, stood in stark contrast to the aged King Zhou, who could easily be Daji's father. Furthermore, within King Zhou's harem, there were countless beauties. Daji would much prefer to be by Nezha's side as a marquise than to be a mere concubine in the royal palace. In this world, King Zhou was the sovereign ruler, while the 800 vassals each governed their own realms. For instance, Jichang, the Marquis of Shibua, was a subject of King Zhou in Chaoga but ruled as the king upon returning to Shiqi. Should Daji marry Nezha, she would be his marquise in Chaoga. Yet upon returning to the lands of the Qiang and the Gui, she would reign as the supreme queen over both territories. After leaving Su Daji and Su Ningxiang at the Huang residence, Nezha and Huang Feihu braved the rain to seek an audience with King Zhou. Upon entering the palace and reaching the Hall of Governance, Nezha felt a foreboding sensation as he beheld King Zhou seated upon the dragon throne, with General Li Jing standing in the hall. Approaching Li Jing, Nezha and Huang Feihu paid their respects, but Li Jing turned to Nezha, his eyes filled with disdain. "Nezha, your time has come." Before Nezha and Huang Feihu could utter a greeting, King Zhou tossed a bamboo slip towards Nezha, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "The Dragon King of the East claims that you have slain his third son, Aobing. This is the indictment he has brought against you. The Dragon King has now summoned the water tribes of the East Sea, raising a tempest outside Chintang Pass. If I cannot vindicate the death of the Dragon King's son, he threatens to flood Chintang Pass first, then submerge Chaoga. Nezha, do you have anything to say?" At such a critical moment, Nezha's expression grew grave as he replied, "My king, I assure you, I did not slay the Dragon King's third son. I had no motive to kill Aobing. Nezha, I am inclined to believe your words. Yet the Dragon King, mourning his son, will not heed your defense." The visage of King Zhou, Xin, wore a faint smile as he spoke with an air of authority. "If you desire my protection, my nephew, I am willing to assist you. However, you must first answer for your unauthorized aggression against the kingdom of Guifang." Huang Feihu, filled with concern, inquired, "May I ask, your majesty, how do you intend to deal with Nezha?" "Do not fret, Huang Feihu. I shall neither revoke Nezha's title nor his fief," King Zhou reassured him before addressing Nezha directly. "Nezha, your disrespect for the royal decree and your reckless assault on Guifang cannot go unpunished. I must reclaim that territory. Are you amenable to this?" Nezha, inwardly submissive, acknowledged the king's words. Pleased by Nezha's response, King Zhou continued, "You have incurred the wrath of the Dragon King's third son, leading to a catastrophic predicament. 2 years ago, I commanded that Su Hu give his daughter, Daji, in marriage to you. Now, as punishment, I shall annul your betrothal to Daji. Do you accept this?" Before Nezha could respond, King Zhou elaborated, "During the contest for Yang Lianhua's hand, you triumphed over the Dragon King's son, thus becoming her fiancé. Although Yang Lianhua hails from humble origins, her beauty is unparalleled, akin to that of a celestial being. Following the annulment of your engagement to Daji, I shall have Shibua Ho Jichang adopt Yang Lianhua as a foster daughter. In time, you shall marry her, and as the daughter of the noble Shibua Ho, she would not be deemed unworthy of you, the Marquis of Jinshi. Is this not a case of administering a reprimand while offering a reward?" Truth be told, Nezha's initial request to marry Su Daji was to prevent her from entering King Zhou's palace, thus averting chaos within the Shang dynasty. Should Nezha's anger lead him to oppose the Shang, it would contradict the very purpose behind his pursuit of Daji. Furthermore, King Zhou's willingness to compensate Nezha with Yang Lianhua presents a rational argument for Nezha to accept the king's arrangement. Yet, Nezha is a being of flesh and blood, possessing a spectrum of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. As a human, he must pursue his own desires and convictions. With this thought in mind, Nezha lifted his head, locking eyes with King Zhou defiantly. "Your Majesty, are you aware that Daji is my betrothed? Should you seek to forcibly claim her, it would forge a bitter enmity between us. My heart is unyielding. If you insist on your course, let us see whose strength prevails, my fist or yours." Chapter 43, A Great Battle in the Council Hall. Nezha, born with an indomitable spirit, would not easily bow to King Zhou, despite their familial ties. However, upon crossing Nezha's threshold of tolerance, he would not hesitate to upend the table and educate King Zhou on the principles of humility. "Nezha, you are audacious." At this moment, the two princes born of King Zhou and Queen Jiang, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, were present in the council hall. Upon hearing Nezha's audacious threat against King Zhou, the elder prince, Yin Jiao, rebuked him sharply. "You once professed the loyalty of if the sovereign demands the death of his subjects, they must comply. Little did I expect that the guise of a loyal minister was merely a faade. You are, in truth, a treacherous rebel. Kneel immediately and seek forgiveness from my father, the king." The eldest prince, Yin Jiao, being both the legitimate son and heir apparent, is destined to inherit the throne upon the demise of King Zhou, Emperor Xin. At this moment, Yin Jiao defends not only the majesty of his father, Emperor Xin, but also the grandeur he is destined to inherit. The second prince, Yin Hong, stands alongside the eldest, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, casting a menacing glare at Nezha. Foolish brothers. Nezha gazes at Yin Hong and Yin Jiao with a sense of helplessness, finding their naivety endearingly foolish. Should Daji enter the palace of King Zhou, not only would the noble Queen Jiang suffer torment unto death, but both Yin Hong and Yin Jiao would find themselves fleeing the palace, stripped of their princely opulence. Nezha refuses to relinquish Daji to Emperor Xian. And though deemed a rebel for defying the royal command, he stands as a benefactor to Queen Jiang, Yin Hong, and Yin Jiao. The two princes aspire to be loyal subjects and dutiful sons, yet have they considered that, upon Daji's ascension to the palace, their mother, Queen Jiang, would not only lose the king's favor, but also her very life? For Daji, in her ambition to supplant Queen Jiang as the matriarch of the harem, would see no alternative but to eliminate her rival. In their quest to serve the king faithfully, where do they place their mother, Queen Jiang? Upon hearing Nezha's words, Yin Hong and Yin Jiao's expressions shifted dramatically. If what Nezha spoke were indeed true, and Daji sought to usurp Queen Jiang, the consequences would extend beyond their mother. Their own fates would be intertwined, for it is through their mother's status as the queen that they are recognized as legitimate heirs. Should Queen Jiang lose her title, they too would forfeit their claim to the throne, forever severed from the legacy of the Shang dynasty. Realizing this, Yin Hong and Yin Jiao exchanged glances, retreating together from Nezha. After verbally dissuading them, Nezha turned his gaze towards Emperor Xian, a triumphant smile gracing his features. The adage rings true: those who lose their way find little support, while the virtuous garner plenty. In this moment, no one is inclined to assist the king in capturing this rebellious subject. Does he not yet comprehend the error of his ways? Truly, they are two ineffectual fools. King Zhou, Emperor Xian, cast a disappointed glance at his sons before turning to Li Jing. Li Jing, I command you to seize Nezha and deliver him to the Dragon King of the East Sea for judgment. As you command, my lord. Even Yin Hong and Yin Jiao feigned compliance, retreating from confronting Nezha, yet Li Jing accepted the king's command without hesitation. After bowing respectfully to Emperor Xian, Li Jing turned to Nezha, his voice cold and unyielding. You wretched creature, had I foreseen this day, I would have taken your life myself. Now, having committed such egregious acts, if you possess even a modicum of conscience, surrender yourself willingly, so that I may deliver you to the East Sea Dragon King, lest the citizens of Chintang Pass and Chaoga suffer due to your recklessness. King of Heaven, 10 years ago, you abandoned me at Flying Tiger Gorge. What difference is there between that and your own hand and my demise? Nezha scoffed mockingly. My survival is not due to your mercy, but rather a matter of destiny. I have been fortunate enough to escape the clutches of death, largely due to the protection afforded to me by Lady Li. Had she not intervened, you, in your quest to be a loyal subject of the Shang, would undoubtedly have slain me yourself. Nezha took a deep breath before continuing, Kingly, in my past life, I was the fire deity slain by your hand. In this life, you cast me aside once more into the treacherous depths of Flying Tiger Gorge. It can be said that we share a bitter enmity across 2 lifetimes. Yet, you and Lady Li are my biological parents, and she has shown me the grace of life. I shall not hold past grievances against you. I only hope you refrain from seeking my demise. You wretched creature, knowing I am your biological father, you dare speak to me in such a manner. Truly, you are a most disloyal and unfilial rebel. With a resounding clang, Li Jing abruptly drew his sword and aimed it at Nezha. Today, I shall put an end to you, the one destined to bring ruin upon the Shang. Brotherly, how can you act thus? Huang Feihu, observing Li Jing's intent to strike Nezha, interjected with discontent. As Nezha's father, you neglected to nurture him, even abandoning him at Flying Tiger Gorge in an attempt to end his life. This is a grave mistake. Now, you seek to harm him still? Do you not understand that today's conflict arises from the king's forceful abduction of Su Hu's daughter? Huang Feihu, do not impede me. Li Jing replied coldly, his expression unyielding. My pursuit of Nezha is unrelated to the king's actions. The Dragon King of the East threatens to flood Chintang Pass. As the commander of Chintang Pass, I must capture Nezha and deliver him to the Dragon King. Pipa, come and assist me in holding off Huang Feihu. At Li Jing's command, a female general clad in armor entered the council hall, brandishing her sword toward Huang Feihu. This formidable warrior was none other than the princess of the Ghost Kingdom, Li Jing's second wife, Lu Pipa. Huang Feihu, renowned as the mightiest of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, would have posed a significant challenge in a fair fight. However, he had come to the council hall without his 5-colored divine ox or his twin thunderhammers. As Lu Pipa's sword struck, Huang Feihu, unarmed, could only evade in haste. Once Lu Pipa engaged Huang Feihu, Li Jing turned his sword toward Nezha. Nezha nimbly dodged, counting aloud, 1, 2, 3, as he evaded the sword strikes. 1, 2, 3. King Li, I have allowed you 3 strikes. Should you persist, Do not blame me for my rudeness. Wretched beast, who granted you permission to allow me? I have long ceased to regard you, this disloyal and unfilial child, as my son. You may retaliate as you wish." Li Jing roared, and with that, he swung his sword again toward Nezha. This time, Nezha did not evade. In the next instant, as Li Jing's sword light approached, Nezha raised his right hand and caught the blade of Li Jing's sword between his thumb and index finger. Although Li Jing is also a martial arts true immortal, his 2 decades of relentless warfare, dedicated to the affairs of the Li family army and the governance of Qintang Pass, have only allowed him to cultivate to the latter stages of true immortality, falling short of reaching the pinnacle of this realm. Furthermore, Li Jing's sword is not a formidable weapon like Su Hu's Sun and Moon Divine Mirror or Huang Feihu's Thunder Hammer. Presently, Nezha possesses the cultivation of an early golden immortal. In fact, he can wield the power of the Hunyuan Ling without needing to grasp Li Jing's long sword with his hands. Li Jing is utterly incapable of breaching the defense of the Hunyuan Ling to injure Nezha. Witnessing his long sword being effortlessly pinched by Nezha's 2 fingers, a mixture of shame and anger washed over Li Jing's face. "You wicked beast, indeed formidable. Fortunately, I was prepared." With that, Li Jing relinquished his sword and took 2 steps back. Then with a flick of his sleeve, a golden pagoda soared forth from within. Chapter 44. The Exquisite Pagoda conquers Nezha the Exquisite Pagoda. Upon seeing the 7-treasure Exquisite Pagoda, which was meant to counter him in the predetermined trajectory of fate, Nezha recognized it instantly. Crafted from gold, this pagoda is capable of encompassing all things. When summoned into the air, it can ensnare enemies within and incinerate them, as well as serve as a projectile for attacks. Despite Nezha's previous conquests over the ghostly kingdom and capturing its ruler, he had never laid claim to the 7-treasure Exquisite Pagoda, which had ultimately fallen into Li Jing's hands. It appears that, as Nezha had once surmised, this pagoda is not a treasure that a minor nation like the ghostly kingdom could possess, but rather a relic acquired from the hands of the 1,000-year-old Pipa spirit, Lu Pipa, by the 9-tailed fox. As the 7-treasure Exquisite Pagoda expanded and soared toward him, Nezha immediately took flight toward the outside of the council hall. Although Nezha now possessed the cultivation of a golden immortal, making him significantly stronger than his former self who was suppressed by the pagoda, he still dared not underestimate the formidable power of the 7-treasure Exquisite Pagoda. "Humph! Wicked beast, you shall not escape." Observing Nezha's trepidation before the awe-inspiring might of the pagoda, Li Jing let out a cold laugh, urging the 7-treasure Exquisite Pagoda to pursue Nezha outside the council hall. Once outside, in the vast expanse, Nezha saw the pagoda still in pursuit and chose not to flee further. Instead, he summoned his innate spiritual treasure, the Qiankuan Circle, with a surge of his power. With a whoosh, the Qiankuan Circle flew from Nezha's left wrist, enlarging as it hurtled toward the 7-treasure Exquisite Pagoda. A resounding clash echoed. Upon impact, the Qiankuan Circle was sent flying back into Nezha's hand, while the 7-treasure Exquisite Pagoda was similarly propelled back towards Li Jing. Seeing the 7-treasure Exquisite Pagoda being repelled by Nezha's Qiankuan Circle, Li Jing's expression shifted. If the power of the pagoda were limited to this, he would never be able to suppress Nezha. Li Jing, of course, did not comprehend that the potency of the 7-treasure Exquisite Pagoda is contingent upon the mastery of its wielder's magical prowess. Were Li Jing to possess the same golden immortal level power as Nezha, even if his magical abilities were inferior, he could still rely on the pagoda's might to forcibly subdue Nezha. Regrettably, at present, Nezha has ascended to the realm of golden immortals, while Li Jing remains entrenched in the latter stages of the true immortal path. The chasm between their powers is insurmountable, rendering Li Jing incapable of forcibly subduing Nezha with the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda. In a secluded corner of the palace, witnessing Li Jing's inability to harness the pagoda's might against Nezha, the 9-tailed fox gently caressed her flowing tresses and murmured, "O Li Jing, to think you cannot even best your own son, how utterly ineffectual you are. However, Nezha's corporeal form must be obliterated. Today, I shall lend you my assistance." Upon uttering these words, the 9-tailed fox commenced her incantation. Though she had long since lost her physical form, she had forged an indestructible golden immortal spirit, which still possessed the capacity to wield formidable powers. As the 9-tailed fox clandestinely infused her magical essence into the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda, when Li Jing summoned its power once more, the pagoda transformed into a towering edifice, akin to Mount Tai descending upon Nezha. Nezha, ever wary of the pagoda's might, could not allow it to approach him. Before the pagoda could strike, he swiftly retreated hundreds of meters away. With a resounding thud, the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda crashed to the ground, causing the entire palace to tremble. Relieved by his retreat, Nezha felt fortunate that he had not recklessly confronted the pagoda's onslaught, relying solely on his golden immortal powers. wind and fire wheels. With a commanding call, Nezha summoned the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix, which transformed into the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet. Qinghuan Fire Phoenix. As long as the Seven Treasures Linglong Pagoda approaches within 200 meters of me, whisk me away at the utmost speed. And do not allow the pagoda to draw near. After imparting his instructions to the Qinghuan Fire Phoenix, Nezha once again wielded the Qian Kuan Circle to attack the pagoda. Simultaneously, the loyal and righteous arrows, now reduced to the size of embroidery needles and concealed within Nezha's hair, transformed into two blazing spears under his magical impetus, hurtling towards the Seven Treasures Linglong Pagoda. Clang, clang, clang. The Seven Treasures Linglong Pagoda stood its ground against the trio of attacks, persistently clashing with the Qian Kuan Circle and the two fiery spears, showing no signs of faltering. Observing this spectacle, Nezha furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Even if the pagoda possesses tremendous power, Li Jing, who commands it, is ultimately limited in his magical abilities. It should be impossible for the pagoda to unleash such astonishing prowess. It is worth noting that in the original trajectory of fate, Nezha, as the vanguard against tyranny, had only required the Qian Kuan Circle, a companion spirit treasure, to suppress the Seven Treasures Linglong Pagoda wielded by Li Jing on the battlefield. Despite Nezha's golden immortal powers as the vanguard, the current Nezha equally possesses such capabilities. Yet, even with all three of his treasures at his disposal, he could not subdue the pagoda. It appears that either there is something amiss with Li Jing or the Seven Treasures Linglong Pagoda harbors its own mysteries. Someone seeks to assist Li Jing in suppressing me, intending to cast me into a perilous fate that would annihilate my corporeal form. The so-called Son of Destiny, despite being the protagonist of this era, is endowed with divine favor during a great tribulation, shielded by the heavens. However, he is also the subject of enmity from the extraordinary beings that have long existed in this world. Much like the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who, despite the Jade Emperor's awareness of his immense powers, was humiliated by being appointed as a mere stable master. Later, upon being recognized as the great sage equal to heaven, he was still excluded from the Peach Banquet, leading to his tumultuous rampage in the heavens, which ultimately depleted his fortune and blessings, resulting in his being suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain for 5 centuries. Initially, Sun Wukong's cultivation had advanced significantly since embarking on the path of immortality. But being trapped for 500 years not only halted his progress but also destroyed his spiritual essence with iron pellets and copper juice. Upon his eventual release, the world no longer recognized the beautiful Monkey King. Instead, only the monk Sun Wukong, destined to become the victorious fighting Buddha, remained. Nezha shares a similar fate. In his original destiny, he was deprived of his spiritual essence, and, upon being reborn as a lotus root person, although he managed to restore his physical form through the divine waters of the Celestial Master, the proud and unruly Nezha had vanished from existence, leaving behind only a son who had forgotten his past grievances, living in filial piety with Li Jing. At this moment, what means do I possess to break this predicament? Nezha's gaze fell upon Li Jing, who was engrossed in activating the Seven Treasures Tower. Nezha, as a son of destiny amidst the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, even the goddess Inwa refrained from confronting him directly. To act against Nezha would be tantamount to defying heavenly will and opposing destiny itself. Thus, those who conspire against Nezha resort to employing Li Jing as their instrument. As Nezha's biological father, even if Li Jing were to turn against Nezha, as long as he does not threaten Nezha's life, the heavens would not punish him. Those manipulating Li Jing to confront Nezha would similarly evade divine retribution, for they merely assist Li Jing rather than directly assail Nezha. The conspirators view Li Jing as a pawn, while Nezha contemplates a strategy to escape the predicament through Li Jing. Currently, as Li Jing channels the Seven Treasures Tower, if Nezha were to strike at Li Jing himself, the tower would cease its assault on Nezha upon losing its master's command. From time immemorial, within the power struggles of imperial authority, it has become all too common for ambitious men blinded by their aspirations to commit patricide. While even a tiger will not consume its offspring, human hearts can be more vicious than beasts. Should Li Jing seek to commit patricide against Nezha? Nezha does not perceive any fault in Li Jing. After all, Li Jing is a loyal minister to the Shang dynasty, and his motives are not for personal gain, but for the dynasty he serves and the tyrant he is loyal to, King Zhou of Shang. However, while Li Jing may kill Nezha, Nezha cannot retaliate against Li Jing. Throughout the annals of history, the struggle for imperial power has often witnessed patricidal acts. Yet, even the most ambitious usurpers, blinded by their lust for authority, have only dared to compel their predecessors to abdicate in favor of a ceremonial title, never daring to commit the heinous act of parricide. To rise against one's father is indeed the gravest act of filial ingratitude. As a son in this lifetime, I am forever indebted to you. With a heavy sigh following these words, Nezha raised his right hand. Under the influence of Nezha's magical prowess, the heavenly silk transformed into an infinitely extending red fabric, sweeping towards the combat between Huang Feihu and Lu Pipa. At that moment, the unarmed Huang Feihu could only awkwardly evade Lu Pipa's assaults, dodging left and right. As the heavenly silk approached, it initially morphed into a long whip, striking at Lu Pipa and forcing her back. Once Lu Pipa was repelled, the heavenly silk swiftly ensnared Huang Feihu's body, drawing him towards Nezha. Upon their arrival, Nezha immediately summoned his mystical powers and thundered in a voice akin to rolling thunder above the palace. King Zhou of Shang, I, Nezha, originally aspired to be a loyal minister of the Shang dynasty, to aid you in vanquishing your enemies and ensuring the longevity of your reign. Alas, your obstinacy leaves no place for me. Today, I sever my ties with the Yin Shang and renounce my allegiance as your minister. I hereby declare that the lands of the Chang and the Gui shall unite to form the Western Qin Kingdom, of which I, Nezha, shall be the inaugural sovereign. From this day forth, the Western Qin shall no longer intertwine with the Shang. Nezha's thunderous voice resonated not only throughout the palace but also reached other corners of Chaoga City. In the council hall, upon hearing Nezha's declaration of independence, the pale-faced King Zhou of Shang rose in fury, exclaiming, "Rebellious traitor! Indeed, a treacherous rebel! Li Jing is utterly incompetent, unable to even best his own son." At the Duke of West Boy's residence in Chaoga City, Duke Ji Chang laughed heartily at the relentless downpour above, proclaiming, "Indeed, the heavens conspire against the Shang. The rise of the Western Qi is imminent." Meanwhile, in the Su family estate of Chaoga City, Duke Suhu of Jizhou, his expression grave upon hearing Nezha's words, stepped into the courtyard, allowing the rain to drench him as he fervently declared, "The tyrannical monarch acts without virtue, forcibly seizing my daughter. I, Suhu of Jizhou, shall never serve the Shang. Henceforth, the land of Jizhou shall merge with the Western Qin Kingdom, and the people of Jizhou shall pledge their loyalty to its sovereign." Within the palace, upon hearing Duke Suhu's proclamation, Queen Jiang trembled, dropping her comb to the ground. How has it come to this? As the matriarch of the Shang, her husband is the ruler, and her son the heir, their fates are irrevocably intertwined. The two individuals who most dread the downfall of the Shang dynasty are King Zhou and Queen Jiang. Today, as Nezha declares his sovereignty and Duke Suhu announces the incorporation of Jizhou into the Western Qin Kingdom, this marks the most significant challenge to the very foundation of the Shang dynasty since its inception. In the original world, the realm was divided into 10 parts, with Nezha's newly established Western Qin Kingdom, founded in the territories of the Canines and the Ghosts, claiming one part, while the 4 prominent lords of the Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest each held one part as well. The Great Shang dynasty possessed 5 parts. Even with the combined strength of Nezha's Western Qin and the 4 lords, they could merely match the might of the Shang dynasty. However, when Duke Suhu of Jizhou sought to merge Jizhou into the Western Qin Kingdom, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The 5 parts held by the Shang dynasty, along with 1 part each from the 4 generals and 1 from Chaoga, indicated that with Jizhou's incorporation into Western Qin, Nezha would command 2 parts of the 10-part realm, diminishing the Shang dynasty's dominion from 5 to 4 parts. Should Nezha ally with the 4 lords against the Shang, their downfall would be easily attainable. Nonetheless, the situation was not as dire as it appeared. Queen Jiang, being the daughter of the Eastern Bo Duke, meant that if he chose to support the Shang, they could still reclaim their 5 parts of the realm. However, such support would come at a significant cost to the Shang dynasty. Above the palace, as Nezha had just proclaimed his intention to establish a nation, Duke Suhu unexpectedly announced the merger of Jizhou into the Western Qin Kingdom. Huang Feihu, standing beside Nezha, hesitated momentarily before resolutely declaring, his face solemn as he summoned his powers to announce loudly, "The ruler's mandate is in disarray, and the 5 constants are in disarray. King Zhou's tyranny is evident. Today I, Huang Feihu, declare that the Huang family secedes from the Shang dynasty, leading the Huang army and all citizens of Jiapai pass into the Western Qin Kingdom." Nezha, wide-eyed, looked at Huang Feihu in disbelief. The Huang family of Jiapai Pass had been loyal subjects of the Shang for 7 generations. If he were Huang Feihu's biological son, such support might be understandable, but he was merely an adopted son of the Huang family. Could it be that the treatment of the destined child was so extraordinary that upon his pronouncement of nationhood, 3 parts of the realm would fall into his hands? Regaining his composure after the shock, Nezha's gaze shifted to Li Jing. Presently, with 3 parts belonging to Nezha, and 1 part each for the 4 lords, the Shang dynasty was left with only 3 parts. Should Li Jing choose to support Nezha with the Li army and the citizens of Chang'an Pass, Nezha would gain 4 parts, leaving the Shang with merely 2 parts. Even if the Eastern Bo Duke were to support the Shang, they could no longer claim to be the overlords of the human race. The fate of the realm hung in the balance at that moment. If Li Jing were to announce his support for Nezha, while he might not become the ruler, he could ascend to the position of a regent. Beast, what do you gaze upon me for? Li Jing, under Nezha's scrutinizing gaze, replied coldly with anger visible on his face. I, Li Jing, am a loyal minister of the Shang. How could I consort with a traitor such as yourself? Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Nezha merely scoffed dismissively. In the original trajectory of fate, during the campaign against the tyrant Zhou, Huang Feihu not only refrained from joining the ranks of Shiqi but also relocated his family from Jipaiguan to Chaoga, presenting himself as one who would share the fate of Chaoga. This truly epitomized the loyalty of a faithful minister to the Shang dynasty. Conversely, Li Jing chose to betray the Shang, fleeing Chaoga with the entirety of the Li family to ally himself with Shiqi. What pretenses of loyalty to the Shang dynasty can be maintained before me? After a disdainful internal critique, Nezha turned his gaze toward the direction of the council hall and proclaimed loudly, King Zhou of Shang. Allow me to reiterate my previous statement. The kingdom of Shiqin and the Shang dynasty are like two rivers that do not cross. As long as you refrain from causing me trouble, I shall not seek to disturb your peace. I will now depart from Chaoga with all members of the Huang and Su families. As for the Dragon King of the East sees intention to inundate Chenang Pass. Since he targets me, I shall resolve this matter before I leave. With that, Nezha soared into the sky, accompanied by Huang Feihu, departing from the palace. Although Li Jing intended to suppress Nezha with the 7 treasures Linglong Pagoda, he could not match Nezha's speed and could only watch helplessly as Nezha vanished from sight. Chapter 46. The departure of the Su and Huang families from Chaoga as the capital of the Shang dynasty was not only guarded by tens of thousands of troops, but also had the nearby Li family army stationed at Shintang Pass, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. When Nezha declared the establishment of the kingdom of Shiqin and Huang Feihu and Su Hu announced their defection to join this new realm, the numerous troops stationed in Chaoga immediately became adversaries of Nezha, as well as the Huang and Su families. Nevertheless, Nezha bore no concern regarding their exodus from Chaoga. Huang Feihu and Su Hu, being the 2 most formidable of the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga, each possessed the prowess to rival an army of 10,000. Standing at the pinnacle of martial immortality, Nezha, having attained the golden immortal realm with an indestructible primordial spirit, added to their strength. Together, they could undoubtedly breach the siege of the tens of thousands of troops within Chaoga. Moreover, with the Qingluan, the Fire Phoenix, and the 5-colored Divine Ox, 3 divine beasts capable of flight, they could effortlessly carry the members of the Huang and Su families out of the city. Upon returning to the Huang residence, Nezha found not only Su Daji and Su Ningxiang but also Su Hu present. Brother Su, Brother Huang. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Hu turned to Nezha and said, Valiant son-in-law, I now entrust my life and fortunes entirely to you. You must not let me down, nor let my daughter down. Your words weigh heavily, esteemed father-in-law. Nezha replied with a bittersweet smile, feeling the weight of responsibility. Nezha was not one to lack compassion. With the life of his father-in-law entrusted to him, he vowed to ensure his safety and protect him from harm. Upon hearing this, Su Hu's face broke into a satisfied smile as he shook his head and said, In the days to come, I shall still take to the battlefield. And sustaining injuries, or even losing my life, is an inevitable risk. If you cherish my existence, then safeguard my daughter well. Once I return to Jizhou, I shall bestow upon you the long-cherished Book of No Words. The mention of the Book of No Words left Nezha genuinely astonished. In the original trajectory of fate, the heavily adorned Shun Gongbao, in pursuit of the formless heavenly scripture, had clandestinely positioned his 2 disciples, Deng Chanyu and Tu Xingxuan, within the ranks of Su Hu's grand army several years in advance. Ultimately, he even took matters into his own hands, attempting to forcibly seize the scripture, which evidently possessed extraordinary value. As Su Hu rallied against the Shang dynasty, he sought the 3-eyed divine general Yang Jian within the encampment of the Su family army. Guided by the scripture itself, not only had Su Hu betrothed his daughter to Nezha, but he now intended to entrust the formless heavenly scripture to him, thus placing his entire fortune and life into Nezha's hands. Initially, Nezha's proposal to wed Su Daji was merely to prevent her from entering the palace of the tyrant King Zhou. Nezha could hardly have anticipated that his father-in-law would go to such lengths for him. Dear father-in-law, from this day forth, we are all family. I shall refrain from further expressions of gratitude. Now, the city of Chaoga has become a perilous den for us, and I shall arrange for everyone to depart immediately. Upon finishing his words, Nezha raised his right hand and beckoned to the heavens. The Azure Phoenix immediately emitted a melodious cry and descended from the skies to land in the courtyard of the Huang residence. Adoptive father, you must promptly take adoptive mother and my second sister and return to Jipaiguan on the Azure Phoenix to oversee matters. Father-in-law, You must now escort Daji and Ningxiang back to Jizhou City on the Fire Phoenix. Hearing Nezha's arrangements, Huang Feihu furrowed his brow and said, Nezha, are you truly staying behind in Chaoga City alone? Nezha shook his head and replied, the Dragon King of the East Sea, accompanied by the aquatic beings of the East, intends to flood Chintang Pass and submerge Chaoga City. This calamity has arisen because of me. I must resolve it, lest innocent civilians suffer due to my actions. After hearing Nezha's explanation, Huang Feihu hesitated but ultimately nodded, saying, very well. Nezha, you have become a man of great stature, and I trust you can handle this matter alone. Remember, prioritizing your own safety is paramount. The lives of others pale in comparison to your own. Having said this, Huang Feihu approached Huang Madam and Huang Yin, clasping their hands, and together they ascended onto the back of the Azure Phoenix. Huang Madam and Huang Yin, neither versed in martial arts nor the path of immortality, were truly delicate and vulnerable. Without Huang Feihu's protection, even if they were not scorched by the flames of the Azure Phoenix, they might be cast down by the fierce winds at such heights. After the Azure Phoenix had taken flight with Huang Feihu, Huang Madam, and Huang Yin, Su similarly departed on the Fire Phoenix with Su Daji and Su Ningxiang. Both Su Daji and Su Ningxiang, lacking any cultivation, required Su Hu's safeguarding. Once the Azure Phoenix and Fire Phoenix had departed, the five-colored divine bovine approached Nezha, nudging him affectionately with its head. Nezha patted the bovine's head, smiling as he said, five-colored divine bovine, you did not return to the gate with your adoptive father. Do you wish to remain here to accompany me? Upon seeing the five-colored divine ox nod, Nezha understood that the decision for one of the four sacred beasts, the five-colored divine ox, to stay and assist him was undoubtedly his adoptive father's intent. Very well, five-colored divine ox, you are indeed a creature of loyalty and compassion. Today, I, Nezha, shall take you to rescue the countless citizens of Chintang Pass. With that, Nezha mounted the back of the five-colored divine ox. The ox moved its hooves, conjuring a mass of clouds beneath it, and soon they ascended into the sky, heading towards Chintang Pass, located east of Chaoga City, in the palace's political hall. Upon learning that the Huang and Su families had escaped aboard the Divine Birds, the Azure Phoenix, and the Vermilion Bird, from above Chaoga City, King Zhou Xian was once again seized by a fit of wrath. Li Jing, oh Li Jing, you truly are an incompetent fool. Lu Pipa has restrained Huang Feihu for you, yet with the Linglong Pagoda in your grasp, you could not subdue even a single Nezha. One must possess self-awareness. Given your utter ineptitude, do not forget to bring your wife, Yin Shenyang, along in future battles. King Zhou Xian's words rendered Li Jing's complexion a tumultuous blend of pale and flushed. Although Nezha had altered the course of his original fate, Li Jing had not faced reproach from King Zhou Xian for his failure against the Chang. However, today, due to his inability to subdue Nezha, he was once again subjected to the king's scorn. Standing beside Li Jing, Lu Pipa defended him, saying, Your Majesty, the Dragon King of the East Sea now threatens to flood Chintang Pass. To protect its citizens, Shenyang must remain to negotiate with him. Moreover, her maternal love runs deep. If she were to arrive today, she would likely aid Nezha in his escape rather than assist you or us. Lu Pipa, you are indeed astute. King Zhou Xian acknowledged her, then turned to Li Jing. Li Jing, you are truly fortunate. First, you had a capable and virtuous wife like Shenyang. And now you have taken Lu Pipa, a beautiful and clever concubine, as well. You seem to have secured all the joys of life. Even your offspring are increasingly impressive. That wretched spawn is not my son. Li Jing retorted coldly at the mention of the king's son. Your Majesty, that wretched creature is currently rebelling, and our Shang dynasty stands on the brink of peril. I implore you to summon the Grand Army of Master One from the North Sea to safeguard Chaoga. Chapter 47. The Battle at Chintang Pass against the Dragon King of the Sea. Whether in past lives or this one, Nezha has always been a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. In his previous incarnation as the fire deity, he transformed into a deer to protect the sacred deer of Mount Tianzhaoshan, ultimately leading to his own demise at Li Jing's hands. Now, aware that the Dragon King of the East Sea mistakenly believes he has slain the third Prince Ao Bing, conjuring tumultuous waves to flood Chintang Pass, Nezha cannot stand idly by while the innocent citizens suffer, allowing the Dragon King to commit unspeakable atrocities. Nevertheless, the words of Huang Feihu linger in Nezha's heart. He would never sacrifice his own life merely to save the innocent people of Chintang Pass. In a previous life, Nezha was the fire deity, who met his demise at the hands of Li Jing while endeavoring to protect the sacred deer of Mount Tiangong. However, from the perspective of the Shang King Di, 8 years later, it is evident that the sacrifice of the fire deity bore no significance, as the sacred deer was still ultimately slain by Li Jing, its antlers transforming into a potent medicine for the ailing King Di. Thus, one could argue that the sacrifice of Nezha's former incarnation was utterly in vain. As Nezha soared above Chintang Pass upon his magnificent rainbow-hued bovine steed, he beheld the plains to the east of Chintang Pass submerged beneath a vast expanse of surging ocean waters, rising to heights of over 100 meters. Although the Dragon King of the East Sea, as the sovereign of the four seas, possessed formidable powers that could nearly rival those of the Golden Immortals, it was implausible for him to single-handedly unleash such boundless waters to engulf the land. Within the tumultuous sea that lay before Nezha, countless aquatic beings from the East Sea were employing their magical arts to stabilize the towering waters. Without the continuous efforts of these water beings, even if the flood waters refrained from inundating Chintang Pass, they would inevitably succumb to the force of gravity and recede back into the East Sea. Accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons, 3 resplendent golden dragons emerged from the depths of the ocean, their bodies twisting and turning in the towering waves. These 3 golden dragons, each measuring 1,000 feet in length and wielding immense powers that could rival Nezha's own, were clearly the Dragon King of the East Sea. The other 2 golden dragons, each measuring 100 feet, possessed powers at the pinnacle of true immortality and were presumably the elder brothers of Ao Bing, the Dragon King's 3rd son, namely, the 1st and 2nd princes of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Despite the overwhelming display of might orchestrated by the East Sea Dragon King outside Chintang Pass, as if to suggest that he would indeed flood the pass should Nezha, the perpetrator, not be surrendered, the Dragon King was acutely aware that drowning countless innocent souls would lead to immeasurable bloodshed, an outcome he could not bear to face. Thus, with Nezha's continued absence, the East Sea Dragon King refrained from unleashing the waters upon Chintang Pass, instead maintaining the ocean's flow and preventing it from cascading towards the pass. After observing the scene for a while, Nezha commanded the rainbow-hued bovine to ascend above the tumultuous waters and, channeling his magical powers, proclaimed, "Dragon King of the East Sea, I, Nezha, have arrived." In response to his furious roar, the towering form of the Dragon King surged forth from the depths, charging towards Nezha. "Nezha! Nezha!" cried the 1st and 2nd princes, who followed closely behind their father, eager to avenge their slain kin. As the 3 formidable dragons approached with great ferocity, Nezha remained vigilant, simultaneously empowering his weapons and invoking transformation magic. "Do you believe you can defeat me 3 against 1? Behold my 3 heads and 6 arms." As Nezha's powers enveloped him, he sprouted an additional 2 heads and 4 arms. However, this transformation, known as the 3 heads and 6 arms, did not augment his magical strength in the slightest. It was merely a superfluous skill, more of a novelty than a true enhancement. Typically, only those possessing an array of formidable weapons are inclined to cultivate the divine art of the 3 heads and 6 arms. Upon mastering this technique, one can wield 6 weapons simultaneously with 6 hands, adeptly confronting adversaries from all directions. After Nezha manifested the avatar of the 3 heads and 6 arms, he brandished a fiery spear in both hands on the left, aiming it at the Dragon King of the East Sea. The other 4 hands were engaged in combat. The 2 on the left summoned the Universe Ring to battle the Dragon King's eldest son, while the 2 on the right grasped a second fiery spear to confront the Dragon King's 2nd son. The fierce clash between Nezha and the 3 true dragons raged above, sending ripples of magical energy cascading down upon the vast ocean below. Meanwhile, the tortoise minister of the East Sea Dragon Palace commanded the aquatic beings to manipulate the currents of the sea, instructing them, "You must maintain control. We cannot allow the waters to inundate the homes of mortals. Should lives be lost, you shall bear the burden of their bloodshed and be rendered as sustenance for the common folk." Yin Shenyang did not accompany Li Jing and Lu Pipa to Chaga City, as she remained at Chintang Pass as the vice commander of the Li family army, ensuring that the wrath of the East Sea Dragon King did not result in a deluge at Chintang Pass. At that moment, Nezha was engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 true dragons outside Chintang Pass, the shockwaves of his magical prowess resonating throughout the land, naturally drawing Yin Shenyang's attention. "It is Nezha. It is indeed Nezha." Upon reaching the wall of Chintang Pass, witnessing Nezha embroiled in combat against the Dragon King and his 2 sons, Yin Shenyang expressed her mixed feelings of astonishment and concern. Nezha alone cannot withstand 3 true dragons. Jinja, Muzha, the 4 generals of the demon clan. You must guard Chintang Pass. I am going to assist Nezha. Without waiting for a response from Jinja, Muzha, or the 4 generals, Yin Shenyang invoked her magic and soared from Chintang Pass towards Nezha and the 3 true dragons. Noticing Yin Shenyang's arrival, Nezha, who was fiercely battling the 3 dragons, furrowed his brow and commanded, "Divine Cow, you must impede Lady Li. It is inconvenient for us to continue our battle here. Let us relocate." With that, Nezha ascended from the back of the Divine Cow and transformed into a giant rock, soaring toward the East Sea. "Nezha, you shall not escape," roared the East Sea Dragon King, pursuing him with both the eldest and the second son in hot pursuit. The divine cow turned to block the path of the approaching Yin Shenyang. Seeing the divine cow obstructing her way, Yin Shenyang expressed her dissatisfaction. Divine cow, what are you doing? I must assist your young master Nezha. Step aside immediately. The divine cow shook its head and emitted a soothing moo. Yin Shenyang seemed to comprehend the cow's sounds, and, with widened eyes and a forlorn expression, remarked, You mean Nezha has instructed you to stop me here? He would rather face the East Sea Dragon King and his sons alone than allow me to aid him? The divine cow nodded in affirmation. Nezha had long since resolved to sever any ties with the Li family, and thus would not solicit the assistance of Lady Yin. After all, Lady Yin was the matriarch of the Li household, and any debt of gratitude owed to her was tantamount to a debt owed to the entire Li clan. As Lady Yin watched Nezha and the three true dragons vanish into the eastern horizon, a profound weariness enveloped her heart. Although Nezha's presence would send her into a frenzy, overwhelming her with emotions, once he slipped from her sight, she was reminded that she was not merely Nezha's mother, but also the wife of Li Jing and the mother of Jin and Muzha. Her affections could not be reserved solely for Nezha. In this moment of retreat, she recognized that her true obligation was to soothe the people of Qintang Pass on behalf of Jing. Chapter 48. The filial arrow strikes Nezha when Nezha transformed into a giant rock soaring over the eastern sea. He glanced back to see that Lady Yin had not pursued him relentlessly, and he could not help but exhale in relief. It seemed that as long as he remained out of her sight, she could maintain her composure. Remembering her identity as Li Jing's wife and the mother of Jin and Muzha, it would be prudent for me to avoid appearing before Lady Yin in the future, for the benefit of us both. After muttering this to himself, the Dragon King of the East Sea and his two sons caught up with Nezha, surrounding him. Nezha transformed once more into his three-headed, six-armed celestial form and addressed the Dragon King. Old Dragon King, after our lengthy confrontation, might you spare a moment for my words? Your son Ao Bing was not slain by my hand. You lie. The Dragon King retorted sharply. I witnessed it with my own eyes. My son Ao Bing was pierced through the dragon's sinew by the fiery spear of the Xianyuan Divine Arrow. The Xianyuan Divine Arrow has recognized you as its master. If you are not the one who killed my son, then who else could be the culprit? Is it a foregone conclusion that I must be the murderer merely because the fiery spear of the Xianyuan Divine Arrow ended Ao Bing's life? Nezha raised his two fiery spears, patiently elucidating. Old Dragon King, although the righteous and loyal arrows of Xianyuan acknowledge me as their master, I have not claimed the filial arrow. In my view, Ao Bing must have been killed by the fiery spear of the filial arrow, which serves to prove my innocence. Haha. The Dragon King let out a derisive laugh, incensed by Nezha's clever evasion. Nezha, do you expect me to believe that you took the righteous and loyal arrows, yet left the filial arrow untouched? Do you think I am a mere child who would accept such nonsense? If you did not take the filial arrow, are you implying that you, Nezha, are a most unfilial person? I, Nezha, repay my debts of gratitude and fulfill my obligations. Old Dragon King, in this world. I owe my gratitude to my adoptive parents, yet I have no parents deserving of my filial piety. Thus, of the three arrows of Xianyuan, I alone did not claim the filial arrow. What a most outrageous statement. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for uttering such words of profound ingratitude? Though the Dragon King of the East Sea spoke thus, a flicker of belief stirred within him. Perhaps Nezha truly had not seized the filial arrow from the three arrows of Xianyuan. After all, a being as irreverent as Nezha would find the filial arrow unwilling to recognize him as its master, nor would it serve his whims. Believe it or not, Old Dragon King, my words are not born from fear of you, but rather from a desire to avoid unjust blame and to not bear the sins of others. Should you wish to continue this battle, I, Nezha, shall stand my ground. If you find yourself stripped of your dragon skin and your tendons drawn, it will be by your own folly, and I shall bear no responsibility. Impudent wretch, hearing Nezha's threat to flay and draw his tendons. The Dragon King's eyes blazed with fury as he lunged at Nezha. The Dragon King's eldest and second sons also advanced from either side to assail Nezha. In response, Nezha, embodying a divine form with 3 heads and 6 arms, wielded 3 enchanted weapons to counter the Dragon King and his sons, showing no signs of faltering. The East Sea Dragon King grew increasingly alarmed. As a dragon who had existed for millennia, his magical prowess was profound, rivaling that of a golden immortal. Coupled with the peak celestial powers of his eldest and second sons, the trio of true dragons could easily overwhelm even the most formidable golden immortal, forcing them to flee. Yet, Nezha faced 3 opponents and not only displayed no hint of defeat but seemed to grow stronger with each engagement. This was undeniably perplexing for Nezha. Having forged his primordial spirit at the tender age of 18 and achieved the status of an immortal golden immortal was already a remarkable anomaly. How could you possess such strength, child? Am I truly powerless to avenge my son's death? The Dragon King lamented with deep fury. Nezha replied coldly, "Old Dragon King, I have already stated that it was not I who killed your son. I, Nezha, am one who stands by my actions. Had I slain your son, I would not deny it. Your son, who bullied the weak among mortals, brought his demise upon himself. I stand upright, with a clear conscience, having committed no wrongdoing against heaven and earth. In this life, no one can defeat me. Amidst this calamity, I am invincible. With you 3 wicked dragons, it is impossible to bring about my end." In a swift moment, as Nezha proclaimed these audacious words, a silver light streaked through the air, hurtling toward him. Engaged in combat with the East Sea Dragon King and his eldest and second sons, Nezha had shown no signs of defeat, yet he did not command the upper hand. The silver light approached him, and Nezha found himself unable to divert his attention. In an instant, the silver light reached him, piercing mercilessly into his heart. Upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the East Sea Dragon King halted his assault. The silver light that struck Nezha was none other than the fire-tip spear, the very weapon that had claimed the life of Ao Bing and extracted his dragon tendons. The Crown Prince and the second Prince of the Dragon King paused their assault on Nezha, lowering his head. Nezha cast a glance at the fiery spear embedded in his heart, then turned to the Dragon King of the East Sea with a smile and said, "Old Dragon King, surely you do not believe that this is merely a performance of self-inflicted suffering to gain your trust?" The Dragon King shook his head and sighed. "It seems, Nezha, that you are indeed not the one who killed my son, Ao Bing." The fiery spear piercing Nezha's heart was, in fact, a transformation of the filial arrow from Xuanyuan's 3 arrows. At this moment, the spear had lodged deeply into Nezha's heart, likely striking his very core. To suggest that this was an act of self-inflicted suffering is utterly implausible. A hint of foxiness lingered in the air. Gritting his teeth, Nezha grasped the spear, transforming it back into the filial arrow, and withdrew it from his heart, his brow furrowed as he coldly declared, "Indeed, this is the work of the 9-tailed fox. I have refrained from seeking trouble with you, yet you have relentlessly pursued me." Although Nezha had attained the golden immortal status and possessed an immortal essence, he had not yet reached the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, and his physical form was not invulnerable. Had it not been for the protective fabric of the mysterious heavenly silk, the spear would have surely pierced through Nezha, completely destroying his corporeal body. Despite the protection, a portion of the spear's blade had still penetrated his heart, leaving a gaping wound. Now, Nezha's once fervently beating heart had grown cold, as frigid as ice capable of freezing boiling water. "Nezha, it appears you are aware of who has framed you for the death of my son, and that this person seeks your demise," the Dragon King of the East Sea declared, releasing from his mouth the formidable weapon, the Fangtian Huaji, once wielded by Ao Bing. Which soared before Nezha. "This Fangtian Huaji is a token of compensation. I hope you can vanquish the one who has wronged you, avenging both yourself and my son." Nezha grasped the Fangtian Huaji, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. "Very well. Old Dragon King, I shall accept this Fangtian Huaji as your gesture of goodwill. I will slay the 9-tailed fox, but my vengeance is solely for myself, not for your son Ao Bing." With a resounding dragon roar, the Dragon King turned and plunged back into the depths of the East Sea, regardless of whom Nezha sought vengeance for. As long as he eliminated the nefarious figure who had harmed the Dragon King's son, that was sufficient. Chapter 49. The 9-tailed fox finally appears utilizing the size-adjusting Rui, divine ability. Nezha transformed the Fangtian Huaji into the size of a needle and concealed it within his hair. He then metamorphosed into a giant rock and soared away from the East Sea, heading towards Chintang Pass to rendezvous with the 5-colored divine cow. Upon reuniting with the 5-colored divine cow, Nezha rode it towards Jizhou, contemplating a matter of great significance. Previously, Nezha had believed that the 9-tailed fox and the willow pipa, both of whom wreaked havoc during the Fengshen calamity, were in league with the will of the goddess Nuwa, sowing chaos throughout the Shang dynasty. Even if Nezha were to disregard them, these 2 ancient demons, due to their reckless behavior, would ultimately meet their demise at the end of the calamity of the gods. However, while humans may harbor no malice towards a tiger, the tiger possesses an innate desire to devour. Nezha did not seek out trouble with the 9-tailed fox. Yet the fox repeatedly endeavored to take Nezha's life. Nezha is not only one to repay kindness and settle debts, but he also harbors the intent to avenge grievances and retaliate against wrongs. Now, Nezha has resolved to slay the 9-tailed fox and obliterate her immortal essence. As for whether Nezha's act of killing the 9-tailed fox would offend Nuwa, who views the fox as an enemy of the Destined One, it is evident that Nuwa has long since been an adversary of Nezha, the chosen child of destiny. Confronted by an enemy, Nezha will never waver. Even against the transcendent Nuwa, who stands above the realms of immortals, demons, and gods, those who obstruct my path must face annihilation without mercy. A decade ago, upon awakening memories not belonging to this world, Nezha's loftiest ambition became to forge an indestructible, eternal body, achieving the same status as Nuwa and the primordial heavenly venerable, becoming a great Luo golden immortal. If Nezha's goal were merely to attain the status of a golden immortal with an immortal essence, he would not need to exhaust himself to alter his fate. In the original trajectory of his destiny, Nezha would have destroyed his boundless potential by dismantling his spirit stone body, and upon reincarnation as a lotus root being, he would recover his physical form through the divine waters of the heavenly venerable, advancing his strength and ultimately entering the golden immortal realm after the calamity of deification. However, the lotus root body ultimately constrained Nezha's growth potential, preventing him from aspiring to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal and from glimpsing the path towards the quasi-saint realm of severing the three corpses in the primordial sage realm. In this life and world, achieving the indestructible great Luo golden immortal has become my greatest obsession. To fulfill this ambition, none shall destroy my spirit stone body. In Jizhou, as the fire phoenix, a divine bird, traversed 1,000 miles, it returned to Jizhou city with Su Hu, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang. Su Hu, the Marquis of Jizhou, began mobilizing the Su family army in preparation for a potential attack from Chaoga. Having returned to Jizhou city after a 2-year absence, the sisters, Su Daji and Su Ningxiang, joyfully ventured outside the city to admire the long unseen northern landscapes. With the fire phoenix safeguarding their well-being, Su Hu felt no concern for the safety of his daughters. In a valley adorned with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers outside Jizhou city, Su Daji and Su Ningxiang wandered amidst the blossoms, delighting in their beauty. The fire phoenix stood nearby, gazing towards the direction of the Qingwan bird at the border pass. Suddenly, a low, thunderous roar of a tiger echoed through the air. Su Daji and Su Ningxiang looked up towards the source of the roar, only to behold a fearsome and robust tiger charging forth from the nearby woods, approaching the sisters with blinding speed. "Ah, sister, run!" Startled from her fear, Su Ningxiang pushed Su Daji and swiftly turned to flee in another direction. In Su Ningxiang's view, should the two of them attempt to flee together, it is likely that both would fall prey to the tiger's attack. However, if they were to separate, perhaps the tiger would be satisfied with capturing one, leaving the other with a glimmer of hope for escape. As for who would be seized by the tiger, whether it would be the elder sister Su Daji or the younger sister Su Ningxiang, that was a matter left to fate. After Su Ningxiang turned to flee, Su Daji remained rooted in place, as though paralyzed by fear and unable to escape. In the blink of an eye, a fierce tiger, baring its fangs, lunged towards Su Daji, ready to sink its teeth into her neck. "Beast, do not harm her." Just as it seemed that the tiger was about to deliver a fatal bite, a stunning woman clad in a flowing purple gown, with cascading violet hair, appeared beside Su Daji as if summoned by destiny. She extended her right hand, unleashing a surge of magical energy toward the tiger. With a resounding thud, a sphere of purple energy the size of a lantern struck the tiger, sending it hurtling backwards several meters. Yet, to the purple-clad woman's astonishment, the tiger not only survived the blow but also twisted in midair, landing gracefully on its feet. As Su Daji beheld the figure of the purple-clad woman, a sense of reassurance washed over her. When Su Ningxiang had turned to flee moments earlier, Su Daji had remained still, not out of fear, but because she sensed no ominous premonition of death looming over her. Indeed, just as the tiger sought to end her life, this purple-clad woman appeared and saved her. This woman was formidable, capable of repelling the tiger with her magic. She must surely be a guardian arranged by their father for her and her sister. While Su Daji pondered the identity of the purple-clad woman, the tiger suddenly stood upright, speaking in human language. "Nine-tailed fox, you have indeed appeared." As it spoke, the tiger transformed into the likeness of Nezha. "Brother Nezha, why are you here?" Upon seeing the tiger morph into Nezha, Su Daji exclaimed in astonishment. "Were you jesting with me, or did you truly intend to kill me?" The nine-tailed fox echoed her sentiments. "Nezha, so it is you." No wonder the fire phoenix remained still, unperturbed. "To draw me out, you transformed into a tiger and attacked your fiancée. What a ruthless betrothed you are." At that moment, a call and a low moo echoed simultaneously. As Nezha revealed his true form, the fire phoenix and the distant 5-colored divine cow approached his side. Nezha extended his hands, soothing both the fire phoenix and the 5-colored divine cow before turning to Su Daji and saying, "Daji, I had to attack you to lure out the nine-tailed fox. Regardless of whether you harbor resentment or hatred toward me, I, Nezha, shall bear it all." He then directed his gaze toward the nine-tailed fox, stating, "Nine-tailed fox, you exist only as a spirit without a physical form. If you do not reveal yourself willingly, I would be unable to find you. Thus, attacking Daji was the most effective means to compel you to emerge. I acknowledge that my actions are indeed despicable and shameless. However, in pursuit of my own ambitions, I am willing to employ any means necessary." The words exchanged between Nezha and the nine-tailed fox left Zhuge utterly perplexed. In her perspective, the nine-tailed fox, who covertly ensured her safety, ought to be considered an ally, and Nezha, her fiancé, is undoubtedly on her side as well. Given that both the nine-tailed fox and Nezha are ostensibly her comrades, it stands to reason that they should coexist harmoniously. Yet, upon their first meeting, they resort to violence. The nine-tailed fox regarded Nezha with a cold, emotionless gaze, scoffing, "Nezha, I must admit, I underestimated you, but do you truly believe you can defeat me?" Chapter 50. A man's heart is as hard as iron. Though the nine-tailed fox had lost her physical form and retained only her immortal essence as a golden immortal, her profound realm and formidable powers were undeniable. In contrast, Nezha had only recently forged his immortal essence and ascended to the golden immortal realm, having barely spent 6 months in this state. Thus, a certain disparity in strength was evident between Nezha and the nine-tailed fox. In the original trajectory of fate, when Nezha served as the vanguard against the tyrant of Zhou at Shiqi, he would have possessed the same nascent strength as his current self. However, in battle against the nine-tailed fox, lacking the aid of the wind-fire wheels transformed from the Qingyuan, Nezha not only found himself unable to triumph over her, but was also injured in the encounter, showcasing the exceptional prowess of the nine-tailed fox. Nevertheless, Nezha's audacity to provoke the nine-tailed fox indicated his confidence in vanquishing her. Nine-tailed fox, the Dragon King of the East Sea wields powers that rival yours. Yet even with the combined might of the Dragon King's eldest and second sons, they could not conquer me. Thus, my audacity to compel you into the open signifies that I possess means to contend with you. Moreover, had your strength genuinely surpassed mine, you would have long since obliterated my physical form without resorting to devious schemes to employ others as instruments of your wrath. With a chilling tone, Nezha concluded. And with a swift motion of his left hand, he summoned the Qiankuan circle, hurling it toward the nine-tailed fox. Observing Nezha's assault, the nine-tailed fox's expression shifted dramatically. She raised her right hand, and a nine-tailed whisk, crafted from her own 9 white tails, materialized in her grasp. With a swift motion, the nine-tailed fox wielded the whisk, clashing it against the Qiankuan circle, which promptly rebounded. Nezha retrieved the Qiankuan circle to his wrist and transformed the righteous arrow into a fiery spear, charging forward towards the nine-tailed fox. Unyielding, the nine-tailed fox pulled the whisk upward, transforming it into a white staff, and engaged in combat with Nezha's fiery spear. The whisk, a weapon fashioned from the remnants of her physical form, proved to be an equal match against Nezha's divine armament. Watching the fierce confrontation between Nezha and the nine-tailed fox, Zhuge found herself engulfed in turmoil. Rationality dictated that she should root for Nezha's victory, for he was her fiancé, and the nine-tailed fox appeared to embody a malevolent force. Yet, a peculiar sensation deep within her soul compelled Zhuge to hope for the defeat of Nezha by the nine-tailed fox. She sensed that if the fox were to perish at Nezha's hands, she would lose something profoundly significant, perhaps even her own life. In the blink of an eye, Nezha engaged in a fierce battle with the nine-tailed fox, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds. Although the fox, bereft of a physical form and relying solely on its ethereal essence, found itself at a disadvantage, Nezha also struggled to gain the upper hand. However, the fox's anxiety intensified with each clash. Nezha possessed both a corporeal body and a powerful spirit, while the fox, despite its formidable prowess and high cultivation, was rapidly depleting its energy without the support of a physical form. Should the fight prolong, the fox would succumb to exhaustion before Nezha could claim victory. In the original course of destiny, the nine-tailed fox not only failed to vanquish Nezha, but ultimately fell to Yang Jian, as the ordinary body of a mere fox demon could not sustain the mighty celestial essence of the fox in combat. "Nezha, you are indeed formidable, I concede today," declared the nine-tailed fox after a few more exchanges, suddenly creating distance to flee. "You cannot escape," Nezha proclaimed, feeling a surge of power as the fox attempted to evade. With a swift motion, he sent forth his fiery spear, transforming it into a righteous arrow aimed at the nine-tailed fox. Even the loyal arrow concealed within Nezha's hair surged forth, propelled by his magic in pursuit of the fox. Whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by 2 piercing sounds. The arrows closed in on the nine-tailed fox with astonishing speed. Realizing there was no time to evade, the fox displayed a resigned expression, raising its nine-tailed whisk to shield itself from the righteous and loyal arrows. Once the arrows immobilized the fox, Nezha waved his left hand, and the Qiankuan circle, summoned by his magic, ensnared the fox's essence. Confirming that the fox could not escape, Nezha retrieved a small, embroidered halberd from his hair. Upon enlarging the weapon, he poised it towards the nine-tailed fox and declared, "You have slain the Dragon King's third son, Ao Bing, the Dragon King of the East, seeking vengeance for his son." gifted me this halberd. Now, I shall use it to extinguish your essence." As the halberd descended mercilessly toward her, the nine-tailed fox, in a sudden panic, cried out, "Nezha, you cannot kill me. If you do, Daji will perish as well." With a resounding thud, the halberd halted just before the fox's forehead. Observing the fox's expression of relief, Nezha coldly inquired, "Is this your final utterance, nine-tailed fox? Have you finished speaking? Do you still wish to kill me?" The nine-tailed fox's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening as she gazed at Nezha. "Do you comprehend, Nezha, that Daji is the reincarnation of the sovereign of all foxes? She and I were originally one entity. I am the golden immortal spirit of the nine-tailed fox, while Daji is the soul reborn after my corporeal demise. If you were to slay me, Daji would perish as well." Upon hearing the implications for her own life, Daji looked anxiously at Nezha, eager to discern the decision he would make. Regarding the veracity of the nine-tailed fox's words, the mystical connection between their souls led Daji to believe that the fox's claims were likely true. Nezha turned his gaze towards Daji for a brief moment. As his eyes returned to the nine-tailed fox, he thrust his fanged Yanua halberd forward, shattering the fox's spirit. "You." The nine-tailed fox's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Nezha. She had clearly warned him that her death would mean Daji's demise as well. A mocking smile crept across Nezha's face as he replied coldly, "Nine-tailed fox, do you think I am a sentimental child? You have attempted to kill me time and again. I have long since resolved to obliterate your spirit. I fear not even Niwa, who stands behind you. How could I possibly fear that your demise would also bring about Daji's end? Should the destruction of your spirit endanger Huang Yin, perhaps I would exercise caution. Yet, despite Daji being my fiancée, I harbor little affection for her. My proposal to Hu to marry Daji 2 years prior was not born of admiration for her unparalleled beauty, but rather a desire to prevent her from entering the palace of King Zhou, thus wreaking havoc upon the Shang dynasty. The nine-tailed fox sought to destroy Nezha's spiritual essence and hinder his path to becoming a great Luo golden immortal. Therefore, Nezha was compelled to eradicate her. In comparison to Nezha's journey, a mere Daji was inconsequential. Even if Nezha were to obliterate the nine-tailed fox's spirit, and Daji were to perish as a consequence, the ultimate fallout would merely involve Hu returning to the Shang dynasty's fold to conspire with King Zhou against Nezha. When Nezha shattered the nine-tailed fox's spirit, Daji instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for her own death. However, as time passed, she noticed no change in her body. "Am I still alive?" Daji queried, bewildered. As she opened her eyes to look at Nezha, the nine-tailed fox's spirit, which should have stood before Nezha, had indeed vanished. Yet, she did not succumb alongside the fox's spirit. "Daji." Nezha approached her, placing his left hand upon her forehead to assess her condition. Finding no abnormalities, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "It appears the nine-tailed fox's assertion that my destruction of her spirit would lead to your demise was entirely a ruse." Looking up at Nezha's handsome features, Daji hesitated and said softly, "Brother Nezha, moments ago, you were aware of the annihilation of the nine-tailed fox's primordial spirit. I shall not perish because of it, which is why you could eliminate the nine-tailed fox's essence without hesitation." If Nezha were to nod in affirmation now, he could not only dispel the cold-hearted image he had just portrayed but also significantly enhance Daji's affection towards him. However, Nezha was entirely indifferent to matters of romance. Thus, upon hearing Daji's inquiry, he immediately shook his head and replied, "Daji, when I shattered the nine-tailed fox's primordial spirit, I had already reconciled myself to the notion that you might perish as a consequence." A forced smile emerged on Daji's face upon hearing Nezha's response. "I shall not hold it against you, dear Nezha, for you acted to eradicate a malevolent entity." Nezha withdrew his left hand from Daji's forehead and gazed towards the direction of Jizhou City, stating, "Daji, it is I who have wronged you. Whether you choose to resent me or harbor hatred, I shall not blame you. Now, I shall escort you and Ningxiang back to Jizhou City, and simultaneously, I shall request Lord Su to annul our engagement." Daji widened her eyes in astonishment, bewildered by his words. "Why must we cancel our engagement? Is there something about me that displeases you, dear Nezha?" "Daji, it is not that I find fault with you, but rather that I have committed an offense against you." Observing Daji's apparent reluctance to dissolve their engagement, Nezha furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you desire to wed a man who would forsake your life at a moment's notice for his own interests?" Reflecting on the recent events, Daji fell into silence. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to Nezha, her face blooming with a smile once more. "Dear Nezha, I am the daughter of the Marquis of Jizhou, and the husband I shall eventually marry must undoubtedly be of noble birth. If my husband aspires to be a competent lord, he must be willing to sacrifice the lives of his wife and children for his own legacy, just as Li Jing, the heavenly king, could execute his own son for the sake of his loyal subjects." Marrying you, dear Nezha, would be no different from marrying anyone else. Therefore, I would prefer to wed someone as capable and considerate as you." Upon hearing Su Daji's heartfelt words, Nezha responded nonchalantly. "If you do not wish to annul our engagement, then I shall continue to be your fiancé. Whenever the day comes that you find affection for another man, you are free to dissolve our engagement and marry the one you desire." With that, Nezha extended his arms, lifting Su Daji and placing her upon the back of the five-colored divine bull. Once she was seated securely, Nezha led the divine bull and the fire phoenix towards the direction where Su Ningxiang had fled. Sitting atop the five-colored divine bull and observing Nezha's reassuring figure, Su Daji felt a profound sense of helplessness. Her fiancé possessed countless admirable qualities, yet his singular flaw lay in his impenetrable heart, devoid of any romantic sentiment. "Am I, Su Daji, not a woman deserving of love? If you could genuinely cherish me, I would willingly accompany you through life and death, and gladly sacrifice myself for you." However, the sacrifice made by Su Daji for Nezha stands in stark contrast to Nezha's voluntary relinquishment of her life. They represent two extremes of the same narrative. At this moment, Su Daji's emotions towards Nezha are so intricate and elusive that they defy clear expression. When Nezha, accompanied by the five-colored divine ox, the fiery phoenix, and Su Daji, locates Su Ningxiang, she is found weeping profusely in a grassy ditch by the roadside. In her haste to flee, Su Ningxiang inadvertently tumbled into the ditch, resulting in a sprained ankle. When Nezha transformed into a great tiger to confront Su Daji, he had not anticipated that this would frighten Su Ningxiang to the point of injury. After administering a simple healing spell for her sprained foot, Nezha instructed Su Ningxiang to clamber onto his back, and he carried her towards the city of Jizhou. Upon entering the Jizhou Marquis's residence with Su Daji and Su Ningxiang, Nezha encountered Su Hu, who was seated in the parlor. Rather than displaying discontent at the sight of Nezha bearing his younger daughter, Su Hu's face broke into a smile as he stroked his beard. In the past, Nezha was merely the Marquis of Jinshi. Should Su Hu consent to marry both of his daughters to Nezha, it would have led to mockery for the second daughter of the esteemed Marquis of Jizhou becoming a mere concubine. However, Nezha's current status as a sovereign has changed the narrative, with the elder daughter Daji marrying Nezha as queen and the younger daughter becoming his favored consort. They would not only escape ridicule but would also evoke envy and admiration, as the future ruler of the realm is destined to be Su Hu's grandson. After escorting Su Daji and Su Ningxiang to their shared quarters, Nezha made his way to the parlor. "My esteemed father-in-law." He greeted Su Hu with a respectful bow before kneeling across from him, his gaze fixated on the map laid before Su Hu. "Son-in-law," Su Hu exclaimed, extending his right index finger to point at the territories of Jizhou, the land of the Chang, the realm of the ghosts, and the border pass. "Now that you have established your own nation, these four regions can seamlessly connect, forming a crescent shape. With Chaga in disarray and the Grand Tutor when leading his army to suppress the Northern Marquis in the North Sea, we have the perfect opportunity to strike and launch an offensive against Chaga. Even if Li Jing arrives with the Li family troops from Chin'ang Pass to support Chaga, they will not be able to withstand our might. Once we conquer Chaga, you shall become the new sovereign of humanity." Upon hearing Su Hu's ambitious strategy, Nezha could not help but roll his eyes. Although he is the chosen one, this destiny pertains solely to him and does not extend to the realm of Shiqin that he has founded. Should Nezha heed Su Hu's plan and hastily march against Chaga, he would likely fall victim to the fate of the vanguard against the tyrant, ultimately serving as a mere garment for Shiqi. Moreover, Nezha's true aspiration is to reshape the world, to alter the heavens and earth, and to subdue the 800 lords across the land. If Su Hu's plan were to be followed, and Nezha were to conquer Chaga City and obliterate the Shang dynasty, he would emerge as the new leader of humanity. However, it seems that Su Hu's intention was merely to have Nezha recognized as the leader of the 800 feudal lords, rather than the emperor acknowledged by the countless common people. "My esteemed father-in-law, your plan is commendable, truly the words of a seasoned statesman. Yet, I, Nezha, was once a loyal minister of the Shang, and now establishing my own nation is a matter of necessity rather than choice. Therefore, as long as King Zhou does not mobilize his forces against us, we shall not initiate an attack on the Shang." Nezha continued. "Our primary objective for the development of the Western Qin Kingdom will be agriculture. Agriculture. Agriculture." Upon hearing Nezha's words, Su Hu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he shot an annoyed glance at Nezha. "You impudent child, if my words do not please you, you may speak your mind. But do not liken me to an old fox, scheming and hypocritical at such a young age." Chapter 52. The wordless heavenly book bestows divine powers. After Nezha expressed his unwavering commitment to agriculture, Su Hu did not voice any opposition. After all, the world is vast, and Nezha only commands a fraction of it. Even if Nezha were to fortuitously breach Chaoga City and usurp King Zhou's position as the new leader of humanity, he would still find himself constrained by the 800 feudal lords, much like the current King Zhou, rather than being a nominal ruler with no real power. It would be wiser to fortify defenses, accumulate resources, and ultimately vanquish both the feudal lords and King Zhou to become a true sovereign of unparalleled authority. Nezha, your strategic mind gives me confidence to entrust you with my 2 daughters and the treasured legacy of the Su family. Suhu said as he rose and turned to Nezha. Come with me. I shall show you the treasured heirloom of the Su family. The family's prized possession was, of course, the wordless heavenly book, which the scheming Shen Gongbao had long coveted but ultimately failed to seize. According to the evaluations of Shen Gongbao's 2 disciples, Tu Xing's son and Deng Chanyu, the value of the wordless heavenly book surpassed that of any divine weapon or magical incantation. The book indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. Although Tu Xing's son and Deng Chanyu lacked the favor of destiny, they were renowned figures on the investiture of the gods, now possessing martial prowess at the true immortal stage. However, when they attempted to steal the wordless heavenly book, they found themselves ensnared, unable to escape its grasp. In the true world of the investiture of the gods, the wordless heavenly book was one of the treasures bestowed upon Jiangxia by the primordial heavenly venerable. It was through the study of the military strategies and magical powers contained within the wordless heavenly book that Jiangxia ultimately succeeded in overthrowing King Zhou. According to the original trajectory of fate in this world, Suhu's wordless heavenly book would eventually fall into Jiangxia's hands. As Nezha contemplated the information regarding the wordless heavenly book, he followed Suhu into the cave where the book was stored. Upon entering the cave, Nezha cast his gaze around and beheld the wordless heavenly book, a rectangular stone tablet resting upon a stone pedestal. As Nezha's gaze remained fixed upon the book of no words, Suhu stroked his long beard and, with a smile, spoke. Nezha, the book of no words is no ordinary treasure. Even if one were to seize it, without the incantation to wield its power, it would be impossible for them to unveil the secrets of the heavens. You are now my son-in-law, and I shall impart to you the incantation to control the book of no words. With that, Suhu recited a profoundly arcane spell. Thank you, esteemed father-in-law. Nezha expressed his gratitude, committing the incantation to memory. Observing Nezha's earnest desire to seek wisdom from the book, Suhu continued, Nezha, should you wish to consult the book, simply proceed. If the matter you wish to inquire about is not suitable for my ears, I can wait outside the cave. There is no need for you to step outside, dear father-in-law, Nezha quickly replied, shaking his head. I genuinely wish to wield the book of no words. But my inquiry is not of a secretive nature. With that, Nezha approached the book, silently reciting the incantation, channeling his power into it, and then spoke. Book of no words. Can you impart to me the divine art of the 36 transformations of the celestial general? At present, Nezha had cultivated the 9 turns of primordial energy to the 8th level, possessing 72 transformations of the earthly spirits, forging an immortal soul to achieve the golden immortal status. However, to elevate the 9 turns of primordial energy to its ultimate perfection, attaining the indestructible body of the diamond immortal, was indeed a formidable challenge. Even though Nezha was the fated child of this world amidst the calamity of the gods, blessed by destiny and fortune, he lacked confidence in his ability to perfect the 9 turns before the conclusion of this divine tribulation, in the short term, to swiftly enhance his power. The most effective method was to cultivate the divine art of the 36 transformations. Yet, the complete mastery of this art lay in the hands of high-ranking golden immortals. Nezha initially believed that to learn the entire 36 transformations, he would have to seek the guidance of Huang Feihu's master, Yun Zongzi. Now, having obtained the Book of No Words, Nezha wished to see if it could indeed bestow upon him the 36 transformations. Under Nezha's eager gaze, the stone tablet of the Book of No Words began to illuminate with rows of grand characters. Revolutionize creation, invert yin and yang, move stars and shift constellations. Return the sun and moon, summon wind and rain, shake mountains and tremble the earth, ride clouds and mist, carve rivers into land, unleash golden light upon the earth. Stir the seas and rivers, solidify the earth into steel, master the 5 elements, unlock the 6 gates of wonder, foresee the future, whip mountains and shift stones. Revive the dead, soar and leave no trace, harmonize with the breath of life, guide the primordial yang, subdue dragons and tame tigers. Mend the heavens and bask in the sun, push mountains and fill seas, turn stone into gold, stand firm and cast no shadow, transform forms at will. Large and small as desired, flowers bloom in an instant. Traverse the divine and command the breath. Glimpse through barriers, redirect winds and flames, command the 5 thunders. Dive deep and compress the earth, fly sand and move stones, carry mountains across seas, scatter beans and form armies, and the 7 arrows of the nailhead. Gazing upon the uninscribed celestial tablet, which unveiled the mystical art of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang along with its cultivation method, Nezha, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "It is the cultivation method of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang. What a remarkable uninscribed celestial tablet!" Having voiced his admiration, Nezha promptly invoked the size and fortune spell, reducing the tablet to a diminutive size, which he then cradled in the palm of his right hand. After firmly grasping the tablet, Nezha turned to Suhu and said, "My esteemed father-in-law, this uninscribed celestial tablet is of great significance to me. I wish to take it with me. I trust you would not mind, would you? Could I express that I am quite concerned?" Such a young lad employing rhetoric to corner his elder. Who have you learned this from? Like a clever little fox? Suhu stared at Nezha, his eyes wide, forcing a strained smile upon his face. He had imparted the manipulation technique of the celestial tablet to Nezha not with the intention of allowing him to take it away, but rather so that Nezha could seek guidance from the tablet whenever he encountered difficulties. However, this son-in-law, truly devoted yet cunning, sought to deprive him of the tablet entirely. It was only after Nezha had secured the tablet that he deigned to inquire about Suhu's consent. If Suhu were to deny Nezha's request to take the tablet, would Nezha willingly relinquish it? Very well, very well. Suhu shook his head in resignation and turned towards the cave's entrance, declaring, "I must have owed you a debt in my past life. If you wish to take the uninscribed celestial tablet, then take it. You may also take my 2 daughters. If there is anything of worth in the Su family that catches your eye, feel free to take it without seeking my opinion." Nezha, not a fool, readily perceived the underlying dissatisfaction Suhu harbored towards him. Nevertheless, the uninscribed celestial tablet was crucial for Nezha's cultivation of the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang. Even if it meant completely offending his lenient father-in-law, Nezha would never consider returning the tablet. "My esteemed father-in-law, I sincerely apologize. The uninscribed celestial tablet, if left in your possession, will either be seized by Shun Gongbao or fall into the hands of Jiang Zia. It is far better entrusted to me, your devoted son-in-law, for safekeeping." Chapter 53. 7 years later, mastery achieved though Nezha's resolve in seeking the path was unwavering, coupled with an ambition to eliminate those who obstructed it. He was also one who repaid kindness and settled debts. After acquiring the uninscribed celestial tablet from his lenient father-in-law, Nezha, upon departing from Jizhou City, also took Su Daji and Su Ningxiang with him, under the protection of Nezha, the destined child. Su Daji and Su Ningxiang would not repeat their fate of becoming pawns in the schemes of the goddess Enwa against the great Shang dynasty. While Nezha could not guarantee their ascension to immortality, he could promise them a life of safety, prosperity, and honor. Accompanied by Su Daji and Su Ningxiang, Nezha arrived at the boundary of Jipaiguan, entrusting the care of the 2 sisters to Lady Huang, Su Ruyu. He then sought out his adoptive father, Huang Feihu, and his elder brother, Huang Tianhua, to share his agricultural plans. The territory of the Western Qin Kingdom, including Jipaiguan, the lands of the Chang tribe, the Ghost tribe, and Jizhou, was the focus of his vision. According to Nezha's plan, for the next decade, provided that no external enemies threatened the Western Qin Kingdom, the nation's resources would be devoted entirely to cultivating high-yield crops such as potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes, thereby increasing food production to elevate the population. To achieve prosperity, infrastructure must first be established, in addition to boosting food production and population growth. The Western Qin Kingdom would also construct bridges and roads to enhance transportation and stimulate economic development. Nezha designated Jipaiguan as the capital of the Western Qin Kingdom, envisioning its transformation into a new Chang'an. During this period, neither the capital of the Great Qin Empire, Xianyang, nor that of the Great Han Empire, Chang'an, existed yet. As the Western Qin Kingdom entered a phase of agricultural development under Nezha's guidance, he assumed a more hands-off role, delegating significant state affairs to Huang Feihu. Nezha himself secluded himself in the palace of the newly renamed Chang'an, focusing intently on mastering the mystical arts of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, using the enigmatic stone tablet known as the Wordless Heavenly Book. For Nezha, the establishment of the Western Qin Kingdom was merely a means to accumulate human fortune for self-protection. His true foundation lay in the depths of his magical prowess. After the cataclysm of the divine calamity, once he lost his identity as the son of destiny and the protection it afforded, without sufficient strength for self-preservation, he could not rely solely on human fortune for his safety. While Nezha diligently practiced the 36 transformations of Tiangang and cultivated the Western Qin Kingdom, King Zhou of Shang, also known as Dxin, did not foolishly pursue Nezha but instead imprisoned the Western Bo, Jichang. Following Nezha's rebellion against the Shang and his establishment of an independent state, Dxin began to realize the gravity of the situation. The Shang dynasty had once enjoyed a flourishing state of affairs, and although Nezha's demeanor was somewhat arrogant, he did not openly express animosity towards the Shang. It was Ji Chang's insidious instigation that spurred Dxin to hastily suppress Nezha, ultimately pushing the fiery-tempered Nezha to revolt. After enduring 7 years of confinement in Chaoga, Ji Chang's eldest son, Bo Yikao, sought to rescue his father by presenting 3 treasures, 7 fragrant carts, a sobering mat, and a white-faced monkey, along with 10 beautiful maidens as a gesture of atonement to King Zhou. By this time, Ji Chang's sons had all reached adulthood. And despite Ji Chang's absence from Shiqi for 7 years, the governance and military affairs of Shiqi not only remained stable but thrived. Even if Dxin continued to imprison Ji Chang, he could not stifle Shiqi's progress. Recognizing the futility of Ji Chang's imprisonment, Dxin executed Bo Yikao, dismembering him and presenting his remains as meat pies to Ji Chang. After Ji Chang consumed the flesh of his son Bo Yikao, transformed into a meat pie, King Zhou of the Shang dynasty mocked Ji Chang for his advanced age and mental decline, suggesting that his divination skills had failed him, as he had not foreseen the act of cannibalism. Consequently, Ji Chang was returned to Shiqi. Upon his return, Ji Chang began his search for Jiangxia, while Nezha was now 25 years old. After 7 years of arduous cultivation, Nezha successfully mastered the mystical art of the 36 transformations of Tiangang, his power steadily growing to the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm. In the royal palace of Chang'an, situated at the boundary of the original realm, Nezha sat upon the dragon throne in the council hall. Having concluded his meditative state, he opened his eyes to gaze upon the blank stone tablet of the Wuzi Tian Shu before him. The Wuzi Tian Shu. I have now perfected the 36 transformations of Tiangang, and further progress in my power seems elusive. Do you know how I might ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal? Since King Zhou ascended the throne, the Shang dynasty had merely 28 years of fortune remaining. Now, 17 years into his reign, only 11 years remained before the dynasty's demise. This impending collapse would coincide with the conclusion of the grand calamity of the Fengshen, at which point Nezha would no longer be regarded as the favored child of destiny. Eagerly, Nezha yearned to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal within the next 11 years, to gain the strength to contend against the formidable Enhua and the primordial heavenly sovereign, the 9th level of the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong. Nezha sighed in resignation as he read the inscription appearing upon the Wuzi Tian Shu tablet. From the very first day of my cultivation in the 9 transformations of Yuan Gong, I have known that the 9th level would grant me access to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Wuzi Tian Shu. What I seek to know is whether there exists a method for me to assuredly reach the great Luo Golden Immortal within these 11 years. Unifying the world. The sovereign of humanity. The words that appeared on the stone tablet were not unexpected for Nezha. In this realm, Enhua and the primordial heavenly sovereign transcended the boundaries of immortals, demons, humans, and spirits, being of the great Luo Golden Immortal caliber. Moreover, the heavenly emperor, Yu Huang, held an equivalent status and power to that of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Since the human emperor held a rank equal to Yu Huang, it followed that by unifying the world and becoming the true sovereign of humanity, Nezha could naturally attain the status and power of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Initially, my intention in establishing a nation was merely to gather the fortunes of humanity for my own protection. However, it now appears that to become the sovereign of humanity and to nourish my ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal with the entirety of humanity's fortune, I must strike against the Shang dynasty's capital, even if King Zhou does not initiate an attack against me. It seems that the vow I made 17 years ago has become utterly unattainable. 17 years prior, before being forsaken by Li Jing and Yin Shenyang, Nezha had sworn an oath in the military camp of the Li family, vowing to dedicate his life to the Shang dynasty, serving it with utmost loyalty until death. After establishing his own nation, Nezha hesitated to engage in hostilities against the Shang, primarily out of respect for the oath he had once made. However, in pursuit of the transcendental realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Nezha is willing to forsake the oaths he once swore. GFA, oh GFA, I earnestly hope you will soon mobilize your troops to besiege Chaoga. Once you have vanquished the Shang dynasty, I shall then turn my attention to West Qi, fulfilling my ambition of unifying the world, thus sparing myself from utter betrayal of my vows. Just as Nezha finished this lamentation, his former deputy, now the commander of the palace guards, entered the council hall and reported, Your Majesty, Vice Commander Yin Shenyang of the Li family army requests an audience. Will you see her? Chapter 54. San Yixing speaks of 2 great joys in the royal palace of Chang'an, capital of the Western Qin. Nezha has diligently cultivated the divine art of the 36 transformations of the celestial prowess for 7 years. Each year, Enlightenment has taken the time to seek an audience with him. Now, this marks her 7th request for an audience. During the previous 6 occasions, Nezha was engrossed in his training and could not be disturbed. Thus, the palace guard commander had not reported her presence, instead sending her away under the pretext of Nezha's seclusion. Now that Nezha has concluded his training, the palace guard commander naturally dares not take liberties. Why must she come at such a time? Nezha said, somewhat irritated upon hearing the report. Had I known, I would have devoted a few more days to my training. Commander Huang, please inform Madame Li that I visited the Yushu cave on Mount Zhongnan yesterday to pay respects to the immortal Yun Changzi, and I am uncertain when I shall return to Chang'an. Advise her to hasten back to Chen'ang Pass to attend to the matrimonial affairs of Li Jinjia, Li Muza, and the female general Li Nishang, and to care for the increasingly elderly Madame Yao Tianxiang. The palace guard commander bowed and inquired, Your Majesty, are these your words for Madame Li? After all these years of service, how can you still possess such a dull wit? Nezha exclaimed, rising in frustration and pointing at the commander. How could I possibly concern myself with the well-being of the Li family, whether they thrive or perish? Those words are yours to convey to Madame Li, not mine. If you can persuade her to refrain from troubling me in the future, I shall immediately bestow upon you the title of Marquis, with hereditary privileges for your descendants. Understood. The commander promptly took his leave, having grasped Nezha's true intent. Watching Commander Huang's retreating figure, Nezha sighed, his expression a mixture of complexity. Can I not evade the Li family? Despite my efforts to alter my fate, Li Jing remains the trusted general Li of King Zhou, and Enlightenment has not only avoided being cast aside, but their bond remains as steadfast as ever. Without the nine-tailed fox as her backing, Lu Pipa dares not act recklessly within the Li household, dutifully remaining as the second wife. The Li family still thrives as a household of 7, harmonious and joyful, with a father's kindness and filial children. In Chaoga, all envy the Li family. According to the original trajectory of fate, when Nezha reached the age of 18, Enlightenment and Li Jing would sever their marital bond, leading to their separation. Li Jinjia and Li Muza, the 2 brothers, would also lose their maternal connection with Enlightenment. Deprived of her nurturing care and subjected to the deceptions and manipulations of the second mistress, Lu Pipa. Lu Pipa, a formidable demon of a millennium, soon took control of the Li family, causing chaos and discord within the household and among the troops. However, due to Nezha's intervention in destiny, such misfortunes never transpired for the Li family. Nezha reflected upon his actions, believing he had fulfilled his obligations to the Li family, as well as to the gratitude owed to Li Jing and Enlightenment for bringing him into the world. O Enlightenment, I have caused you to lose one son, yet I have preserved your husband, safeguarded your 2 sons, and ensured the well-being of all those in the Li family who cherish and respect you. I do not seek your acknowledgement of my painstaking efforts. I only desire clarity in my own thoughts. Truly, I owe you nothing further. With these thoughts, Nezha closed his eyes. Once again, the sound of footsteps echoed in the council hall, and Nezha opened his eyes to see Commander Huang, who appeared to have something to report. Nezha, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, How can you be so inept? I instructed you to persuade Lady Li to leave, and you have failed at such a trivial task. What else can you possibly accomplish? Taken aback by Nezha's outburst, Commander Huang replied innocently, Your Majesty, Lady Li has already departed. I have come to report other matters. Departed? Upon hearing that Enlightenment had left, Nezha's face lit up with joy. It seems I have misjudged you. Speak quickly. Whatever it is, I shall bear it, even if the heavens themselves were to fall. Commander Huang managed a strained smile, having realized that Nezha's demeanor was amicable as long as matters did not pertain to Enlightenment or the Li family. Your Majesty, there is a messenger from the West Boy, sent by Ji Chong, seeking an audience with you. Allow him to enter. Nezha commanded. As Commander Huang went to bring in the messenger from the West Boy, Nezha speculated on the purpose of the visit. After Ji Chong returned to the West Boy, he had received assistance from Jiang Zia, who was now appointed as Chancellor, entrusted with all matters of state and military, preparing to establish the Zhou dynasty and rallying the lords from all quarters to unite under Zhou in a campaign against the Shang. It was likely that the West Boy messenger wished to persuade Nezha to align with Zhou. The messenger seeking an audience with Nezha was none other than San Yixing, one of Ji Chang's 4 esteemed friends. Upon entering the council hall, San Yixing paid his respects to Nezha in accordance with the formalities due to a sovereign, and without waiting for Nezha to inquire, he began, Congratulations, Your Majesty. I come today with joyous tidings that I am eager to share with you. What joy do you bring? Nezha inquired, prompting San Yixing to respond immediately. I bear 2 pieces of good news for Your Majesty. The first is that my Lord Ji Chong has now established his own nation, renaming it Zhou, and he has taken on the title of King One of Zhou. After ascending to the throne, King Wen not only conferred titles upon his civil and military officials but also adopted General Yang Jian's sister, Yang Lianhua, as his goddaughter, bestowing upon her the title of Princess Lianhua. King Wen divined that Princess Lianhua was destined to unite with the great king, thus commanding his officials to bring her to the city of Chang'an for marriage, marking the first joyous occasion. The second joy was King Wen's desire to forge an alliance between the Great Zhou and the Western Qin, with the intention of jointly conquering Chaoga in the future. King Wen was willing to share the world with the great king through a bond of kinship. I initially thought you were here to share good news, but it seems you are merely jesting, retorted Nezha with a cold expression. Minister San Yixing, Yang Lianhua, is merely the daughter of a merchant from Shiqi. How could she possibly be worthy of my status as king? I have already resolved to marry the two daughters of Duke Suhu of Jizhou, as well as the daughter of my adoptive father, Huang Feihu. As for the Princess Lianhua you brought, return her when she came. And your suggestion of an alliance with Shiqi to share the world with Jichang is nothing short of absurd. Currently, the world is divided into 10 parts, of which I possess 3. Jichang holds but 1 part and dares to aspire to be the sovereign of all. From a rational perspective, while Jichang of Shiqi can resist the Great Shang, to suggest that Shiqi could usurp the Great Shang is a notion few would entertain. After all, Shiqi's ability to contend with the Great Shang stems not from equal strength, but from the fact that the Great Shang must suppress not only Shiqi but also the Dongbua and Nanbua lords. It is predictable that Nezha, possessing 3 parts of the world, would look down upon Jichang, who holds merely 1 part. Minister San Yixing, rather than displaying anger, stroked his beard with a confident smile. My king, if King Wen were solely confined to Shiqi, then indeed, sharing the world with you would be a mere fantasy. However, upon the arrival of the foreign officials in Chang'an, the northern and southern lords have already sent missives pledging allegiance to King Wen in the Great Zhou. Although the eastern lord has not yet submitted to our Great Zhou, he has expressed a desire to remain neutral during the conflict between the Shang and Zhou. Now, with the world divided into 10 parts, King Wen also claims 3 parts. Does he not possess the qualification to share the world with you? Chapter 55. Daji's demonic power. San Yixing spoke of Lord Changhaohu of the north and Lord Akangjiu of the south pledging loyalty to Shiqi, becoming vassals of Lord Jichang. Nezha harbored no doubts regarding his words. Although Jichang of Shiqi was neither the adopted son of Lord Changhaohu nor the son-in-law of Lord Akangjiu, it seemed utterly foolish for the 4 great lords, equal in status to Jichang, to entrust their lives and fortunes to him. Yet, just as Nezha was favored by destiny, so too was Shiqi, destined to supplant the Great Shang dynasty. In the original trajectory of fate, not only would the northern and southern lords submit to Shiqi, but even the eastern lord and Nezha's father-in-law, Duke Suhu of Jizhou, would also entrust their lives to Shiqi, striving to aid Shiqi in replacing the Great Shang dynasty. With the northern and southern lords aligning with Shiqi, Jichang indeed possesses the qualification to share the world with this king. Seeing the joy on San Yixing's face, Nezha continued, however, I have no desire to become Jichang's son-in-law, nor do I wish to share dominion over the world with him. How can I allow another to rest beside my throne? The world, vast as it may be, cannot accommodate a second sovereign. San Yixing, if Jichang aspires to rule, let your Western Qi take up arms and seize Chaoga for itself. Should you fear that I might ambush you, I swear by heaven, before the fall of the Shang, I shall not initiate any aggression against your Western Qi. Does the king truly mean this? San Yixing's breath grew heavier. Though he could not secure Nezha as Jichang's ally today, obtaining a vow of non-aggression was not without merit. Nezha nodded affirmatively, stating, San Yixing, you need not doubt my words. Until the Shang's fall, they shall remain my only adversary. Well, since the king has no intention of forming an alliance with Western Qi, I shall take my leave. After bowing to Nezha, San Yixing turned to depart. Just as he was about to exit the council hall, he paused, hesitatingly saying, Princess Lianhua remains unmarried because she constantly thinks of the young hero who defeated the Dragon King's 3rd son for her. Does the king truly wish to let her go? Upon finishing his words, San Yixing added, Your Majesty, I do not speak as an envoy of Western Qi, but rather as San Yixing, hoping you will consider this matter with due seriousness. I have no need to deliberate. Nezha rose and, while making his way towards the inner palace, replied, San Yixing, I tell you as Nezha, my victory over the Dragon King's 3rd son was not to spare Yang Lianhua from that fate, but to represent humanity in its triumph over the Dragon Clan. Yang Lianhua may view me as the youthful hero of all humanity, yet she must not regard me as her personal champion. Watching Nezha's figure vanish around the corner of the council hall, San Yixing could not help but shake his head, murmuring, what a man with a heart of stone, capable of coldly rejecting a celestial being like Princess Lianhua. No wonder he has achieved such greatness at such a young age. San Yixing felt a genuine admiration for Nezha's unyielding heart, a delicate fairy like Yang Lianhua. So deeply infatuated with one person would surely soften even the hardest of hearts. Yet, Nezha persistently kept her at arm's length, leading one to question whether his heart was flesh or stone, as a being born of the spirit stone of the Yushu Palace. Nezha's true heart was indeed that of a stone. However, despite his stony heart, he was not devoid of emotions like love, hatred, joy, and sorrow. Nezha's refusal to accept Yang Lianhua stemmed from two reasons. He had not fallen in love with her, and he wished to spare her from the tragic fate that loomed in her original destiny. After 7 years of continuous expansion, Nezha's palace, though not yet comparable to the grand palace of King Zhou of Shang, has become an impressive complex, while Nezha diligently cultivates the 36 transformations of the celestial champion. The management of this vast palace has fallen upon Su Daji, Su Ningxiang, and Huang Yan, residing in the inner palace, although not yet wed to Nezha. Su Daji and Su Ningxiang are already referred to as princesses, while Huang Yan is regarded as a princess as well. Upon entering the inner palace, Nezha found Su Daji, Su Ningxiang, and Huang Yan in the newly established imperial garden, deliberating on the number of flower varieties to be transplanted. The palace maids, upon spotting Nezha, alerted the trio, prompting them to turn and greet him with radiant smiles, bowing deeply in unison, exclaiming, "Long live the king." As Nezha approached, he extended his right hand to gently lift Huang Yan's chin, revealing her face flushed like a ripe apple. A playful smile danced upon his lips as he remarked, "Second sister, while I can understand Daji and Ningxiang's adherence to such formalities, why must you indulge in this pretense? Moreover, my aspiration is to attain the great Luo golden immortal state, and your calling for my longevity might inadvertently curse me with a short life." Huang Yan, flustered and flabbergasted, scarcely absorbed Nezha's words, leaving her at a loss for response. Nezha refrained from further teasing her and, with a wave of his hand, summoned his magical powers to straighten Su Daji and Su Ningxiang's postures. His gaze then intensified upon Su Daji. After 7 years, Su Daji had blossomed into even greater beauty, embodying the allure of the reincarnated nine-tailed fox, the sovereign of all foxes. In the vast realm of mortals, only Yang Lianhua, the celestial maiden, could rival Su Daji in beauty and charm. However, what truly captivated Nezha was not merely Su Daji's enchanting appearance, but rather the profound magical essence she now possessed, indicative of her ascension to the true immortal realm. Though Yang Lianhua, as a celestial being, was destined to follow Yin Zhangzi for 3 years before transforming into a butterfly and traversing the skies to visit Nezha, Su Daji, as the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox, had reached the true immortal realm in just 7 years, which did not surprise Nezha. What concerned him was that the magical energy emanating from Su Daji was not that of a human cultivator's celestial powers, but rather the demonic force inherent in the path of the demons. "Your Majesty." Under Nezha's unwavering gaze, Su Daji's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head shyly and inquired, "Is there something on my face that warrants such scrutiny?" Her heart raced with a hint of guilt. Unlike the simpler-minded Huang Yan and Su Ningxiang, Su Daji, the reincarnated nine-tailed fox, was exceptionally astute. After thoroughly assessing Su Daji from head to toe and confirming that her essence did not harbor the spirit of the nine-tailed fox, Nezha broke into a smile and said, "Daji, you are truly beautiful." SDJ accompanied NZH, both wearing smiles. NZH could perceive SDJ's unease, and she, in turn, could discern that NZH was being deceitful. When other men complimented SDJ's beauty, she would genuinely believe they found her enchanting. However, if NZH claimed she was beautiful, it was clear that if he truly appreciated her allure and charm, she would not remain unmarried to this day. In Chapter 56, it is revealed that NZH is not devoid of emotion. In her previous life, SDJ was the sovereign of all foxes, the nine-tailed fox. After her divine form encountered calamity, the essence of the nine-tailed fox lingered in the world, reincarnating as SDJ. Although SDJ and the essence of the nine-tailed fox share a common origin, once they became two distinct entities, their fates were no longer intertwined. Therefore, when NZH vanquished the essence of the nine-tailed fox 7 years ago, SDJ did not perish alongside it. Nevertheless, NZH has always felt that there exists a profound connection between SDJ and the essence of the nine-tailed fox that he cannot perceive. Now, SDJ has indeed revealed her true nature. After the essence of the nine-tailed fox was destroyed by NZH, SDJ inexplicably acquired the techniques of demonic cultivation. It remains uncertain whether this was due to fragments of the essence entering her body or if she awakened the memories of her past life as the sovereign of all foxes. In the original trajectory of fate, after the fall of CHOG City and SDJ's demise at the hands of Jing ZY, her body was said to transform into a white fox. It is likely that by that time, SDJ had already begun cultivating demonic techniques. thus prompting her transformation from the human form bestowed by her parents, SH and Madame S, into that of a fox. Despite discovering SDJ's practice of demonic cultivation, NZH harbored no animosity towards her. After all, SDJ is SDJ. The essence of the nine-tailed fox, which had attempted to take NZH's life multiple times, has been eradicated and cannot be revived. Even if SDJ possesses fragments and memories of the nine-tailed fox, NZH would never equate her to the resurrected nine-tailed fox, nor would he ever think of harming her. With NZH's gaze fixed upon her, SDJ shyly lowered her head and said, "If you truly wish to see me, we could find a private room away from others." Being scrutinized by the king in front of Sister Hu Ying and In Engxing made her feel utterly embarrassed, although she was aware her shyness was feigned. The allure of the captivating demoness was undeniably exceptional. NZH withdrew his gaze from SDJ and addressed Hu Ying and In Engxing, saying, "For the past 7 years, I have been engrossed in mastering the 36 transformations of Ying, which has regrettably delayed your youthful years. Now that I have perfected my mastery, I no longer require such relentless practice. I am prepared to arrange the lifelong affairs of the four of us. I am prepared to take you 3 as my queens and consorts. Are you willing?" Upon hearing Nezha express his intention to marry the second sister, Huang Yin, Su Daji and Su Ningxiang exhibited no surprise whatsoever. Huang Yin, having reached the age of 26, had seen countless noble suitors cross the threshold of the Huang family. Yet she steadfastly refused to wed, as she awaited Nezha. Conversely, it was Huang Yin herself who gazed wide-eyed, unable to fathom that the seemingly unyielding Nezha could one day awaken to his feelings. "Nezha, do you truly wish to marry me? Am I not dreaming?" Seeing Huang Yin so overwhelmed that she struggled to articulate her thoughts, Nezha placed his right hand upon her head, affectionately ruffling her hair as he chuckled. "Humans are not wooden beings, who can remain devoid of feelings. I have always been aware of your affections for me, dear sister. I too harbor fondness for you, who has grown alongside me, and the thought of you marrying another man is simply unacceptable to me." Observing Nezha and Huang Yin exchanging glances filled with unspoken emotions, Su Daji felt a pang of bittersweetness in her heart. Soon, a smile adorned her face as she announced, "It is truly splendid that Brother Nezha wishes to marry Sister Huang Yin. I have had an idea nestled in my heart for quite some time. Brother Nezha, I hope you will take Sister Huang Yin as your lawful wife and queen, while Ningxiang and I become your consorts." Upon hearing Su Daji's words, even Nezha could not help but look at her in astonishment. After bidding farewell to the tearful Huang Yin and sending her back to the Huang residence to discuss the wedding date with Madame Huang, Nezha made his way to the palace where Su Daji resided, only to discover that Su Ningxiang had been dispatched by Su Daji to the kitchen. Once he had sent the maidservants who attended Su Daji outside the palace, Nezha entered and seated himself at a round table, gesturing to the opposite chair. "Daji, please take a seat. It is just the 2 of us now, and I have matters that I wish to clarify with you. I knew Brother Nezha would come to see me, which is why I specifically sent Ningxiang to the kitchen to prepare bird's nest porridge and ginseng soup for you." Su Daji remarked as she sat opposite Nezha, pouring wine from the jug before him, her smile bright. "Brother Nezha, you must have noticed that I have now acquired magical powers, correct?" Nezha nodded in acknowledgement. "Your family, the Su clan, possesses a profound heritage, encompassing martial arts and celestial techniques. If Daji, you merely wielded magical powers, I would not have sought you out. Yet, it is evident to me that the magic you possess is derived from the demonic path." As Su Daji paused in her pouring, her gaze fixed intently upon Nezha, she inquired, "Brother Nezha, do you believe that the person before you is no longer Su Daji, but rather the essence of the nine-tailed fox? Are you here to eliminate demons?" Nezha shook his head in response. "The essence of the nine-tailed fox has been eradicated by my own hand. You are Su Daji. You cannot be possessed by the essence of the nine-tailed fox. Daji, I do not hold it against you for practicing demonic arts, nor do I seek to vanquish demons. I have come to see you solely to discern your innermost thoughts. I can surmise the intentions of my second sister and can also grasp the sentiments of your sister, Ningxiang. However, your thoughts, Daji, elude my understanding entirely. Thus, I yearn to hear from your own lips the purpose of your presence beside me. In times past, Su Daji was but a delicate woman, unversed in martial arts or the path of immortality. Keeping Su Daji close, even if she harbored adverse intentions towards Nezha, posed no threat to him. Yet now, Su Daji possesses the powers of a true immortal, and should she restore her former prowess as the sovereign of foxes, the nine-tailed fox, it is conceivable that she could ascend to the status of a golden immortal, crafting an indelible primordial spirit. Nezha, now a golden immortal himself, must consider the future, should he remain unable to attain the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, once Su Daji becomes a golden immortal. Any ill will she might harbor could not only endanger those around Nezha, but also pose a significant threat to him personally. Hence, Nezha seeks to prepare for the worst by uncovering the true thoughts residing in Su Daji's heart. My dear brother Nezha, you are overly cautious. Su Daji replied with a bittersweet smile and a shake of her head. Ever since her father betrothed her to you, she resolved to be yours in life and in death. Nezha has done nothing to wrong Su Daji. Thus, how could she ever wish him harm? Chapter 57. Su Daji is not a nine-tailed fox. Even the ancient demoness, Lu Pipa, upon marrying Li Jing as his second wife, aspired to be a dutiful spouse and raise children, consuming the divine herb, the nine-section calamus, to bear offspring for Li Jing. This illustrates the constraints of marital morality upon women in this era, which even female demons accept. As a human, Su Daji, having been nurtured within the bounds of human education, faces even greater restrictions from marital ethics than Lu Pipa, the millennial demoness. Though in the original trajectory of fate, the demoness Daji caused the demise of many, including her husband, King Zhou of Shang, who met his end drowned in a pool of wine at that time. She was subjected to relentless bullying and torment in King Zhou's harem, and under the influence of the nine-tailed fox, she became wholly corrupted. However, the present Su Daji has not been swayed by such influences. Furthermore, as Nezha has never harmed Su Daji, she possesses no reason to contravene the principles of marital ethics or entertain thoughts detrimental to Nezha. Nezha scrutinized Su Daji's lustrous dark eyes, and upon confirming her sincerity, he spoke hesitantly. Daji, regardless of whether you have awakened the memories of your past life as the sovereign of foxes or absorbed fragments of the nine-tailed fox's essence and memories, you must understand that you bear the edict of Nuwa, the mother goddess. Thus, you ought to venture to the palace of King Zhou to disrupt the Shang dynasty or fulfill other tasks for the mother goddess. By choosing to remain by my side as my consort, you define Yua's will. Daji, you must consider the consequences of opposing Yua's intentions. Brother Nezha, after vanquishing the primordial spirit of the nine-tailed fox, I obtained fragments of its essence and memories. In this moment, I am acutely aware of my purpose for existence and the weight of the mission that I bear. However, the decree of the goddess Enwa was intended for the nine-tailed fox, and I am Su Daji, not the fox itself. In this life, I yearn only to be true to myself, refusing to become an instrument or a pawn of Enwa. As I speak, my gaze meets Nezha's, and a playful smile graces my lips. As for the dire consequences of defying Enwa's will, dear brother Nezha, you too have contravened the edicts of both Enwa and the primordial heavenly venerable, choosing not to serve as the general in the campaign against the Shang, but instead establishing your own realm, aspiring to unify the world. I wish to remain by your side, and should you succeed in altering your fate, I shall accompany you as your eternal celestial companion. Should you falter, I am willing to face Enwa's and the primordial heavenly venerable's punishments alongside you. What a remarkably clever little fox you are. Upon hearing my heartfelt declaration, Nezha cannot help but commend me. Indeed, I possess an intellect that surpasses the ordinary. Had I adhered to Enwa's directive and caused chaos in the Shang dynasty, I would have certainly amassed countless sins. Once the calamity of the divine sealing concludes, without Enwa's protection, I would not only face death but also eternal infamy. However, remaining by Nezha's side and sharing in his quest to alter our fates would ensure that, even in failure, my fate would not be worse than annihilation. Should Nezha succeed, I would not only regain my previous state of an immortal golden celestial but also attain the protection of mortal fortune, freeing myself from the dread of calamities. Daji, I now understand your intentions, but I have one more question. As the reincarnation of the Lord of all foxes, blessed with true celestial powers, are you truly willing to cede the position of primary wife to your second sister? What is there to begrudge? I cast a concerned glance at Nezha before continuing. Brother Nezha, please do not take offense at what I am about to say. Sister Huang Yin and my sister Ningxiang have but a few decades to live. By granting the primary wife position to Sister Huang Yin, once her time has come, I shall then become your eternal wife. Furthermore, although my sister Ningxiang may not voice it, I know she harbors feelings of envy and jealousy regarding my becoming your primary wife. Allowing Huang Yin to be your primary wife, while Ningxiang and I serve as your concubines, would also resolve the emotional turmoil that has long plagued my sister. Daji, you truly are a wonderful sister. I see that your intention in relinquishing the primary wife position to your second sister is to alleviate Ningxiang's heartache, is it not? I cannot help but wonder if perhaps you have a sisterly obsession. Indeed, my devotion to my sister Su Ningxiang, with whom I have shared my life, is profound. In the original trajectory of fate, the thoroughly darkened demoness Daji even drowned her husband, King Zhou. Yet, throughout it all, I have never harmed my sister Ningxiang. Even though Su Ningxiang assists Empress Jiang, and despite the opposition faced by individuals like Bygone against the enchanting Daji, the bewitching fox spirit has never harmed her younger sister, Su Ningxiang. With a creak, as Nezha jestingly remarked that Daji was a sister Khan, Su Ningxiang entered, carrying a bowl of bird's nest porridge and ginseng soup. Brother Nezha, sister, what were you discussing just now? Surely you weren't mocking me? If not for the comparison with Daji, Miss Su Ningxiang would be regarded as an intelligent, virtuous, and extraordinarily beautiful woman. However, when contrasted with her sister, Daji, even Su Ningxiang felt like an awkward, unremarkable duckling. Thus, she often worried that others, especially her sister Daji, would secretly ridicule her. Ningxiang, I was just teasing your sister Daji, saying she resembles a delicate flower. Nezha turned to Su Ningxiang, his face solemn. While Daji's beauty is indeed captivating, I doubt she possesses the qualities needed to bear children, unlike you, Ningxiang. You are clearly capable of bearing sons. Brother Nezha. Su Ningxiang shot him a glare. Yet her heart swelled with delight, for she recognized that Nezha was praising her fertility. It was not an empty compliment. Indeed, Daji, though born human, had begun transforming into a fox spirit due to her cultivation of the nine-tailed fox's demonic arts. Now, Daji could no longer conceive with Nezha. Even if she consumed the celestial medicine from Lingjiao Mountain, her chances of bearing offspring would be significantly lower than those of Huang Yin and Su Ningxiang. After Su Ningxiang settled beside the round table, Nezha finished the porridge and ginseng soup she had brought, then spent half an hour conversing with the two sisters before preparing to depart. As he reached the palace entrance, Nezha paused, turning back to say, Daji, Ningxiang, I have already sent my second sister to consult our adoptive mother about the date of my marriage. You should also reach out to your father-in-law to discuss the wedding date. With those words, Nezha stepped out of the palace. Chapter 58. Ultimately destined yet unfated in the original trajectory of Nezha's fate, he, along with Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, was trapped by the god of Mount Siye on Mount Hua for 10 years. Not only did he fail to recall his past life as the fire deity, but he also forgot all memories from his childhood spent in the Enhua Palace before the age of 8. Hence, the Navi Nezha unwittingly developed romantic feelings for young Lianhua. However, the present Nezha possesses all the memories of his current life and his past life as the fire deity, along with awakened memories from an even earlier existence, encompassing experiences from a different realm. With the accumulation of lifetimes, Nezha's inner age has surpassed 50 years. Although Nezha is not devoid of affection, he has grown indifferent to matters of the heart and will not easily succumb to love. Presently, Nezha has resolved to wed Huang Yin, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang. This decision is motivated by his desire to repay the Huang and Su families for their unwavering support, as well as his duty as the ruler of the Western Qin Kingdom to marry and produce heirs to stabilize the populace. Should Nezha remain without a successor, the common folk would undoubtedly feel unsettled, apprehensive that after his passing, the Western Qin Kingdom might face an uncertain future. Upon returning to the Huang residence, Huang Yin eagerly shared the news of Nezha's proposal with Madame Huang, who was overjoyed. Although Nezha is not her biological son, Madame Huang has no control over when he chooses to marry. However, Huang Yin is her own daughter, and as the years pass without her marrying, Madame Huang grows increasingly anxious, fearing that her daughter may become an unmarried woman of 30. Now that Nezha has finally come to his senses and chosen Huang Yin as his bride, Madame Huang promptly decided that the wedding should take place in 3 days, coinciding with the nearest auspicious date. Any delay would require waiting another month. After Su Daji and Su Ningxiang contacted the Marquis of Jizhou, Su Hu, and learned of Madame Huang's intention to marry off her daughter in 3 days, they too designated that day for their own weddings. The 3 days swiftly passed. With hurried preparations, the city of Chang'an adorned itself in festive decorations, immersing in celebration for the grand wedding of Nezha, the ruler of Western Qin. Within the royal palace, Nezha simultaneously married 3 brides, with his brother-in-law Huang Tianhua officiating the ceremony, paying respects to the esteemed Huang Feihu, Madame Huang, and Su Hu, his elders. Officials, military leaders, and wealthy merchants from Chang'an presented valuable gifts to Nezha in a lively display of festivity. As the exuberant wedding continued into the afternoon, Nezha escorted his 3 brides to the inner palace before returning to the main hall to enjoy drinks and merriment with some young warriors. As night fell, guests began to depart the palace, whether intoxicated or sober, leaving the once vibrant hall eerily quiet. Feeling somewhat bored, Nezha wandered into the courtyard, gazing at the full moon illuminating the night sky. In this lifetime, he ardently pursues the path of transcendence, aspiring to become an indestructible celestial being, free from the burdens of earthly emotions. If it were possible, Nezha would prefer not to be ensnared by the trials of love. Yet, as is the nature of humanity, one finds themselves entangled in the affairs of the world. Nezha feels a deep sense of obligation to repay the kindness of the Huang family for their nurturing and support, as well as the Su family for their unwavering assistance in his time of need. Fortunately, Huang Yin, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang are not like the frail young Lianhua, who often weeps helplessly, exhausting the hearts of those around her. Just as Nezha was lost in contemplation beneath the luminous moon, a butterfly, its wings resembling the delicate hues of a lotus blossom, suddenly fluttered before him, dancing in the air. Nezha regained his awareness, fixating on the butterfly before him for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger forward. The exquisite butterfly promptly accepted Nezha's invitation, alighting delicately upon his fingertip. Observing this scene, Nezha's expression betrayed no hint of joy. He was not a fragrant princess with an alluring aura. Thus a typical butterfly would not approach him without reason. Moreover, Nezha was reeking of alcohol at that moment, his gaze fixed on the colorful butterfly perched on his finger. He discerned that, despite her efforts to conceal it, a faint aura of magic still emanated from her. This butterfly, resting upon Nezha's finger, was transformed through the art of illusion by someone imbued with magical power. Nezha surmised that this butterfly was most likely young Lianhua in disguise. With a slight intoxication, Nezha chuckled at the butterfly that had taken the form of young Lianhua, though they were fated to be together. He mused that young Lianhua was perhaps too easily swayed by emotion. Nezha had long kept her at arm's length, yet here she was, deeply infatuated, willing to transform into a butterfly to seek him out on his wedding night. "O little butterfly, why do you not join your fellow butterflies? Why come to me alone? Is it that you are solitary by nature, believing your kind cannot comprehend you, and thus seek me out, thinking I could be your confidant?" Nezha exhaled a breath laced with the scent of alcohol towards the butterfly, which had yet to take flight from his fingertip. He continued, "O little butterfly, if you truly believe that I could understand you, that I could be the confidant you desire, have you considered whether I need you by my side? I have my own life and ideals to pursue. If you were to intrude upon my life, I would be unable to divert my attention to care for you. Go. Go. My life's path is fraught with difficulties. Your presence would not bring you happiness, but rather burden me." With that, Nezha flicked his right hand, sending the butterfly soaring into the air. After circling around him 3 times, the butterfly, transformed by Yang Lianhua, finally departed, flying towards the direction of Shiqi. As he watched the butterfly's silhouette fade away, Nezha felt a profound emptiness within. It seemed at this time he had irrevocably wounded Yang Lianhua's heart, and she would not return to visit him as she had today. Perhaps it is for the best. You should follow Yunzizi and diligently cultivate your path, becoming the immortal and carefree Lotus Fairy. After speaking, Nezha turned and walked towards the inner palace, at the Yushu cave of Mount Zhongnan. After the butterfly vanished from Nezha's sight, Yang Lianhua did not return to Shiqi, but instead arrived here. By the lotus pond, she reverted to her human form, covering her face with her sleeve as she dashed into her room, weeping bitterly. Hearing her sobs, Yunzizi entered her chamber and gazed at her, unable to suppress a sigh. "Lianhua, I have long advised you that enduring prolonged pain is far worse than enduring brief suffering. You and Nezha share a bond that is fated yet unfulfilled. Alas, you have chosen to disregard my counsel." "Master, why is this so?" wept young Lianhua. "If I am fated yet unfulfilled with Nezha, then why did destiny allow me to encounter him and fall in love with him? Such is the will of fate, and it is beyond my comprehension," Yunzhangzi replied, shaking his head. "Lianhua, now that Nezha has wed another, you must let go of your affections. Remain here with me to diligently cultivate your skills, and cease concerning yourself with the trivialities of the mortal realm. Once this divine calamity concludes and your brother Yangjian ascends as the god of war in the heavenly court, you shall return to the world as a carefree and radiant celestial maiden." Chapter 59, The Agricultural Endeavors of the Western Qin amidst the war with the Shang dynasty in the year Nezha wed at the age of 25. Duke Jichang of the Western Zhou, having endured the anguish of losing a child, resolved to rise against the Shang dynasty with the assistance of Jiangxia and the allegiance of the northern and southern barons. Thus commenced the war between the Shang and Zhou. After his marriage, Nezha intended to observe the conflict from the sidelines, hoping to ultimately seize the opportunity to outmaneuver both the mantis and the cicada. However, the astute Jiangxia would not afford Nezha such a chance. Amidst the territories of the Zhou, King Wen Jichang, along with the northern and southern barons, commenced the cultivation of high-yield crops such as sweet potatoes under Jiangxia's guidance, setting forth on a path of agricultural development. Although Nezha had established his own nation, the Western Qin, it had been 7 years since a single soldier had set foot on the lands of the Shang. Meanwhile, Jichang, having founded the Western Zhou, boldly declared his intent to rise against King Zhou Xin. King Zhou Xin had endured Nezha's existence for 7 long years and was reluctant to tolerate Jichang, whom he loathed even more, knowing that the longer he waited, the stronger the Western Zhou would become. Thus, King Zhou summoned the capable and extraordinary individuals from across the realm, enlisting the help of Shen Gongbao, and began to actively mobilize troops against the Western Zhou. Due to the geographical positioning of the capital of the Western Qin, Chang'an, which separated the territories of the Shang and Western Zhou, the Shang forces refrained from directly assaulting the Western Qi and instead directed their efforts southward against the Southern Baron, who had allied with the Western Zhou. In the southern region of the Shang, General Kong Xian of the Three Mountain Pass led the Kong family army to suppress the southern barony Chongyu. In this realm, even the revered Nuwa and the primordial heavenly venerable have only attained the cultivation level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. General Kong Xian of the Three Mountain Pass is not a child of the Phoenix but rather a renowned figure, hailed as the foremost among mortals beneath the sages. The first peacock in the world. This General Kong Xian, a mere martial general of the Shang, akin to the four great heavenly kings of Chaoga, Li Jing, Su Hu, and Huang Feihu, possessed the pinnacle of martial arts and mastery over the mystical art known as the five-colored divine light, which allowed him to conceal objects and individuals. With the support of the troops from Chaoga led by Shen Gongbao, General Kong Xian launched an offensive against southern Baron Yichongyu, swiftly and decisively seizing half of Yichongyu's territory, prompting the southern baron to send 12 urgent pleas for aid to Prime Minister Jiang Zia of the Western Zhou. The southern Marquis Yichongyu served as a vital ally to the Western Zhou dynasty, and the Chancellor Jiang Zia would not permit his disciple, Shen Gongbao, to assist in the assassination of Yichongyu and seize his territory. Thus, Jiang Zia personally led the formidable generals Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi, commanding a grand army to aid Marquis Yichongyu. On Yichongyu's lands, the first clash between the Shang and Zhou states unfolded. At the forefront of the armies, Jiang Zia skillfully employed provocation, challenging Shen Gongbao to a duel. In a decisive turn of events, the overconfident Shen Gongbao suffered a catastrophic defeat, relinquishing his long-gathered arsenal of magical artifacts, including the famed three-pointed, double-edged blade, the Thunder Goddess Hammer, the Divine Water of the Celestial Master, and his two legendary beasts, the Howling Celestial Dog and the uniquely shaped beast, all of which fell into Jiang Zia's possession. It was only at this moment that Shen Gongbao was struck with horror, realizing the truth in Nezha's words that all his collected treasures and beasts would ultimately belong to his foes. After years of relentless accumulation, he discovered that his efforts had merely clothed another in finery. Ashamed and humiliated, he chose to retreat alone to Chaoga City. Meanwhile, the general of the Three Mountain Pass, Kong Xian, along with Shen Gongbao's disciples, Tu Xingsuan and Deng Chanyu, continued their conflict against Jiang Zia's forces. Unexpectedly, Yang Jian, now wielding the three-pointed, double-edged blade and accompanied by the Howling Celestial Dog, exhibited extraordinary prowess, single-handedly defeating Kong Xian, Tu Xingsuan, and Deng Chanyu, capturing them alive. Discontent had long been brewing in Tu Xingsuan and Deng Chanyu after being abandoned by their master Shen Gongbao. Following Jiang Zia's persuasive words, they swiftly resolved to abandon the shadows and join the ranks of the Western Zhou army. Although Kong Xian exhibited great resilience, he too succumbed to Jiang Zia's eloquence after 7 days and nights of discussion. Following this battle, the strength of the Western Zhou did not wane. Rather, with Kong Xian, Tu Xingsuan, and Deng Chanyu aligning with them, their power surged dramatically, claiming a substantial portion of the realm. The Shang dynasty, having lost the Three Mountain Pass and the forces of Kong Xian, was left with merely a third of the world, now reduced to 2 fragments with only Chaoga and Chindang Pass remaining under its dominion. At this juncture, Dongbo Ho, the father of Queen Jiang, did not offer support to the beleaguered Shang dynasty but instead aligned himself with the inevitable tide, initiating communication with Jiang Zia to express his allegiance to the Western Zhou. Should Dongbo Ho's defection be realized, the Western Zhou would command half of the realm, rivaling the illustrious heights of the Shang dynasty. Nezha observed the burgeoning might of the Western Zhou without the slightest hint of anxiety. If one were to assess merely by territorial expanse, the Western Zhou would indeed grow ever stronger in the conflict against the Shang, ultimately subsuming all of its lands and emerging as a colossal entity with 7 parts of the realm, formidable enough to challenge the Western Qin state. Yet, this was merely a fade. Presently, while the Western Zhou ostensibly possessed 4 parts of the realm, the Northern Marquis, Southern Marquis, and Kong Xian remained the sovereigns of their respective territories. Jiang Zia's authority over them was only acknowledged when they willingly complied. Thus, the lands of the Northern Marquis, Southern Marquis, and the Three Mountain Pass constituted a mere extension of the Western Zhou's dominion. If the Northern Lord of the Bow, the Southern Lord of the Bow, and Kong Xian were unwilling to heed Jiang Zia's commands, then the vast Western Zhou would merely be a hollow shell, with only the common folk and soldiers of the West Qi responding obediently to Jiang Zia's orders. In other words, When the future conflict between the Western Qin and the Western Zhou arises, should Nezha manage to vanquish the main forces led by Jiangxia, the northern and southern lords of the Bo would be able to adopt a neutral stance, observing the struggle for dominance between the Western Qin and the Western Zhou. While Nezha continued to cultivate the land and foster development, the astute Jiangxia refrained from pressing his advantage by launching an offensive against Chaoga and Shintang Pass. Instead, he initiated agricultural policies in the territories of the southern lord of the Bo and at the Three Mountain Pass, restoring the farming practices that had been disrupted by the conflicts between the Shang and Zhou. Simultaneously, Jiangxia began to implement policies akin to those in West Qi in the domains of the southern lord of the Bo and at the Three Mountain Pass, endeavoring to fully integrate these areas into the realm of the Western Zhou. If a child like Nezha could perceive the issues that arose during the growth of the Western Zhou, then surely the cunning Jiangxia could as well, were it not for the looming threat of Nezha's Western Qin, eager to seize the final advantage. Jiangxia might have overlooked these concerns and focused solely on the grand endeavor of overthrowing the tyrant Zhou. However, now, in pursuit of reviving the Zhou and vanquishing the Shang, and especially for the monumental task of establishing the divine ordination of the Western Zhou after its ascendance, Jiangxia had to tread carefully, aiding the Western Zhou in resolving the fragmentation of power among the feudal lords and ensuring that their territories were genuinely transformed into the lands of the Western Zhou. The victorious Western Zhou did not exploit their triumph for further conquests. The defeated Shang, though King Zhou of Shang, Dxin, was reluctant to acquiesce, could only temporarily lower their banners and await the restoration of their strength before launching new campaigns. Time flowed inexorably amidst the intermittent conflicts between the Shang and the Western Zhou, and soon a decade had passed. In the 28th year of Dxin's reign, a year fated for the downfall of the Shang, the cataclysmic war of the gods reached its conclusion. 10 years had swiftly elapsed. Originally, with the Zhou growing strong and the Shang weakened, Jiangxia could have rallied the Western Zhou forces to decisively shatter Chaoga and obliterate the Shang. Yet, in a bid to prevent Nezha's Western Qin from reaping the rewards, Jiangxia refrained from igniting the conflict between the Shang and the Zhou, focusing instead on agricultural development in the dominion of the southern lord of the Bo and at the Three Mountain Pass. Even when Dxin proactively dispatched troops against him, Jiangxia's victories were limited to capturing a city or territory as mere retribution. Now, a decade later, the lands of the southern lord of the Bo and the Three Mountain Pass had been thoroughly assimilated into the territory of the Western Zhou. Yi Chongyu had become a nominal southern lord of the Bo, while Kong Xian, still the general of the Three Mountain Pass, retained only the power to command troops, devoid of any influence in the governance of the pass. Although Jiangxia's efforts had augmented the strength of the Western Zhou threefold, they had also instilled fear in the eastern and northern lords of the Bo. The defection of the eastern and northern lords from the Shang to the Western Zhou had stemmed from Dxin's ambition to subjugate the feudal lords and reclaim the lands of the 800 vassals for the Shang. In the present time, the practices of the Western Zhou mirror those of the Great Shang, with the latter merely possessing plans to subdue the vassals, while the former has genuinely assimilated the territories of the southern Bo. Consequently, the northern Bo, who initially allied with the Western Zhou, and the eastern Bo, who intended to ally with them, began to navigate between the Western Zhou and the Western Qin, maintaining favor with both sides, opting to observe the outcome of the rivalry between the Western Zhou and Western Qin for supremacy over the world. In the final year of the Fengshen War, Jiangxia sensed that the fate of the Shang dynasty was drawing to a close. Despite the formidable threat posed by Nezha's Western Qin, Jiangxia resolved to mobilize the 200,000 troops of the Western Zhou from the Three Mountain Pass to directly strike at Chaoga, in order to fulfill the grand endeavor of bestowing divinity upon the gods. Upon learning of Jiangxia's advance towards Chaoga, Nezha quickly assembled 15,000 elite soldiers and led them to Chaoga, simultaneously requesting Huang Feihu and Suhu to march with 50,000 troops towards Shiqi. Both the Western Qin and Western Zhou dispatched their armies to Chaoga. Upon receiving this news, King Zhou of the Shang entrusted all the troops at his disposal to the only one among the 4 heavenly kings of Chaoga still loyal to the Shang, the pagoda-bearing King Li Jing, while sending Shun Gongbao with extraordinary talents from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks to impede Jiangxia's forces. The current state of affairs was evident to any discerning observer. King Zhou understood that the Shang dynasty's time was up, yet he preferred to see his nephew Nezha usurp the Shang realm rather than allow the old man Ji Chong and his son Ji Fa to benefit. Thus, King Zhou commanded Li Jing and his army, along with Shun Gongbao and others, to obstruct Jiangxia's troops, not anticipating victory, but merely hoping to buy some time for Nezha's advance on Chaoga. Half a month later, Nezha arrived at the gates of Chaoga with his army of 15,000. Yet the forces did not enter, treating the seemingly deserted city as an empty shell. Inside the palace, Upon learning that Nezha's army was encamped outside without any intention to attack, King Zhou personally approached the western gate of Chaoga to gaze upon Nezha's forces. Witnessing the impressive display of Nezha's troops, far surpassing the standard Shang soldiers, King Zhou couldn't help but clench his fists and sighed, reflecting, "If such a strong army were under my command, the Shang would not have fallen to this state." While King Zhou scrutinized Nezha's forces, Nezha, having sensed King Zhou's presence at the western gate, immediately rode forth from the camp to bid farewell to King Zhou for the last time. It had been nearly 18 years since they last met. Yet, Nezha's appearance remained unchanged, still resembling the youthful visage of an 18-year-old boy. Thus, as Nezha rode to the western gate, King Zhou instantly recognized him. In stark contrast, King Zhou, stripped of the blessings of human fortune and the waning luck of the Shang, had aged considerably, resembling an elderly man nearing the twilight of life, exuding an aura of impending death. "Ha ha, Nezha." Pointing at Nezha, who was riding towards the west city gate, King Zhou of Shang, DXing, laughed heartily to his companion. Ding Zhougong. After all these years, Nezha remained unchanged, seemingly having grasped the essence of immortal cultivation. Why is it that, as sovereigns of the same realm, I am destined to a mere few decades of life while Nezha enjoys eternal existence alongside the world? As long as Nezha lives, his western Qin can secure dominion for millennia. How unjust is the way of heaven? Ding Zhougong, at a loss for words, could not fathom how to respond to King Zhou. Nezha's feats defied reason, making them inexplicable by ordinary standards. Throughout history, many emperors have sought the path of immortality to retain their thrones indefinitely, yet none have succeeded. Nezha, however, is the first to shatter this norm. He stands as a pioneer, though it remains uncertain if others will follow in his footsteps. "Uncle, it has been over a decade. How have you been?" Nezha greeted King Zhou, who stood at the city gate. "My dear nephew, it seems my Shang dynasty is on the brink of being seized by you." "It's a wonder I am well," replied King Zhou with a smile, unfazed by Nezha's reference to him solely as uncle rather than the king of Shang. "Currently, my armies are stationed in the south, holding back Jiang Ziya's rebellious forces. Chaoga City stands as a true empty fortress, devoid of soldiers. Since you have arrived, why not enter the city and share a moment of familial camaraderie?" Nezha shook his head. "Uncle, although I could breach Chaoga without losing a single soldier, I, Nezha, have vowed to serve the Shang dynasty with unwavering loyalty during my lifetime. Despite my transgression of that oath, I do not wish for the downfall of the Shang by my hand." Hearing this, King Zhou burst into laughter. "My dear nephew, I was right to have Li Jing lead the army to obstruct Jiang Ziya's rebels and leave Chaoga for you. In light of my generosity, answer me honestly, had I not quarreled with you in the past, would you have remained loyal to the Shang? Or would you have sought to usurp my throne once your power was sufficient?" "Uncle, my greatest aspiration is to transcend the realms of celestial beings, demons, humans, and spirits, ultimately achieving the indestructible Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The power of earthly emperors is, to me, a mere burden. If you had continued to place your trust in me, granting me the protection of the Shang as human fortune, I would have devoted myself to unifying the world by defeating the 800 feudal lords. After the conclusion of this divine war, I would relinquish all power, retaining only a life of wealth and honor. Alas, it is regrettable that you did not make the right choice." Upon finishing, Nezha shook his head, and King Zhou let out a bitter laugh. "Regret consumes me for having listened to the slander of that old man, Jichang. Yet, perhaps this is the will of heaven. Destiny has decreed that the great Shang shall meet its demise, and thus I, a mere mortal, have made the grievous error of banishing loyal ministers and valiant generals from my side." As Emperor Xin of the Shang finished speaking, a sudden whirlwind descended from the heavens, encircling him. When the tempest ceased its swirling, it revealed the figure of a middle-aged Taoist priest, the esteemed national master of the Shang, Shen Gongbao. "My king, the fate of the Shang has reached its end," Shen Gongbao exclaimed, his expression fraught with urgency. "I have joined forces with the Daoist brethren from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks to confront the rebellious army of Jiang Ziya alongside Li Jing." Unexpectedly, after Jiang Ziya and Yang Jian breached our grand formation, Li Jing's master appeared and persuaded him to abandon the Shang and pledge allegiance to the Zhou. Now, Li Jing has defected to the Western Zhou, serving as the vanguard of Jiang Ziya's campaign against the Shang. The situation for the Shang is beyond redemption. I relinquish my position as national master back to you. My king, I implore you to take care of yourself." With that, Shen Gongbao transformed back into a whirlwind and vanished. Emperor Xin, momentarily taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Even Li Jing has betrayed me? The 4 great heavenly kings of Chaoga are all treacherous rebels. Indeed, heaven has forsaken the great Shang." Chapter 61. The battle for supremacy commences. The conversation between Emperor Xin and Shen Gongbao did not escape the ears of Nezha. Upon hearing of Li Jing's betrayal, Nezha felt no surprise. After all, in the original trajectory of fate, Li Jing had already lost the trust and favor of Emperor Xan. And from the time Nezha was 25, he had been outwardly obedient while covertly undermining the Shang, committing acts of treason against both the dynasty and the emperor. Li Jing's delay in abandoning the Shang for the Zhou was not due to unwavering loyalty to the Shang dynasty, but rather because the increasingly isolated Emperor Xian continued to rely on him despite his betrayal. Now that Li Jing's master has urged him to defect, the edict of a sovereign cannot be defied, and neither can that of a mentor. With this new command to abandon the Shang, Li Jing wasted no time in aligning himself with the Western Zhou, appointed by Jiang Ziya as the vanguard against the Shang. After uttering "Heaven has forsaken the great Shang," Emperor Xian turned and departed through the western city gate, just as Nezha was about to return to his camp. The anxious figure of Deng Jiogong burst forth from the west gate. "Your Majesty, halt," Deng Jiogong implored. Nezha initially ignored his calls. But when Deng Jiogong caught up with his steed, Nezha reined in his horse, fixing a cold gaze upon him. "Deng Jiogong, should you seek to betray your former lord and align with me, I shall not accept a disloyal subject." "Your Majesty has misunderstood," Deng Jiogong replied, his face etched with sorrow. "I have come to convey the king's decree. His Majesty commands that you immediately lead your forces into the city to defend Chaoga. We must not allow it to fall into the hands of treacherous rebels of the Zhou." "Your uncle has issued a command to me?" Nezha mocked with derision. "I am the esteemed king of Qin. I am no mere subject to heed his royal orders. You should return and inform my uncle that as long as the great Shang dynasty endures, I, Nezha, shall not set foot in Chaoga city. The Qin king is benevolent." After praising Nezha, Lord Deng Jiogong continued, "Your Majesty, just now, the king departed from the city gate to return to the palace, intending to immolate himself atop the star-picking tower. Now that the Shang has fallen, the Qin king may enter Chaoga. Has my uncle gone to the star-picking tower to self-immolate?" Upon receiving this news, Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment, only to quickly find solace. Although Nezha had altered the course of fate, and King Zhou of Shang, Dexine, was not drowned in the wine pool by the demoness Daji, his demise was ultimately inevitable. As a former ruler of the world, even if Nezha or GFA were to seize the realm and offer him a chance at survival, Dexine would not accept a life of servitude beneath others. After a moment's hesitation, Nezha produced a command token from his possession and tossed it to Lord Deng Jiogong, saying, "Deng Jiogong, take my token to the military camp and relay orders for the troops to enter the city and prepare for the impending battle. I must now proceed to the palace to retrieve my uncle's remains." With that, Nezha turned his steed and galloped into Chaoga city. As the capital of the Shang dynasty, Chaoga was a vast city with a population in the hundreds of thousands, and Nezha's horse could scarcely run swiftly through its streets. Yet, Nezha refrained from summoning the wind and fire wheels or soaring through the clouds to the palace, for he feared that if he arrived too quickly, King Dexine might not have time to set himself aflame. Should he enter the palace while Dexine still lived? Would Nezha be compelled to save him or not? This posed a dilemma of considerable weight. After all, Dexine was Nezha's uncle, and to abandon him in death would seem utterly unjustifiable. Thus, Nezha resolved to wait until Dexine had perished before entering the palace. Upon reaching the gates of the Chaoga palace, Nezha beheld the star-picking tower engulfed in flames. Confirming that Dexine had indeed succumbed, he promptly dismounted his steed and soared towards the burning tower. Nezha had come to collect Dexine's remains. If he tarried too long and Dexine's body were reduced to ashes, he would be unable to fulfill his duty. In an instant, he ascended above the blazing star-picking tower and invoked the power of calling the wind and rain, summoning a torrential rain to extinguish the inferno. This tower, after all, represented a monumental investment of resources, and it would be a grave loss to see it consumed by fire. With Dexine already deceased, Nezha felt it imperative to preserve the star-picking tower as a historical relic for future generations. Once the flames were quelled, Nezha ascended to the rooftop of the tower and discovered Dexine's body, preserved intact, having succumbed to the smoke of the fire. "Uncle, rest in peace. Your devoted nephew shall not squander your benevolence. I shall safeguard Chaoga city and unify the realm under the Qin." After crafting an ice coffin to preserve Dexine's remains, Nezha did not hasten to inter his body. Zhou Wang, Dexine, was indeed the sovereign of humanity in his era. Nezha planned to honor him with a grand imperial burial after the world was unified. On the second day following Nezha's army's encampment at Chaoga city, Jiang Ziya arrived at its gates with an imposing force of 300,000 soldiers. Leading the vanguard for Jiang Ziya was none other than the formidable Li Jing, the king of the heavenly spirits, who was originally tasked with halting Jiang Ziya's advance alongside his own 10,000 troops. Standing at the southern gate of Chaoga city, Nezha exhibited no apprehension regarding the impending battle for supremacy. For vanguard generals under Jiang Ziya, Li Jing, Yang Jian, Lei Jinzi, and Kong Xian, approached the southern gate, each accompanied by their respective troops. Gazing at Nezha, Li Jing found himself engulfed in uncertainty. It was not that he doubted Nezha's capabilities to confront the destiny-favored Western Zhou army led by Jiang Ziya, but rather, it was the conviction that Nezha was destined to fail that left him hesitant to engage in a conflict that would pit him against his own kin. Understanding Li Jing's predicament, Yang Jian spoke up. Li Tianwang, Nezha stands alone while we are many. There is no need for you to intervene. We shall handle Nezha ourselves. After addressing Li Jing, Yang Jian turned to Nezha and proclaimed, Nezha, the fall of the Shang dynasty heralds the rise of the Zhou. You, like Lei Jinzi and I, were once favored by destiny as celestial generals, meant to assist in the downfall of the Shang. Yet you have strayed from this path, seeking to claim dominion over the realm. Now that the time has come to settle the world, return to your senses and submit to the Zhou, sparing the innocent from the ravages of war. Once the Zhou unifies the land, Prime Minister Jiang will establish the Fengshen platform and confer titles upon the deities. And your name shall surely grace the list of honored gods. Join us in the heavenly realm and live as a deity, far more blissful than reigning as a mortal king. Free-eyed one, you are excessively verbose, Nezha retorted, scratching his ear in irritation after hearing Yang Jian's lengthy discourse. The mandate of heaven resides within me. My will is the will of heaven. I shall be the sovereign of this realm, wielding dominion over humanity and the cosmos. You wish for me to forsake all that I possess to become the so-called deity you would bestow upon me? Such aspirations are mere folly. If you desire Chaoga City and the unification of the Western Zhou, come and seize it by your own merit. With that, Nezha leaped down from the city gate, charging directly at Yang Jian. Now possessing the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, Yang Jian felt no fear in the face of Nezha's fierce advance. He soared from his steed, brandishing his three-pointed, double-edged blade to meet Nezha head-on. Chapter 62, a display of divine might against three foes a decade prior. Nezha had perfected the 36 transformations of the heavenly stars, elevating his magical prowess to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Although he had yet to forge an indestructible body, achieving the great Luo golden immortal status, Nezha's strength was already unrivaled within the golden immortal realm. Ultimately, Yang Jian, the backup of the Destined One, remained merely a substitute. Nezha's immortality precludes Yang Jian from receiving greater favor from the mandate of heaven. After Nezha seized the opportunity of the 9 transformation elixir, Yang Jian's achievement of reaching the early golden immortal realm through sheer diligence is indeed a remarkable feat, alas. The chasm of power between the pinnacle golden immortal Nezha and the nascent golden immortal Yang Jian is insurmountably vast. With a thunderous crash, when Nezha's right hand wielded the Fang Tian Hua Ji and clashed with Yang Jian's dual-handed three-pointed double-edged blade, the clash of their magical powers sent Yang Jian hurtling backward. Witnessing Nezha's terrifying prowess, the foremost general of the Western Zhou, Yang Jian, found himself unable to withstand even a single strike from Nezha. Thunderous Jinzi and Kong Xian exchanged glances and simultaneously launched their attacks against Nezha. Thunderous Jinzi unleashed lightning from his thunder hammer towards Nezha, while Kong Xian swung a long-handled blade in his direction. Nezha, with a flick of his left arm, utilized his magical power to summon the Qiankuan circle to deflect Thunderous Jinzi's lightning, while simultaneously thrusting the Fang Tian Hua Ji towards Kong Xian. Coldly, he proclaimed, "You too, mere peak true immortals, dare to challenge me. Do you truly believe I, Nezha, am incapable of taking a life?" As he spoke, Nezha's Fang Tian Hua Ji collided with Kong Xian's long-handled blade with tremendous force, sending Kong Xian crashing to the ground. Immediately, Nezha lunged at Kong Xian, aiming the Fang Tian Hua Ji directly at his vital points. "Nezha, do not harm him." At that moment, Yang Jian, who had been sent flying by Nezha, returned with fierce intent. Faced with Yang Jian's fierce advance, Nezha was compelled to abandon his attempt to vanquish Kong Xian and instead engage Yang Jian in battle. Though Yang Jian is merely a backup son of destiny, he still possesses significant favor from the heavens. Nezha's alteration of fate prevented Huang Yin from marrying Yang Jian, allowing the esteemed daughter of the powerful Duke Deng Chanyu, to become Yang Jian's bride. Deng Chanyu, having trained in martial arts alongside Shen Gaobao, not only hailed from a noble lineage but also shared a brother-sister bond with Yang Jian as disciples of the Yusu Palace. For Yang Jian, having Deng Chanyu as a celestial partner far surpasses Huang Yin by multiple magnitudes. With Nezha's theft of the 9 transformation elixir, destiny granted Yang Jian the opportunity to cultivate diligently to the early golden immortal realm without the aid of elixirs. His foundation is extraordinarily solid, rendering him even more formidable than his original destined path. As Nezha and Yang Jian clashed, Nezha deeply felt the resilience of those designated as children of destiny, and their backups, creatures remarkably difficult to vanquish. Previously, when Nezha had sent Yang Jian flying, it not only failed to injure him but also imparted wisdom. Yang Jian understood that he could not confront Nezha head-on, but must instead rely on cunning to overcome brute strength. No longer did Yang Jian attempt to match Nezha's strikes with his three-pointed double-edged blade. As Nezha swung the Fang Tian Hua Ji, Yang Jian adeptly evaded. Yet, whenever Nezha sought to distance himself, Yang Jian would retaliate with strikes aimed at Nezha's vital areas. He flawlessly executed the principle of retreating when the enemy advances, advancing when the enemy retreats. As Yang Jian launched a frontal assault to ensnare Nezha, Lei Zhenzi and Kong Xian were not idle. They advanced from either side, intent on flanking him. Surrounded by Yang Jian, who was at the early stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, and the peak true immortal Lei Zhenzi and Kong Xian, Nezha remained undaunted, a cold smile of derision gracing his face. Do you truly believe that three can overpower one? I, Nezha, am most fearless when besieged. Behold my 3 heads and 6 arms. With that proclamation, Nezha revealed his formidable avatar. Wielding the Fang Tian Huaji with both hands, he engaged Yang Jian in combat, while the additional arms on his left summoned the Qian Kuan circle to strike at Lei Zhenzi. Simultaneously, the extra hands on his right brandished a fiery spear formed from the Yijian arrow, clashing with Kong Xian's long-handled blade. At that moment, Yang Jian's divine beast, the howling celestial dog, charged forth with a fearsome roar from the ranks of the Zhou army. Qing Wan and Fire Phoenix, Nezha called out, and immediately the two descended from the heavens, unleashing flames upon the howling celestial dog. Faced with this 2-on-1 onslaught, the once mighty and fearsome howling celestial dog was reduced to a state of panic, darting to and fro in an attempt to evade the fiery onslaught. Bravo, Nezha! Exclaimed Jiang Ziya, stroking his long beard as he observed Nezha's battle against Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, and Kong Xian, noting that he was holding his ground remarkably well. Even Yang Jian's howling celestial dog was being bullied by Nezha's Qing Wan and Fire Phoenix, whimpering in distress. Alas, Nezha fails to recognize the mandate of heaven, opposing divine will. Such a pity. Truly a great pity. Following this lament, Jiang Ziya leapt down from the back of his divine beast, the four-noted beast, and patted its back, which immediately understood its master's intent, galloping into the battlefield to assist the howling celestial dog against the Qing Wan and Fire Phoenix. Should the Qing Wan and Fire Phoenix engage the howling celestial dog and the four-noted beast on the ground, they would undoubtedly find themselves outmatched. However, as the Qing Wan and Fire Phoenix soared in the sky, while they could not harm the howling celestial dog and the four-noted beast, the reverse was also true. The confrontation between these 4 divine beasts resulted in a stalemate. Jiang Ziya then approached Li Jing, offering a respectful gesture. King Li, I have an earnest request. Your esteemed couple has indeed given birth to a remarkable son. Nezha, with his extraordinary talents, stands alone against the 3 vanguard generals of my Zhou army. Should we fail to defeat him, our efforts to capture Chaoga and establish dominion over the realm will be thwarted. For the sake of restoring peace to the populace, I earnestly beseech you, King Li, to act with righteousness and eliminate Qin. Observing the venerable Jiang Ziya, Li Jing felt a sense of deja vu. 2 decades prior, the former king of the Shang, Di, had dreamt that Nezha was destined to be the downfall of the Shang, prompting him to implore Li Jing to take the righteous stance of slaying his own son. Ultimately, Li Jing himself had defected from the Shang to the Zhou, becoming a harbinger of the Shang's demise. Reflecting on his past actions, the sacrifices he made for the Shang seemed utterly laughable now. 20 years hence, the esteemed Prime Minister Jiang Ziya of the Great Zhou implored Li Jing once more to enact the noble yet tragic act of paternal sacrifice, beseeching him to slay his own flesh and blood, the very son Nezha. You must not kill. Before Li Jing could articulate a response, Yin Shenyang at his side interjected vehemently. Prime Minister Jiang, how can you bear to compel Jinggu to commit such fratricide? Even if Nezha disowns us, he remains our son. Both Jinggu and I will never raise our hands against him. Should Nezha falter in battle, I shall prevent anyone from harming him. Yin Shenyang spoke with unwavering resolve. Li Jing cast an irate glare at her before addressing Jiang Ziya. Prime Minister Jiang, I beg for your understanding. Shenyang is but a woman, her heart devoid of the greater good. What does paternal love matter in the face of the great Zhou and the common folk? Pipa, join me in confronting that wretched Nezha. Yes, Jinggu. Lu Pipa followed Li Jing as they charged towards Nezha. Jiang Ziya then assured Yin Shenyang, Madam Li, there is no need for your concern. Should they succeed in capturing Nezha, I will ensure his life remains unscathed. But if misfortune befalls him, his name shall undoubtedly be inscribed upon the divine list. Chapter 63. A dead friend is better than a living Taoist if one were to ponder which family possesses the most profound fortune amidst the calamities of the divine sealing. None could surpass the Li family of Chintang Pass. Countless heroes perished on the battlefield during the divine sealing upheaval, and few survived to witness the conclusion of the great conflict, attaining divine status in corporeal form. Among these rare individuals, the Li family boasts three: Li Jing, Li Jingjia, and Li Muza, all three having achieved divinity in their physical forms. Even Lu Pipa, a 1,000-year-old demon, who became Li Jing's concubine, lost her wits. Aspiring not only to be a virtuous wife but also to bear children for Li Jing. Nezha, in his previous incarnation as the fire deity, was slain by Li Jing and was reborn as Li Jing's son, forever burdened by the gratitude owed to Li Jing and his wife, unable to avenge his own demise. As Li Jing and Lu Pipa joined the fray against Nezha, the latter immediately furrowed his brow. It was not because of Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, or Kong Xian, rather. It was the presence of Li Jing and Lu Pipa, one a nascent golden immortal and the other four peak true immortals, that posed a formidable challenge. Nezha's frown stemmed from Li Jing being his biological father, rendering him incapable of striking back or retaliating against him. The thought of clashing with Li Jing was so vexing that Nezha felt the urge to vomit blood. Nezha split his hands. Wielding the fire point spear transformed from the arrow of loyalty to engage Lu Pipa, while using his powers to combat Li Jing with the heavenly silk. After exchanging a dozen blows with the 5 formidable opponents, Nezha suddenly declared, Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Kong Xian, I had intended to entertain you further. But now that unwelcome company has arrived, this battle must come to an end. With that, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from Nezha's being, culminating in a resounding explosion. The formidable clash between Nezha's Fangtian Huaji and Yang Jian's three-pronged blade once again propelled Yang Jian through the air with overwhelming force. As Yang Jian was sent flying, Nezha, with the swiftness of a thunderbolt, aimed the Fangtian Huaji directly at Kong Xian's heart. If I cannot slay Yang Jian, the destined son of heaven, how could I possibly be unable to vanquish you? With a piercing sound, the blade severed Kong Xian's long-handled weapon, piercing deep into his heart. This world, after all, is merely a small realm of deification. Thus, the Kong Xian here is not the first peacock born of the phoenix ancestor. Nor does he possess the divine radiance that encompasses all things. With a single thrust, Nezha ended the life of Kong Xian, the commander of the 3 passes, inscribing his name upon the deification list. He then unleashed a tempestuous force, directing the Fangtian Huaji towards Lei Zhenzi. Seeing Nezha's ferocious advance, Lei Zhenzi retreated while flapping his wings, his eyes wide with alarm as he exclaimed, Nezha, we are both celestial warriors, fellow disciples. You cannot slay me. Had Nezha not altered his fate, Yang Jian and Lei Zhenzi would have been his cherished childhood friends and brothers. Thus, the thought of killing Lei Zhenzi stirred a twinge of guilt within Nezha. However, better the death of a friend than my own. In the current tumult of the Qinzhou War for dominion over the world, if Nezha did not steel his heart to eliminate Kong Xian and the Zhou generals like Lei Zhenzi, the Zhou forces would ultimately triumph over the Qin. In the aftermath of victory, Nezha, as a transgressor against destiny, would surely meet a grim fate. Lei Zhenzi, you harbor no grand ambitions, thus, face your destiny and be deified in death. I, however, possess lofty aspirations and seek to validate the great Tao. I shall not perish. If there is to be death, it shall be you. As Nezha uttered these words, the Fangtian Huaji was released, soaring toward Lei Zhenzi like an arrow loosed from a bow. At that moment, Yang Jian, having been struck and sent flying but now returning, witnessed the scene unfold. As Lei Zhenzi's body plummeted to the ground like a great bird, Yang Jian's eyes widened, a tempest of fury surging within him. The flying heaven child, Lei Zhenzi, had grown alongside Yang Jian, being his sole true friend and brother. Now, that very friend had been slain by Nezha. Nezha, Yang Jian roared, charging forward with his 3-pronged blade. He had not yet reached him when he unleashed a beam of divine light from his forehead towards Nezha. In that moment, Nezha manifested his formidable 3-headed, 6-armed form, perceiving all around him, thus evading Yang Jian's ambush. After deflecting Yang Jian's divine eyes light with his Fangtian Huaji, Nezha turned to face Lu Pipa, unleashing an inferno of true samadhi fire. You demon! The 9-tailed fox has long since been vanquished by me. Now it is your turn. A roaring blaze engulfed Lu Pipa, beginning to scorch her flesh. Amidst her anguished cries, she pleaded for help from Li Jing. Jingo, save me. At this moment, Li Jing found himself ensnared by Nezha's magical silk, rendering even his Linglong pagoda ineffective, as it was not the jade purity vase, which contained the divine waters capable of extinguishing the samadhi true fire. Just as Lu Pipa was on the verge of being consumed by Nezha's flames, several flying swords suddenly surged towards him, halting the onslaught of the samadhi true fire. Nezha, closing his mouth and turning his head, beheld Yin Shenyang standing beside Jiang Zia, her gaze directed towards him with an expression of complex emotions. After their eyes met, Yin Shenyang spoke with a tone lacking conviction, declaring, she is your second mother. Do not slay him. Hearing her words, Nezha could not suppress a hearty laughter. In the original course of fate, Yin Shenyang was meant to perish at the hands of Lu Pipa. However, due to Nezha's obliteration of the nine-tailed fox's primordial spirit, Lu Pipa, devoid of the fox's instigation, did not wreak havoc upon the Li family, and instead, Yin Shenyang and Lu Pipa had grown to become harmonious sisters. Since Yin Shenyang had requested mercy, Nezha acquiesced, considering it a return of the grace of her motherhood. He relinquished his intent to kill Lu Pipa and turned to engage in battle with the furious Yang Jian. How could this be? How could this be? The 5 formidable experts besieging Nezha were swiftly vanquished, with Kongxian and Lei Jinzi falling to Nezha's might. Zhang Zia widened his eyes in disbelief at the reality unfolding before him. If Nezha truly possessed such invincible strength, how would the heavenly mandate of overthrowing the Shang and establishing the Zhou be fulfilled? In the heavenly realm, Niwa gazed down upon the fierce battle outside Chaoge City, her brows furrowing in concern. The conflict between the Qin and Zhou appeared as a clash of nations. Yet, whether it was Nezha or Jiangxia, both were disciples of the Yushu Palace. To the primordial lord, who triumphed and who faltered mattered little. Should Nezha prevail, he would ascend to godhood on behalf of heaven. Should Jiangxia win, he too would be granted divine recognition. Under normal circumstances, this would not be of great concern. However, Nezha had already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. If he emerged victorious, not only would he become a deity on behalf of heaven, garnering the greatest favor of destiny, but he would also ascend as the sovereign of humanity, wielding dominion over the fates of mortals. Even if the likelihood was but a fraction of 1%, Niwa harbored no desire for another great Luo golden immortal to arise from the Yushu Palace. Observing Nezha's invincible form, she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a single, decisive strike to end his existence. Yet, she could not intervene. The great Luo golden immortal transcends the mundane world, thus remaining impervious to annihilation. Today marked the climactic battle of the Fengshen calamity, where boundless heavenly mandates and tribulations converged upon Chaoge. Should Niwa choose to act, even with her great Luo golden immortal power, she would find herself ensnared within the calamity of divine ordination. Chapter 64. The grudge of past lives and the grace of rebirth. Although Niwa could not personally confront Nezha, she had long prepared numerous arrangements for this impending calamity. Just as Nezha, facing 3 adversaries, utilized 2 of his hands to contend with Li Jing and Lu Pipa, while the other 4 hands engaged Yang Jian, Yin Shenyang's expression suddenly shifted. In her ear, a long-forgotten voice resonated, the voice of Niwa. Yin Shenyang, do you recall the promise you made to me? It is time for you to fulfill that vow. I require you to unite with Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa to slay Nezha. Upon hearing these words, Yin Shenyang felt as though her heart was shattering. How could Niwa be so cruel as to compel her to commit such an act of fratricide? Yet, this was the obligation she had pledged to Niwa. Now that Niwa had spoken, she was bound to comply. This was her debt to the goddess. In this realm, no one could attain mastery over martial arts and celestial techniques without a mentor. Huang Feihu had the disciple of the primordial heavenly venerate, Yin Zhongzi, as his master. Similarly, Li Jing's master was also a disciple of the primordial heavenly venerate. Tu Xingxuan and Deng Chanyu were students of Shen Gaobao. Su Hu's martial arts and celestial techniques originated from the ancestral teachings of the Su family and the mysterious stone tablets of the wordless heavenly scripture. Yin Shenyang possessed martial arts of the peak celestial realm but had never disclosed her lineage, for her mentor was not of this world. Rather, she was the exalted Niwa, residing in the celestial heights. It was precisely because of the bond of mentorship with Niwa that Yin Shenyang entrusted Nezha to the care of the Niwa palace after his birth. In the original course of fate, Yin Shenyang often imparted teachings to Nezha in the name of Niwa, a reflection of their mentor-student relationship. Had she had no connection to Niwa, using the goddess's name as a mere facade would have surely provoked Niwa's wrath, bringing divine retribution upon her. Niwa, I beseech you, why must you make this so difficult for me? How can you bear to have me kill Nezha? Instead, let me offer my own life to you. What use have I for your life? Niwa's emotionless voice echoed in Yin Shenyang's ears. Yin Shenyang, in your youth, you admired Li Jing, and to match him, you pleaded with me in the Niwa palace for the gift of martial arts. I granted your wish, now you must fulfill my demand. Had it not been for the martial arts I bestowed upon you, enabling you to aid Li Jing on the battlefield, he would have perished long ago, and the Li family would not enjoy their current glory. If you do not meet my request, I shall take Li Jing's life and condemn the Li family to a lifetime of misery. Yin Shenyang, this is the consequence of your debt to me. Upon hearing Niwa's decree, Yin Shenyang realized she had no alternative. Despite her profound reluctance, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, unexpectedly, the anguish that accompanied this decision was not as intense as she had feared. Nezha, my child, I am so sorry. 28 years ago, I chose Jinggo, abandoning you to fend for yourself in Feihu Gorge. 28 years later, I must still choose Jinggo. As the anguished Yin Shenyang prepared to draw her sword, The voice of the goddess Nuwa echoed once more, saying, "In Shenyang. In truth, I too am reluctant to compel you to commit such an atrocity against your own flesh and blood. I shall modify my request. I do not ask that you slay Nezha, but merely that you persuade him to relinquish his ambition for supremacy and bow in submission to King Wu of Zhou. GFA. In doing so, the debts between us shall be resolved. In the heavenly realms," as Nuwa's words concluded, the voice of the primordial heavenly venerable resonated beside her, declaring, "Your calculations are indeed astute. If you were to insist on In Shenyang committing fratricide, she would be unwilling and would rather perish at Nezha's hands than fulfill your demand. By lowering your request, with Nezha's life spared, In Shenyang will undoubtedly strive earnestly to meet your expectations." Nuwa fell silent. Regardless of the outcome of the impending Qingzhou conflict, the Yushu Palace would emerge victorious. While the primordial heavenly venerable observed the unfolding drama, Nuwa was determined to forego her dignity, pushing In Shenyang towards the unfathomable act of mother against son. Feeling no desire to converse with the heavenly venerable, on the ground below, upon hearing that she need not kill Nezha, but merely make him submit to King Wu of Zhou, In Shenyang's visage transformed from one of despair to unbridled joy, her heart now devoid of hesitation. With a resounding clang, the sword at her back leapt from its sheath, morphing into 13 flying swords that soared towards Nezha. The formidable three-headed, six-armed form would normally instill fear in the face of an assault, yet with the addition of Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa joining forces against Nezha, he would be caught unawares. The swordsmanship imparted by Nuwa to In Shenyang seemed tailored specifically to counter Nezha's formidable form. As the flying swords advanced upon Nezha, he appeared unperturbed, unaware of the curse that had befallen In Shenyang. In the absence of Nezha, she could still act as a rational individual, yet upon seeing him, she seemed to forget her husband Li Jing, her sons Li Jinjia and Li Muza, her mother-in-law Yao Tianxiang, and her sister-in-law Li Nishang. However, should she be compelled to choose between Li Jing and Nezha, her choice would undoubtedly favor her husband. For a husband is singular, while sons may number 3. While the 13 flying swords, alongside Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa, besieged Nezha, In Shenyang herself approached, pleading earnestly, "Nezha, I beseech you, forsake your ambition for dominion, and for the sake of peace, surrender to Prime Minister Jiang and bow to King Wu of Zhou." Nezha seemed oblivious to In Shenyang's entreaties, continuing to engage in combat with Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa, frustrated by his indifference. In Shenyang could no longer contain her voice, calling out, "Nezha, do you not hear me? I command you to surrender. I command you to surrender. I am your mother. From the moment of your birth, you have owed me a debt, and now it is time for you to repay your parents." Humph. Nezha let out a cold snort, suddenly unleashing a more formidable surge of power, sending Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa sprawling away. Then, turning to face In Shenyang, he spoke with a cold, expressionless voice. "In Shenyang, what curse have you fallen under that you dare utter such words to me? I, Nezha, was fostered in the palace of Enhua until the age of 8, after which I was raised by the Huang family. You claim I owe you. I do not deny it, as the Taoists of the palace of Enhua took me in thanks to your financial support. How much did you give to the Taoists of Enhua? I shall repay you 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. And then cease with these absurd demands for my surrender." Upon finishing, Nezha extended his left hand towards a distant boulder, channeling his power to invoke the spell of turning stone to gold from the 36 transformations of Tiangang. The sum In Shenyang had given to the Taoists for Nezha's upbringing would not exceed 10,000 coins. By turning a large stone into gold, Nezha indeed repaid her 1,000-fold. Witnessing Nezha's callousness, In Shenyang could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face as she uttered the words she least wished to speak. "Nezha, your bones are mine, your flesh is mine. Even if I had not raised you, I would still be your mother in this lifetime. Nezha, just heed my words. I do not wish for your demise." "Enough, you mad woman," Nezha retorted angrily, unable to endure In Shenyang's relentless entreaties. "In my past life, I was the fire deity, a shepherd of the sacred mountain guarding the celestial deer. Your husband, Li Jing, killed me, binding me to a grudge against him. It is heaven's will that I be reborn into the Li family to repay the debt of blood with the gratitude of life you have bestowed upon me. I, Nezha, do not hold Li Jing's past actions against him, and in this life, I have done much for your family that you remain unaware of. I owe you nothing, madwoman." Awakened to reality, as Nezha's furious roar subsided, a tremor coursed through In Shenyang's body, her eyes widening in bewilderment. Chapter 65. One calamity after another in the heavenly realm. Enhua's expression shifted, her displeasure evident. "Yuan Shi Tianzun, what is your intention? Why have you lifted the curse from In Shenyang? Do you not perceive it? My friend, You are already entangled in illusion, replied Yuan Shi Tianzun, instructing Enhua. Nezha's resolve is steadfast as rock, impervious to Yin Shinyang's influence. If that is the case, why allow her to suffer under the curse any longer? Grant her freedom. Humph. Enhua scoffed, her discontent palpable. Your words are sweet. Yet I see you merely wish to protect your own. After all, Nezha is your disciple, even if he has achieved the Tao. He would not dare to betray his teacher or disregard your guidance. On the ground below, Yin Shinyang gazed at Nezha with a dazed expression, her heart brimming with confusion. Before her stood Nezha, indeed the son she bore with her husband Li Jing. Yet, upon Nezha's birth, as memories of her past life resurfaced, she became acutely aware that Nezha's previous incarnation had met its end at the hands of Li Jing. The relationship between Li Jing and Nezha could be described as one fraught with animosity rather than paternal affection. The presence of Nezha had thrown the Li household into disarray. Yin Shinyang, who loved Li Jing deeply, would sacrifice everything for him, even her own life. But why, then, did she become infatuated with the son whom Li Jing despised? Reflecting on all she had done in search of Nezha, a serene yet beautiful smile graced Yin Shinyang's face. Regardless of her past obsession with Nezha, all of that had become inconsequential. As Yuan Shi Tianzun lifted the curse from her heart, Yin Shinyang regained her clarity. Her spirit was liberated. In this moment, she fully comprehended her love for her husband, Li Jing, with whom she had shared decades, her affection for her dutiful sons, Li Jinjia and Li Muza, as well as her fondness for her mother-in-law, Yao Tianxiang, and sister-in-law, Li Nikang. However, her feelings for Nezha had faded, perhaps due to the separation when she entrusted him to Enhua Palace. After their separation, the bond between mother and son had grown tenuous. By the time Nezha turned 8, she had not even laid eyes on him, unless by mere chance or the curse's influence. Otherwise, how could she forsake her loving husband and children for a son whose fate was unknown to her? In the past, whenever Yin Shinyang stood before Nezha, her face bore a sorrowful expression that evoked deep sympathy. Her son had not become the person she had hoped for, leaving her unable to find joy. But now, for the first time, Nezha witnessed a joyful smile on Yin Shinyang's face, a smile that could only emerge from a heart unburdened and free. Nezha understood that Yin Shinyang would no longer cling to him. Madam Li, congratulations. Upon hearing Nezha's voice, Yin Shinyang snapped back to reality, casting a look at him that was filled with complexity. Take care of yourself. With those words, she turned and rejoined the ranks of the Zhou army. Enhua would not compel Yin Shinyang to slay Nezha, not out of compassion, but because she understood that even if Yin Shinyang, Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Peep had joined forces, they could never vanquish Nezha. Yin Shinyang recognized this truth as well, which led her to willingly abandon the fight against Nezha. As for the debt she owed Enhua, having suffered under her curse for decades, she no longer felt beholden. Suddenly, a cold huff from a woman reverberated from the heavens, akin to a mighty decree that echoed throughout the cosmos. Then, a voice, like thunder, resonated, Nine-tailed fox. What are you waiting for? Upon hearing this authoritative voice, Nezha realized it belonged to none other than Enhua herself. However, the content of these words left Nezha astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. The primordial spirit of the nine-tailed fox had long been vanquished by me. Could it be that the revered Niwa truly possesses such formidable powers that even the primordial spirit I destroyed has been resurrected by her? As Nezha finished speaking, an overwhelming surge of magical energy suddenly approached from the west, drawing near to Chaoga City. Sensing this powerful aura, Nezha's expression changed dramatically. This energy was unmistakably released by a formidable being at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Since Nezha himself had attained this apex, he felt unperturbed by Yang Jian, who was merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm, even when surrounded by a group of experts at the peak of the true immortal realm. However, should a peak golden immortal join forces with the initially fledgling Yang Jian, alongside a cadre of true immortal masters, Nezha might very well face defeat and demise. Under Nezha's anxious gaze, a white-clad enchantress, with 9 ethereal fox tails cascading behind her, descended gracefully before him. Upon beholding the familiar visage of Daji, Nezha managed a wry smile. I should have anticipated this. Though the primordial spirit of the nine-tailed fox was obliterated by my hand, you, as its reincarnation, may still be regarded as a nine-tailed fox. Yet, I truly did not foresee your rapid ascension to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Even Yang Jian, the fated child, remains merely at the initial stage of this realm. While Daji's previous incarnation, the Lord of 10,000 Foxes, was indeed a golden immortal. Daji's cultivation began a decade after Yang Jian's. Standing before Nezha, Daji manifested the form of the nine-tailed fox, wielding the nine-tailed whisk once used by the primordial spirit. Noticing Nezha's astonished and complex expression, Daji smiled sweetly and said, Brother Nezha, you need not be startled. Although my previous incarnation, the Lord of 10,000 Foxes, Once attained the golden immortal realm, my swift recovery of my past powers in this life is entirely due to the assistance of Lady Nuwa. Then you owe a tremendous debt of karma to Lady Nuwa, Nezha remarked with a strange smile. Daji, to repay the debt you owe to Lady Nuwa, it seems you must join forces with Yang Jian and the others against me. I do not hold it against you, after all. You are also a pawn in this game. Brother Nezha, what foolishness are you speaking? Daji gracefully turned, floating to Nezha's side, her left hand entwining with his right arm. Though I have come here at the behest of Lady Nuwa, I am not here to oppose you but to assist you. You are Daji's husband. In the vastness of heaven and earth, no one holds greater importance than you. I understand that Lady Nuwa nurtures me to use me against you. But even if she were to take my life, I would never harm you. As Daji's words fell, a voice from the heavens echoed, the voice of Lady Nuwa herself. If that is the case, then return your life to me. As the words resonated, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, aiming to strike Daji, who stood beside Nezha. The might of the great Luo was poised to obliterate all. The strike from the goddess Nuwa was beyond the capacity of Su Daji to withstand. Furthermore, Su Daji practiced the demonic arts bestowed by Nuwa, rendering her every skill subdued by the goddess. As Nuwa's palm descended, all of Su Daji's magical energy ceased to function, leaving her utterly incapable of resistance. Just as it appeared that Su Daji would be vanquished by Nuwa's mighty blow, Nezha suddenly soared into action, confronting the colossal hand of Nuwa head-on. With a resounding crash, Nezha used his own body to intercept the goddess's formidable strike, plummeting to the ground like a meteor, crashing into the earth with an earth-shattering impact. In the heavenly realm, the voice of the primordial supreme being resonated with admiration. Su Daji, in her arrogance, remains oblivious to the fact that she has been ensnared within the machinations of her ally from the very beginning. This is the karma she owes me, Nuwa remarked coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. To repay this debt, the nine-tailed fox has but two choices: either heed my command and slay Nezha, or endure my strike and forfeit her life. Nezha is the destined child, blessed by fate and shielded by the moral fortune of the Western Qin kingdom. Thus I cannot act against him. Yet, I can exact my will upon the nine-tailed fox. Nezha willingly placed himself beneath my power to shield the fox. Should he perish by my hand, the blame cannot rest upon me. The ways of heaven are just. Nezha's voluntary act to repay the debts of Su Daji signifies his own misfortune. The depth of Nuwa's schemes indeed evoked genuine admiration from the primordial supreme being. In the original trajectory of fate, it was Nuwa who protected the demoness Daji, preventing her demise at the hands of Li Jing with his arrows of loyalty and filial piety. Yet, it was also Nuwa who, decades prior, granted by Gon the heart of 7 apertures, leading to the demise of the Fox Lord, further darkening Daji's heart and driving her to commit heinous acts. One could argue that the demoness Daji was but a pawn utilized by Nuwa. However, the multitude of atrocities committed by Daji ultimately led to her downfall at the hands of Jiang Zia, with Nuwa subtly orchestrating events from the shadows. Of course, Nuwa's intricate designs were profound, but the primordial supreme being's schemes were even deeper, with far more elaborate arrangements. Thus, he remained unfazed, comfortably ensconced in his position of power. On the ground below, after Nezha's body was struck into the earth by Nuwa's palm, a massive imprint emerged, 10 meters deep and stretching for hundreds of meters, centered around Nezha's form. Lying within this colossal depression, Nezha was left weak and powerless, unable to muster even a flicker of magical energy, his bones aching as if they might shatter. Brother Nezha, seeing the once invincible warrior now in such a pitiful state, Su Daji cried out in anguish, hastening to his side in an attempt to use her magic to heal his wounds. At this moment, Jiang Zia, Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa, having emerged from their astonishment, widened their eyes in awe at the immense pit created by the power of the goddess Nuwa's palm. The formidable force of Nuwa's strike had been primarily absorbed by Nezha's body, and this colossal imprint was merely a manifestation of the energy that had leaked from him. Indeed, the divine wrath of goddess Nuwa was terrifying beyond imagination. Jiang Zia and the others could hardly fathom the devastation that would have ensued had Nuwa's power struck the ground unimpeded. It could have triggered a cataclysmic earthquake affecting a 1,000-mile radius. As such thoughts coursed through his mind, Jiang Zia's gaze shifted towards Nezha and Su Daji, who were ensnared within the pit, and he spoke with a fierce glint in his eyes. Yang Jian, Li Jing, Lu Pipa, I command you 3 to confront Nezha. Should you capture him alive, bind him with the Pipa bone and bring him before me for judgment. If capturing him proves impossible, then eliminate him. In the future, when I ascend the Fengshen platform, Nezha shall be resurrected as a deity. Upon hearing Jiang Zia's command, Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa immediately soared into the pit, lunging towards Nezha and Su Daji. Neither Li Jing nor Yang Jian bore any moral qualms about the prospect of slaying Nezha. As Jiang Zia had previously stated, Their act of killing Nezha would pave the way for his ascension to divinity. In essence, their actions would not condemn Nezha to hell but elevate him to godhood, which could be seen as a benevolent act. Truly, divine powers cannot contend with the will of heaven. As Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa charged towards him, Nezha smiled sadly and spoke, "But this divine will is not the decree of heaven, it is the intention of Goddess Nuwa. Daji, I can no longer hold on. You must flee. If you remain here, you will surely fall victim to Yang Jian and Li Jing's pursuit. Should I perish and attain divinity? Perhaps we may meet again in another life. I will not leave." Sudaji replied, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head. "Brother Nezha, you have sustained these injuries to save me. I cannot abandon you. You are foolishly endearing. Even if Goddess Nuwa were to slay me, I could still be reincarnated. But if you die, you will lose everything and be bound by the Fengshen list, deprived of your freedom." Nezha raised his right hand, gently wiping away the tears on Sudaji's face with his thumb, and smiled as he said, "Humans are not mere plants, who can be devoid of feelings. Your deep affection for me, coupled with our 10 years of love, makes it impossible for me to stand idly by while you face death. Even if I were to attain the Tao of the Great Luo, a heart of stone would render me no different from a boulder. Though I am the incarnation of the spirit pearl of the Yushu Palace, I have lived 3 lifetimes as a human, experiencing all human emotions. Daji, you must leave." Yet, Sudaji did not budge. She stood resolutely, turning to face Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa, gripping her 9-tailed whisk tightly in her hands. Although Sudaji, like Nezha, possesses the pinnacle realm of the Golden Immortal, Nezha's ability to withstand besiegement and even suppress Yang Jian, Li Jing, and Lu Pipa arises from his abundance of magical artifacts in the favor of destiny as an invincible war god. In contrast, Sudaji wields only the 9-tailed whisk, lacking any divine favor. It is not merely a matter of facing 3 opponents. It is feared that Sudaji may not even be able to defeat Yang Jian alone. Observing Sudaji's desperate stance to protect Nezha, Yang Jian spoke with grave concern. "King Li, I will hold off this fox demon while you and Madam Li apprehend Nezha." "Understood," Li Jing replied, and without delay, Yang Jian soared towards Sudaji, unleashing a beam of divine light from his heavenly eye before reaching her. As Sudaji deflected the divine light with her 9-tailed whisk, Yang Jian was already before her, swinging his 3-pronged blade towards her. Despite the disparity in their magical prowess, Yang Jian, as a child of destiny and the second war god of this realm, unleashed his latent potential. While he could not contend with Nezha, the true child of destiny and invincible war god, he was more than capable of challenging the 9-tailed fox, even to the point of victory. With Yang Jian preoccupied with Sudaji, Li Jing and Lu Pipa prepared to approach Nezha. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded as the southern gate of Chaoga City swung open, and the soldiers of the western Qin kingdom surged forth like a tide. "Protect the king! Protect the king! Victory! Victory!" The soldiers of western Qin shouted their battle cries as they charged towards the forces of the western Zhou. Li Jing momentarily froze at the sight of the imposing army, but quickly regained his focus, for he had more pressing matters at hand. "Lu Pipa, come with me to capture the vile creature," Li Jing commanded, leading Lu Pipa around the battling Yang Jian and Sudaji to approach Nezha. Just as Li Jing summoned the Linglong Pagoda to apprehend Nezha, a sudden thrust pierced through him. Lu Pipa had unexpectedly stabbed him from behind, penetrating his body. "Pipa?" Li Jing's eyes widened in disbelief at the betrayal from the one who had been by his side for over 20 years. Although Lu Pipa's sword had created a wound in Li Jing, it was not a fatal blow, as it did not pierce his heart. The pain in his body paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. Having been married to Lu Pipa for over 20 years, Li Jing had long suspected her true nature as a demon, having been alerted by both himself and Yin Shenyang. However, since Lu Pipa had not caused any disturbances within the Li household and had dutifully played the role of the second wife, the soft-hearted Li Jing refrained from exposing her true identity or vanquishing her. Despite his constant calls for Nezha's demise, he had regarded Nezha as an ominous creature. However, when it comes to others, even if the counterpart is indeed a creature of the abyss, Li Jing treats them with fairness. Unless there is a justifiable reason for execution, he would never engage in the wanton slaughter of the innocent. Li Jing believed himself worthy of Lu Pipa's affection, yet he was unprepared for the betrayal that awaited him. Upon turning in anguish, he beheld Lu Pipa's delicate face, adorned with tears that resembled the weeping pear blossoms. "Brother Jing, I am not at fault. I did not desire this." Lu Pipa sobbed, locking eyes with him. "Yet the 9-tailed fox has shown me immense kindness. Though I may be a spirit, I am a spirit who knows gratitude." As a millennia-old demon, Lu Pipa dutifully played the role of a virtuous wife in the Li household, even yearning to bear children for Li Jing, which attests to her profound love for him. However, The nine-tailed fox regarded Lu Pipa as a cherished sister, showering her with affection. In the original course of fate, when Li Jing led his army against the formidable giants of the Chang, he was gravely wounded and fell into unconsciousness. The nine-tailed fox, unbidden by Lu Pipa, chose to disguise herself as Yin Shenyang to rescue Li Jing. Motivated solely by Lu Pipa's love for him, had it not been for the affection she held for her sister, the nine-tailed fox would not have encouraged Lu Pipa to expel Yin Shenyang from the Li family, paving the way for Lu Pipa to become Li Jing's legitimate wife. Lu Pipa, lost in her delusions of motherhood, found no counsel from the nine-tailed fox to abandon her aspirations. Instead, she was told that the celestial herb, the nine-section calamus, could enable her to bear children for Li Jing. Ultimately, Li Jing's heart belonged to Yin Shenyang, his first wife. Thus, when faced with the choice between Li Jing and the nine-tailed fox, Lu Pipa ultimately chose the latter. In the original timeline, while all members of the Li family contemplated betraying the Great Shang to align with the Western Zhou, Lu Pipa remained steadfast in her loyalty to the demonist Daji and the nine-tailed fox, only to face Li Jing's merciless betrayal. It was only on the battlefield of the Shangzhou War that Lu Pipa met her demise, struck down by Yang Jian's divine gaze. Amidst her fierce battle with Yang Jian, Su Daji, upon witnessing the turmoil between Lu Pipa and Li Jing, swiftly repelled Yang Jian with her nine-tailed whisk and sighed toward Lu Pipa, saying, "Lu Pipa, what folly is this? I am Su Daji, not the nine-tailed fox you once knew." Lu Pipa had lived a tranquil life within the Li household for over 20 years. Although it was not her intention, she had inadvertently conformed to the will of fate. If she could endure this day once the battle for canonization concluded, even if Lu Pipa were not granted a divine title, her status as Li Jing's second wife would shield her from any calls for her extermination. Yet, Lu Pipa's betrayal of Li Jing today sealed her fate. Even if she survived this day, when the battle for canonization concluded, Jiangxia would inevitably seek retribution, and her death would be inescapable. Hearing Su Daji's words, Lu Pipa managed a sorrowful smile and replied, "What difference does it make whether it is right or wrong? In this world, who else could I possibly repay my gratitude to, other than you?" Although Su Daji is not the nine-tailed fox, the nine-tailed fox embodies Su Daji. Even Nuwa must seek to settle the debts incurred by the nine-tailed fox with Su Daji. If Lu Pipa truly wishes to express her gratitude to the nine-tailed fox, her object of appreciation can only be Su Daji. After speaking to Su Daji, Lu Pipa retracted her sword from Li Jing and approached him, saying, "Jinggu, allow me to assist you in healing your wounds. In order to repay the immense kindness of my elder sister, the nine-tailed fox, you shall not partake in this fierce battle." With a thunderous thud, just as Lu Pipa neared Li Jing, he suddenly struck her shoulder with a palm, sending her sprawling to the ground. Before Lu Pipa could rise, Li Jing activated the Linglong Pagoda, imprisoning her within. "You vile enchantress, truly a heartless wolf." After suppressing Lu Pipa with the Linglong Pagoda, Li Jing, while clutching his wound, spoke with bitter resentment. "Both I and Shenyang have long discerned your true nature as a demon. However, out of respect for our marital bond, I refrained from taking action against you, only to find that you have ultimately betrayed me." At this moment, Yang Jian swung his three-pointed, double-edged blade towards Su Daji, who, while fending off Yang Jian's assault, exclaimed loudly, "Li Jing, the Linglong Pagoda was entrusted to Lu Pipa by the nine-tailed fox, and then handed to you. It is through Lu Pipa's gift that you have attained the renown of the tower-guarding King Li. Yet you would use the very pagoda bestowed upon you by Lu Pipa to confine her? Is this how you fulfill your duties as a husband?" Upon hearing Su Daji's reproach, Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. He nearly forgot that the Linglong Pagoda, which granted him his esteemed reputation, was not originally possessed by the Li family but was a gift from Lu Pipa. Reflecting on Lu Pipa's kindness over the past 20 years, Li Jing sighed deeply and declared, "What a tragic fate. Pipa, reflect upon your wrongdoings within the Linglong Pagoda. In due time, I shall release you." Lying on the ground, Nezha could not help but laugh heartily at the unfolding scene. "I never expected that in my time of greatest need, the ones to extend a helping hand would be two affectionate demonesses. You wretched creature, this is all you're doing." Li Jing, covering his wound, turned to glare at Nezha. "If it were not to save you, how could Pipa have betrayed me? You defy the celestial mandate and oppose fate, committing grievous errors without remorse. Today, I shall use the pagoda to subdue you." With that, Li Jing urged the Linglong Pagoda to crush Nezha, as the pagoda transformed into a colossal tower descending upon him. Nezha's magical artifacts, the Qiankuan Circle, the Misting Silk, the Fangtian Huaji, the Loyal Arrow, and the Righteous Arrow, automatically sprang forth to protect their master, resisting Li Jing's Linglong Pagoda. Haha. Watching this spectacle, Nezha laughed even more heartily. "Oh, Lord Li, Nezha would concede defeat to anyone in this world, even a mere child, with no qualms whatsoever. Yet, when it comes to you, I refuse to accept defeat. Surrounding me are not only loyal and valiant spirit maidens, but my magical weapons also exhibit profound loyalty and righteousness. What merit do I possess to warrant such kindness from you all? At the moment when Yang Jian and Su Daji engaged in fierce combat, and Li Jing's Linglong Pagoda was obstructed by Nezha's magical artifacts, the Western Qin army surged forth from the city of Chaoga, clashing violently with the Western Zhou forces commanded by Jiangxia. Beyond the battlefield of Chaoga, in the distant West Qi, the formidable Huang Feihu and Su Hu led an army of 50,000, launching an assault on the city of West Qi, where King Wu of Shou GFA resided. This day not only marked the conclusion of the Fengshen War, but also the establishment of supremacy across the realm. Chapter 68. The outcome revealed. A glimpse of the great Tao from Nezha's perspective. He did not perceive his ability to confront 5 opponents simultaneously as an extraordinary feat. It seemed entirely reasonable that he, with his peak golden immortal status, could suppress the likes of Yang Jian, a nascent golden immortal, and the peak true immortals Li Jing, Lu Pipa, Lei Zhenzi, and Kong Xian. However, from an observer's vantage point, witnessing Yang Jian, the destined child, challenging the peak golden immortal Su Daji, and not only holding his ground but gradually gaining the upper hand, illuminated the extraordinary nature of Yang Jian's potential. In the realm of cultivation, levels are typically categorized into initial, mid, late, and peak stages. It is already remarkable for an individual at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm to challenge someone at the mid stage. Yang Jian, transcending a gap of 3 stages, was able to dominate the peak golden immortal Su Daji, demonstrating that he, despite being a nascent golden immortal, possessed the combat prowess of a peak golden immortal. The sheer strength of Yang Jian, coupled with the support of 4 peak true immortal masters, could not surpass Nezha, further affirming that Nezha's power transcended that of the peak golden immortal realm, rightfully earning the title of the foremost being beneath the great Tao. As Nezha observed Su Daji nearing her breaking point under Yang Jian's relentless assault, he could not help but urge her, "Daji, you must flee. You stand no chance against Yang Jian. If you delay any longer, he will surely bring about your demise." Nezha's words were not mere exaggerations. Though he had once triumphed over the 9-tailed fox in the original course of fate, after his demise, Yang Jian had ascended to take his place as the new destined child, even after Nezha's resurrection as a lotus root human and regaining the favor of destiny. Their roles had reversed. Yang Jian had become the genuine destined child, with Huang Yin dutifully nurturing him at home and Deng Chanyu standing by his side in the military. Meanwhile, Nezha had been relegated to the status of a backup destined child, first losing his mother, Yin Shenyang, and then his beloved confidant, Yang Lianhua. This lamentable fate mirrors that of Yang Jian when he was merely a backup child of destiny. First, he lost his father, and then he was cast out by his stepmother, elevated from being the backup child of destiny to the rightful heir. Yang Jian displayed formidable prowess in the latter stages of the investiture of the God's War. Whether it was the 9-tailed fox or Lu Pipa, both ultimately met their demise at Yang Jian's hands. In essence, Yang Jian served as the nemesis and harbinger of doom for the 9-tailed fox. The original spirit of the 9-tailed fox had long been vanquished by Nezha, and now Su Daji truly embodied the essence of the 9-tailed fox. Confronted by Yang Jian, her fated adversary, Su Daji began to reveal signs of defeat. Should the battle continue, she feared she would perish, falling victim to Yang Jian's trident. "Nezha, why do you elevate the ambitions of others while diminishing your own might?" Su Daji, already feeling the immense pressure exerted by Yang Jian, did not flee. Instead, she struggled to maintain her stance, uttering words of desperation. "While Yang Jian and Li Jing are preoccupied, Brother Nezha, hasten to recover your strength and escape from here." Recognizing that Su Daji would not heed his counsel, Nezha fell silent and focused on channeling his powers to mend his injuries. Amidst the massive imprint left by their clash, the battle between Yang Jian and Su Daji remained intense. While the tides of war between the forces of the Western Qin and Western Zhou began to reveal a clear outcome. Although the Western Qin army that surged forth from Chaoga City numbered only 100,000, Jiangxia's 300,000 soldiers suffered a devastating defeat at their hands, leading many Western Zhou soldiers to either kneel and surrender or flee in panic. Jiangxia, eyes wide in disbelief, gazed at the battlefield where the tides of war were starkly evident. His Western Zhou army had previously been undefeated against the armies of the Shang, yet today, against the Western Qin, they crumbled effortlessly as though made of paper, despite being outnumbered 3-1. How could this be? How could this happen? Were Nezha's Western Qin forces composed of celestial warriors? The valor displayed by the Western Qin army surpassed Jiangxia's wildest imagination. Yet, this was the inevitable outcome. Jiangxia's governance strategy was to plant sweet potatoes, and more sweet potatoes. When the people of Western Zhou faced famine, they could dig up sweet potatoes to stave off hunger. Compared to the Shang dynasty and other feudal lords, Western Zhou did not suffer from starvation, making Jiangxia's policy a commendable one. However, when contrasted with Nezha's Western Qin, the disparity was several dimensions apart. Nezha possessed knowledge that was millennia ahead of this world. Under Nezha's administration, the citizens of Western Qin experienced no worries about food or clothing, enjoying meat in every meal. Fully satisfied. The gap in living standards between the people of Western Qin and those of Western Zhou was staggering. The soldiers of Western Qin, trained under Nezha's military strategies, could easily match 10 of their Western Zhou counterparts, a natural outcome given the circumstances. In less than half an hour, the grand army of 300,000 from the Western Zhou was utterly vanquished by the 100,000-strong forces of the Western Qin. The casualties and surrenders among the Western Zhou soldiers numbered fewer than 100,000, while over 200,000, facing inevitable defeat, fled as cowards. Protected by the 4 generals of the demon family, Jiangxia did not flee with the disbanded army but became a captive of the Western Qin forces. As the battle between the 2 armies concluded outside the city of Chaga, in the same breath, Huang Feihu, the mightiest among the 4 kings of Chaga, led the Huang family troops in a valiant assault on the city of Shiqi, slashing down GFA with a single stroke. Though Shiqi served as the capital of the Western Zhou, guarded by a formidable force of 100,000. This world ultimately favored individual prowess over the might of countless troops. The generals of the Western Zhou capable of rivaling Huang Feihu had already been drawn to Jiangxia's side, leaving no one within Shiqi to withstand the thunderous might of Huang Feihu's hammer. Furthermore, alongside Huang Feihu was Su Hu, the second most powerful among the 4 kings of Chaoga. Together, Huang Feihu and Su Hu would be a formidable duo that only the likes of Nezha and Yang Jian could hope to contend with. Amidst the tumultuous battles in Chaoga and Shiqi, a profound dragon roar echoed across the vast land. A sound only the goddess Enhua and the primordial heavenly venerable could perceive. In the skies above the Xinzhou continent, 2 colossal dragons, one black and one red, were locked in fierce combat. However, following the defeat of the Western Zhou on both battlefronts, the black dragon unleashed its ferocity, swallowing the red dragon whole. After consuming the red dragon, the black dragon's form swelled to an immense size, capable of shrouding the entire expanse of the Xinzhou skies. In the depths of a colossal pit, Nezha, who was channeling his powers to mend his wounds, suddenly heard the resounding dragon's roar. In that moment, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Though the palm strike from the goddess Enhua had inflicted tremendous harm upon Nezha's body, it also left an indelible mark of her transcendent power, granting him a rare opportunity to glimpse the mysteries of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Cursing himself, Nezha lamented why he had not thought earlier to utilize the force imparted by Enhua to deduce the secrets of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. After his moment of self-reproach, Nezha began to channel his powers, attempting to unravel the essence of the great Luo Golden Immortal Force that belonged to Enhua. The mysteries of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm began to gradually unfold in Nezha's mind. However, unbeknownst to him, even if he had conceived the idea earlier, he would not have succeeded in deciphering Enhua's great Luo Golden Immortal power. If a peak Golden Immortal could indeed analyze the great Luo Golden Immortal Force and glimpse its mysteries, then masters at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm, like Yun Zhongzi, would not have remained forever unable to perceive the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. At this moment, Nezha's success was attributed to the culmination of fate favoring humanity following the resolution of the Qinzhou conflict, bestowing upon him the full protection and aid of the human essence. Chapter 69. The great Luo finger slays Yang Jian with boundless power and vast supernatural abilities. The great Luo stands as a formidable force, embodying an indestructible and eternal essence, transcending the cycle of reincarnation, free from disaster and calamity, and reveling in profound freedom. For Nezha, the ultimate aspiration has always been to attain the great Luo Dao, as the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal possesses unparalleled strength. In the world of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong's prowess as a great Luo Golden Immortal necessitated the intervention of the Buddha, a paragon of sanctity in the cosmos, to personally subdue him. Though the mighty bull demon king did not receive such direct attention from the Buddha, the celestial court and Mount Ling prepared an elaborate net to capture him. Enlisting the likes of Sun Wukong, the great Luo Golden Immortal, and Zhu Beiji, the immortal Golden Immortal, alongside Jin Tu Jiadi, the 6 Jia and 6 Ding, 18 guardian bodhisattvas, the 4 heavenly kings, and the 3rd prince Nezha to collectively besiege the bull demon king. Such a grand spectacle rendered the battle to subdue him truly earth-shattering, capturing the gaze of all divine beings in the void. In the realm of the Baolian Lantern, To vanquish the arch-villain Erlang Shun Yangjian, it also required the combined efforts of Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King, the third Prince Nezha, Zhu Beiji, the eighth Prince of the Dragon King, and the Mei Mountain Brothers. It can be said that once one attains the Great Luo Golden Immortal status, unless confronted with cataclysmic events like the Great Calamity of Journey to the West, ensnared by the machinations of formidable powers, or, akin to Yangjian, accumulating too many enemies, a Great Luo Golden Immortal can, much like the Bull Demon King before the arrival of the four protagonists, navigate the mortal realm with ease, forging camaraderie with celestial deities, befriending the dragon kings of the four seas, and engaging in jovial discourse with the king of hell in the underworld. At this moment, within the vast pit of the imprint, Nezha, under the complete protection and assistance of the human destiny, began to utilize the Great Luo Golden Immortal power bestowed upon him by the goddess Nuwa, reverse engineering the mysteries of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. However, under the increasingly formidable onslaught of Yangjian, Su Daji was gradually reaching her limit, although Su Daji surpassed Yangjian by 3 minor realms. As the destined child's backup, Yangjian was unable to shield those around him with his own fortune, yet the rate of his power enhancement was astonishing. As the battle raged on, Yangjian grew stronger, and during his confrontation with Su Daji, he began his ascent toward the mid-phase of the Golden Immortal realm. Once Yangjian completed his ascension, Su Daji would no longer stand a chance against him. The immense pressure Su Daji felt in her struggle against Yangjian was paralleled by the intensity of her foreboding of death, even with the ominous premonition that she could be slain by Yangjian's trident within the next heartbeat. Su Daji chose not to flee, but to fiercely contend against him. For behind Su Daji lay Nezha, motionless upon the ground. Should Su Daji falter in her guardianship, even if Yangjian did not slay Nezha, he would ensnare Nezha's vital essence, rendering him a mere prisoner at the mercy of others. As time ticked away, Yangjian finally ascended to the mid-phase of the Golden Immortal realm. At the moment Yangjian completed his ascension, his powers surged immensely. He wielded his trident dagger with great force, sending Su Daji hurtling away, the formidable blade's energy injuring her as she fell to the ground. After vanquishing Su Daji, Yangjian swiftly approached her, raising his trident dagger to strike at her neck with the intent to eliminate the demon. Just as it seemed that Su Daji would perish beneath Yangjian's blade, a single finger reached out from the side, halting the dagger's edge, miraculously spared from death. Su Daji turned around in disbelief to find Nezha sitting up behind her, his face still bearing a sickly pallor. Witnessing Nezha effortlessly blocking his powerful strike with merely his right index finger, Yangjian was struck with awe. No one understood the might of his blow better than he. Even Su Daji, at the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal realm, would have met her end. Yet, this lethal blow could not sever a single finger of Nezha. Could it be that Nezha had ascended to the realms of Nuwa and the Primordial Lord? Hearing Yangjian's incredulous speculation, Nezha chuckled softly, shaking his head. The Great Luo Golden Immortal realm is not so easily attained. In that fleeting moment, I merely glimpsed a fragment of its mysteries, forging my right index finger into an indestructible Great Luo finger. At present, I possess only the power of a single Great Luo Golden Immortal finger. However, this solitary finger is sufficient for me to overpower all golden immortal beings in existence. After elucidating his current state, Nezha's smile faded, and his expression turned serious as he regarded Yangjian. Oh, Yangjian, you need not meet your demise. However, in this world, one destined child is already more than enough. Your existence as a backup destined child is unnecessary, especially since, in the original course of fate, our roles have been reversed. You have become the true destined child, while I have been relegated to the role of a mere backup. Therefore, today, let me inscribe your name upon the divine list. In the future, when you ascend to your divine office, there will be no need for gratitude for my great favor today. With that, Nezha waved his left hand. The righteous arrow transformed into a fiery spear, immediately lunging towards Yangjian's heart. Yangjian's complexion paled significantly as he hastily retreated, using his trident dagger to deflect the incoming spear. Once the trident dagger separated from Nezha's index finger, Nezha swiftly adopted a sword stance, thrusting his finger towards Yangjian. An astonishing surge of immense power erupted from Nezha's Great Luo finger, transforming into a sword-like energy capable of shattering the void. This was the power of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, a force that ought not to descend upon the mortal realm. Had it been anyone other than Nezha striking at Yangjian, either Nuwa or the Primordial Lord would have intervened to save him. For Yangjian, as a backup destined child with the potential to ascend to the position of the true destined child, it was fated that he would not perish amidst the cataclysm of divine ordination. However, it was Nezha, the genuine child of destiny, who struck at Yangjian. This was a fierce battle for the favor of destiny between the authentic child of destiny and the substitute. Thus, the goddess Nuwa and the primordial supreme being refrained from intervening. In this world, destiny has always favored Yang Jian. Yet, Nezha, the true child of destiny, enjoyed an even greater blessing from the heavens. Consequently, at the critical juncture of life and death, Yang Jian, who should have turned misfortune into fortune and grown stronger with each battle, could not evade Nezha's devastating finger, which pierced through the void and struck his heart. As Yang Jian fell to the ground, spitting blood, the celestial hound, engaged in a fierce battle with the Qingwan and Hufeng, let out a mournful cry. It abandoned its fight and rushed to its master Yang Jian's side, whimpering in agony. Upon witnessing Nezha's ruthless act of slaying Yang Jian, Sudaji was momentarily taken aback before she spoke beside Nezha. Brother Nezha, you have killed Yang Jian. He is the elder brother of Lady Yang Lianhua. And so what? Nezha replied coldly. Those who obstruct my path shall be mercilessly slain. Even if he is Yang Jian, he is no exception. After uttering these heartless words, Nezha turned to Sudaji with a smile and said, Daji, I know that Yang Jian harbors no murderous intent towards me. However, after being captured by him, you can surely anticipate my fate. Even if Jiangxia does not kill me, he will destroy my foundation, leaving me forever incapable of attaining the status of a great Luo golden immortal. That would be more painful than death. Moreover, Yang Jian truly intended to slay you to eradicate demons, so even if he is the brother of Yang Lianhua, I must kill him. Chapter 70. The Great Calamity of the Investiture of the Gods in the Jade Pillar Cave of Mount Zhongnan. This is the abode of Yanzongzi, a disciple of the primordial supreme being, where he cultivates the Tao. In the original trajectory of fate, the Dragon King of the East Sea, having lost his beloved son, dared only to threaten flooding Chang'an Pass for revenge against Nezha. However, after Lu Pipa and Li Jing stole Yanzongzi's elixir and injured the two young Taoists, Qi Feng and Mingwei, Yanzongzi audaciously proclaimed a bloodbath at Chang'an Pass. Li Jing and the others harbored no doubts about Yanzongzi's capability for such carnage. Li Jing, not only on high alert towards Yanzongzi, but also humbled himself to write to Yin Shenyang, seeking her assistance to quell Yanzongzi's wrath. Moreover, Yanzongzi could even boast of having taught Huang Feihu, the mightiest disciple among the four great kings of Chaoga. This illustrates that Yanzongzi's cultivation realm is among the foremost, even at the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. In the original trajectory of fate, due to his deep entanglement with Nezha, he was drawn into the calamity of the investiture of the gods. And even one as formidable as Yanzongzi had to disguise himself as a calamity and pretend to be slain by Lu Pipa. In this lifetime, Yanzongzi has never encountered Nezha. Thus he is not ensnared in the calamity of the investiture of the gods and has no need to disguise himself. At this moment, in the lotus pond of the Jade Pillar Cave, Yang Lianhua, who was cultivating alongside Yanzongzi, was excavating a humanoid form composed of lotus roots. The lotus pond in the Jade Pillar Cave was abundant with humanoid lotus roots. These humanoid lotus roots harbor the souls of the deceased, and with a breath of celestial essence, they can transform into lively, animated beings. The ordinary lotus root beings possess a stature of merely 1 foot. However, the lotus root being excavated by Yang Lianhua from the lotus pond astonishingly stands as tall as an adult male. Upon extracting this adult-sized lotus body from the pond, Yanzizi, clad in a Taoist robe, approached Yang Lianhua from behind, shaking his head and saying, "Oh, lotus flower, what can I say to you? That Nezha, living freely with his queen and 2 consorts, remains oblivious to your heartfelt intentions. Ever since I revealed to you that he would one day face calamity, you have prepared this lotus root body in hopes of aiding his revival. Your selfless devotion goes unrecognized by him. What a pity this is." Hearing Yanzizi's words, Yang Lianhua turned around, revealing a radiant smile as she responded, "Master, my humble efforts for Nezha amount to little. Where have you been these past few days while away from the Yushu cave?" In response to Yang Lianhua's inquiry, Yanzizi produced a vial from his robe and handed it to her, saying, "I have recently visited the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain. Lotus flower. This is the divine water I have obtained from my venerable master, now entrusted to you." Nezha, with his lofty demeanor, would suffer greatly if he were to come back as a lotus root being, stripped of his powers. This divine water will allow his lotus form to transform into flesh and blood, bearing Nezha's indomitable spirit and unleashing his formidable prowess at the golden immortal level. As a devoted master, Yanzizi had truly worried for his disciple, Yang Lianhua. After bestowing the divine water upon Yang Lianhua, Yanzizi began to calculate whether Nezha was currently facing his calamity. Upon discerning the situation at the Chaoga battlefield, Yanzizi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hesitantly addressed Yang Lianhua. "Lotus flower, I bear both good and ill tidings. The good news is that the lotus root body you have prepared, along with the divine water, will indeed serve their purpose. The bad news is that Nezha has not met his calamity. Your brother, Yang Jian, has perished. I shall now invoke Yang Jian's spirit and soul, allowing him to be resurrected as a lotus root being." Upon hearing Yun Zizi's revelation, Yang Lianhua's eyes widened in disbelief. As if struck dumb, at the Chaga battlefield, as the celestial hound pursued Yang Jian's spirit and soul with its three-pronged, two-edged blade towards Mount Jiangnan, Nezha turned to face Li Jing with an indifferent gaze. As Nezha dispatched Yang Jian with a single strike of his Daoyuo finger, Li Jing retracted the Linglong Pagoda, opting to cease his battle with Nezha. With a gesture, Nezha summoned back his Qinquan circle, Miantian silk, Fantian Huaji, and arrows of loyalty and righteousness, then addressed Li Jing. "Heavenly King Li, in gratitude for your wife, Lu Pipa, who assisted me earlier, I shall spare you this time. And I hope you will extend the same mercy to your wife." Although Lu Pipa had just assisted Nezha, he did not wish to disrupt the marital bond between Li Jing and Lu Pipa. Thus, Nezha refrained from forcibly rescuing Lu Pipa from the Linglong Pagoda. Upon hearing Nezha's request, Li Jing let out a cold snort and, while turning to leave, remarked, "This is a matter of my household. It is not your place to meddle." That old curmudgeon is exceedingly disrespectful towards brother Nezha. Sudaji expressed her dissatisfaction while observing Li Jing's departing figure. "If he were not brother Nezha's biological father, I would certainly make him pay for the grave offenses he has committed against him." The words that followed remained unspoken by Sudaji. "Daji, do not concern yourself with him," Nezha chuckled, placing his left hand gently atop Sudaji's head in a gesture of affection. "Soon, I shall ensure that King Li and the other members of the Li family are entirely distanced from us." After speaking, Nezha took Sudaji by the hand and soared out of the massive pit, landing before Jiangxia, who was encircled by the forces of the Western Qin. Now a captive of the Western Qin, Jiangxia could no longer serve in the celestial mandate of conferring godhood, and thus had lost the divine protection of destiny, becoming a frail old man, nearly 90 years of age, on the brink of death. Seeing Nezha, Jiangxia weakly uttered, "I cannot comprehend why fate and destiny favored me. Yet I have been bested by you." Disappointed by Jiangxia's inquiry, Nezha shook his head. "Jiangxia, indeed. The celestial mandate and destiny arranged by Lady Nuwa and the primordial heavenly venerable reside within you. However, you fail to grasp that human determination can triumph over heaven. The heart of man is destiny. I command the great trends of humanity. My heart embodies the hearts of men, and my fate aligns with the celestial mandate. Your defeat was fated from the very beginning. Human determination can indeed triumph over heaven. So it is, Jiangxia exclaimed with a hearty laugh, openly accepting his defeat upon realizing the reason he had succumbed to Nezha. Once Jiangxia was subdued, Sudaji gazed at Nezha with curiosity. "Brother Nezha, was what you said earlier truly the case? That mastering the hearts of men can allow one to surpass destiny?" That statement was merely a ruse to deceive Jiangxia. Nezha replied with a smile, shaking his head. "If mastering the hearts of men could conquer destiny, would it not imply that the rulers of the Great Xia and the Great Shang dynasties, after the establishment of the dynastic system by you the Great, were all devoid of popular support, thus unable to alter the fate of their dynasties? Certainly not. My ability to overcome destiny arises not only from my understanding of the hearts of men and the support of the great trends of humanity, but also because I am the son of destiny, and thus destiny is inclined to alter my fortune." As Nezha finished speaking, a scroll of yellow decree suddenly descended from the heavens, landing in his hands. Upon catching the yellow scroll, a torrent of information flooded into Nezha's mind. The heavenly venerable of Yushu Palace had already appointed Nezha to confer godhood on behalf of heaven. In Nezha's grasp lies the illustrious Yellow List, a document originally destined for veneration in the heavenly court's Lingshao Palace, namely, the list of deities. From the moment the list of deities was unveiled, the cataclysm known as the deification calamity reached its conclusion. At this juncture, Nezha's identity transcended that of the sovereign of humanity. He was not only the singular child of destiny but also the appointed one for deification, imbued with an immense and unparalleled mandate from heaven. This so-called child of destiny signifies that if the primordial Lord declares one capable, then one is indeed capable. Conversely, should he decree otherwise, one is rendered incapable, irrespective of one's actual abilities. The list of deities in the heavenly court is not a mere trinket without a master. The act of deification on behalf of heaven must be fulfilled by a person of fate chosen from among those deemed worthy by the true sovereign, the Jade Emperor of Heaven, rather than being dictated by the most formidable primordial Lord, who appoints a disciple from the Yushu Palace, such as Jiangxia, to wield the list of deities. If the primordial Lord has the liberty to appoint a representative for deification, then upon the fall of the Western Zhou dynasty, Jiangxia, who served as its chancellor, undoubtedly lost his eligibility for this role. Thus, the primordial Lord could just as easily designate Nezha as the new divine representative, bestowing upon him the mandate for deification. Is this a form of transaction? With the list of deities in hand and the teachings of the primordial lord echoing in his mind, Nezha furrowed his brow, revealing a countenance of uncertainty. Prior to the end of the deification calamity, the ruler of the realm was the human emperor, holding a status comparable to that of the Jade Emperor. Following the resolution of the calamity, the ruler transformed into the Son of Heaven, divinely ordained, with a stature equivalent to that of the Jade Emperor's progeny. The distinction lies in the fact that the heavenly Tao, utilizing the list of deities as a formidable instrument, incessantly reaps the fortunes of humanity post-deification. After the conclusion of the deification war, the representative for heaven could solely be Zhuge, the chancellor of the Western Zhou dynasty, for he alone possessed the credentials to convey the fortunes of humanity to the list for its unrestrained harvest. The essence of the list of deities is to resurrect those who perished in the deification war as divine entities, endowing them with divine roles and powers. To consecrate 365 deities, it necessitates the revival of 365 heroic spirits into divine forms, imparting upon them divine offices and strengths. The sheer energy required to transform these 365 souls into deities is likely to be unfathomably immense. Thus, prior to the deification war, although the Jade Emperor possessed the list, he refrained from exhausting the fortunes of heaven to consecrate 365 deities. However, after Zhuge utilized the fortunes of humanity to consecrate these deities, humanity became subservient to the heavenly Tao, with the human emperor becoming the offspring of the Jade Emperor. Now, Nezha stands at a crossroads akin to that of Zhuge, as the primordial lord willingly entrusts the list of deities to him, thus granting Nezha the divine mandate for representation. The price that Nezha must pay is to refrain from obstructing the grand undertaking of the canonization, stepping in for Zhuge to fulfill the meticulously orchestrated plans of the primordial heavenly venerable and the goddess Nezha. This indeed presents a formidable dilemma. As the sovereign of humanity, I have conferred titles upon 365 deities through the canonization list, resulting in humanity being governed by the celestial order, with the human emperor becoming the son of the heavenly emperor. Consequently, I would be branded as the great sinner of humanity. However, the primordial heavenly venerable is both my esteemed master and the one who has bestowed upon me the divine mandate for canonization. Should I refuse the wine of respect and instead partake in the punitive cup, I would likely offend both the goddess Nezha and the primordial heavenly venerable, inevitably leading to a fatal reckoning. Although Nezha is confident, he is not so arrogant as to believe that his current prowess, barely sufficient as a Deluo golden immortal, could simultaneously antagonize both the primordial heavenly venerable and the goddess Nezha. As Nezha pondered these various issues and their consequences, he was interrupted by the concerned voice of Zhuge, who stood beside him. Brother Nezha, are you deep in thought? If there is anything troubling you, please share it with me, and I shall assist you in finding a solution. Nezha returned to the present, shook his head at Zhuge, and smiled, saying, There is nothing that troubles me, Daji. You need not worry. With that, Nezha grasped Zhuge's hand and led her toward Chaoga City. Indeed, there were no dilemmas weighing on Nezha, for the path before him was singular, to accomplish the divine canonization. In the original trajectory of fate, after Zhuge's army conquered Chaoga and dismantled the Shang dynasty, King Wu of Zhou, GFA, would be jointly elected as the sovereign by the lords of the realm. Now that the Shang has fallen and the West Qi has been vanquished, it is likely that Nezha, who occupies Chaoga, need only issue a proclamation for the eastern, southern, and northern dukes to willingly submit to him. Yet, Nezha chose the Qin as the name of his nation, rather than Zhou, clearly indicating that his ambition was not to become the ruler of the lords, but to sweep across the realms and become the true emperor of humanity. Thus, after the outcome of the Qin-Zhou conflict was decided, Nezha did not hasten to claim dominion over the world. Instead, he dispatched his forces to continue the conquest of the eastern, southern, and northern dukes. In the second year following the conclusion of the Qin-Zhou War, the 4 great lords and 800 other lords became mere relics of history. The great Qin unified the divine land, and only then did Nezha declare himself emperor in Chang'an, bestowing the title of empress upon Huang Yin and designating Zhuge and Su Ningxiang as imperial concubines. On the second day after his self-appointment as emperor, Nezha, accompanied by those who had contributed to the canonization battle, set forth for Chaoga to prepare for the consequential canonization. The reason for heading to Chaoga was that Nezha did not wish to burden the people with the construction of a new canonization platform. Instead, he transformed the star-picking tower of the Chaoga Palace into his site for the canonization. 10 days later, Nezha and his companions arrived at Chaoga and ascended the star-picking tower. The souls of the heroic spirits who perished in the canonization battle were summoned by the mighty power of the canonization list, appearing upon the platform atop the star-picking tower. To Nezha's surprise, Yang Jian did not manifest as a soul of a heroic spirit but rather in flesh and blood. wielding a three-pronged, two-edged blade, accompanied by the howling celestial dog as he soared to the canonization platform. With a scrutinizing gaze, Nezha meticulously observed Yang Jian, quickly discerning that he had resurrected in the form of a lotus root, subsequently restoring his corporeal form with the divine water bestowed by the celestial master. In the original trajectory of fate, although Nezha, upon his resurrection as a lotus root being, was no longer the chosen one, he remained a substitute for the destined, retaining a modicum of celestial favor. In stark contrast, Yang Jian, after his revival as a lotus root entity, had lost his status as a backup for the destined child. While he no longer enjoyed the blessings of fate, Yang Jian possessed the magical prowess of a mid-level golden immortal and the combat strength of a peak golden immortal, rendering him exponentially more formidable than those heroic spirits whose divine powers were derived from the investiture of the gods and whose lives and deaths were subject to its decree. Once Nezha withdrew his gaze from Yang Jian, he commenced the formal bestowal of divine positions. The majority of the deities inscribed on the investiture of the gods had been arranged by the primordial celestial master, with Nezha merely enacting minor modifications. Originally, Bowie Cao was to be conferred the title of the Grand Emperor of the North Pole, but Nezha altered his divine position to that of the Star Lord of Heavenly Joy. Huang Feihu was conferred the title of Grand Emperor of the North Pole, and the members of the Huang family ascended to the celestial realm as esteemed immortals under his patronage. King Zhou, known as Dxin, was bestowed the title of the Benevolent Grand Emperor of Mount Tai, the foremost among the 5 mountains, overseeing the fortunes and misfortunes of the world and governing the 18 layers of the underworld. As for Jiang Zia, he was designated as the Star Lord of Misfortune, with his wife, Madame Ma, additionally conferred the title of Lady of Misfortune. The divine positions of the remaining deities remained unchanged. The members of the Li family were destined to ascend to the celestial realm and reside within the Heavenly King's palace. Meanwhile, Nezha chose to remain in the mortal realm, destined never to encounter the Li family again. Chapter 72. The cost of departing the world in the blink of an eye. A century had passed. In the year 100 of the Qin calendar, the reigning emperor of the Great Qin was still Nezha. Although from the 30th year of the Qin calendar, Sudaji had been ruling on behalf of her son, the crown prince Huang Xing, born of Nezha, the latter never relinquished the throne. Over the course of this century, Huang Yin, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang continued to stand by Nezha's side, their beauty untouched by the passage of time. This was an expected outcome for Su Daji. A nine-tailed fox at the pinnacle of golden immortal stature, possessed the gift of eternal youth. Following the investiture of the gods, Huang Yin held the title of the Princess of the Grand Emperor Huang Feihu of the North Pole, while Su Ningxiang was the Princess of the Mirror King Su Hu of the Celestial Realm. Although neither Huang Yin nor Su Ningxiang practiced martial or immortal arts, both had attained the status of celestial beings, ensuring their everlasting youth and vitality. Within the grand hall of the imperial palace in Chang'an, Nezha opened his divine eyes and let out a deep sigh. A century ago, he had slain Yang Lianhua's brother, Yang Jian, establishing himself as the singular destined child, basking in the entirety of fate's favor and affection. Now, after 100 years of holding the throne, Nezha found himself in possession of the mortal world's fortune. Yet his own son and grandson had begun to harbor resentment. Blessed by destiny and endowed with the favors of human fortune, coupled with the boundless potential of Nezha's spirit stone incarnation, Nezha has ultimately forged his body into an indestructible form. Presently, he has barely ascended to the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, the path of cultivation for Nezha has been irrevocably severed. Even if Nezha were to cultivate for a millennium, a myriad of years, or even 100,000 years, his cultivation would not advance in the slightest. This is not due to Nezha lacking the cultivation potential of the primordial heavenly sovereign or the goddess Nuwa, but rather because this realm of deification is excessively small, accommodating only the supreme powers of the primordial heavenly sovereign and the goddess Nuwa, both at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. At this moment, Nezha's ability to forcibly enter the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal is still attributed to the blessings of destiny and human fortune. Should Nezha relinquish his throne and forsake the support of human fortune, losing the favor of destiny, it is conceivable that his realm may regress back to the peak of the Golden Immortal level, retaining only the indestructible body of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Perhaps departing from this world is my sole hope in the pursuit of a higher realm. After resolving this in his heart, Nezha waved his hand, summoning Huang Yin, Sudaji, and Su Ningxiang, who were elsewhere, to appear before him. My beloved wives, I have resolved to pass the throne to our holy child. Upon hearing Nezha's straightforward declaration, Huang Yin expressed concern. Nezha, why have you suddenly made such a decision? Is there something amiss? Nezha nodded affirmatively. I have decided to leave this world. However, my dear wives need not worry. I owe you much in this life, and thus, when I depart. I shall leave behind my indestructible body of the great Luo Golden Immortal in this realm. Firstly, this form possesses the combat strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal, which can safeguard the fortunes of our Qin dynasty. Secondly, it shall accompany you, allowing you to live the lives you desire. With that, Nezha's primordial spirit, along with his 3 souls and 7 spirits, soared from his corporeal form. The 3 souls of a person are the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and life soul, while the 7 spirits consist of the heavenly surge, spiritual wisdom, sparrowine, thief devourer, central, non-toxic, and valor. Witnessing his indestructible form become as inert as a wooden figure after losing its primordial spirit and souls, Nezha wielded his hand like a blade, severing the heavenly soul from his primordial spirit and returning it to his body. Once the heavenly soul regained dominion over Nezha's form, it immediately returned to its normal state. Smiling at Huang Yin, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang, my beloved wives, now that my heavenly soul resides within this body, it is no longer merely an ordinary manifestation, but the true Nezha. Henceforth, I shall remain by your side, striving with all my might to ensure your happiness and joy. Upon hearing these words from Nezha's heavenly soul, Huang Yin, Su Daji, and Su Ningxiang exchanged complex glances with Nezha's heavenly soul before turning to find that Nezha's primordial spirit had vanished. After entrusting the remaining matters to the heavenly soul, Nezha's primordial spirit ascended in a straight line towards the heavens, accompanied by the remaining 2 souls and 7 spirits. In this world of deities, the 9 heavens serve as the abode of the celestial court. Should one ascend to the 33 heavens, they would reach the very edge of the universe, thereby transcending this cosmos. As Nezha ventured towards the universe's boundary, he sensed an unwavering determination within himself to depart from this realm, as well as the grand will of this world, which began to convey a myriad of information to his primordial spirit. In this realm, only those of the Luo Golden Immortal rank possessed the privilege to leave this universe. Although Nezha had lost his indestructible body, his primordial spirit remained at the initial stage of the Luo Golden Immortal realm, thus allowing the world's will to grant him permission to depart. However, all that Nezha possessed was derived from this world, and therefore, upon his departure, he must contribute to it. O will of the world, my heavenly soul and indestructible body shall remain here. What contribution do you require of me? I can entrust your requests to my heavenly soul. The world's will did not respond to Nezha, but instead infused a vast array of information into his primordial spirit. As Nezha's spirit, accompanied by his 2 souls and 7 spirits, soared to the 33 heavens, it seamlessly traversed the cosmic barriers and entered the void beyond. In that moment, Nezha's primordial spirit finally assimilated the information imparted by the world's will. Floating in the void, Nezha's spirit was overwhelmed with terror, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld a chaotic demon god wielding a colossal axe, cleaving through the chaos and vanquishing 3,000 chaotic demon gods. This vision was a memory forcibly transferred to Nezha by the world's will. In an unfathomably distant past, the world's will of this deity-enshrined realm originated as one of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods born from the primordial void. Following the celestial opening of the heavens by the great Pangu, who annihilated the 3,000 chaotic demon gods, Pangu transformed his own body into the Pangu Great Universe. The demon gods he vanquished, in turn, evolved their forms into the diverse and powerful 3,000 worlds. Although Nezha's world is a realm of divine beings and demons, it is but one among many worlds that are far more potent. The worlds will forcefully transferred Pangu's memory of the cosmic genesis to Nezha, unable to forget its own past. Each recollection of Pangu's creation brought the worlds will anguish. Since Nezha was destined to leave, the worlds will bestowed this memory upon him, allowing him to carry it away. For Nezha, this memory was both a tremendous opportunity and a formidable tribulation. The recollection of Pangu's creation, which even the worlds will found excruciating, would undoubtedly be unbearable for Nezha's primordial spirit. As Nezha's spirit beheld the light of Pangu's axe, he could not contain his pain and let out a heart-wrenching cry. It seemed as though an immensely powerful axe of light had cleaved through Nezha's essence, splitting his soul in twain. In the next instant, Nezha's 2 souls and 7 spirits escaped from his essence, soaring into the void, each flying towards 9 worlds within the vast expanse of the 3,000 realms. Chapter 73, Prince Longyang and the Demon Sword in the tumultuous spring and autumn period. Where feudal lords vied for supremacy, the state of Jiang stood as a diminutive remnant, a solitary city amidst the chaos. For 15 arduous years, Jiang had endured the relentless assaults of the warlike state of Yang. Now, with the death of Prince Longyang, who had valiantly perished beneath the walls of Jiangdu, the gates of Jiangdu finally fell to the advancing army of Yang. As the forces of Yang surged into Jiangdu like a torrential flood, Nezha's essence descended from the heavens, merging with Longyang's corporeal form. In that moment, the the battered body of Long Ong, riddled with wounds yet steadfast, suddenly opened its once closed eyes. I am Long Ong. No, I am Nezha. Long Ong is but the reincarnation of my earthly soul in this realm, as Nezha's nascent essence, from the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, began to amalgamate with Long Ong's physical form. His injuries began to heal at a visible pace. Simultaneously, Nezha's essence meticulously organized all the information within his mind. This world was the realm of celestial swords known to Nezha, and Prince Long Ong was the reincarnation of Nezha's earthly soul within the celestial sword world. Yet, Long Ong was not merely the reincarnation of Nezha's earthly soul. He was also the reincarnation of Feiping, the foremost divine general of the celestial realm. Feiping, born as a natural deity, could not possess a human soul. By a twist of fate, the essence of Feiping had intertwined with Nezha's earthly soul, both reincarnating into Long Ong's body. Having succumbed to exhaustion moments earlier, Long Ong's essence had already transitioned to the underworld for rebirth. Just as Nezha's earthly soul was about to depart Long Ong's body and descend into the cycle of reincarnation, Nezha's essence flew in from the void outside the celestial sword world, re-entering Long Ong's form, reclaiming his earthly soul, and becoming the new master of Long Ong's body. Upon organizing all the information, thoughts of his father, King Jiang, and his sister, Long Kuei, swept over Nezha, causing his expression to shift. Though I am not the divine general Feiping, I am Long Ong. For within this body, ruling alongside Feiping's essence, is my earthly soul. King Jiang is my father, and Long Kuei is my sister. I must rescue them and fulfill Long Ong's final wish. As Nezha departed from the small world of the investiture of the gods, his essence not only enveloped his 2 souls and 7 spirits, but also included the treasures, the mysterious heaven silk, the universe circle, the celestial halberd, the loyal arrow, the righteous arrow, the azure phoenix, and the fire phoenix. Determined to save King Jiang and Long Kuei, Nezha promptly released his magical weapons and the phoenixes from his essence. Although Long Ong was the joint reincarnation of the celestial realm as foremost general Feiping and Nezha's earthly soul, he lacked formidable prowess. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to the ordinary soldiers of Yang. Long Yang's physique was merely tenfold stronger than that of an ordinary person, utterly incapable of accommodating Nezha's primordial spirit at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, thus hindering Nezha from unleashing the full might of his divine abilities. Consequently, Nezha, in his quest to rescue King Jiang and Long Kuei, could only rely on his magical treasures and the 2 divine beasts. Qingwan Fire Phoenix. Transform into the Wind Fire Wheel. The Qingwan Fire Phoenix, having just emerged from Nezha's primordial spirit, had no time to marvel at this unfamiliar new world before it morphed into the Wind Fire Wheel at Nezha's command. After wrapping himself in the Muntian silk for protection, Nezha leapt forth, riding the Wind Fire Wheel towards the palace of King Jiang. Alas, Nezha arrived too late. Although he reached the palace before the soldiers of the Yang Kingdom breached its gates, King Jiang, upon learning of the city's fall and realizing Long Ong had surely perished in battle, succumbed to despair and died from internal injuries. Long Yang's sister, Long Kuei, upon hearing of the city's demise, leapt into the sword-forging furnace. Following the siege of Jiangdu by the mighty army of the Yang Kingdom, Long Ong resolved to forge a demonic sword, as passed down through the ages, in a bid to repel the invaders. However, upon the sword's completion, he discovered that its creation required the sacrifice of his sister, Long Kuei, even though she willingly offered herself for the sword. Long Yang ultimately renounced the idea of forging the demonic sword. Fate, however, proved to be a cruel mistress. In a bid to protect Long Kuei, Long Yang chose to meet his end beneath the walls of Jiangdu. With the fall of Jiangdu and the death of her brother, Long Kuei, despondent and devoid of hope, resolved to sacrifice herself for the sword. As Nezha soared above the palace of Jiang, he beheld the vengeful spirits of the deceased, all gravitating towards the sword-forging chamber where the demonic sword lay. With a heavy heart, Nezha descended upon the chamber. Inside, the furnace blazed with fierce flames, within which a naturally formed purple demonic sword absorbed the hatred, battle intent, and grievances from the souls of Jiangdu, converting them into the sword's own spiritual energy. Xiakuei. Nezha called softly, extending his right hand. The demonic sword immediately flew forth from the furnace, its hilt landing in Nezha's grasp. At that moment, Long Kuei had just become the sword spirit. Lacking the power of a 1,000-year-old ghost, she could neither manifest in human form nor detach from the sword, and she was entirely unaware of the events unfolding outside. Thus, upon the sword falling into Nezha's hands, it did not recognize him as its master. Instead, its malevolent energy surged forth, assailing Nezha's body. Although Nezha could not channel the full power of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm through Long Yang's body, he was still capable of infusing a portion of his magical energy into Long Yang's form to suppress the sword's malevolence. once he subdued its fury. Nezha stepped outside the sword-forging chamber, whereupon he witnessed a torrential rain of blood descend upon Jiangdu, a result of the demonic swords forging, causing the young soldiers who had invaded the city to perish instantly as the crimson rain fell upon them. Although the crisis of the fall of Jiangdu city was averted by a celestial downpour of blood, Nezha did not harbor any intentions of rebuilding the Jiang kingdom in Jiangdu city under the guise of Longyang, nor did he aspire to unify the realm of Shenzhou. This is due to the fundamental differences between the world of Xianjian and the lesser world of Fengshen. After the disappearance of the Earth Sovereign Shennong and the human sovereign Enwan in the Xianjian realm, the realm of mortals had long been dominated by the divine realm ruled by the heavenly Emperor Fuxi. Presently, Nezha seeks merely a place rich in spiritual energy to assist Longyang's physical cultivation of the 9 transformations of the primordial essence through his own primordial spirit. Although Longyang's innate talent cannot compare to Nezha's celestial stone-born physique, he is nonetheless the reincarnation of the foremost divine general, Feiping, and possesses a cultivation aptitude far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Nezha is confident that he can elevate Longyang's body to the 8th or 9th level of the 9 transformations of the primordial essence, ultimately achieving the golden immortal body. With Nezha's support from his great Luo golden immortal primordial spirit, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for Longyang to cultivate the 9 transformations to perfection, attaining an indestructible form. Just as Nezha, riding on his wind and fire wheels, was about to depart from the skies above Jiangdu city, a colossal hand suddenly materialized from the void, seizing Nezha in its grasp. In the next moment, Nezha found himself transported from the skies over Jiangdu to a realm saturated with celestial spiritual energy. As Nezha pondered the identity of the owner of that immense hand, a voice, imbued with divine authority, resonated through the void. You are not Feiping. You are the heavenly emperor? In a realm thick with celestial essence, where one dared to utter the name of the foremost divine general, Nezha swiftly deduced his identity. The heavenly emperor Fuxi did not respond to Nezha's query, but continued. Your arrival from the outer world poses a threat to the fate of beings in the mortal realm. Though you are not Feiping, you are the reincarnation known as Longyang. With Feiping absent, you shall remain at the southern heavenly gate of the divine realm, guarding the well of gods and demons to prevent the invasion of the demon realm. After Fuxi concluded, an unseen divine force enveloped Nezha's body, transporting him to the southern heavenly gate of the divine realm. Chapter 74. Disturbing my divine realm. No mercy shall be shown in the world of Xianjian. The power of the divine realm surpasses that of the demon realm, the monster realm, the immortal realm, the human realm, and the ghost realm. Among the 6 realms, the demon realm ranks just below the divine realm. However, prior to the emergence of the demon sovereign Chonglu, the strength of the demon realm was less than 1/10 of that of the divine realm. This is because the 3 great mysterious maidens of the divine realm, Jiao Tianzuan, Kuei Yuzuan, and Shi Yuzuan, as well as the divine beings Zhu Ron, Hutu, and Yujing, possessed power on par with that of the ancient demon sovereigns of the demon realm. The heavenly emperor Fuxi and the foremost divine general, Feiping, wielded power that greatly surpassed that of the ancient demon sovereigns. Only after the birth of the demon sovereign Chonglu, possessing strength equal to that of the foremost divine general Feiping, did the demon realm pose a true threat to the divine realm. However, this threat was still rather limited. After all, the heavenly emperor Fuxi remains one of the 3 sovereigns who survived since the creation of the world by Pangu. The heavenly emperor Fuxi's hand descended with such force that not merely a mere demon realm, but even the combined might of the demon realm, the monster realm, the immortal realm, the human realm, and the ghost realm would be effortlessly shattered. However, given the exalted status of the heavenly emperor Fuxi, it was beneath his dignity to engage in combat with the demon lord Chonglu, whom he could easily vanquish with a single strike. Thus, after the birth of the demon lord Chonglu, the responsibility of guarding the southern gate of the divine realm was entrusted to the foremost divine general, Feiping. The heavenly emperor Fuxi, with his discerning eye, recognized that Feiping possessed strength that was indeed on par with Chonglu, effectively repelling the latter's advances. Subsequently, during a clandestine clash in the new immortal realm, General Feiping inadvertently left behind the demon-suppressing sword forged by the heavenly emperor Fuxi. As a consequence, Fuxi punished Feiping by casting him into the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, unbeknownst to the heavenly emperor, Feiping's admirer, the mysterious lady Kuei, in a fit of rage over his punishment, betrayed the divine realm, leading her followers into the demon realm and becoming the second demon lord, second only to Chonglu. This treachery significantly weakened the divine realm while bolstering the power of the demon realm. Among the 3 great celestial maidens of the divine realm, the 9 heavens maiden is the beloved daughter of the heavenly emperor Fuxi, while the Xiao maiden bears the weighty duty of protecting the divine tree. Initially, after banishing Feiping to reincarnation, Fushi intended to temporarily assign the task of guarding the southern gate and the abyss of gods and demons to Lady Kuei-yu. However, due to her betrayal, he had no choice but to leave the position vacant. When Nezha's primordial spirit descended into the world of the immortal sword and merged with the reincarnated Long-Ong, the Heavenly Emperor Fushi discovered that Nezha wielded treasures of unparalleled quality akin to divine artifacts. Consequently, he contemplated assigning Nezha to temporarily oversee the abyss of gods and demons. In the divine realm, at the southern gate, the Heavenly Emperor Fushi utilized his immense powers to transport Nezha to this location, thereafter neglecting him entirely. Despite Nezha being protected by divine-grade treasures, he currently inhabits the body of Long-Yang, which, having undergone no cultivation, remains an unrefined mortal. General Faping, a being of the rarefied Tao the Great Luo, had been cast into reincarnation without a second thought by the Heavenly Emperor Fushi. Thus, it is evident that Fushi would have little interest in casting even a cursory glance at the present Nezha, standing at the southern gate. Nezha observed the divine soldiers and generals stationed there, noting their hesitant expressions, as if they wished to speak yet refrained. The earthly soul of Long-Ong and the primordial spirit of Faping had reincarnated together within Long-Yang's form. Due to the formidable nature of Faping's spirit, Long-Ong and Faping appeared as if sculpted from the same mold. However, despite their identical features, the divine soldiers and generals did not recognize Long-Ong as Faping. For the primordial spirit of Faping was no longer present within Long-Yang's body. Had Faping's spirit remained, even in the absence of cultivation, the soldiers would have acknowledged Long-Ong as Faping. In the divine realm, the true identity of an individual is discerned not by their outward appearance, but by the primordial spirit that resides within them. The divine guardians stationed at the southern heavenly gate diligently fulfilled their duties, unwilling to engage in conversation with the unfamiliar figure of Nezha. Similarly, Nezha was intent on his cultivation, and thus, both parties found themselves in perfect accord. Nezha sought out a secluded corner at the southern heavenly gate, free from disturbances, and began to absorb the ethereal essence of the divine realm to cultivate the 9 transformations of Yuan. As time swiftly passed, a year elapsed in the blink of an eye, with the seasons transitioning from spring to autumn, drawing upon his prior experience in the Fengshen world. Coupled with the rich celestial energy of the divine realm, Nezha adeptly cultivated the 9 transformations of Yuan to the 8th or 9th level in just about a year. Not only did he master the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, but he also refined his body, Dragon Yang, into the form of a golden immortal. Upon concluding his meditation and opening his eyes, Nezha beheld a throng of demonic soldiers breaching the divine realm through the abyss of gods and demons, engaged in combat with the divine guardians of the southern heavenly gate. In the demon realm, the most formidable forces were the 8 great demon lords who commanded their respective legions. However, the current assault on the divine realm was not led by these demon lords. It was merely a swarm of expendable demonic soldiers, rendered as cannon fodder. Thus, the divine guardians at the southern heavenly gate were more than capable of repelling the attack, albeit with some difficulty due to the sheer numbers of their adversaries. Observing the chaos, and recalling his assigned duty from the Heavenly Emperor Fushi to guard the southern heavenly gate, Nezha hesitated only momentarily before seizing the demon's sword and charging into the fray against the demonic soldiers. Those who disturb my divine realm shall face no mercy. At this juncture, Nezha, possessing the body of a golden immortal and wielding a sword of demonic might rivaling the legendary demon-slaying sword, unleashed a formidable power that could contend with the 3 great mystic maidens. Under the onslaught of Nezha's blade, the invading demonic soldiers were swiftly vanquished. After cleansing the southern heavenly gate of these minor demonic foes, Nezha turned to the divine generals stationed there and proclaimed, "Follow me to the abyss of gods and demons, and teach those from the demon realm a lesson." Witnessing Nezha's display of divine prowess, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn, the divine generals instinctively bowed their heads and responded, "At your command, General Faping." "I am not Faping," Nezha retorted coldly as he stepped into the abyss of gods and demons. "My name is Long-Yang. You may address me as General Long-Yang." "At your command, General Long-Yang," the generals echoed, and together with the divine soldiers of the southern heavenly gate, they surged into the abyss. In the era when Faping presided over the southern heavenly gate, he not only eradicated the invaders from the demon realm, but also led his divine soldiers into the abyss, driving the demonic intruders back to their own realm. However, after Faping was cast into reincarnation by Heavenly Emperor Fushi, the divine soldiers, lacking their great general, could only retreat to the southern heavenly gate to fend off the invaders. Now, with Nezha leading the charge, the divine guardians reclaimed their former sense of pride and vigor in the demon realm. After Nezha and his divine soldiers had thoroughly cleared the minor demonic forces attacking the divine realm, the demon standard-bearer, 2C, arrived at the demon palace where the demon lord Zhong Lu resided. The demon lord Zhonglo sat upon his throne, fashioned from the bones of ferocious beasts. Disturbed from his contemplation, he expressed his displeasure. 2C. I have awaited the reincarnation of Faping for an entire year, and still, I do not know how many more years I must endure. My current disposition is far from amiable. You had better present a compelling reason for your intrusion. In haste. 2C knelt and bowed, addressing his master. I report to you, my lord, the plan for the lesser demon soldiers to assault the divine realm has met with failure, and not a single one has returned. Failure is but failure, the demon lord retorted. The demon realm requires no surplus of insignificant soldiers. Their purpose in attacking the divine realm was merely to meet their demise. At this juncture, a sudden change washed over his expression. How could these lesser demons have been vanquished so swiftly? Has the celestial emperor Fuxi summoned the 9 heavens Xiannu to guard the southern gate? Although the deities such as Zhu Rong, Ho Tu, and Yu Jiang possessed powers rivaling the 3 great Xiannu, the demon lord Zhonglo was acutely aware that these ancient gods had long retreated into seclusion, no longer heeding the commands of the celestial emperor Fuxi. My lord, the divine general stationed at the southern gate is not one of the 9 heavens Xiannu. He is a man. As he spoke, 2C conjured a water mirror, revealing the figure of Nezha wielding a demonic sword, slaying the lesser demon soldiers. This is the divine general leading the charge against the lesser demons, he declared. Upon witnessing the image of Nezha clad in black armor, brandishing the demonic sword, Zhonglo instinctively uttered the name Faping. However, he promptly shook his head and chuckled. He cannot possibly be Faping. How amusing that the celestial emperor Fuxi has managed to create an impostor of Faping. This is truly entertaining. 2C. Relay a message to the Tianma princess Kuyu, instructing her to assault the southern gate of the divine realm and eliminate the divine general station there. Should the Tianma princess refuse to comply, inform her that I shall pay her a visit for a duel. Understood, my lord. 2C acknowledged before promptly departing from the demon lord Zhonglo's palace, soaring towards the residence of Princess Kueyu in the Tianma clan. As the Tianma princess and her clan hailed from the divine realm, they faced hostility from other tribes within the demon realm. However, due to the Tianma princess's formidable power, second only to that of the demon lord Zhonglo, the other tribes dared not provoke the Tianma clan. The Tianma clan harbored their own animosity towards the other tribes of the demon realm and had never participated in the war against the divine realm alongside the demon coalition. When 2C arrived above the Tianma palace, he prudently refrained from landing, instead proclaiming loudly from the skies, the supreme of the demon realm has issued a decree, commanding the Tianma princess Kueyu to assault the divine realm and eliminate the divine general stationed at the southern gate. Should the Tianma princess defy this command, the supreme of the demon realm shall descend upon the Tianma palace. With that, 2C swiftly turned and took flight. In the celestial demon palace, the enchanting yet divine Kuyu, the heavenly demoness, awoke from her feigned slumber, her aura of demonic energy radiating fiercely. Why would the demon lord Zhonglo suddenly send a command to me? As the second demon lord of the demon realm and a beloved of Faping, the closest friend of Zhonglo, Kueyu had always received considerable care from him. Without Zhonglo's assistance, she would have found it impossible to lead the heavenly demon clan and establish their foothold in the demon realm. Although Zhonglo, as the supreme demon lord, possessed the authority to command other demon lords, he had never before issued orders to Kueyu. Yet now, he not only commanded me, but also threatened me with confrontation should I refuse to attack the divine realm. It seems I must personally venture to the divine realm to discern Zhonglo's true intentions. With that thought, Kueyu transformed into a sphere of red energy enveloped in demonic mist, soaring out of the celestial demon palace towards the abyss of gods and demons. At the southern gate of the divine realm, ever since Nezha had showcased his formidable prowess, vanquishing the lesser demon soldiers that had invaded from the demon realm, the celestial warriors had developed a deep respect for him, despite his perpetually stern demeanor. On this day, Nezha was diligently practicing the divine technique, the 36 transformations of Tiangang, with the intent of elevating his body, Longyang, to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Suddenly, a unique demonic energy, intertwined with the essence of celestial spirits, penetrated the southern gate from the abyss of gods and demons. Following this, a powerful demon god, shrouded in crimson demonic energy, breached the divine realm and appeared before Nezha and the celestial warriors. The sight of this formidable demon god rendered not only Nezha, but also the celestial warriors utterly astonished. Nezha's astonishment stemmed from the uncanny resemblance of the imposing demon god to his sister Long Kuei from his memories, as if they had been cast from the same mold. The sole distinction was that Long Kuei, the fragile princess of the kingdom of Jiang, was helpless, while the powerful demon before him possessed the strength of the golden immortal's pinnacle. However, Nezha knew that this demon, who bore such a striking likeness to Long Kuei, could not possibly be her. for she had already transformed into the spirit of the demonic sword and was currently in a state of slumber within it, honing her skills. The celestial warriors stationed at the southern gate were similarly entranced. For this formidable demon god was not only the second supreme being of the demon realm, but also one of the three esteemed Xian maidens of the divine realm from the past, Kuei-yu. The Xian maiden, originating from the ancient goddess of the divine tree, after Kuei-yu fell into the demon realm and became the heavenly demoness. The heavenly emperor Fuxi sought to prevent any further divine beings from following her. Thus, he erased the memories of those who shared the same bloodline from the divine tree and were connected to Kuei-yu. However, the celestial warriors guarding the southern gate were not of the divine tree lineage, hence, they retained their memories of the illustrious Kuei-yu. Due to the recollection of the demoness of the sunflower and recognizing her identity, the divine soldiers and generals of the southern heaven gate found themselves at a loss, uncertain whether to regard the demoness as an adversary or to persuade her to abandon her misguided path and return to the divine realm. At that moment, the demoness beheld the visage of Nezha, identical to that of Faping. She finally comprehended the true intention behind Demon Lord Zhonglü's directive for her to assault the divine realm. "You are not Faping." Nezha snapped back to reality upon hearing the demoness' first words. "And you are not Lone Kuei? I despise your face." The demoness of the sunflower gazed at Nezha with a cold, unfeeling stare. "Now, I present you with two choices. Either I slay you, or I mar your face beyond recognition." With a swift motion, Nezha directed the blade of the demon's sword towards the demoness. "I reject both your offerings. Let us engage in battle." Upon witnessing the demon's sword, which Lone Kuei had once possessed, firmly gripped in Nezha's hand, the demoness' fury intensified. After establishing her foothold in the demon realm, she remained infatuated with Faping. In her moments of longing and tears by the demon spring, she transformed a fragment of her tender affection for Faping into Lone Kuei, channeling her immense magical power into the human realm to accompany Faping's reincarnation within the palace of the kingdom of Jiang. To the demoness, Lone Kuei's sacrifice for the sword meant that this demon sword rightfully belonged to Faping. "This sword does not belong to you. You deserve to perish." After her furious declaration, the demoness summoned a crimson demon bow into her grasp. As she strung her bow and knocked arrows infused with demonic energy, they surged forth like a relentless rain towards Nezha. Nezha wielded the demon sword, shattering the incoming arrows. Yet he soon realized that the demoness showed no signs of halting her assault. While parrying the arrows with his sword, Nezha motioned with his left hand. Under his magical influence, the Qianquan circle transformed from a bracelet into a circular form, hurtling towards the demoness. Had Nezha relied solely on the demon sword as his weapon, it would have indeed been challenging for him, at the early stage of a golden immortal, to defeat the demoness, who had reached the pinnacle of that same realm. However, Nezha possessed not only the demon sword but also an array of protective magical artifacts. As the Qianquan circle advanced towards the demoness, she was compelled to cease her arrow fire and counter with her bow. With a resounding clash, the demon bow collided with the Qianquan circle, resulting in the latter ricocheting back towards Nezha. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha closed the distance to the demoness, swinging the demon sword in an attempt to strike her. With the proximity diminished, the demoness could no longer shoot arrows and was forced to engage Nezha in close combat. After a brief skirmish, Nezha observed that the demoness' bow was longer and thus held a tactical advantage over his sword. More critically, her magical prowess surpassed his own. Once again, Nezha activated the Qianquan circle, pushing the demoness back, before transforming the righteous arrow into a fiery spear that flew into his left hand. As the Kuei-yu demoness distanced herself from Nezha, she observed him wielding a demonic sword in his right hand and a fiery spear in his left, occasionally summoning the Qianquan circle to assail her. With a grim expression, she coldly remarked, "You are indeed not Faping. He would never resort to such despicable tactics as you do." At this moment, Nezha's power was merely at the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. To contend with the Kuei-yu demoness, who was at the peak of the golden immortal realm, Nezha's sole recourse was to employ his numerous magical artifacts. The Kuei-yu demoness, however, failed to consider that her magical prowess far surpassed Nezha's. She merely perceived his methods as cowardly, relying on numbers to secure victory. Nezha immediately sensed that the Kuei-yu demoness was being unreasonable. Nevertheless, it was futile to argue with a woman, especially one as irrational as she. The former celestial general, Faping, had strayed from his duties and violated heavenly laws, resulting in his reincarnation, a consequence entirely of his own making. Yet, the Kuei-yu demoness, enamored with Faping, believed that the heavenly emperor Fuxi should not have punished him, thus disregarding the affection the heavenly emperor had for her as if she were his own daughter, and ignoring the admiration from countless celestial beings. She furiously betrayed the heavenly realm and descended into the demonic world. Reflecting on the Kuei-yu demoness' past actions, Nezha chuckled softly and remarked, Kuei Xin NV. I am not Faping. Why must you hold me to his standards? If you truly long for your brother Faping, go seek him in the mortal realm. Here in the heavenly domain, you shall only encounter me, this despicable wretch who resembles Faping, and not your cherished brother. You seek death. Upon hearing Nezha refer to her as Kuei Xin NV, the Kuei demoness fury intensified. Years ago, she had plunged into the demonic realm for her beloved Faping, and although she had vented her pent-up rage, she felt deeply remorseful for the love bestowed upon her by the heavenly Emperor Fushi and for the many celestial beings who admired her. Thus, the demon clan never invaded the heavenly realm, and she had no desire to revisit her past. The reason for her presence at the southern heavenly gate was the rare threat posed by the demon Lord Chonglu, prompting her to discern his true intentions. Nezha, intentionally calling her Kuei Xin NV, sought to reopen the wounds of her heart. After all, I am the despicable wretch you speak of. As Nezha soared towards the Kuei demoness, simultaneously attacking her with the demonic sword and fiery spear, he grinned and declared, I act under the Heavenly Emperor's orders to guard the southern heavenly gate. If you do not retreat, I shall unleash even more magical artifacts against you. With a disdainful huff, after blocking Nezha's flurry of assaults with her demonic bow, the Kuei demoness shot him a venomous glare before turning and flying into the abyss of gods and demons. At that moment, she comprehended that the demon Lord Chonglu had sent her, the second demon lord of the demonic realm, to test Nezha's strength as the guardian of the southern heavenly gate. Having now gauged Nezha's prowess, the queen of the dark feathered demons saw no further necessity to continue their confrontation. After her departure, Nezha turned to find the celestial warriors and generals at the southern heavenly gate staring at him in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Among the 6 realms of the immortal sword world, the only surviving emperor of the 3 sovereigns, Fushi, reigning with the strength of quasi-sainthood, stood unrivaled as the supreme being. Beneath Fushi, the demon Lord Chonglu and the celestial general Faping, both possessing the might of the great Luo Golden Immortal, emerged as the most formidable entities. Second only to him, below Chonglu in the demon realm were several demon lords who dominated with their golden immortal status, while in the celestial realm, the 3 esteemed Xiannu, Zhurong, Hutu, and Yujian held the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, establishing themselves as the apex deities. The queen of the dark feathered demons ranked as the second demon lord beneath Chonglu in the demon realm, yet in the celestial realm, she stood as the second general under Faping. Now, with Faping absent from the celestial realm, Nezha's ability to repel the queen of the dark feathered demons, indeed gaining the upper hand, suggested that he had attained a strength akin to Faping of yore, rivaling the great power of Fushi in the celestial realm. As news of Nezha's victory over the queen spread, the celestial warriors and generals gazed upon him with newfound reverence, their expressions mirroring those they once held for Faping. Soon, word of Nezha's triumph reached the ears of the great deities within the Lingxiao Palace, prompting Emperor Fushi to summon him forth. Within the palace, clad in dark armor, Nezha entered with utmost respect, bowing deeply before the emperor. I am Long Ong. I humbly greet your majesty. The assembled deities whispered among themselves, noting the striking resemblance between Nezha and the former Faping, even capturing the attention of the 9 heavens, Xiannu beside Fushi. As the supreme lord of the 6 realms, Fushi had witnessed all that transpired at the southern heavenly gate. His delay in summoning Nezha was deliberate, a test to observe his reaction. Nezha's demeanor before Fushi pleased the emperor immensely. Though Nezha bore the visage of the past Faping, he lacked the latter's rebellious spirit. Long Ong, you have done well. I did not expect that within just a year, you have ascended from an ordinary mortal to the golden immortal realm. Your victory over the queen of the dark feathered demons at the southern heavenly gate has greatly benefited our celestial realm. Today, I officially bestow upon you the title of Grand General of our celestial realm, commanding you to lead the celestial warriors to guard the abyss of demons and gods. Thank you, your majesty. Nezha replied with a respectful gesture. May I take my leave now, your majesty? Fushi stroked his beard thoughtfully. Long Ong, do you have any request of me? Reign and do, all are gifts from the sovereign. What your majesty wishes to bestow upon me shall be my honor. What the sovereign does not wish to bestow upon me, I shall not covet. Upon hearing such heartfelt words from Nezha, the heavenly emperor Fushi was momentarily taken aback. For the sentiment expressed was excessively sentimental, prompting one to ponder whether Nezha was truly a valiant warrior or merely a sycophantic courtier. Oh, you indeed possess a remarkable gift for words. Had Faping possessed your unwavering loyalty, I would not have cast him into the cycle of reincarnation. Very well, Long Ong. You may return to the southern heavenly gate. The humble general takes his leave. As Nezha exited the Lingxiao Hall, he could not help but recall King Zhou of Shang. Long ago, he had also professed his loyalty to King Zhou with the phrase, "The thunder and rain are all bestowed by the sovereign." However, when King Zhou sought to usurp Nezha's betrothed, Sudaji, Nezha transformed from a loyal minister of the Shang dynasty into a traitorous rebel in the eyes of King Zhou. Nezha's loyalty has always been rather tenuous. As long as it does not hinder his own interests, he could offer unwavering loyalty to either King Zhou of the past or the current Heavenly Emperor Fuxi. Yet, the moment his interests are at stake, his loyalty will plummet from a perfect score to a negative value. In the demon realm, after the demoness Kuyu returned from the god and demon well, she did not return to her heavenly demon palace, but instead ventured into the palace of the demon sovereign Zhongluo. "You have arrived," spoke the demon sovereign Zhongluo, opening his eyes as he sat upon the throne of bones. "Kueyu, how formidable is that counterfeit vaping concocted by the heavenly Emperor Fuxi? I fear you may be disappointed," replied the demoness Kuyu, her face still flushed with anger. "The true strength of that impostor is even inferior to mine. However, he possesses an overwhelming array of magical weapons, which prevented me from defeating him. Had I engaged him until the end, I might have even lost to him." Upon hearing this, the previously disheartened demon sovereign Zhongluo abruptly rose and laughed heartily. "How intriguing! That counterfeit vaping possesses the prowess to best you? This is indeed most fascinating. Perhaps it is time for me to stretch my limbs as well."